Hello and welcome to the... Wait, John, this isn't China. Where are we? What region is this?
We've switched gears, Nomad. We're all the way into Europe.
Oh no.
Into European Dota now. And it's very different land here, Nomad. We don't have as many potential tiebreakers. I mean, there's still a few circumstances where ties can come out, and that is reliant on today's results as well with our series. So very important for some of these teams. It's kind of out of their hands, so I believe the deciding series is our first one for today. So we'll have to see if that goes the way of Secret. If it does, then probably no ties for at least the dividing line, which is important, but we might have ties elsewhere. So a lot of good games. Good to be in a new region, Nomad, and again, very different Dota here.
Yep, very different, and very different reaction to the patch as well. Whilst in China, I think the play obviously changed quite a lot, but the drafting was pretty similar. They've been a little bit slow to adapt, but meanwhile here in EU, these guys, they have been on it. They have changed pretty much immediately, and we did see that on April 21st and this first series of Alliance versus Ancient Tribe, where they were picking up the PL straight off the bat. We've been crying, we've been moaning, we've been asking everybody to pick this PL over in China. No one's been doing it, but over here, the very first game, they just whip it out, John.
Yeah, they whip it out, and you immediately see why it's a menace. It's just very tough to deal with right now, having the Doppel back up with, you know, almost like the Dota 1 skills are back. Super annoying to kind of manage. It's so obnoxious. I feel like if you are allowed to pick a PL, the gentleman's agreement is that the enemy team takes the Beastmaster. It has to happen.
It should.
You
it
have
should.
to allow it.
Yeah. That interaction is very funny. A lot of changes and a lot of experimenting going on, and yeah, this portal fight as well. I watched this one because someone told me to check out exactly what went down in this one. Just brawling over the portal. I mean, it's a great place to go and fight. A good place to catch someone off guard trying to move across the map by themselves. And yeah, Ancient Tribe doing some great things. And this series was pretty insane, by the way. This series was pretty ridiculous. Both games went almost to 60. Well, first one went almost to 60 minutes. Second one went to 60 minutes. So crazy series. But you know, that's what we've learned to expect from Alliance. And unfortunately, they were the team going down in this first game here.
Yeah, and that was a big deciding series for them. If they manage to find that win, again, potential tiebreakers if certain results come out today that kind of bring Secret down a little bit, or bring the Hustlers down a little bit into tiebreaker territory. So, rather unfortunate for Alliance, but they do get to keep their spot in Div 2. They're looking pretty sharp. Second series, of course, Ivy up against ITB. Another pretty long series on hand. I think that's something that is a bit different from what we've seen in China. When you and I have been casting these games in China, it tends to feel like it's decided by 20 minutes in. In Europe, it plays out for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is, but yeah, over in China, the games have been pretty damn fast. So yeah, I don't know if it's a better understanding of the patch, or whether it's just a different take on the patch, different kind of patch leaders telling them what to do and following different things. But yeah, it's it feels like a different ball game over here, which is cool, which I'm very excited for. But yeah, in this series, again, very long, and Into the Breach coming up and showing what they can bring to the table. This was a series which I think they were maybe expected to win, because Ivy have been a little bit inconsistent, but still always good to see Into the Breach kind of firing on all cylinders. They've really been amping up this tournament. They really have. At the start, I think people were a bit like, yeah, has this team really got much to offer? You know, a lot of decent players on the team, but not really working together. But over time, they have been sharpening up, and this 2-0 was a great example of that in the second game here, just playing with this first pick Mirana, with the Slark, with the Legion. Very strong as we move into the third and final series of the day. And this one was PuckChamp versus D2 Hustlers, the Div 2 Hustlers, who might not be the Div 2 Hustlers for much longer, John.
Yeah, they are in a prime position to get promoted into Div 1. It looked a bit shaky, admittedly, up against PuckChamp, you know, the bottom placing team. They managed to take a game off the Hustlers. They took up that Timbersaw themselves. They had Naga on hand. They were doing a lot of work. You've seen the power of the Timbersaw when Divide Llama gets to pick up himself, and it did do a lot of work in that first series for the side of PuckChamp in the first game. But Hustlers, they rally back in. You know, they play up. I think the one thing with Hustlers, it does feel like the past week has been rough on them. They had a 2-0 loss to ITB in pretty quick fashion. and then coming out of the patch, having to adjust, maybe just throwing themselves off guard off the back of that, having these long series, every game 50 minutes long in this best of 3 at minimum. So that's quite the marathon that we're getting into here on the first day for Western Europe in the DPC to be on this patch. It's a long day.
Yep, and I hope that gets repeated today, to be honest with you, because these games were hella fun. In this one, we had the Ricky coming out to play as well. They had Ricky, they had AA, they pulling out all sorts of stuff. So yeah, didn't quite work out for them though. This was a win for D2 Hustlers. They're able to start getting the series back on track for themselves, but. Poor old PogChamp, honestly. They're kind of similar to IG Vitality in the China region in that they're getting a lot of wins, but they're just not winning the series. 5 wins so far, but only 1 series win. Feels pretty bad, to be honest, in that situation. And now they're looking like they might be facing relegation. The only team which can possibly stop that from happening is Old G. If Old G can't win, and if PogChamp can beat ITB today, then they will stand a chance of breaking outside of relegation. And the same story is true for Ivy as well, as we watch Yuva just laser down Lorinov here. Just constant barrage of damage coming out from that Terrorblade, and that is a leaderboard we're mentioning. So Ivy and PugChamp currently in the relegation zone. Everything's looking very neat, whilst Hustlers and Secret are also in the promotion zone, and everybody's 5-1, but Ivy and PugChamp are 1-5, and that's what we've got for the first series coming up today as well. It's Secret versus Ivy, so it's one of those 5-1 teams versus one of the 1-5 teams. After that, we've got Ancient Tribe versus D2 Hustlers, and then finally move on to PugChamp versus ITB. John, very quickly, give me a prediction for PugChamp versus ITB. What do you think is going to happen?
PugChamp versus ITB is hard to call. I'd lean towards ITB. I could see that going 3 games, though. As I think, again, PugChamp has improved, and it's a new patch. Like, who knows how much teams have adjusted in a couple of days. In China, it's just been relentless onslaughts. That's been the response. Just play, bang your head against the wall. Dota in Europe, it's a little bit more calculated. So, 3 games is what I'm expecting that last series, at least.
Yep, I think that sounds fair. And of course, if you want to earn some tokens whilst you are watching these games, then you should head over to esportsbet.io, because they have an exciting new platform they've just launched called the Watch to Earn platform. And what you can do is you can just watch your favorite games and you can just earn tokens. There's no need to place a bet, no need to sign. All you need to do is sign up, and you can earn up to 3,000 free tokens per hour and lots of other exclusive benefits, all just by watching your favorite teams play across the region. So it's a really great offer, a really great opportunity to get some free tokens, which you can then use to place bets on your favorite teams and join in the community. So head over to esportsbet.io, make an account, and start earning tokens today. Now, we can start talking about our first series of the day, John. It's a very exciting one. We've got Secret versus Ivy on the cards, and as you can see, Ivy not particularly favored in this one. From what you've seen from Ivy, do they stand a chance against Secret? Can they bring any sort of threat to the table here?
They can. I think it's hard to underestimate any team coming into a new patch. So they could try draft surprises, although again, it does seem like Europe's a little bit more on top in comparison to other regions, or at least in comparison to China, from what we've watched, where they're already picking up stuff like the EFPL, the Ricky's popped up, the Chen has popped up as well a couple of times. I guess the Muerta is not something that we've seen in the DPC for Europe. Maybe they could try drafting around a Muerta style. We have seen it fall flat in China a little bit, but if you play it well in lane, it does feel like the timings are in line with what you'd want in this patch. I think if Ivy can bring out a more aggressive style, then that could catch Secret off guard, but who knows, because when you're playing against Secret in a patch where Chen feels pretty good, you're going to have to use a ban on that Chen. And if you don't, well, Puppy's going to be smiling.
Yeah, that's always a huge threat. And of course, it might not have been seeing much of the Muerta in the DPC, but over in Dream League, they've been playing it quite a lot. It's been kind of the headline hero over there, making the front page of Reddit and all that stuff. So surely the teams will be influenced by that. We'll see if that one does come out today. I hope we see it. I hope we see it in the hands of Ivy, to be honest, and they can pull out. I don't know. Maybe someone from that team's been grinding it out, and they'll be able to impress us with a beastly Muerta performance. But never mind. Secret are gonna ban it out. The filthy tryhards. They've been watching Dream League. They don't want to play against that nonsense. You saw RTZ taking the Ancient in the late game there. They don't want to be on the receiving end of that one. Fair enough, I say.
Yeah, it's a fair ban, and the Chen ban, as we mentioned, When it's a patch that favors Chen, you gotta ban the Chen against Puppey. It's taken out early on. I'm wondering if they're still gonna prioritize some of these micro heroes, if they're gonna allow Secret to kind of grab them up. And something like Enchantress can still be effective, even though it's not quite like the Chen, but neutrals overall feel a lot stronger, so you wouldn't mind that too much.
I mean,
can I just say, I've not been able to cast any of the Secret Games, which is sad for me. I just enjoy seeing Armel in the camera.
I'm
Brings
sure
a
you
smile
do.
to my face.
Even if he is sitting in the background at this point.
Yeah. Just in the backseat while their coach kind of takes control,
Watching on pensively, longingly, excited, ready to roll. Yeah, you mentioned the Enchantress, and that's should be an exciting one because Ivy, a dog.
There you go.
Boom's got a dog.
Ooh.
Yeah, Ivy first phased it in both their games, but they're going to be the ones to ban it out against Secret right now. Oh, no. Dog Patrol. Dog Patrol. Get him.
Aww.
Oh, it was a plate. Oh, no. God, the drama already. I can't take it. This is exciting.
Oh, yeah, you can feel that tension.
I think
the dog coming
he's
in.
getting told off. I told you about leaving your plates on the windowsill. The dog's going to lick them. Sorry, Dad. Trying to play DPC.
Speaking of dogs coming in, you've got the Beastmaster up, who has boars, but you can think of them as spitting dogs. Not too different from the in-game bundles aren't too undog-like. So Secret does pick it up. Now, the gentleman's agreement, Nomad. If you have PL, you get Beastmaster. The reverse is true. If you have Beastmaster, then Ivy should be allowed to pick the PL. They wouldn't.
I'm not sure that is true.
You probably don't want to pick it into Beastmaster, but, the agreement's on hand. You can take it if you feel confident, but Drums of Slom, great spell. Michael Phoenix and Lizard are eating their words as I laugh at the bank.
I don't know if great is the right word, but interesting might be. I don't know.
It's
I
a
haven't
great
seen
spell.
enough of it yet.
It's great.
It's great? Okay.
It's great.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
It's really great.
I trust you. You're my
So
analyst.
much healing.
You're my bae.
It's the best. I mean, banging the drums, how could you not enjoy that? For some reason, he bangs faster when his animals attack. It's almost sadistic. Every time his animals attack, he bangs harder. It's like, all right, Beastmaster, you're a bit of a sadist, aren't you? You've got something wrong in your head.
There's a lot of ways I could go with this. You're really testing me here, John, but I'm gonna keep my professional integrity here and move on. But yeah, we got the Monkey King coming out for Team Secret as well. Of course, a flex pick for them. They can play it on Chrysalis if they want to. It's one of his favorites. They can play it on Yamich as well if that's something they fancy. I think has Boom played it in the offlane as well? I feel like he has.
Not in this DPC at the very
this,
least. I don't see it in the records, but I do feel like you're just going to run the Beastmaster offlane anyway. I don't know if you'd want to flex that. It doesn't feel like you're going to be tossing it to mid anytime soon. But the pacing's good. I like the solution from Ivy just going into the Doom, so I'm assuming they might look at a safe lane Doom here on Ivy just to instantly deal with Boris if that's a threat, but allowing the Beastmaster to go Axis is pretty annoying as well. So the flex is still there for the offlane. I think the one thing with the Doom coming out is, again, maybe this is more China specific, but it does feel overall like you do want tempo in your draft. You want some speed. You don't want to be held back by item timings too much. You don't want to be held back too much by big spell cooldowns as well. Doom, he's one of those heroes that has both of those on hand, right? Like, you're waiting for your basic laning item into your Midas, into your Blink, into your BKB perhaps, and you're waiting for that Doom to be off cooldown every time as well. So there's a timer around Ivy where once Doom's down, Secret's just free to do what they want. They've got the Monkey King vision and the Hawk vision on hand here. They can just run around the map, take control early, and get those rotations out if you're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like playing fast should be beneficial. I feel like it should be the way to play the patch, but at the same time, over here, all the games are going around 50 minutes plus. You know, we've had three 60-minute games, 3 50-minute games last time on the EU DPC. So I don't know. I don't think you draft support heroes anymore. I think you just draft like Arc Warden and Meepo instead as your 4 and 5, and just wait for them to come online because you know the game's going to go to 60 minutes regardless. I think that's a play.
You could. I I don't like seeing that. I mean, even in my mind, I just kind of shuddered a bit thinking about those long ass games.
No,
I feel like
it's perfect.
the games go
trust me.
long, but I still feel like for the most part, the direction the game goes is dictated by 20 minutes. Like, even if the game drags on for 44 minutes, we've seen that a couple times in China where you get this 7 to 8k lead by 20, you're kind of in that driver's seat the entire rest of the game, even if you can't close out. So I think even if you're going for a long game, you want strong early presence at the least. That is still important. Again, the patch notes even kind of highlighted it, that they wanted to make early kills more impactful. I think they are maybe a bit too much. It is a lot of impact having that early laning start, and you know, it's off the back of those kills, off the back of using the gate very effectively, off the back of just having control on these really awkward expanded map sections, contesting knowledge runes, contesting lotuses even, and the tormentors. Like, these are big aspects that you need to get under control by the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of really important timings. 20 minutes being one of the biggest, especially. I think everything's about the offlane now as well. It's very weird how Dota's changed in that regard, but yeah, you're no longer looking at the mid lane, you're no longer looking at the safe lane, you're looking at the enemy offlane, because if you can take that tier 2 tower early enough, then you expose their Tormentor, you expose their Wisdom Rune. There is so much around that around that area of the map. Also, if you take any side lane, then it just makes your brush taking more effective as well. So there's a lot to be gained for taking that offlane and playing in that area, which is very unusual.
Yeah, it's an interesting shift because, again, yeah, well, it's not like they can expand a map within to make mid feel better. It's like they made every other lane pretty much like mid. You're surrounded by jungle on either side. So it's an interesting take. I do enjoy it. But yeah, that shift in focus is something that we also have to see from the mids.
I don't think anybody in Dota history until this patch has ever said, goodness gracious guys, we need to take the tier 2 offlane tower as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no one's ever said that, but it's so
never
impactful.
happened, but it has now.
Yeah, I think you have easy enough access points from your safe lane to go into that offlane area through the gate, right? Like, it's closer to the safe laners of each side. So you clear out the top offlane, or you clear out the offlanes of each, you get easier access into that area, and it just feels pretty good. So I'm keen to see that. And again, with what you mentioned about mids, you want a lot of movement from your mid. Like, you don't necessarily want to just sit back and farm, although you can make a draft that works for it. I'm not saying it doesn't. But in general, with that de-emphasis on mid, you want something that rotates by 7, level 7. You know, you get in, you get damage off. This is one way to get that aggression for Secret already looking really fast. I mean, Ivy's as well with Hero, but Skywrath Mage plus Beastmaster is already a strong combination. You've got the Roar into Mystic Flare. You've got a good way of pinning down. I hear that comes in now. You've got really good hold with a Roar and the Ancient Seal on hand. So anything mobile from Ivy can be punished. I like the Sky. Like, it does fit into how the patch feels like it wants to emphasize this early game. Sky is very strong in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game before BKBs are up. And it just provides you a lot in your team. It's a really good in lane. Just imagining something like a Beastmaster Sky lane with all the slows is pretty painful if you're allowed to go Axis here. If you're allowed to go Boars here.
Yeah, it's really strong. And then later on, of course, you have the Roar into the Mystic Flare combination. That one's really good. And we talking a lot about how you want to get yourself a Pulse Ball which can scale. And I think Skywrath is absolutely a scaling hero. He kind of always has been, but now more than ever. You get him a free shard, and it's like, well, it's a little bit of boost to the damage of the Arcane Bolt. That's the biggest thing, but just in general, like, the hero just dumps out more and more damage the more you get in him. So if you can get a good start, you can get him a Tormentor, get him a free shard, or send that gold injection, Wisdom Runes as well, and all of a sudden your Pulse 4 can be looking like an extra core and doing a lot more damage in the fights, and that could be the game changer in these patches. So I'm excited to see it. I am looking towards the Skywrath and thinking, like, how hard can you go? What can you do? I'm actually starting to feel like maybe you don't even get like glimmers and such, maybe you get like one glimmer or one sporty item and then try and become like a bit more of a damage dealer on our team, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, I think I'm kind of with you on that. If you can afford to not go for the glimmer, Like going for Aetherlance or going for your own Rod of Atos is pretty damn big. And here it just feels so much more potent with its own hold. Can make a lot of plays on map. You go with the good Snapfire pickup here from Team Secret. So they've got a lot of teamfight really just tying in, a lot of early aggression, pretty solid lanes coming out, depending on how they put this Monkey King around, whether or not it's going to be Armel or Crystallis on that hero. More than likely Crystallis, saving the Armel hero for last. Ivy, go into that PA that we've seen rise up here as well. And that is still a tempo hero, to be fair. I don't think it's as farm heavy. I mean, we still tend to see it go into Battle Fury. But once you have Battle Fury Deso, or more normally Battle Fury BKB, you are kind of set to go. These are very squishy heroes on Secret, outside of Monkey and Wukongs. Especially the Sky. The Sky can be punished super hard with a PA. It's the one thing that you will have to watch out for. You would actually want your shard here as a Sky Rat Mage and stand back and spam your spells.
Yeah. What do you mean, trying to get that armor up so you just take a one-shot?
Yeah, just like even a couple of spell casts can give you a little bit more much-needed EHP. It might save the day just a little bit. It lets you cast an extra spell before you die.
Yeah, no, it can be the difference maker, honestly. I don't hate that, but yeah, also things like Ethereal Blade and things like that could also be considerations for the Skywrath Mage's answers to the PA. But yeah, those are expensive. Those take a long time to get. And a free shard would be a much nicer option to be able to get yourself a little bit of survivability versus the Phantom Assassins. So moving into the final bans here, and it looks like both teams are needing a mid laner. I can't imagine the Skywrath or the Snapfire going mid, despite how much I'd love to see it. So both teams need one. Or Spirit's still available, except for the Ember. Wonder if we are going to see a Storm.
Storm's open. You don't have the best hold from Ivy to stop it. At least you've got Doom and Rubik. So you have some strong single point control to kind of stop that Storm from taking over. I think for Ivy it's a lot harder to go for something highly mobile like that, just because Skyrat Mage is pretty scary to go into. Ancient Seal is pretty big. Aurora is always going to be relevant. Even the Boundless from Monkey can set up for some of these heroes to run up and get that control. I don't think it fits into Ivy as much. It's also just a lot slower for Ivy if they go for a Storm. I think Secret can afford to, just because Beastmaster and Monkey don't necessarily need to sit back and farm. So Storm can kind of enjoy a little bit more space himself if need be.
Yep, definitely. Other options are, of course, the Void Spirit, or maybe move into non-Spirit heroes. Zeus has been experimented with. We've also seen a little bit of Leshrac coming out in the mid lane. In fact, quite a lot of Leshrac coming out at mid. So that could be a potential pickup for them. I do feel like Secret, though, I kind of want to see a bit of backline. Just something ranged would be nice.
Oh, okay. All right. So this is probably our Mel mid Monkey. I'm hoping.
So who's
unless they're doing something spicy.
They're doing something, Gary. They've got a Beastmaster and a Centaur in this lineup at the moment. There's one too many offlaners by my count.
Yeah, I think. Oh, you're right. Yeah,
I reckon it's Beastmaster mid. You know.
Maybe actually that can work. I wouldn't mind it. Go Axis, shove out, farm. You can kind of guard yourself with your Hawks. You can have a pretty decent mid matchup. I think Ivy can read that though. Like Beast, you can just kind of go for whatever mid you want. Like if you wanted more tempo, maybe a DK could make sense. A little bit more push to tie in with your Chikiro. Gives you a stable stun as well.
Yeah.
Kind of into Beastmaster with Axis build, maybe a bit annoying. Even the board build up is pretty annoying for you to handle solo. We'll go with Lesh instead, as you mentioned. Very popular hero.
Yep.
Good tempo coming out from Ivy. Good magic damage output.
Yeah,
and
they
it
is
is going to be. It is Armel mid Beastmaster, all right.
Oh yes, I know my SCA mid laners, John. I don't know about you, but you know I'm the expert on this, so you can take a back seat on this one, buddy.
Absolutely. It's funny though. I'm trying to recall. Did Armel run that when Ag's Beastmaster was the mid lane?
Yeah.
I can't remember well. I feel like I didn't see him play that actually. He might have, but I can't recall.
Very, very interesting pickup from the side of Team Secret. I'm interested to see what exactly they're planning on doing this one, because of course the ex-Beastmaster from years ago, from eons past, is gone. It's lost to the annals of time, and in fact, Winnow, the new Aghanims, I'm not sure if that's kind of like a mid-laner thing, you know? Do you think we're going to be seeing that? Is that the idea here, or is there some other concept they're trying out?
I want to say yes, that they are just going to rush Beastmaster because I feel like that makes him a pretty hard hero to fight into, but I don't think it provides enough in this game. So it's probably not the build-up you're looking for. I think it's just a stable mid lane to have. I think the Centaur value here is that you can disengage pretty well from the PA, disengage from the Doom. Again, the hard hold of Ivy, when in this context, it's really just, what, Rubik and Ice Pat and maybe a Split Earth follow-up from any of those spells from the left back. So there's not much to really stop you from just stampeding away. At the same time, Rubik can kind of steal a lot of spells in this matchup as well. Maybe even take his own stampede, and suddenly you're being charged in by a Leshrac with a lot of damage output. You're charged in by Doom with his own Ags up at the line. So there's a lot of back and forth. It's a lot more straightforward for Ivy, I can say that at the least, but Secret has something cooked up here.
Yeah. What are they cooking? We're going to find out. Let's jump into game number 1 of Ivy versus Secret. And to remind you guys of the stakes here, Secret, they are fighting to secure their spot in Division 1. If they win this series, then they are all locked in. Meanwhile, Ivy, if they lose this series, then things aren't going to be looking too great for them. That is for sure. They will no longer be able to escape from the depths of relegation into oblivion. There's nothing below Division 2, John. There's no Division 3 to fall into.
So in the open qualifiers and closed qualifiers, that's all they're going to get. They're going to have to fight their way back into the DPC for the next cycle if they do want that shot. It's a lot in the line, but Secret's a tough opponent to kind of look for that win for.
No, absolutely. I mean, and also, this isn't a normal Team Secret as well. This is a Team Secret where they just want to get this win so badly because, you know, the whole TI dream is much more easily achieved if you can get into Div 1 for Season 3. You know, you keep your chances of qualifying through DPC points alone. You'll keep your major chances alive. It's so important that they pull this off. So if you're thinking, oh, mid Beastmaster, they're having some fun, they're messing around with it. Like, no, this is going to be very well thought out. This is something they have picked to destroy Ivy with. They're not playing with their food at all here. This is full Secret and try-hard mode, and I'm here for it. I'm ready to see what they're pulling out. What are they cooking?
Yeah, I want to see. Again, if the Ags build-up doesn't seem too priority here, I like that Yamich is just kind of cutting off JMV as well. Preventing just running up and spamming some spells. You have the early blood grenades lined up as well, so every support can kind of gun for that aggression now, which is always fun to see. Still taking a peek at that mid. Beastmaster up against the Lesh. You already have the Axis leveled up by Armel, so he's just going to be able to get some good harass, get some farm going. By the time you have level 2 Axis, the harassment can feel pretty overwhelming for Stoikov. I think one big thing here as well is that Beastmaster can get really good rune control by himself. With the Boris up, just deny off the water runes, deny off the power runes. Not as important for your Beastmaster in comparison to the Lesh, although he is going for a bottle himself, but it does feel like with the Lesh missing mana, he does much less in lane in comparison to Armel.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's, I mean, how good is the Leshrac at dealing with balls as well when they do come up, as Jim takes a bit of harassment here at top?
It's pretty good, I'd say. It's good enough damage. You're probably just not really wanting the damage onto the board, but you do clear them out fairly well. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I can see Armel still getting a lot of value from the boards, though, as long as he positions them correctly. So you can still kind of take control in that lane and find what he wants.
Alright, we'll see how this mid lane develops. Meanwhile, over at top, we got Gianni playing up against Boone, the Centaur, versus the PA. It does feel like this might be a slightly hard lane for PA. We'll see if she gets out of it okay, or if there's any opportunities to present themselves, but I feel like they're going to be the ones on the defensive here, just trying to survive through the onslaught. Although, here they go. They managed to find Yamich. Dobrik's out onto him, and Gianni jumping on in, but again, you don't get this kill, and all of a sudden you're just taking so much damage in response. There is a 6-stick available on Gianni, so it does look like he will survive for now, but yeah, you can't disjoint Arcane Bolt like that, unfortunately, so getting very, very low, and probably got to think twice if you're going to jump Yamich here, only if you can absolutely get the kill, and they're going to be able to bring him down. Yamich, he does not stop, and the PA does fall, relying a little bit too heavily on the stick there, I suppose. But yeah, the damage from Skyrath, you cannot underestimate it.
Yeah, it's a lot of output. Yeah, he is out of regen now, so no mangoes on hand, nothing left to replenish that mana pool, so harassment will stop for a little bit. But you can see just how effective that Skyrath mage lane can be, like a slow to set up for the stun, the output, the PA, just not the highest HP hero in lane. So it's not too durable, and there's only so much JMV can do to relieve that pressure. All he can do is just like apply slow, but even he's in danger.
Yeah, he certainly is. Jin Vincento now being turned upon as Boom's going to be able to run him down with the double ledge, and now Yamich could be in some trouble as Zhani's trying to get this kill. Going under the tower for it, though. This is a risk here for the Phantom Assassin, but she is going to be able to get the kill, and now jumping up the higher ground. The salve's going to keep her alive, so Zhani will live through this one, and going to use this opportunity to pull the wave across as well, interestingly. I kind of like this, actually. That was a really cool move.
Yeah. He manages to at least find something to repair his lane, give himself some good farm. Yamich responds fast enough that there's some punish. He's forced to just blur away. So the lane's just going to equalize almost with Boom holding that lane steady. Still, a lot of back and forth there. Already a strong start coming out for Boom. You're already forcing the PA to just play with Dagger, which impacts your CS. And you've gotten a couple of kills. So the Vanguard timing's going to be on point, mitigating a lot of that physical output. Curious to see how the bot lane develops as mid lane Armel. It's already taking a ton of output from Stoikov. Again, it is manageable for your Leshrac in that lane, but the bot lane is, you know, a little bit quieter. Not as much back and forth. Puppy on that Snapfire, along with Chrysalis, of course, and the Monkey that he loves, up against Ade on the Doom and Coop on that Rubik. This is a lane that can kind of get out of control fast for either side. You do have chain stun combinations here for Chrysalis. There's not much the Doom can do to stop the Monkey King as well from farming. Yeah,
no, this guy's gonna get creeps, that's for sure. It's very stable. I think this safe lane for Secret, something they've run a bunch of times, and yeah, Chrysalis Monkey King, of course, has always been a staple for this team. They will take it when they can get it.
They're doing a good job just equalizing the lanes again. Ooh, nice cookie.
Yeah, that's very good, and Cube might be the one paying the price for this one. The Blood Grenade comes through, the right-click damage is there, and down goes Cube. And Ade also has to be a little bit careful here. He's does get scatter blasted out, but Chrysalis won't be able to dive the tower on a Doom just yet. Not quite that strong.
They're keeping him low. And we're already seeing Ade. He's going for the Vanguard early. He wants to sustain as well. So he's not able to go full greed. This is something that we've seen a lot of Dooms kind of go into. Just a durability item first to last a little bit longer.
Yeah, and he sees the opportunity to kind of jump onto Yamich here as Yamich is focused on Jin Vincento. Jin Vincento getting to the tree lines here, but they've turned their attention towards the PA. She's still looking for the kill, though. She really wants to bring him down and will be able to do so. Now the dual breath comes down onto Boom. He might be in some trouble as well. Let's see what he can do here. Going for the TP out, just back to his tower, and that will be successful. So the Centaur gets out, the Skyrath does not. And down in the bottom, oh wait, Doom died. Yeah, you leave him alone, and Chrysalis and Puppy, they're just going to get to work. Yeah, it's not really surprising.
Just get the output. Again, the chain stuns are there. Monkey King lane into Doom's pretty good for the Monkey. You don't care too much. And without that for Yamich, at the least he does give Armel a bottle top-up, and he will find a haste rune here as well.
Yeah.
So
Six
rune
full
control
charges,
on
anyone?
point. Yeah.
That's very nice. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Jin Vincento goes and steps a little bit too close to the Boom Yamich combination, and they're just going to be able to take him down with ease. PA, I mean, she's trying to get some stuff done. She's also picked up this cornucopia as well, which is a pretty value item if you can run for it. But it's Puppy who's going to get dropped elsewhere on the map. Now it's down at the bottom, the rotation comes in. Chrysalis trying to stay alive. I mean, there's not any mana left on the Leshrac, so the Monkey King is still going to be able to survive down this bottom lane. And even offer a bit of threat onto Ade. He's killing off the trees, but Armel makes a rotation across, finds Stoikov in the triangle, and is going to be able to bring him down. First roar of the game, first kill of the Leshrac. Very, very nice from the mid lane Beastmaster.
Yeah, huge from Armel. And he is rushing Axe.
He's cute.
I am so happy right now. I'm so happy. Thank you, Armel. Thank you.
This
He's
is so
going for the
adorable,
drops.
as Ade does actually end up dropping once again. Puppy and Chrysalis, the father-son duo going to work. It's so wholesome that your SEA player has given you what you've been asking for such a long time. You boys
He's
stick together,
unchained, he's
don't you?
free. We do.
Oh,
As they're sticking together up top.
yeah, nice juke out there from the Leshrac. Might allow him to get the kill onto Boom here. Certainly will. They bring down a Centaur, and that's a nice little rotation in from the Leshrac as well. He'll now head and make his way back towards the middle lane. Stop up some bounties along the way. Meanwhile, down at bottom, it's the Jakiro's in trouble under the tower. Man, they are just killing everyone that comes down here. Puppy, he doesn't care about their teleporters. He's got his son to protect, and he will stay down here until the end of time.
And it's an interesting bit. I don't think a lot of the engagements we've seen actually have been coming out from the teleporters, from those gates. They've been TPing in more than anything else. We're just running their way down. So we haven't seen the full use of the teleporters. We also have an inactive watcher up top, which is also a bit interesting. Not something you tend to see when it's just free. So maybe lacking a little bit of control from Ivy to just keep the map in check, but for the most part, Secret, they're finding that aggression lining up. I mean, this early start for Crystallis, he's just going to go for the Echo Saber. He's going for the more aggressive build in the Monkey, looking for that early tempo. And the draft of Secret's just very well tuned for early aggression. So is Ivy's, to be fair. But again, you've got a Doom who's going to farm, you've got a Lesh who's going to need at least a Bloodstone up, and a PA who's just going to sit back and try to work towards Battle Fury. It has a later timing than most.
Scarif does get caught out here, but they're even going to use the Centaur ulti to try and get Yanich away to safety, which is interesting, and might just work. Armel waiting on the high ground. He's got the Roar available. He's going to throw it out here. He's looking for another kill onto the Leshrac, and he's going to find it. Beautifully baited by Mr. Yanich, and Cube trying to jump in and find the pick-off here onto the Scarif Mage. Might not be successful. Cube trying to go for a TP away and is successful, at least in that, so does get out with his life.
It's still big kills coming out here to Armel. Like, he's had a fantastic lane against Alesh. Early on, it's a lot more back and forth. Now, level 9 on that Beastmaster, a full level ahead. One part into that Ags build up. I'm itching with excitement. The drums of Slom. The drums of Slom. I can't help myself.
Remind everybody at home what these drums of Slom are about, in case you know, they're just non-patch readers.
Yeah, so they change them up. Maybe Boom gets away first. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. The Centaur is not going to escape this time. Oh, how?
It aggroed him.
Yeah, but I mean, through all the damage which Leshrac just shits out, and he still gets denied by the neutral creep. That's pretty insane. Even tips the guy. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because they got aggroed from the Leshrac. He was the one burning them down with Pulse Nova, and they ran to him. It's like, all right, cool.
Thank you, Lesh.
But yeah, so on the drums, and the drums, they beat up. Depending on the speed depends on how many attacks the Beastmaster or his minions have done. You roar up, you get some bonus stacks, but every instance of damage from banging the drum also provides a little bit of a heal coming out for the Beastmaster and his creeps. So it's like a decent way of sustaining. It's almost like a Leshrac with his Bloodstone up, except you only build the Ags, right? It's not as much damage as a Lesh, of course, but it's kind of like the same mindset. I'm keen to see where Armel goes after. Like, do you go all in on this? Do you try to go for your own Bloodstone? Just lifesteal off and survive? There's not much to survive off of, but
yeah,
it could be one way.
If I want to put my theory crafting hat on, you need a bit of threat. You can't just be a dude who no one wants to attack, because then people just won't attack you. So you need to maybe go for like an AC or maybe even the Helm of the Overlord or something like that. Slightly later on in the game. We'll see. Maybe not against a Doom, it seems a little bit suspect. Chrysalis waiting around in the trees. Being very cautious of this Ivy rotation down the bottom, but up at top, yeah, it's Jim Vebzato once again getting beaten up by the side of Secret. They're not letting this Jakiro get away with anything. You can't let him survive. He's just going to keep that tower alive if you do. So they just dive behind and kill him. And Johnny forced to back away into the tree line as well. Not really at the point in the game where he wants to be farming creep camps just yet, but Yamich, he's just got no chill at all.
He's not stopping.
Yeah. Kind of insane that Johnny's still inside Blur right now. Does finally close the gap onto Yamich, but once again, that center ult comes out. Boom's such a bro, man. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what position you're in. If he can save you a Stampede, he will. He's a homie.
I mean, these early kills do matter a lot, right? Like, this is one way for the PA to recover. Piercing down, killing off that Sky, the most vulnerable target from that physical burst. So actually, it's a pretty smart play for Boom to kind of bail him out. His supports are not throwaway heroes anymore. Just because of how low laning creep scale, early kills just count that much more. So you want those pickoffs. You need them. You need them very badly. That's why Secret are in a very strong position, 11-4. A 3k lead doesn't sound massive, but we've seen this. That the 3k lead just holds for the next 10 minutes, and it feels like it's enough for you to have that extra advantage, for you to have better levels on your cores because of these pickoffs. This will scale up, though. Ade does have his Midas up, so the Doom can kind of start hitting that timing where it's going to be a little bit bigger, harder to deal with once the Blink BKB is up. It will take a little bit more time. And for Secret, they can't afford to really rest too much. I mean, Armel's Ags is pretty much done in 150 gold. Once that timing's up, you do want to see that activity kick up even more here.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be... I'm really very interested to find out what the gameplay is once you have that, because I guess it's just running at people and seeing what happens. Using the roar,
yeah.
And then just kind of jumping on them with the drum to slom. Letting that damage tick through.
Ah,
here it is.
There it is.
And immediately jump in the middle lane onto Stoikov. Yarmel, he does have the roar, but doesn't feel like he needs to even use it for this one, and he's absolutely right. He doesn't. The Doom has come down, though, onto Boom, so that's going to be an issue for him as the roar comes out onto the Jakiro, and the drums take him out along with the kisses as well. They will finish off Boom here. Armel wants the target. He's looking at Cube, and look at the drums. Oh my goodness, dude, he's going for it. The drums, they're working. Arde's going to fall as well. And look at that. All right, show me that. Show me that fight recap. How much did it do? 2,000 damage on the beast. All right, I'm sold. I'm sold. This is sick. I was.
What have I been saying? What have I been saying about these drums, so mad? What have I been raving about,
You're
even
genius,
before this
John.
patch?
I've been such a hater this whole time. I was blind, but now I've seen.
To be fair, like, it is pretty busted that it's an actual passive, right? Like last time, I think all I wanted was for it to be uninterruptible. When you activate it, just keeps running, but now it doesn't even have a cooldown. You just farm like a madman with this damn thing.
Dude, what
you
is
deal
this?
so much damage in the middle. It's stupid.
He's just bongling away in the jungle. I didn't realize it actually triggered on creeps. That's insane.
Yeah, you just always have it. As long as you're attacking something, you will have a drum beating. So you've always just got your damage aura. It's like a more effective radiance that heals you almost. It's kind of ridiculous.
Wow. Well, going for the BKB next. Wants to continue turning into a big tanky boy. I mean, at least you always know where he is, you know? Or your teammates. If you hear those drums approaching, you're like, ah, here comes Armel.
Oh, can you imagine? This is so in... Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this is a big jump from Crystallis here. He doesn't have this BKB yet. He's going to drop a Wukong's one, but he's just burning up inside this Jakiro ulti. He's trying to heal up with the weak Shinko, and he's actually going to be able to survive through it all. Oh my goodness, gets 2 kills. How does he get away with that? That was a crazy initiation, and now Armel trying to chase down Mr. Vincento. Yep, he does sidestep it very, very nicely, and now he's going to be able to bring down the Jakiro as well. Secret, they have hit a tempo which I'm not sure Ivy are equipped to deal with right now.
This is just nuts. This is just nuts. I was going to say, the role-playing when you have Stampede and the bongo drums, I mean, that's exactly what you do with war drums, right? You run in, you charge up, and they've got the combination. It's the morale combo, Nomad. You just feel hyped up when you've got the drums beating when you run in.
Humans are strange creatures. You know you shouldn't, run into battle with another human and risk getting stabbed, because that's kind of against your human nature. But then someone starts playing a drum, you're just like, yeah, okay, fair point, I'll do it. Ooh, a little bit of a whiff up here in the top.
Yeah, just a little bit off the mark with a hoof stomp and the blink distance right there. Backing off in the nick of time here for Sani. And Sani has used the space really well. Full Battle Fury up, so the PA can start to catch up. It's a huge gap to overcome right now. You have the key timing out now as well for Stoikov. So Bloodstone up and running. Now he can heal up in the middle and do his own damage, except not as stylish without drums, but more damage for the Lash, more sustain. So there is a play now for Ivy. They're not completely shut out. It's an 8k lead, but if they start playing tempo off the back of these item pickups, and that's where they can start to find their openings, because there are still no early BKBs up just yet for the side of Secret. I mean, Crystallis has his, but everyone else doesn't, so this is like the moment where the Leshrac can shine quite well.
Yeah, we'll see if you can find the angle of engagement into the fights, though, because that's, how do you actually start these engagements is what I'm worried about for the side of Ivy. Stoikov at the moment just going to use the Bloodstone to farm up these big stacks in the triangle. Are we still calling it the triangle? Feels like it hasn't been the triangle for a very long time, but okay, sure.
Still, it's not really a triangle shape, but yeah, it's a triangle. It's forever cemented as a triangle.
I am a biangle enjoyer, I'll be honest. I like saying that. It rolls off the tongue for me.
Biangle.
Yeah.
This might roll off the tongue as well.
Well, Leshrak being dead, yeah, I guess it kind of does. Unfortunately for Stoikov, he's going to get dropped once again there, so everything he just gained from those stacks just ends up dying regardless. It's really, really hard. I mean, Ivy, they've just kind of drafted themselves this kind of 5 heroes where no one can really jump in and start fights for them. So in terms of getting quick pickoffs, which the Leshrak kind of needs to play the game, it's just not there. And yeah, oh, they are on top of Ada right now. And yeah, the gang, they're just moving around the map, just finding whatever they want. And now they're looking to go to the sacred lane. Mid lane, you're dead. No one cares about you anymore. You're the forgotten child. It's all about the off lane right now. If you can take this tower, move it on to the tier 2, threaten the Tormentor, then this is a really easy way to close out games in the early game.
Yeah, it just gives you so much. You're denying a lot of map objectives away from the side of Ivy. And I think this is where adjustments to the patch is much more evident, right? Because we mentioned the first day of the patch, everyone is playing slow. Maybe kind of harkening back to the old meta where you sit back, farm, you play it safe. Not this time.
Yikes. You come to the lane which Secret are inhabiting, and yeah, the inevitable will happen. It does just feel a little bit fast and loose for Ivy as well, you know, that doesn't seem to be much of a game plan at the moment. I think that's because, again, like they just can't really do much.
Yeah, I think, again, it's that the first day we saw Western Europe, yeah, at least in the DPC kind of play, it's been slower. It's been maybe sticking to their guns a little bit more this time. You're going for more aggression. You're seeing how much this early map impact has. Again, in the last patch, 9k at 20 minutes, it doesn't sound like much. You know, in theory, it's really not much, but with the economy changes, with the emphasis on kills, it's a lot. It's hard to recover from 9k at this point. You have to find these heroes playing solo. You have to get that ganking rolling for Ivy to kind of come back into the game, and Secret not giving openings.
Nice jump in from Boom once again here. They consider going for the Doom, but they don't actually throw it down, and out the roar comes out onto Eddie, and he's going to get blasted down by the Mystic Flare as well. So much damage, just getting blasted out from Secret right now. 3 heroes down on the side of Ivy, and a tier 2 tower is going to belong to Secret. They get that fortification out, but they don't care.
Yeah, they're just going to go for it. There's just nothing stopping them. Like, this is Ivy with that key Bloodstone timing from Stoikov. Still not the safest without the BKB. So it's just more stuff to wait for. Your Doom, no blink up yet. BKB still the recipe away, and your PA is definitely just sitting back and farming. Sani open to go for the BKB or the Deso, depending here.
She's currently enjoying what I like to refer to as Free Farm Avenue up here at top. Just this long line of creeps on the Dire side and Radiant side, which you can just kind of work your way up and down. It's very, very safe. Very easy to defend. They can only come from one direction, and that's below you, so...
Yeah. And it's safe and free farm, but it just doesn't compare to the pickoffs. Like, look at Crystallis, who's been so active on the map. Like, it just means so much more to get these kills. The passive playstyle, it has a space, but you can't have 3 passive cores. This is the weakness of Ivy.
Yeah.
Everyone needs farm.
Is under attack.
It's a big, big problem. And again, actually saving the offlane tower for last. That's really interesting to me. I would have assumed they'd go for it first, just because of the possibility of stealing the Tormentor away. But maybe they just know that Ivy don't actually have the damage to take it. I think they do. I think they could go for it right now, but no one really seems to give a damn about Tormentor, so maybe I'm overvaluing it. Who knows? No,
I think you've got a point. Probably just Secret looking for what opportunities they can. Boom.
Yeah, they're going to start the fight here. Jakira being the initiator, but of course they've got that Stampede just get themselves away. Now the Stampede stolen by the Rubik, and going to use that to get themselves away. So Ivy, pull out the... No, we're just kidding. We're just playing with you. We're not actually going for a fight.
Yeah, they just back off. They
Stoikov
are giving some space. Yeah, Stoikov is in a really awkward spot. He does have a TP out, so he shouldn't be in danger, but it's still a pretty risky position. No wards to watch, no one having a clue as to the location have that Lush, and looks like they might consider starting Roshan now. They've got the Deso up, so it doesn't take too long here.
Maybe Stoikov doesn't know where he is. The map's just so big he's gotten lost.
Perhaps. And it would be funny if he snuck back here and saw the Roshan, but it's not like he can really get too much done about that.
Yeah, no, this is just a freebie for Team Secret by the looks of it. Armel going to come and join his compadres in the pit. Well, these drums must be pretty good at taking Roshan, right?
Yeah. It's not going to take long. Again, they've got the Deso up and running as well. They've got the full Solar Crest up and running. And they've got a lot to contribute in these fights. Puppy just having pretty damn good buffs to play with, and they'll just teleport their way across. Invade that top jungle.
A nice team twin portal, you know. It's always good to see. And yeah, here we go. BKB comes down. Really nice reactions there from Shiny, but the roar's got to come in from the Beastmaster regardless, so you can react to that all you like. You're still going to get roared in the face, and Armel gets yet another kill. This man is going absolutely insane. 7-0-7 is the scoreline for him.
Yeah, he's on a roll. It's not as thematic as you know, something like 007 here, but he wants the kills. And he'll find the kills as they find more.
Yep, they certainly do. This poor little Jakiro thought he was safe inside the tree lines, and the counter Stampede's going to come through, but it's not going to save anyone. Maybe it can get Cube away from Chrysalis, but I don't think so. The Chrysalis don't give a damn about no tier 2. He's going to get another kill here as well on the Monkey King. 606 on the Monkey. Oh, got these matching scorelines for. What's going on?
Yeah. They're coordinated here on the side of Secret, at least. We'll see if they maintain that coordination. Should be able to take that tier 2 now, and perhaps just really take the Tormentor for themselves.
Finally.
They've got pretty
Jesus,
good
guys.
ag shorts to go for. There you go.
Oh, thank God, thank God. Alright, shut up about it now.
Ooh, Puppy gets it. Yamich gets it. Great. So the Shield of Scion. Freebie.
Yep. And the guy wasn't even there to join in with the with the taking of the Tormentor. I always find it funny when that happens.
Oh.
PA, no BKB, no chance of surviving through this. I mean, even if she had it, she'd probably be dead regardless. The roar is there from Armel, out way too far. And it does just feel like Ivy kind of falling apart right now. There's not much left in the tank, I don't think.
No. Like, there's no big counterplay unless they somehow get a good Doom here.
Rubik steals double edge, somewhat questionably. Stoikov gonna keep his distance from Chrysalis here. But once they do that, tier 3 tower is being besieged. They have the fortification. Vincento looking for the angle of initiation here, but he's going to get found in the tree line. Boom's on top of him. They got the damage to bring him down, and down goes Stoikov as well as Chrysalis just tears him apart. This Monkey King is doing way too much damage with this Echo Saber and the Desolator. And now it jumps back down to join his team in sieging. Ivy, what have you got left? Have you hit any timings at all? I mean, they have some BKBs, sure, they have something, but putting it all together just doesn't seem possible for this team, and I'm not sure Secret are going to let them figure it out. They're just going to keep on going.
And there's nothing stopping them. We haven't even seen a Doom committed out from Ade. There's just no safe angle to kind of go. There's no safe follow-through here as well.
Look at all those shields out as well into Chrysalis. He's got the pipe, he's got the device. And in we go. The BKB does come out from Shani just in time to stop him getting stunned up, but the Roar is there regardless, so he's just going to spend his BKB sitting inside a Roar. There is a Doom available onto Chrysalis here if they fancy it, but this is Aegis Carrier, so it's not really that appealing. They're going to throw him back into the Macaboy. Stoikov, though, is given the opportunity to heal up right now. Turns around with the stun. He's got the damage to bring down Chrysalis at once. Maybe. Ooh, he did get the jingle off, but couldn't get off another hit. The whole team is waiting behind him, though. Secret ready to re-engage in the blink of an eye. In they go. The Doom is out onto the Monkey King, but Armel, he's on top of Stoikov right now. Who's the better Leshrak? It is Armel, but Beastmaster takes him down. Ade to fall as well. Secret, they're all over them right now. And look at Yamich just literally sitting outside their base. Not a care in the world. Mystic Flare to just turn Cube inside out. Johnny trying to look for the target here, but the moment he leaves in the base, he's just got two calls on top of him and slapping him down to nothing. This is a Secret win, and the GGs confirm it as game number 1 goes their way convincingly. What a read from Secret on the game at the moment.
Yeah, it's a great flex on the Beastmaster to the mid lane. Armel had a pretty good matchup. He managed to work that lane really well. His timing on the Ags was on point. The Secret, their aggression was just all over the place. They were winning out basically every lane. Maybe the mid was something that was closer to a draw, with our Leshrac kind of finding its early space, but it needed farm. Whereas Secret didn't need as much farm. They had really effective supports for the rotations. They had cores that could do something without too many items up. And again, it just feels like that's what we need from every draft, from every team. Ivy, they go for that first phase Doom. It's all right. And then they go into the Lesh and the PA, which needs so much farm. Your supports in Rubik and Jakiro can't connect with any of these cores without early itemization. And they just never did. So it was just hard to find any fight for Ivy. And Secret just run down.
Yeah, they really did as well. Their tempo this game was just absolutely disgusting. They were in 5th gear the entire time. They just ramped it up and then just did not stop running at them. There was some very nice to watch Dota. You know, very clean, but very fast, very fun. Love to see it. Some new stuff coming out as well. I don't know. I wonder if we're going to be seeing more of this mid Beastmaster because it did look pretty damn cool to me. I'm sold.
Yeah.
I'm sold, you know. 10-0-10, probably going to be our MVP, spoiler for later on. But Chrysalis definitely deserves a look in as well, 7-0-7 on him. they kept that matching throughout the entire game. Got to give them credit.
Yeah, just spread the assists, spread the kills across your teammates.
Oh no.
Secret had a wonderful time last time. And for Ivy, I'm hoping we see a drastic drafting change. Just go for something more active. You can afford one greedy hero. You can't afford 3 greedy cores. You just can't. You have to have at least one hero that you can play, but maybe your mid or your off lane. Ideally, 2 of them. And in this case, Secret had everyone, and there you go. Armel, 10-0-10. He brings out the drums, he bangs them, and then he bangs the enemy team.
He certainly did. He gave them a good old banging. And yeah, Arde tried to join in the club as well of symmetrical KDAs, but his was 1-9-1 on the Doom. So that was so rough. That was just not a game for him. I'm not sure how they expected this lane to work, to be honest. Like, Monkey King Snapfight is very, very strong. A ton of kill potential. Playing into a Doom Rubik is... maybe it can work. Like, Rubik is a pretty strong laner, and Doom, you know, can kind of hold his ground. He is tanky, but... yeah, you just feed one kill, you make one mistake in that lane, and all of a sudden you just can't go back there. You just have to stay away, which is kind of tough. So, Ivy, a lot of mistakes. I think a lot to fix in this draft before we can even start looking at the game for them. But hopefully they can sort things out. Any positive points for Ivy? Anything you saw at all? Just quickly before we throw it to a break.
They worked the map really well. Like, they were finding space with the bigger map. They were dodging out some of these fights really nicely. Like, Sani was still farming well. And Stoikov, to an extent, was farming well. I just think they have to realize when to stop farming and kind of play with these early spikes. As you just can't keep building an advantage. It's very hard in the economy now, so you have to find kills. Once you hit one item advantage, you just run it.
Alrighty, well, that's going to do it for game number 1. Can Ivy put up a fight in game number 2, or is this going to be a quick and easy series for Team Secret? We're going to find out after this short break. Hello and welcome back to Team Secret versus Ivy here at the EU DPC, brought to you by PGM. My name's Noman, I'm joined by John X Fires. We're jumping into game number 2, and game number 1 was not so close, John. You know, I'll let you recap people on what exactly happened, but it rhymed with mums.
Yeah, Armel banged his drums, and then he banged their mums. That's exactly what the Smasher does now. You just pick up the eggs, and then the meme comes out. You know that image that I'm talking about. That the kid posted it. It's very, very painful. Like, Team Secret just played tempo the entire time. Ivy went with a more conservative draft that needed item timings to come true. They didn't have the weakest lanes, but they were also not the strongest lanes. They couldn't get aggressive as much as Secret was, and they couldn't match that pace early on with how strong Secret came out of the laning phase. Again, as the patch notes state, early game kills just matter a lot more. It feels like pretty much a deciding factor in how a lot of these games turn out, and Ivy has to up the tempo. You know, we talked about what Ivy could do to surprise Secret. A faster draft is one thing. They didn't go for that in game 1. I'd like to see them try in game 2 for that kind of playstyle.
Yeah, and don't forget the fundamentals as well. Don't get lost in the sauce. You know, you still want to pick yourself up some sort of brawly support. I don't think that support duo last game was good enough for them to actually take any fights, you know. And Leshrac, he can be this active frontline caster if you just have one other hero for him to play with. You know, give him a Tusk, give him a Clockwork, give him something along those lines. And that hero can come online and fight with the best of them. But we never saw that coming out from them. You know, I think it was Rubik and I can't remember the other support, but it was not effective. So, yeah, big question mark over Ivy's draft for this game number 2. I'm sure they're going to sort that out. And hopefully we get to see a bit more of a fight coming out from them. I mean, are there any speciality picks from these guys which you want to see?
Out from Ivy?
Cube Tusk is legendary.
Cube Tusk would be good. Maybe Ade on something like Ansi, a Lycan would sound pretty good. That gives you tempo. It doesn't need too many items. It still sits in lane. It benefits from the stronger neutrals. So something like that for Ade would be nice. You tie it in with, say, a Leshrac once more for Stoikov. I think that's the kind of draft that enables it. Maybe a DK instead. Just something that can take tempo, take fights. Doesn't need too much to launch off, and you know, you just start running down. So something faster. Maybe some of those specialty picks for them to slide out would be one way to get that.
Yeah. For me, it's just give Cube a Cube hero. That's all I want to see. Just keep on a Cube hero, whether that be the Tusk or the Clockwork, just something he can go a little crazy on and decide the tempo for his team, or at least help Core decide the tempo for his team. And don't leave him alone on the front lines like we saw in last game, so it just makes it way too easy. I also feel like maybe Doom was not the hero to pick. Like, it didn't feel good in any stretch, by any stretch of the imagination. That one was rough. It was bad in the lane, and it didn't do much in the game. But of course, when you do bad in the lane, it is hard to do something in the game. So, kind of, I'll let him off the hook a little bit for that one.
Yeah, it was a really early Doom pickup as well, coming out from Ivy, so just prioritizing it a lot more than I think was necessary. Again, we'll see if they manage to adjust here. Secret, banning out the Muerta once more. I wouldn't be too surprised if we just saw the same bans coming out. And Ivy already on the Chen, probably going to look at the Enchantress once more. So leaving Secret free to take stuff like the Beastmaster themselves. Leaving a lot of things open. Secret does have first pick, so they get dibs on whatever they want here. They do respect Band of Doom. So that's a little bit interesting coming out from Secret. Yeah, there's that Ench taken out.
Yep, Chen and Ench, Ivy, they are not messing around when it comes to banning out the puppy heroes. And for good reason. These heroes are very strong with the new creeps, the leveling, and all this stuff. It's very hard to play into. Wow, Team Secret just first phasing the Beastmaster. What's Armel's face telling you, John? Is this the face of a Beastmaster? 2 games in a row, Enjoyer?
Yeah. Well, honestly, Armel's face just tells me sometimes that I just think of Miranda every time I see him. I know the guy. We've hang out. We both enjoy our food. I'm sure he misses some Filipino food. That's all I think about when I see him right now. It's like, poor guy, cut off from all this Filipino good food for a month plus. I'm sure he misses it.
Yeah, I mean, do you know where they're boot camping in Europe?
I forget. I did have a ping. I want to say it's... Honestly, they asked me about Romania for some reason, so I want to say somewhere in Romania somehow. But I'm not sure. Can't be 100%.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's
But that's what they
very,
asked
very
about,
different
so.
food, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's good food. You know, I actually do love Romanian food, but Filipino food's it's just different. You know, you have to appreciate it.
Yeah, anywhere in Europe, you just get like a really big mix, which is always nice, as well as a little bit of everything, an amalgamation of cultures, which is always fun to experience. But back into this draft, we're going to have the opening here. Obviously, the Beastmaster from Team Secret, most likely. I would think they're just going to run it mid again, but they can run it in the off lane if they feel like that's the best option. Meanwhile, Ivy, they're going to pick up the Mirana and the Ember Spirit, so it's a little bit of what we wanted, you know. Ember Spirit, he's a bit of a brawler. Mirana, she's a bit of an enabler, but still not quite that melee support I want. That's the one thing. If Ivy pick a melee support, I will be happy.
Yeah. I think the Tusk that you mentioned is still good. The Clockwork would be something I actually really enjoy. I think that hero is pretty good, especially with Pavis coming out. So you have a lot of options there. At the least, you have this combo you can play off the back of. You know, your support can connect with the Ember. You've got the Chain's Arrow combination, so you have more play with not needing too many items. Ember just probably needs his Phase Boots or Corrosion. I'm curious about the lane matchup, if Secret are still wanting to run the Beastmaster mid. I think the Beastmaster mid matchup against Ember is still alright. Like, you can burn through the Flame Guard. You can try to dodge with Sleight of Fist, but your Axe's cooldown is way better. So you can just kind of play around that and still run that lane down. Keen to see. They still have the option to flex it, so it's not like you need to force out this Ember versus Beastmaster lane if you're not comfy. But I like that Ivy just take the Ember. They're like, alright, if it's a mid Beastmaster, Ember probably does okay, but it can play a lot faster. Can kind of match that tempo we're seeing our Melt pull off.
Yeah. I do agree. I think that's going to be a pretty important point. Just making sure that you can match the tempo, and yeah. Hemisphere, I mean, also with the Maelstrom as well, bouncing around the creeps is always going to be very nice. Like, just getting rid of those creeps, I think, is a good way to limit what the drums can do.
Yeah. Just prevents extra hits. Although when you roar it up, the drum still, it gives you max stack, so you don't mind too much there. As long as you have roar.
Yeah. It's a pretty good ability, eh? Pretty hard to answer.
Might get nerfed out in their first letter patch down the line. Hopefully not. Fingers crossed. I think the heroes are in a pretty good spot. Probably just the outliers like Ricky, PL probably need the biggest adjustments, but I mean, honestly, it feels fine.
One thing I would say is, like, this patch feels very Ice Froggy, right? Like, he's kind of just breaking a bunch of stuff for fun to see what happens, which we love. And what I kind of remember from Ice Frog balancing is that it was never what you expected, right? There'll be a hero which is completely broken, you'll be like, right, obviously this hero is going to get nerfed in this patch. And then Ice Frog will be like, right, we've moved the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane 5 centimeters to the left. And everyone's like, what are you doing? That's not going to change. And then somehow it balances the hero. So it's always the weirdest thing, which somehow changes. And yeah, it was never nerfed, direct nerfed. It was always changing a concept of the game a bit and doing things that way instead.
Yeah, I'm keen to see down the line, but right now I'm still enjoying this damn thing, so no sub patch for a while, please. Let the major ride off in this fresh patch. Let the madness continue. Ice Frog, please. I'm a bit curious as well, because Secret, they ban out the PL, which I swear Beastmaster is like the one direct counter to PL right now. One of the best, just because you don't really care. As long as you've got creeps hitting, as long as you've got your minions hitting someone, and you have the max stacks, and maybe you get a Voodoo Mask, you don't die to PL. So I'm a bit curious about them banning that out. Oh. So, taking a look at the draft again, I do see the Monkey King being respect banned by Ivy. Again, Team Secret just banning out illusion heroes. Their lineup doesn't necessarily deal with them too well, though yeah, I do feel like Beastmaster is a pretty good solution already to some of these bans that Secret have made, but just paying respect to the fact that these are still strong heroes in the meta. The PL in particular just having a ridiculous win rate, with the throwback Doppelganger being back in on the Shard. Wondering what else they build up here, though. Like, that flexibility is still on hand for the Beastmaster to kind of shift around from the mid to the off. Take care of the Bloodseeker now as well, which is something that I believe we have seen. Sonny actually hasn't played in the DPC just yet. It's probably just protecting something highly mobile. Is there a chance they go back to the Centaur? I feel like they could. Like, you have Centaur Rubik lane now for Team Secret, which is even better, I'd argue, than the Centaur Skyrat Mage. So you have room to kind of just go into the Cent.
Yeah, doing it to them again is certainly something of an option here. By the way, that was just a random warning test signal from from my country, so I'm not in danger for anyone who's worried or excited at the prospect of me being hurt. We're all good.
That's good to hear, Nomad. If this was Mike, I would say, "Oh, that's a shame." But it's you, Nomad. I wish you well.
Thank you, thank you.
Mike
Haven't hung
has a
around
lot of
yet.
Oh, no. Mike just has beef with everyone. You know how it is. Fighting with fear on Twitter. All of that.
Yeah,
100% real beef.
Yeah,
Verified right
tough.
here from his partner.
Yeah, I mean, I was there. You know, I was working with both of them. It was tough. It was difficult. You know, every time they try to talk to each other, Fu just shut him down. He said, "No TI win detected, opinion rejected." Every time they try to talk it through, that's all Fu would say to him. So it was awkward. It was tough, but Snapfire is going to be the pickup once again. So this is going to be stolen from the side of Team Secret, and it's not a melee support, Mike. It is tanky. It does kind of aid your front line, but it's not a melee support. So I'm sorry, Ivy.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a miss from me.
Not quite. I also heard you call me Mike just because we talked about the beef. The beef.
I mean, you're the same person, pretty much.
Nah, that's true. That is actually legitimately true. Me and Mike are the same person. We just fake it really well. I'm a dad now as well, by virtue of that.
Yeah,
by extension. That is me. Nah, but the Snapfire coming out, I mean, it's still an aggressive support, but yeah, no melee support to kind of contend with is... It's not the worst thing in the world. I think you can kind of play around with this combination. It is kind of single target control oriented, chains into arrow with kisses. So it's not as AoE controlled as you'd like. I think Cookie being your big AoE spell, you can kind of play with your Ember with it, but it's a little bit hit or miss. We'll have to see Ivy execute on that. Team Secret, into the Terrorblade they go. So you have your big damage dealer now, a very safe choice for Chrysalis on the safe lane with Monkey King being taken out. And honestly, Terrorblade can play pretty fast. Like, when you have Metamorphosis up, you can take fights really well. You can take some objectives really fast. They take the Silencer on their side as well for Team Secret. I actually do enjoy seeing this hero. I think it's really obnoxious to play into still. So you have a lot you can do in your lane. Like a Silencer TB lane is pretty strong. Just Reflection plus the damage from Silencer can shove them away even when Metamorphosis is down. So you've got some strong presence. I want to see Ivy kind of do something about it in the offlane. Like, they know the Terrorblade's relying on Metamorphosis. You can kind of work out some lane matchups here that feel good. If you can utilize Underlord, it's okay. It's magic damage with percent HP burn. Scales nicely. Burns down the Terrorblade illusions in lane quite fine. Like an Underlord Snapfire lane's also pretty good. So you can kind of go that route, play your own tempo with this global presence that can come true.
I mean, maybe. I haven't been convinced by the Underlords we've seen so far. His ulti is literally already on the map. Completely useless.
Yeah, that's fair. Just feel like there's so many angles to take. So many different angles. So many weird things you can do.
Yeah, I want to
go with the Darkseer. Now, this is where your point about melee supports makes a lot of sense. They go Darkseer, but they've got Snapfire and Mirana.
Yeah, I mean...
Snapfire's
kind of tanky, and she has got the cookie, but yeah, can't really sit in creep waves without getting hit pretty hard, so it doesn't have that innate melee block. So, yeah, you definitely want to play with something like a Nyx Assassin here or something. I mean, imagine if they picked up a Nyx, Ivy, how much we'd be loving their draft right now. It would be insane, but
yeah.
Alas.
Yeah, I mean, the Darkseer is still great. This is more AoE team fight, so you can actually just vac wall, get the cookie, and then realign for the kisses. You give your Ember a pretty good time. Iron Shell Ember running around is pretty scary. To be fair, it's a lot of magic damage. Up against the Terrorblade, it punishes push really well when Team Secret do line up. So they've got some good solutions here from the side of Ivy. For Team Secret, though, I mean, if it's unbanned, A Centaur still feels fine. Again, like, just Centaur plus Rubik is still pretty good. If you do want to run that Armel mid Beastmaster, which again, against the Ember, doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely an option for them. Ivy, they need themselves a carry. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they'll be grabbing themselves a mid laner. I would guess, although obviously the Beastmaster could be mid actually. Could be the Armel Beast again. Very well might be. So, Ivy, they're not sure. They're going to ban out the Storm Spirit. They just want to make sure they get rid of anything they think is like really, really good. Which does surprise me a little bit. I'm not sure Storm looked like the craziest pick this game, but...
Yeah, I think it's just the lack of reliable single target control. Storm can get out of control very fast. So I think they just respect that fact that if Secret did flex, they would have no clear answer for a Storm. Mid-matchup for Storm versus Ember, fairly even. Either one can kind of pull ahead, depending on how the players play it. So I don't mind it. It's a good respect ban from Ivy.
Yeah, agreed. And the pickup's going to be Death Prophet.
Ooh.
Alright. Could be an Armel DP, could still be a Boom DP. It's something they're capable of flexing. I reckon it's going to be Boom DP.
Yeah. Just keep Armel mid, I think.
Although...
he's shown us that he can run that Beastmaster well. DP matchup versus Ember is alright though, but...
DP's very good against Ember, I think, yeah. Could be something they consider. And we'll see what way they do it. Ivy still have to pick up one more hero, and that's going to be their carry. So that'll also give them the offlane matchup. So Team Secret might even still be flexing it up until now, honestly.
Yeah, just keep it open. Don't think you mind too much. Like, if the Beastmaster does have a better matchup on the offlane, Beastmaster Rubik still pretty annoying to deal with. You can still run down. It's highly effective to be aggressive there in that lane. You just won't hit the same axe timing. And it is a Drow, so kind of a pick your poison situation here. I feel like the Drow up against DP is good. Up against the Beastmaster is alright. So they will just run Armel DP mid to avoid that awkward lane for the DP. So this time around, I don't expect Boom to actually rush the Ags. I still feel like it's a good pickup, but now probably looking at the utility, looking at Auras, perhaps looking at the Dominator into Overlord instead, which is still fine, it's still strong. It doesn't make me as excited though. The drums were great.
The drums were great. It's okay, John. That's all right. They've still got a pretty exciting draft on the side of Team Secret. The pace in which they can play this game is pretty ridiculous. But I have to say, it is a good Drow game. Drow is a very good answer to the Death Prophet. It's not really playing against anything which can jump on top of her. You can force a Beastmaster probably into a Blink or something like this, which is not really something you want to play around, and also not really bothered by Global Silence. So I really like this pick from Ivy, and I like their draft. I wish they'd picked up a melee support on the third pick. That would have made me believe so much more in these guys. And they're actually running the Mirana with a Dark Zero as well, which is a little bit of a question mark for me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like you can pick up Darkseer without having a really good idea on how to take the lane. Otherwise, things can just go pretty bad pretty quickly. But maybe it's going to do more to Crystals than I realized. Maybe the melee form Terrorblade is just going to get ripped through with his small HP pull. I'm not sure how bad that matchup is, but of course, if it is bad, then Terrorblade can just retreat to the jungle anyway. I like both these drafts, but I do think Secret are just going to take this one. Now, obviously, they're the better team. It's a really easy prediction, but I don't think Ivy have given them their tools to really put up a good fight, even though I do love this draft pick.
Yeah, I think overall Secret still has a really fast tempo they can play with. They have some good solutions for a lot of the heroes on the side of Ivy. Maybe the one question mark is how you reach the Drow, but maybe something like a Blink on the DP, a Blink on your Beastmaster, you're kind of okay at that point forward. So I think it's pretty open. I think Ivy will have a better early game than they did in game one at the least. So I'm keen on seeing them kind of draw some blood themselves, you know, get aggressive, line up, use Stoikov as a launching point on the Ember once he does have his early timings up, and see how much Addict can do on that Darkseer, because that's where both of our question marks are coming from. Like, this Darkseer Mirana lane just doesn't sound as scary as, say, Darkseer Clockwork, Darkseer Nyx. And they picked a Snap, but ends up going on a 5. So, I don't know, like, a lot of that bite to pressure Crystallis just feels like it's gone.
Yeah, I guess one thing I did ask for a cube hero, and he is a Grandmaster Mirana, so I guess this is as QP as it gets, but yeah, it's not melee, so we'll see how this lane ends up going, and we'll see how they're able to play the game on this Dark Seer. I mean, the illusions are still very, very strong this game, right? You're playing against a TV, so they will always be pretty damn good. Beastmaster as well, you know, stealing that inner beast aura for your TV illusions. It's pretty cool. You got a lot of options with the Wall of Replica and the normal punch if you ever decide to get that. Meanwhile, a bit of kerfuffling over runes, and it is going to be Secret actually grabbing themselves 3 runes in the minute 0.
Nice little start for them. I feel pretty good just having that extra gold. I'm wondering if we see more plays onto the gates, because I do feel like, again, the supports on Ivy can kind of utilize those gates really well, especially Coop. I think that's the one factor you do have with a Mirana. Sure, pairing with the Dark Seer lane isn't particularly amazing, but you get level 2 or 3, go into the gate, go down south, try to get an angle onto the side of Secret, and that's where things could get spicy with the cookie stun follow-up.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I hadn't thought about that, but Darkseer being a hero is very good at being left alone, shoves the lane in. That information is something which Cube can really do a lot with, so yeah, we'll see if they're able to use that. That'd be really nice. Definitely a way you can make this work. So, mid lane this time around is going to be Armel versus Joykov once again, with the Death Prophet this time, though, on Armel versus the Ember Spirit. Typically, this is a fairly decent matchup for the Death Prophet. We do expect her to get a bit of an advantage in the lane. Probably not landing any kills or anything like that, but definitely going to make Joykov suffer.
Yeah, it's still not the easiest time for the Ember. There's some outplay potential, but it's just way easier for the Death Prophet to plant herself in that lane, Spirit Siphon down when under threat, clear out the creep wave, just maintain that even farm. Maybe if you get a support rotation out, again, all down to Coop if you can move into Mirana. That's where activity can happen once you have the arrow up. But mid-rotations just feel a lot more awkward because of the gates. Like, it's so much easier to go to the side lanes for you. Like, switching lanes is so much easier than running mid.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you can kind of view them as like one big lane, or one lane with like a kind of little tunnel between them, something like that, because that's essentially what it is. You've got the option of just kind of popping in and saying hello. Very, very strong. Shiny being thrown back into the creeps down at bottom, but not a big deal. Just taking a bit of harass from Boom and Yamich. As the trading, it's pretty relentless, but I do think Drow wins this lane pretty easily. Just got to be careful.
It's a lot easier. Easy to manage. The axes on Boom can give him some wave clear and some harassment back, but can't really run up and shove the Drow away. Yamich can kind of at least trade blows with JMV a little bit. Like, it's not the safest time for the snap to be this far forward either.
I've been using the blood grenade there just to throw a little bit of extra damage onto Vincento. It hurts. It hurts. Our blood grenade is a cool item. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Ado taking some heavy hits from Puppy on the silencer. Just really cooking him up with that Arcane Curse and Last Word combination.
Yeah, it's just all the slows you can dish out, right? Like, just having Reflection plus Arcane Curse is already enough to kind of make this painful. Also makes it harder for Ade to just keep spamming out his spells. Down to his last Mango. Well, at least has a Healing Lotus to kind of help out in getting another use of his Iron Shell, but you're not stopping Chrysalis. Again, you don't have this threatening 5 that can run up, make it so that the Terrorblade is just forced away. The Creep Wave is still burning him down with a shell, but he's not stopping this farm.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it was Ivy who got their hands on the Lotus there as well. So 2 Lotuses gained, which is actually a pretty big deal in these side lanes. You know, not game-changing, but certainly a very nice little extra thing just to have. You know, it's more mana than a Mango, and health as well to match us. Down in the bottom lane, Boom's getting run down. Zento, can they finish the job? Oh, they don't quite land it with multi-shot, but they will land it with the right clicks from Jim. So that's going to be 1 kill going their way, and now Yamich might be the second. The Drow going to work here. The right click comes through, and they will finish the job. Jim Vincento just baiting them in very nicely on the Snapfire. And now, 2 kills up on the side of Ivy. This is a much better start, as the Snapfire just going to go and feed under the tower to make sure he can reset his health and mana and still be effective in being a body for the Drow to play around.
Well, too bad.
And again, it's just the greatness of that Drow pick. It's a really nasty lane for the DP. It's not that good for the Beastmaster as well. So you get a lot of value in this lane. You're finding an angle to be aggressive. And you're getting this strong launching point for Zani to farm up. Like, this Drow timing with a shard is pretty terrifying. Like, that glacier is actually really damn strong.
Oh
it
yeah,
allows
the
you to farm
glacier.
so much faster too. And like, it's such early tempo for the Drow.
Yeah. Have you
it's
seen the
kind of
glacier in
ridiculous.
action yet?
I have. Like, not in a
It's
pro
so
game,
pretty.
but I've experienced it in my pubs. It's a bit silly.
I like it.
It kind of throws me
No.
off. I'm like, all right, that's fun.
I like it. I like it. It's a pretty little mark on the ground. I do kind of wish it was like a little, like, I don't know, like a little stand maybe. Like you could actually see it being raised up, but alas, you know, we make do. And look at Puppy just trying to body away two heroes here, and might well succeed in doing so. Cute turns around with a blood grenade, but that's going to seal his fate. And now Ade trying to fight up into Puppy here as well, but Chrysalis is going to join in. He's going to try and help out his captain here. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can, but what's it going to cost him? Ade needs to leave. He doesn't have the surge anymore. How fast is this Terrorblade? The answer is just fast enough to get off one more right click, but not fast enough to get off two, and certainly not fast enough to get off three, so Ade will survive.
Yeah. Drags Chrysalis away from the farm just a little bit, but again, the Terrorblade's not being shoved out of lane. They're finding some opportunities to punish supports, but you're forced to go for a reset. It's more space for the Terrorblade to just keep farming up. Chrysalis is going to have a decent enough ride into his initial itemization. And Suicrid are actually just gathering mid. They see the Exorcism up on Armel, they go in. There's no rotations early on for that arrow chains combination. Coop doesn't even have the arrow leveled up. They have to stop this. The rune's also on the opposite side. So no way for Stoikov to just have a good run up here as well with a power rune with a haste on hand.
Yeah, this is a little tricky. Yamich with the haste around back. Stoikov here. Armel's on top of him as well. No points in silence, but no level 6 on Stoikov, so it's just not required. And, well, they won't have enough damage to chase him down under the tier 2, but they will have enough to chase him away and make sure they get this tower. Everybody going for the last hit, and Puppy's the one who gets it. Middle tower gone at 6 minutes into the game. Armel really laying the smackdown of Stoikov. It's kind of like, which lane is going to go better? Death Prophet's lane or Drow's lane? I think that's what this game comes down to, you know.
It does feel that way. I'd say, despite losing the mid-tier one early, Ivy's still kind of set with Sani to have this farm. I say that you don't want to leave the Drow too long, which is one thing you have to worry about. Boom is still getting solo XP. Once he gets Roar, it's a pretty clear kill opportunity for him to just chase. And he's kind of self-sustainable now. He is going back to the Ags, by the way. So, no wars, no shenanigans
in the middle
into the
lane.
Ags.
He wants his 6 so badly, and he's not going to find it. Armel under the tier 2 tower gets a huge pick off onto the beast, onto the Ember Spirit here. And that is big. That is very, very important. Now, Armel's gone from beating down mid to absolutely slapping down mid. Two games in a row.
That kind of takes away what I said about the stronger start for Zani. Like,
Yeah.
you are getting a little bit too much going on. Armel, his mech is almost done. He's got the sustain for the front line. Stoikov cannot play. He doesn't have chains. Like, they're not even trying to go for an opportunity to chains arrow. They're just trying to recover on Stoikov. True farm, with Flame Guard being prioritized. And I don't know, like, you miss out early kills. You don't have this play you can get off with your support and core for at least 2 more levels. It's not a good feeling, because, man, you just want to play fast this patch. Early kills.
Yep, and whilst we're talking about like these mid lane and this bottom lane, they up at top is going to get run down by Chrysalis, and it looks like Cube might be heading the same way as well. Metamorphosis is out, Silence is in, and Chrysalis gets himself a double kill. Oh no. I was just about to say, we're ignoring the top lane where this Darkseer is getting absolutely handled, and then he gets absolutely handled some more. So, thanks for illustrating my point there, Chrysalis and Puppy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's, again, what do you expect from a Mirana Darkseer? You can't run up, and Mirana can't tank through the hits in the dive. The Iron Shell. It's kind of disconnected. Like, it feels like they picked the snap just wanting an all-around support. Chrysalis just casually sunders as well. Stay alive, drop the HP on Ade after his reset back into the lane.
Yo, look at this from Puppy. Look at this rotation. Johnny's going for the TP out the Raw. It doesn't come in time. Jim is going to sit on the cliff, but unfortunately he's going to die on the cliff as well. See you later, buddy. Nice rotation in from Armel. Puppy joining in with the using the portal there as well to get involved in this action.
Yeah. And they just kind of handle down bot now. I mean, you are already in the jungle here, Vasani. So you're relatively safe. You're trying to build up. Your farming pace is a little bit better than PA pre-Battle Fury, so you can kind of hit some early timing still, but the map is shrinking with mid and bot taken. Your bot jungle's completely open. You have a pretty decent Ags timing lined up here for Boom coming out of the laning phase. So
he saw what his mid laner did last
about.
game and was like, yeah, I want to do that. Puppy's going to be
too
like,
fun.
hey, Boom, where's our timing with the Overlord coming on? He's like, yeah, it's delayed a little bit. Don't worry about it,
Yeah.
Puppy.
It's going to be delayed by a lot, but it's going to be worth it when you get into these fights. And he probably wants the Blink next. I think once you have the Blink Roar, you don't have any worries about the Drow. Kind of getting too much in backside. So that's the real time you're just going to wait for. Blink Ags. Armel just clearing out the jungle here as well. They do have vision out from Ivy, so they are aware where Secret's camping. They're playing on the opposite side of the map, pressuring top, taking their triangle at least. But you have a 5k lead for Secret at 10 minutes. This is substantial with a 3-6 in the scoreline. It just feels like when you get a kill advantage, this is what you see by 10, by 15, by 20. And this kind of lead just holds if you're not careful.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, okay. Well, there goes the Darkseer in the top lane. Tries to drop the first wall onto Chrysalis there, but does get a lot of damage out onto the TB, but ultimately can't do enough. And yeah, Misrich is going to walk away from this one as well. Farm up a camp, then leave. Going to use Puppy as his permanent source of HP. Puppy's got no problems walking around on 500 HP, if that means his carry can thrive, because that's the kind of guy he is. Meanwhile, a little bit of stack farming going on elsewhere on the map on Boom. Some little sub-screen there. Are they still hanging around here at top? I'm not sure this is the place you want to be, my friend. Lift up, throw back, taken on down. Kiss is going to come over the top as well, but the Global Silence is just going to cancel that one out. Puppy has no time for your kisses, sir. Now, Ivy pushing forwards. They want to try and find themselves a target, but Armel, he's just moving into that awkward place in the river, the dead end as they call it. And now pops out Ultimate and comes out the other side. They have killed off Puppy, but what are they going to get for it? Stoikov trying to back himself away, staying away from the Death Prophet. Arrow connects onto Armel, as there are just being arrows fired everywhere. By the Mirana, by the Drow, now by the Rubik. Let's go completely awry though. This cube leaves down to the low ground. I think that's going to be that. So not the most effectual usage of exorcism, has to be said. Maybe not what you'd like to see from Armel.
It's not leading into push, not leading into a kill. Kind of slows them down a bit. A good move from Ivy to put some pressure onto Secret. They don't find a big kill themselves, but a kill's a kill. And that's what counts in the early game. You find a pick off for yourself. Duel of the arrows there.
Yep, nobody wins. Nobody wins the arrow duel.
Yeah, just a couple of whiffs. The big thing Secret's getting in exchange, sure, Crystallis is slowing down a bit, but Boom has a ton of free space to farm the Ags 2 parts away. Pretty much just 1 part away in terms of gold now. So the Ags timing's lining up. The drums will be banged once more. And that is a scary prospect to have to deal with.
Yeah, they're going to hear those drums. They're going to have Vietnam War style flashbacks to last game. Eyes
You
glaze
just don't have
over.
the Stampede to charge with.
Yeah.
No charge with drums, so it's not as much of a run in there and bang the drums and kill them all, but yeah, it's still there.
Yamich. He wants to go for the lift and arrow combo, but it's kind of difficult against the Mirana, so keep back towards the lane. Fable out just to make sure they keep that tier 1 tower nice and healthy. And Ivy, what does their playmaking look like at the moment? You know, what can they do? What can they pull off?
Chains arrow, go for the pick-off play. Maybe even have the kisses ready as backup just in case you don't have enough output on Stoikov just yet. And that's kind of what you can do. You can run and gun with a Moonlight Shadow as well. Crystallis is farming fairly forward. He might have seen his illusion be blocked, but I don't think he did.
Yeah, that'll be pretty next level. But Puppy is literally babysitting him. There's a very, very caring father, Puppy. Won't let his son be left alone for too long. Maybe a bit of a helicopter parent, though.
Yeah. Not that you mind too much in Crystallis. Gives you exactly what you need. And that
Cube.
timing's still lining up
The
here.
thief. Cube goes in, takes the 14-minute wisdom rune away from the side of Secret. And arrow off the mark as well. But Yavish says, can I have my arrow back, please? I'd like to refresh that timing if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. We'll find a little place to go for the TP out. There's a lift available. Yamich, he's going to make him work for this. He's kind of out of options. He's got a wand, but what now? And Puppy says, thank you very much. Good job, position 4. Thank you for bringing me a kill. You will not be kicked this season.
Yeah. You know what I'm enjoying? The Pavis does look like it belongs to Silencer, and Puppy does have one.
Yep.
So it fits the hero, fits the lore somewhat.
True, you're right. It matches his shield. It's all matchy-matchy.
Yeah. Very nice. And this is very nice now, too. The drums are up.
Hooray!
Let's go, Boom.
Let's go. Movement across to the other side of the map, and... Well, they're just... Okay, I thought they were just going to run into Roche with that one, but I think they want the top 2 on tower. Shani, gotta be careful. I'm not sure he's got a read on this one. There hasn't really been much in the way of smoke gangs coming out, so he's not quite ready. Oh, the lift back was not successful for Yamich, though, so the arrow doesn't connect. Or maybe just trying to get a bit greedy there. Trying to make it connect for as long a distance as possible, but let's give Johnny a chance to get away. But now, the rest of the team, they're taking the bridge. Look at them. Oh, the boar on the bridge. It's Hakuna Matata. Anyway, Johnny gonna get roared up here. Nope, the science comes out. The team needs to get across here. Hurricane Pike has been using Ivy, are in the neighborhood, so they can defend their drow. Oh, a bit of misplays there from Secret. Firstly, trying to get the initial lift out onto the drow didn't work out, and then trying to get the roar. The Beastmaster really should have been going first there, but alas.
Yeah, you miss out on the opportunity. You force out a response from Ivy, dragging a lot of heroes up top. So you're freeing up space for Chrysalis to find his free farm, for Armel to work onto his BKB. And you're still in a position for the push anyway, even if you don't find that kill.
Really cute. Gonna get brought down here. Wow, okay, the roar comes out as well, just to make sure they absolutely get this kill. But now Johnny can feel very safe because there's no roar available, so once that roar's gone, it's pretty much just the Rubik lockdown you need to be concerned about here on the Drow. Otherwise, your Hurricane Pike should get you out of most situations. Yamich with the leap, just getting up the hill. I love these bridges.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. They're fun little choke points. Kind of weird to have a dead end in lane, but you know, it's fine. I appreciate that. The tier 1 is still the point of contention here. And you are still in a position for Boom to sort of force the issue. Like a minute to wait for the roar, not the biggest deal in the world. They still have the ward kind of standing, giving good outlook on this area of the map as well. Sani has taken the wise decision to move away from there, just farm up elsewhere, work onto his Yasha into the Manta. And the Drow timings are still lined up pretty well, but the other cores are hurting. Stoikov and Ade just not having the greatest games. And we expected more from Ember Mirana, but it's just not lining up for Ivy. They just haven't played with it.
Meanwhile, in Roshan's Pit of Doom, Secret, they are taking the big boy down. And so far, there has been no response from the side of Ivy, and I don't believe there will be. Too hard to approach it right now. And that's going to be an Aegis into the hands, the demonic hands of Chrysalis on the Terrorblade. Now, he is even more of a monster. I mean, I would have maybe liked to see this on the Beastmaster. I don't know. I just want to see him go ham. I just want to see him run in and hit people. And, you know, Chrysalis, he's a transformation hero, as is the DP, so they don't need it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a lot of value for a Beastmaster to have that secondary life. To be fair, maybe it's a question of whether or not he even drops the first life. Because if you think about it, where Beastmaster shines right now, where he feels busted, is against illusion heroes like PL, maybe to an extent the Naga, up against the Darkseer. I mean, if you just somehow decide to give a lot of illusions out, then Boom just lifesteals like a madman anyway with max drums. So he probably won't die.
Yeah, that's going to be a major issue. And of course, Aegis on the Terrorblade does mean that he can just kind of farm away in dangerous spots of the map without his team anywhere nearby. Definitely frees up Secret to play a much looser game. And that's why Aegis can be a really big tool for just maximizing your net worth income. That's right, Aegis is a farming item.
It tends to be. Like, first Aegis, I think, has kind of gone that way, even in the last patch. Especially in the last patch, actually. It's just kind of farming, maybe securing a tier 2. It's not too far off the norm. You do have Stoikov with his heals, so you can kind of play aggressive, save himself from the silence, go in and out a little bit better. We need to see Ivy take some risks now. We need to see them take some fights, because they are not farming their way back into this game. They are 7k behind, It's only Drow again finding that farm.
Boom, roar out onto the Ember Spirit, and can they bring him down in time is the question. He's got the Yules to be able to take the silence off him, and that's going to give him the time he needs to get away on. I'll try to silence him up as well, but it's a little bit off the mark as he comes down from that Yules. Meanwhile, Shiny joining in the fight. He needs to get away from the Drow Ranger though, and away from the Death Prophet, sorry, but is able to do exactly that. As Nintendo does drop over in the hard camp, so Secret, they will hold the area. No big kills for the side of Secret, but also just forcing back Ivy from this critical area of the map. And now they can mount the offensive onto this tier 2 tower. In fact, they've got the silence once again. Ember, he has got the Yules should he want to use it, but he's holding off. He knows how important it is to use that correctly, because there is so much threat on the board for him. And he's actually gone around the back to try and find this kill onto Puppy, but Puppy with the device is going to be able to stay alive a little bit longer. It's going to be enough though. There's an Ember Spirit. He's holding on to the Yules for so damn long. Arrow actually scrolling on past there, and they finally find the kill onto Puppy, but meanwhile Cube just gets absolutely blasted on the front lines here. Drow still trying to fight up into this, but knows she can't get too close to anybody really. Pyke is off cooldown, so a little bit of freedom to just kind of poke and prod again, but can't commit too hard. A very strategic fight being taken for both these teams here, and it has to be said, Ivy, they're sort of matching the pace here, but oh no, are they? Just as I say that, Ada gets caught out, and now things looking a little bit worse for the side of Ivy.
The Yules coming out from Stoikov has been highly disruptive. It's just that the follow-through, it's not the neatest. They get the arrow this time.
Yeah, they do, and Stoikov will fall. That's another really big kill. Well, and that's the thing, right? Secret, yeah, in the main fight, you know, when everyone's playing like 100%, then they do go toe-to-toe. But the moment the fight drops and Ivy's concentration drops, you know, the lack of experience, the lack of captainship comes through. They don't keep it sharp, and they end up just dropping 2 really important kills for, you know, not a whole lot of reason, has to be said.
It's a little bit interesting that they still decide to stay that close and try to contest the tier 2. They've got vision on this cliff spot, so they must have known that people are still hanging around near that area while the tower is being taken, and they get punished. Secret still in a strong position. If you saw Boom in that last fight, like, he was so close to dying. I think he got one bang of the drum off with the wall of replicate illusions, and he healed up. It's like, all right, that's cool. This is why Beastmaster is an illusion counter hero now.
Yep.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We're still getting used to it. It's like Leshrac, but more drummy, more percussion Leshrac.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, get that great healing Lotus.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like a Leshrac, but he just needs Ags, and then he has a creep army with him. You lose out on maybe more magic damage on hand with, say, Axis versus literally any Leshrac spell, but it still works out.
Well, Cube is going to be able to grab himself the shard, but might immediately find himself in a spot of bother. Yamich going to steal the leap away to just keep on chasing Cube here. Cube, one more leap available. Let's turn around and try to bring down Yamich, but it's not going to happen. Yamich gets the kill, and Cube going to die. Team are coming in, though. Ivy, they want to see if there's any opportunities for themselves here. The answer does seem to be no, though. Secret are in way too of a defensive position. Ivy cannot afford to penetrate that deep.
Can't quite take that risk. They're still trying, though. Sonny's just gonna sneak around. Doesn't get spotted out at the least. But if they run up at this time, I mean, Roar's ready on Boom. It doesn't feel like a good time to go in, and his BKB's flying out now as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, Chrysalis and Puppy are going to take the Tormentor, and Puppy's going to be able to get himself an Aghanim Shark now, so that's probably completely useless, I'm going to say.
Yeah, at the least he gets the bonus instolen, right? If he does start to hang around for these kills. So, that's something.
Yeah,
More in, less mana, less spells to cast for the side of Ivy. Feels pretty nice if it does stack up.
Alright, come on, get the full hits off. Oh, close.
No. Actually, if he's around a Beastmaster, if Boom's there with his aura, then it's actually a little bit easier, right?
Perhaps a possibility. Alright, keep an eye on it. One guy in Twitch chat needs to keep an eye on that, please, and report back to us if Puppy's ever able to silence anyone with the Glaives of Wisdom.
Oh?
This is a big kill. Yeah, they're going to be able to find Stoikov here. Secret with a 3-man rotation in, just trying to catch out these heroes, which Puppy scouted initially with his body. And that's another death for Stoikov one. He's really starting to just not find any ways back into the game. Like, yeah, the yours allows him to play the team fights reasonably okay, but he also doesn't really offer in the way of damage. He didn't even go for a Maelstrom, so yeah, his game impact is yet to be seen, I would say. But lands onto Yanich doesn't really mean a whole lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they stop the Rubik from going for a bit of reset, but that does mean the Rubik gets to hang around for this next fight at least. Oh.
Well, Global Silence comes down here as Puppey tries to retreat, and they'll cancel out the Mortimer's Kisses once again, so Vincento and Puppey just check. Oh, nice arrow! Holy moly, that's a big connection, but Chrysalis!
Ooh.
Oh, Dad, get out of there, father. I'll save you.
Yeah, defensive Sunder. They just don't want to feed any kills. And any pickoff is big. Ivy gonna force this out. They don't manage to run up.
Yep, not able to chase anybody down. And yeah, it's pretty spicy from Secret. Keeping everybody alive. Getting out okay. But still, a 13k gold advantage, you know, kind of expect them to be able to kind of turn these fights around a little more, but it's slowed down a bit from them, but they're still getting in the money. They're still just waiting for this Terrorblade to be the Giga carry of the game, which I think we're all expecting him to be. Oh no, just going to be forced to BK BTP. See you later, nerds.
And Pierce through that one. And with a 13k lead, I mean, it's still solidly in Secret's ballpark. Ivy still has play, but we just haven't seen that pickoff. Secret just so disciplined to take these retreats, as they understand. They know they can't afford to bleed out too hard. DD up on Crystallis. Now, Roche still a ways off. Not going to be able to go into the Roshan off the back of it, but they might be able to force a fight.
Yeah, let's see. Secret on the hunt. Puppey once again leading in charge. He really likes going first here, sorry. Oh, Stoikov has been seen. They're going to try and grab him here. Sullivan with the lift, and that just was a little bit slow coming out from the Ember Spirit, unfortunately. Not able to jump himself away. Did have the remnant down, but just wasn't able to jump away. Maybe wasn't expecting the whole team to be just smoked up on that high ground there.
Yeah, I don't think he might have not seen them at nighttime vision. I believe they sent up the Hawk there. They just managed to get enough to get their spells used before any reaction could come in. So another big kill. Another objective to take as they invade the triangle as well. And the map space for Ivy is just shrinking. They still hold on to their tier 1 top, which again is surprising. That Secret never committed for it, but they should be able to do so now.
Yeah, no, this is the part of the map I'm expecting teams to play more, but Secret, they don't seem to care enough out of it at all. Puppey has different ideas as we move over towards the bridge, as poor old Vincento trying to get himself away from this one. Trying to just steal some Lotuses before he goes down. Get him, King. Oh, yeah. Get that precious cargo. Oh, Puppey actually grabbed one back, I think. He's like, hell no, you're not stealing our Lotuses. Oh, delicious healing Lotus.
Does have at least one great healing Lotus. You know, you feel pretty good. You don't have enough to make that good old block of cheese. It takes too much time. I believe it's 40 minutes worth of Lotuses going your way, at least on your side of the map. So it's... I don't think it's feasible, Nomad, unfortunately, in a pro game.
You'll see it one day, buddy, I'm sure. We'll get to cast a 70-minute game in the tiebreakers, and we'll see it then. I promise. As Armel jumping forward onto the Drow Ranger here. Roar is out as well. The 4 staffs away, but what more can they do to get their Drow out of there? The Darkseer can't do anything because he's all silenced up, so just going to have to surge himself, get his way to the high ground. Will Ghost be able to finish the job? The right click coming in as well. Oh, they just about gets away. But still, the Drow is dead, and that is the headline at the moment. The one hero they've got which can kind of take these fights, make them strong. Duffy comes in with the buys. Is it going to be enough? Global Signs coming down as well. Boom, turning around the drums. Are they going to heal him up enough? That is a question, and the answer seems to be yes for the time being. And the Spirit, can he finish the job? Oh, it's so close, but Boom's going to survive through it all. And they kill off the supports on the side of Ivy as well. Chrysalis, the big man, just smashing away at that high ground right now.
Yeah, just rushing in. They've got the output. Boom again, just getting enough healing to survive through the onslaught. Oh, the drums of Slav. Too much. And They don't have a creep wave just yet. Backdoor kicks in, but it's going to be off fairly soon. No back wall to play with for the defense. And not enough defense on Zani to really feel safe in this fight as well. So Secret. And this is them without the Exo. Being able to clear that out just with a Metamorphosis on Chrysalis. 1 Rax down already.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Ivy needs to go and play the game right now. They need to get out and get something done. Metamorphosis on cooldown. We've got a little bit left on Exorcism as well. Still a minute, so you have a window. And they see that as well. They smoke up immediately. They recognize their timing, and they're going to try and make use of it. Who are they going for, though? Looks like Armel's going to be the target. BKB still available on this Death Prophet, by the way, so a very hard kill for them to go for if they do find the Death Prophet.
It's so difficult with the vision they have on the map from Ivy. They don't have that much to go off of. They only have this one ward in Cliff a while ago that they had. Will you already get this Obs ward here? They'll try to sneak a Roche.
Yeah, Ivy are in the pit right now. This is big. I'm not sure they're ready for this on the side of Secret. I mean, I'm not even sure that if they do know about this, when they could actually come and fight, honestly. It's no meta, it's no Exo, so Ivy will take themselves a Roshan. Pretty big deal here. It just
you just have to be really careful.
Really good timing. Yeah, smoke up. They've actually been able to find Puppy. Puppy might just get brought down. In comes the Exorcism, but the wall is out of the backlines as well. Chrysalis, BKB just turning it up in the melee form. Roar is out onto Stoikov as well. 2 heroes just popped immediately, and they were both claws as well. Not even like they were little boys as Zhani. Oh no, might be the next one on the hit list. Where is the team? Where is the support? It's just not there. No one is in the vicinity, and it's just going to be another back-to-back death from Zhani. So, cute play to try and give them a chance to get back into the game, but unfortunately, their hopes are immediately quashed by the side of Secret, and now they come running up the high ground once again. A wave of creeps to follow. This might be it as Cube gets brought down. Elsewhere on the map. Second lane of Barracks going to go the way of Secret. They have looked cool, they have looked calm, they have looked clean in this series, and Ivy have not been able to do much about it.
I mean, it's a brave play from Ivy to go for the Roche, but to seek a fight right after, it felt a little bit optimistic. Maybe they weren't expecting everything to be clumped up, or information on maps just not that big, and they still have Metamorphosis on Secret here.
Yep, pop it again. Look for the Megas. Global Science comes down. He is available on the Ember Spirit, so he's able to at least keep himself alive a little bit longer. That's an arrow which somehow connects onto Armel here. Armel's low. BKB's out, but he is going to die, but they will get the kill onto Armel at the same time. And now, well, Chrysalis, he's pretty, he's going to die. He's trying to stand his ground, but he just can't. And now Cube can take down Boom as well. There is a little bit of hope for Ivy right now. It is little, but it is there.
They're holding on to their last set of racks really well. Secret just not respecting the output, playing a little bit too far forward, and they do get crushed for it. Really good punishment coming out from Ivy. Not enough to fully turn the tides, but they can use this opportunity now to at least get some vision out. They can get these ganks going their way, take a couple more fights like this, kind of split up from the side of Secret. And that's where their lineup can really start to shine.
And full credit to Stoikov as well. He did so much work in that fight as well. Just the Eos coming out to help them survive through the silence. Just 2 sleight of fists, along with just being in the middle of everybody, getting off a ton of damage. As they'll go once again for the Tormentor. Zhani and Jim will be able to take that one down and get their Snapfire. A nice fiery cookie now. She'll immediately use to farm some Ancients. God damn it, this way don't give you support shards.
Ah, it's just one camp.
No.
Ping's coming out from Secret Swamp.
Greedy. Unforgivable.
I'm sure they'd love a shard to come out here for the Rubik now, so you should be able to find that for free. And Boom takes it.
Alright, Beastmaster shard. Gonna get some dive bombing Hawks in this game.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bombing Hawks up. Lower cooldown now as well with the Octarine up, so more uptime on your Roar, which means more uptime on just having a blast of max stack drums going off, which is always nice to see as well. And I think for Secret, they just have one last Rax to go for. They just have to stay connected, because that was a little bit more split up. They weren't fully reset. Chrysalis did get controlled up as well. Just getting rooted in his place, couldn't get the Sunder off, couldn't reach out. You hit some key timings for Ivy. They've got the normal punch on hand. So more output, more control. Great follow-up from the blink here for Ade. Just getting those Terrorblade illusions, if they're not cleared out, it's massive.
Yeah.
That's their way back in.
Dire are
It definitely is, yeah. Those that's the biggest kind of aspect here. If this late game Darkseer, he's got the normal punch as well, so there is a strong possibility that he can just turn the Terrorblade against them. But again, pretty difficult for him to just run into a fight and punch Terrorblade in the face. Might die for that, but at the same time, with a Blink Dagger, may well just be worth it. Look at Ivy. They're going for it right now. Looking for a target. They're going to find Yamich. Yamich with 4 staff away. Going to at least dodge out the stun. Now turns around with a pretty nice vacuum into a Centaur stun. That was just a random Centaur which helped them out there. Yamich does still die. Chrysalis looking for the target. Pop in the BKB. Pop in the Metamorphosis, but not really finding a target. Global Science coming down from the Sansa as they look to isolate the target in the backline. But the Ember Spirit's absolutely fine. Stoikov is playing with them. Secret getting a little bit baited here. They've used a lot of ultimate abilities and to not really much intent.
Cool.
Stoikov? Okay, he finally bit off a bit more than he could chew. He's feeling himself a little bit too hard there in the end, I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he was trying to do. Is he trying to use the gate? Looked like he might have been trying to channel. Gets interrupted and just dies. So it's a lot of ults out from Secret, but they still find themselves a big kill. You still have a window of opportunity here for Ivy. So it's not the worst thing in the world. They can still play high ground defense. They know Metamorphosis is going to be down soon on Chrysalis. He's not going to be keen on fighting onto the high ground. But have to be a bit cautious about going that far. That was, again, a very split up fight from Secret. Different targets they were prioritizing there.
Yeah. They need to be on the same page, that's for sure. It is kind of hard though. I kind of feel like something like a Hex or something would be very, very important. Just stop this Ember Spirit just being able to use its way out of every single fight. It's getting a bit ridiculous.
Yeah. He is getting way too much work done with his Yules and BKB. Like, it's mainly defensive items right now in Stoikov. But it's more than enough for you to stay alive and do what you have to do for your team here. Next row still a ways off as well for Secret to kind of sit and wait for. But they are getting more damage out from Chrysalis. He is going for the Daedalus. He has his full Swift Blink. Terrorblade is just looking pretty terrifying at this point now as well. And for the side of Ivy, I mean, your answer in Drow is pretty good against Terrorblade. You pierce through his natural armor, so he does feel squishy. You've got the Lincolns to protect Zani now, which is big.
Yep.
If he manages to finish the Silver Edge, I think you've got a decent shot of always getting good position out for your Drow here.
Very tense game somehow. You know, we all thought Ivy were out of it, but the last few fights, it has kind of gone their way. Last one, you know, yeah, their Ember died, but I mean, they slowed Secret down so much. For me, I'm kind of looking at the next Roshan, you know, where if you're in the position for Secret where you're pretty far ahead, but you're just unable to kind of get that last kind of clinching moment, then that's when Roshan really comes into its own. But I have a feeling that Ivy are going to have something in store for them. Whether that be before the Roshan spawns or maybe trying to meet them at the pit. I don't think they're going to let this one go for free. Although, Jim does get caught by the Hawk, dive bombs in, and down goes old Jimmy Bobs.
Yeah, I think the Roche fight is a little bit scary for Secret. There's so much you can play with now in Ivy. Just the blink back wall with Kisses on top. The output Drow can get with the multi-shot on the Glacier onto that position as well, if the positioning is right here for Zani. There's a lot you can do. Killing off the Snapfire, though, does open a push opportunity for the side of Secret. And Exorcism doesn't quite last long enough, though. Not going to be able to just jump in and try to clean up. But they are just shoving in every wave, ensuring that Ivy can't sneak out. And it's a minute spawn timer on Roche, a minute 20. It's not the quickest.
Yeah.
If they find a pick off in that time and just go Roshan, again, it's safe for Secret. Same thing goes for Ivy, though. They somehow find some punishment. They could gun for it themselves.
Yeah, that's definitely slightly trickier. As they sit right under the Hawk, but they will be able to kill it off. They also have 2 lanes to deal with as well, don't forget. So getting out of the map and getting right the way down those lanes to Roshan is going to be much, much harder than previously thought. It's not like Roshan used to be, where he's pretty close to both heroes' fountains. At least comparatively to how it is now. It's a long walk down that lane to the Roche pit.
A little bit more distance to have to clear. And Ivy, and they're just playing as a unit now. They're not splitting up too hard. They'll try to hunt here.
Yeah, I mean, if they can find a kill before this Roshan, that'd be absolutely huge. Stoikov is the one searching, trying to find a big target. I mean, ideally they want Puppy. Puppy is very, very important, and both support showing themselves now. The lift actually comes down in preparation for this. Ade won't get a chance to use anything. The Darkseer is going to go down, didn't get a chance to pop that Guardian's Greave and keep himself alive. Cube on the run as well, but he's used all his leap charges. He's out of leaps, he's out of lives, and he's going to drop the gem on the deck as well.
What's big? Secret? They've got a courier? No. Alright, gems left for now, but they've got DD to compensate for Crystallis. Roshan is up. They did want to take it.
Did Puppy do it?
For now, and again, just taking cover.
Did he silence someone with the glaives? Is that what happened to the Marauder in the end? I don't know, but he's got a ton of in at the moment. Thank you, Shard.
Yeah, I mean, he's just around. He's around in the area for a lot of these fights. He's just dropping the curses, getting a couple of right clicks off.
What's the
He's
point?
got that presence, and with the XO up, you can just melt it.
Can Silencer steal intelligence of Okamagi anymore? Since Okamagi has literally
No.
He can't do it?
No.
Hard counted. Holy moly. Drow?
Yeah.
Trying to stay on this high ground here, using that Glacier. Looks very, very cool. Oh my god, the damage in the middle of the fight. Puppy just gets taken down immediately. Chrysalis as well. He loses his life. It's too much for Secret to handle. The combo is huge from the side of Ivy. They leave the Darkseer unchecked and they pay the price. My goodness. What the hell just happened?
And they melted.
They
The
certainly
backline
did.
just gets ripped apart. And the back wall's there. You're not able to pop your BKBs here, especially on Boom. He popped it way too late while the kisses were flying through. The magical damage is just overwhelming. And now the Roshan's open for Ivy. They can try to regain some map control off the back of this. They're getting a lot of farm out here on Zani.
Just watch the replay
Does
here.
have
I
a
mean,
free
just
Axe
watch the
Blessing as
backline. They
well.
land the stun. I mean, that is key. Landing a stun onto the
Yeah.
silencers, being able to bring him down so fast, and then the vacuum out. Look at those illusions, just going to work, shredding the entirety of Team Secret. I mean, they went high ground before going for Roshan. It's pretty question markable. I'm gonna say it. I don't know they needed to do that. You know, this happened earlier. It happened again. Not respecting the Darkseer high ground defense whatsoever. All the Ender Spirit is also going to do a ton of damage in these fights, and now they have an Axe Scepter on the Drow. This is getting worrying.
The Hypothermia is going to do a lot in the middle of these fights. And again, the Drow is a good foil to the Terrorblade. You have to clear that backline. You have to clear out Zani. Take him out of the fight if you want Crystallis to feel safe with his BKB. They also took that fight while BKBs were down on Crystallis, and I believe even on Armel. Only Boom had his, and he popped it to die at the end.
Yeah,
So
that's
just really optimistic from Secret. And again, just not expecting the output of that ideal team fight from Ivy in these tight corners. And that chain stun you get with a vac wall into a cookie, it's huge.
yeah, it's massive. You need to respect this high ground defense much more than that. I'm just surprised. I'm very, very surprised. You know, Secret, the number one thing about this team has always been discipline, but that was not discipline. So I'm sure there'll be some conversations going on right now. I'm sure there'll be some questions being asked, just like, yeah, okay, maybe we should stop feeling ourselves so much, you know. And you can kind of see how it can happen, right? You know, they're getting excited, right? This win, it means they're secured Division 1, right? They're back in the big leagues, you know, it's where they feel like they belong, and I would agree with that. But, you know, you can't make mistakes like that, even if you are starting to look at the future or something like that. I don't know exactly what's going on in the Secret camp, but feels like the concentration did drop for just a minute there, and, you know, this is EU. Might be Division 2, but it's still EU. It's very fiercely competitive. You don't get away with any sort of underestimation of your opponents.
Yeah, just a little bit, maybe a little bit too much looking down with blinders on. Just kind of hyper-focused and just ending the game. And I'm getting punished. Ivy now, with the Aegis up, with a Hypertomia running. And they've got an opportunity to play. They drag the lead down to 6k for Secret. And the win chance now, 73%. Still Secret's way, but it's crashed quite a fair bit.
Yeah, still very in their favor, though. More than so than I maybe would have expected, but... I mean, from team versus team, you know, I expect it to be around that much, but I don't think Dota Plus takes into account the The puppy factor. And here they go. They just want the last barrack. They just want to get the megas and out. All right, easy plan. Get the megas, get yourselves out of there, and yeah, Ivy. It was their turn to slack a little bit.
Crystallis melts from a couple of right clicks coming out here from Zani.
Yeah, he does, but at the same time doesn't really need to do a whole lot now as the silence comes through just before the cookie lands. They're actually going to turn everything onto the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit getting very low, he's going to die. But Jim Panseno from the high ground throwing out the cookies, not going to get a whole lot done. They're still chasing here onto Secret. Ade's going to come in, goes for the normal punch to try and bring down the Beastmaster, but the illusion doesn't live. Oh, the Sunder doesn't really do anything actually to the Beastmaster, and he's going to go down regardless. Ade with the tips as well. They're feeling it, Ivy, at the moment, but they did just get megged, so I don't think they're going to be crying too much about this one, Secret.
Yeah, at the same time, these are two heroes with no buybacks in Secret. Defense just feels a lot harder without that Beastmaster around for the drums in the middle of these fights to help clear out some of those illusions that you can get with a normal punch. With the wall when it's back up.
What damage can they do here, John? That's a question. Look at their creep waves. Look at their... like, Ivy have nothing.
You have nothing. It's
All right,
it's unfortunate.
So let's go.
Can't run next. Yeah, Tormentor. Who gets the shard? Does everyone have a shard?
Dark
No,
Seal
everyone
gets
doesn't have
it.
a shard. Alright.
It's a slowing trail. The fart.
Yeah, the farts. That's an act. That is a funny fart. I always forget he has that. And the slow is pretty significant. So you can kind of just slow down everyone if you run forward and run in a zigzag pattern. Pretty much guaranteed to be held back at the least. Or if you're being chased, you have some defense coming through. In Secret, their lead's pretty much gone. This is the first time I've seen quite the comeback. Again, off the back of some really well-executed fights, Ivy, despite being up against Megas, are back in the game. In Secret, they have to gun for the Ancient.
I mean, closing it out is kind of hard. Do you think we're going to see this net worth lead come back from Secret though?
Just by creeps, probably not. They need kills.
Okay.
If they start to find the kills, then sure, it can feel a little bit better.
Well,
JMV.
Boom's looking for one. Yeah, JMV. Ooh, he's going to escape. No detection.
Has been killed.
There's a fight
This could
breaking
be
out
big.
right now, actually. Cube's going to be the one taken down. And now in comes the wall, in comes a vacuum. Crystallis, though, he's trying to ignore it, but it's so much damage coming through from his own illusions. He's kind of living on a timer right now, trying to fight up into this, but he does kill off his own illusions, so he will be able to keep alive for the time being. But look at this Ender Spirit blasting into the middle. Beautiful cookie onto two. They'll take them both down. Jim Panseno claims them both. I'll move across towards Boom as well, but he's got the BKB to try and get himself away, so he is out. Jesus. This is every single fight for the past like 3 or 4 fights. They've all been going Ivy's way, despite the fact that that they've been megged.
Yeah, they've just been able to find these angles. Secret. I mean, it's harder for them to take these team fights when you have so much AoE control coming out from the side of Ivy. You have the kisses that are just scaling really well in damage with the talent spikes. Even the level 25 talent, once that's up and running, the additional kisses will just knock you down. I think you're having a hard time just surviving through. You don't have anything like, say, a pipe up, so the magical damage is always relevant. And it's really difficult for them to reach into the Drow. With a Hurricane Pike up, Sani's just been able to bail out so many times now. And Secret, this is a rough position to be in. I don't think you're happy with a 1k lead. You've bled out way too much from the last few fights. And kills are everything, and they've just not been finding the big kills they need in the past few engagements here.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, they take these fights on Ivy, and yet they can get nothing on the map, no objectives, no real damage. That's kind of feeling a little bit bad, but yeah, plateauing, taking down Secret a few pegs. It's, I don't know. Do you believe in the Mega Creep comeback, John?
I believe they can if they just keep taking these fights. It is a possibility.
Yeah.
Like, the Mega Creeps are pretty hard to kind of equalize your lane. They find a tier 2. The issue is it's like after every fight you take one objective and you reset. Right, so it's like a prolonged war of attrition for Ivy, which, you know, as long as they keep taking fights, I mean, you're not out of it. For Secret, how can they itemize to kind of fix this? They've been saving up for something like a Hex on Armel. He switches out to the Refresh instead. Like, you want something hard to lock in that you want to be able to jump Zanny. Really, just burst down to Drow. She's your big issue. Terrorblade Lucians are annoying as well. I think you have to have faith that Boom can kind of try and use the drums to melt them with his magic damage, although he can't sustain as well. You know, you don't have spell lifesteal on hand. This is where I'd say you might actually consider, I don't know, it sounds silly, but like a Bloodstone on Boom. Just have some spell lifesteal on hand and try to sustain yourself through. It's actually significant on Beastmaster up against illusions, but those illusions hit too hard. Just because Crystallis hits way too hard himself.
And guess what? At 500 gold, there's going to be another wall coming up. Ade, he's getting very, very close to the Refresher Orb. Of course, that recipe is so expensive now. He's got the double cornucopias. Is it cornucopium, though? Can they actually turn this game around? I mean, they kind of have already, but when it comes to actually, like, ending it, yeah, as you say, it's all about where will they find the fights. I mean, do you think Secret are going to try for the high ground again anytime soon, or they just wait for Roshan, go for that? And if they do go for Roshan, will Ivy contest? Ivy
can contest. It's where their lineup shines. Any choke point is a place where this kind of team lineup does excel at. They just need to find that opportunity for themselves. Side of Secret have to be very careful in taking any sort of clump up here. They're chasing down Coop.
Very
don't
close.
even manage to land the multi-shot. So let's bail out.
Yeah.
2-minute Roche respawn timer as well. A little bit on the longer side. It's a little bit more time to wait out here.
Well, Ade's farm has slowed down quite a bit. And Roche, as you say, 2.5 minutes, sorry, 1.5 minutes, so you're going to have to wait around a little bit for that one. And yeah, it's kind of awkward for Ivy, right? Because they've got these mega creeps, it's actually really difficult for them to go and contest Roshan if they don't know the exact timing and they don't have vision on the area which is happening, which they kind of don't at the moment. I'm not sure how they do this, because you can't stay out of your base for a prolonged period of time. So staying around the Roche area and contesting it and setting up defensively in that part of the map is just not an option, because your lanes just can't handle that absence of you.
Gotta equalize. Don't have to. Just be patient. A refresh fully up on Ade, so double wall, double vac. Massive for him in the middle of these engagements. Oh.
Jim. He has got himself this Guardian Greaves, but he wants to try and save it here. Make the most out of it as possible. Yeah, Ivy, this is looking like it could be an awkward one. The Global Silence comes down. The Darkseer is silenced up on the sidelines here, and Armel's on top of him as well. I mean, that's who you need to be looking at here. Ade is a prime target. He also doesn't have buyback to the eye, able to bring him down, but they'll throw everything onto the Drow, but she gets off the Glacier. Is it going to make a difference, though? They can't do anything to save the Drow. Drow is gone. Buyback available, though. Ade still keeping his way outside of this, as in the backline, Stoikov just trying to run down Puppy, and he's going to be able to do exactly that. Puppy will fall. Meanwhile, on the base, Johnny's just had to come back in, buyback to try and defend it from those creeps, which are currently flooding on in. And Chrysalis looking for Stoikov. Stoikov with the BKB, they're able to get himself Remnant away, TP out. Is there anything to cancel? No, there is not. He gets himself to safety. But during all of this, Roshan has respawned, and it is currently waiting down on the Radiant side of the map, holding an Aghanim Scepter.
Beautiful gun for it. Great. With the Megas, as you mentioned, it's so hard for them to push out.
Yeah, Ivy, they started heading up top, and then they realized, oh crap, it's daytime now. And then they started running down to bottom, but they scanned it, but it's too little, too late. The Aegis and the Aghanims and the Cheese all gonna go the way of Secret. Who gets the Ags?
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Armel does pick it up.
All right.
So, wonder if they leave it on him if he passes it on. I think Yamich with Nags would actually be massive. Lots of good spells to steal to simplify these fights for Secret.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I think that's
hangs
best
onto
target.
it for now. It's just in his backpack as well. Armel's not even using it. Maybe they want it on Puppy? AoE last word?
Don't see that being particularly valuable, but I could be wrong.
I don't either. Like, you're a ways off from the last word muting. So
let's give it to Yamich. Come on. Let's get some Rubik plays. He's about to get himself a Octarine as well, so he's feeling it right now. He's ready to play some Dota. Give my man an eggs. Let's see what he can do. Because that's kind of what you need.
It's a freebie one anyway.
Ivy have kind of broken the game at this point. Like with this team fight they have, it just feels like it's unplayable. So they need to find something to break the game by themselves. And I think an Aghanim's Rubik is more likely to do that than an Aghanim Silencer.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just having all those big spells, maybe having an opportunity to take the back wall, or at least the wall, trying to throwing someone back in with more spells on top. It's always good. Let's see. Secret. I'm so curious that Armel's just holding on to it. It bothers me.
Yeah, I'm really
Use it, Armel. Use it or
I
give it
try to
away.
hold myself back. Like,
Armel, come on.
come on. It's an Aghanim Scepter. It's a lot of gold. Would you hold a 4,200 gold item in your backpack? I don't think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
They haven't forgotten about it, right? Maybe he's like doing like a friendship test, you know? It's like, which of you likes me the most? What's my favorite flavor of ice cream?
Pass it to Yamich? No.
Nope.
Okay.
No, it's just a backpack ad. All right. I think we're just gonna have to accept this, John. No one's passed the friendship test. Armel says, nope, I'm keeping it.
Oh, okay. No,
All
no, it's
right, it goes to
puppies.
puppy.
It's puppies. Right. AoE last word. Again,
Amazing.
probably not my best bet for that. If you had your 25, I would say yes. At this point, probably not, but maybe they make use of it.
Yeah, it's a long way off 25 as well, so it's not even like it's in preparation, but let's see what they can pull off here. They're smoked up, they're ready to go. They have an Aegis still on their Terror Blade. No refresher on TP still, though. They would have really liked that refresher shot, to be honest. In they go. Yamich, lift up onto the Ember Spirit. They try to go in with the Fear, but it doesn't quite connect, so the Ember Spirit is going to be able to survive for the time being. Doesn't want to use his BKB too early here, and knows that if Secret connect to him, then he's got a whole team behind him ready to go. So poking and prodding is just that for the time being. No one wants to make the first move. Hard committing would be rough. And look at Yamich here. This guy's crazy. He's just blinking in and trying to find targets. Very, very confident. Now they go hard. They go for the roll. But I guess Lotus still bot. And Boom's going to be the one that goes down instead. And the Ember Spirit will fall. He's got the buyback available, though. Both of them do. As Shiny chases forward, looking for a target. Ade drops. Is that Ade's wall? Was that Rubik wall? Yeah, I think it was. One is Ade's and one is Rubik's. Okay. Figure it out, guys. Don't worry. As the TD Illusions are fighting it off with each other, but Cube's got to get back. Got to deal with these catapults. Can't let the base fall to creeps. Very, very important. Even the Illusions try to get in and do some damage to the Ancient as well.
Yeah. And they hold up. They hold up on the side of Ivy.
Yeah.
So despite losing the Ember, once Boom's down, it just doesn't feel safe. They had no way of jumping the Drow at that point. They kind of threw everything they had onto the Ember first. So no answer for Sonny once again in that fight. And play it safe again. Okay, this is how you end up with these very long matches. Just ending the game. And against this specific lineup, it is really, really tough. So I don't fault the side of Secret. Ivy, I mean, see, that kind of fight doesn't give you enough space to try to push. So you're gonna need an actual 2-3 hero kill. Go into the high ground. Maybe just, again, gun for the wipe. Leave the supports, and that's your opportunity to maybe at least take one set of racks. Have one lane that can equalize a little bit better.
Yeah, just getting out the base is so hard. That's the issue. They're stuck in their homes. As once again, Tormentor might as well just kill that one off. Everyone's got a shard though, so it's just going to give them a little bit of gold and a little bit of XP.
Yeah. You don't mind that too much. Just get more flowing your way. Get those items that you want to kind of farm up. What else are you waiting for anyway? Boom's going for an Aeon Disc. It's just a little bit more protection in the middle of these fights. Aegis does expire. You've got the Refresher ready for Chrysalis. So double BKB, double meta is going to be useful here. But the big thing is still catching Sonny out. Gotta jump that Drow. If you don't, well, then this fight does feel... It feels impossible. Like, it's the Drow and the Darkseer. I'd argue Drow probably higher priority.
Two of them, right? Like, you don't even get to just jump on one, as the Darkseer does get used by the Rubik once again. Still just trying to find themselves a target, trying to catch someone out with the Terror Wave. Terrifying ability. And there's that AoE last word going to work.
Is under attack.
Alright, Secret. They got the creep shoving in once again, just going from lane to lane to lane, increasing the pressure. Just to give them more to deal with. Another roll comes through onto the Snapfire. It's an easy target, but they're going to bring it down. Immediate buyback coming out from Jim Tento. Meanwhile, Stokov looking to get stuck in on this one, finding her jump forward onto Chrysalis. A refresher coming out from Boom, so he does have the chance of another roll, but the Yules comes out from the Ember Spirit just in time, and now the Sleight of Fist as well. He's keeping himself alive. Meanwhile, Puppy's just been taken down to the backlines. They finally get the roll coming out onto the Ember Spirit, but they don't have the damage to try and bring him down. The Invis is there. Jim Tento from the sidelines keeps him alive. This is crazy right now, and they're going to try and bring down a Terrorblade yet again. He doesn't have the thunder, but he does have the damage to bring down the Ember, but it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. He's still going to drop. Secret trying to hold the line here. What can they do as Stoikov comes back in once again, looking for Puppy, looking for anybody, trying to close the gap onto Sansa. Sansa, though, he is dead. A buyback comes out from the Terrorblade. They're committing hard to this fight on the side of Secret. They've got two heroes dead without buyback at the moment. Who can they find? Boom, he's taking heavy hits right now as Chrysalis comes in to try and back him up. Takes down Ade on the Darkseer. Darkseer has the buyback, though. They have way more heroes on the side of Ivy. I'm not sure Secret can actually do this right now, and they make the call to back themselves away as well. So it's a big commitment. A lot of buybacks forced. Overall, it's got to be said that Ivy won the fight, but again, what can they get done? That is always going to be the question in this game.
Not much. They really can't do much for that kind of fight coming out here. Again, the lane equilibrium's not their way. Up against Megas, it just feels painful. You don't have a Roshan to go for. We're even at the 60-minute mark. I didn't even bloody notice just because it's been so back and forth. So tier 5 neutrals are starting to come in. I'm wondering what everyone's going to be picking up. This is where things can get extra spicy. What do we have? Apex coming out here for Chrysalis. I wish we could see their choices. That's the one thing, right? Like, you can't see what choices they've had.
Yeah, it's that definitely needs to be changed, because I would like to see what people have turned down. Alright, here come the tier 5s. So.
Oh man, Force Boots for Drow? In this kind of game?
Yeah, that's sick. That's so sick. She got rid of her boots a long time ago, so it's kind of like, hello old friend. Welcome back into my inventory. I remember what it is to be fast.
Man, it's kind of sickening. Just having your own Hurricane Pike, having a Force Boots as well. So much security for Sani.
Yeah.
So the reach issue extends here for the side of Secret. I'm wondering if it's actually feasible for them to just go on a Nullifier on someone. Break the Linken's Roar, nullify them, and just kill off Sani that way. It feels like that has to be the play. Like, nullify Sani or nullify Ade. Or both of them, if you can somehow get that done.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have the Apex coming out for the Terrorblade as well, so that's going to give him all the extra stats he needs. What else we got? Fallen Sky coming through for Boom on the Beastmaster. Gives him a new form of initiation. Meanwhile, 3 Force Boots now. The Drow has Force Boots, the Darkseer has Force Boots, the Ember Spirit has Force Boots. I mean, the boots are just so good. 4 Force Boots. Armel gets them as well. I mean, the ability to just get rid of your own boots is pretty insane. Yamich, though, based Giga Chad Yamich is going to grab the Book of the Dead. He knows what's up. He knows what's going to win this game.
God.
Dude, imagine if they all just went Book of the Dead. That would be so funny.
That would have been hilarious. The library strat for free.
Can you imagine?
Something to bear witness to. I would have loved to see it.
You just look them in a lane and it's just like, oh no, they're coming.
Yeah,
what can we do?
That could actually just end the game.
That could end the game.
Fair,
It actually could have done if
that might have been the play.
That might have been it. Token bug? Ruh-roh.
Oh.
What's a token bug?
Like, they can't choose what... Oh, yeah, okay. The tier 5 token on JMV is bugged. He can't receive his token. Yeah, it's courier food back. It's it's because he doesn't have a slot left in his backpack.
Oh,
so
yeah, it doesn't go into inventory, yeah?
No.
It's not a... Okay, that's embarrassing.
Okay, there you go. That's how you do it. Yeah, there you go, JMV.
Well called, John. Yeah, well, it's fine. It's fine. It's a tense game, you know, it's a long time.
Yeah, maybe it was bugged. Maybe it was bugged. I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried it, yeah. So, there you go. I wonder what he takes. Use it, JMV.
Oh, actually,
Get away from the telescope.
Maybe he actually can't put it into his inventory. Maybe it's... Oh, no, he can. It's a CS stone.
Oh,
Alright, we're all good. We're all good.
Alright.
Nothing's crazy going on. Everybody calm down.
Yeah, a little bit more range, always useful. The ability to scout out as well is the big one. So now you can check for the Roche, you can contest the Roche, and the Roche is up. So you could actually try to make a play happen off the back of this. And Secret are in a very perilous spot with all the buybacks they committed. A lot more committed out from them in comparison to the commitment from Ivy.
Yep.
So no one but Sonny and Coop have buybacks, so... a scary time in the game if anyone dies here.
And the last one to be picked up, the last tier 5 item to be grabbed is going to be Puppies. What's he going to trade in his Ninja Gear for? I mean, honestly, Ninja Gear is still really, really good for Puppy, but...
Nothing. I mean, he's not even getting the token out.
No, I'm guessing... do you reckon that's the bug they're talking about? Where the courier's just sitting in the freezer?
I think he's just waiting, perhaps. His inventory is, like, full.
Yeah.
And he's just... okay, he didn't let his courier go through the...
Oh, he didn't
gate
get
as
as well.
well.
I mean, people might not know about that. It's not exactly a...
That's fair.
This is like the one circumstance where it's useful.
Okay. Surely this ad goes to Rubik now.
Give my boy an Agadins.
Surely it goes to
Please.
Yamich.
If it goes to Armel,
Armel, right?
I will... If it goes into Armel's backpack, I'm gonna cry.
No, it's...
Alright, it goes to Armel.
okay, it's actually Armel. It's alright.
I'm doing
Okay, it's fine. More damage, some slow. I would have preferred a Rubik, honestly, at this point. It feels like you are lacking just this turn potential. Just take their team fight, make it your own. You know, and that's how you dance around this whole issue.
Yeah. Break the game. That's what we want to see.
Well, Puppy took a serious one himself, and for some reason he left his ninja gear.
On the floor. Alright.
Yeah, he picked it up now.
There's a lotus.
He left a lotus
the
now, though.
lotuses have a
There you
little,
go.
they have a little floor. Like,
Yeah.
That's so
I
pretty.
mean, it's the same. I think it's the same item you see in the pool, so it makes sense. They are
Oh,
pretty.
yeah. Still, it looks prettier on the
Nice.
floor.
Pretty
But it's
tasty.
gonna die because it doesn't have any water. It looks pretty, and it peaks and then it dies.
Yeah.
It's like
The
crashing the car
ephemeralness
on
of
prom
life.
night.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Crashing a car in prom night?
Yeah,
It's pretty. It's a pretty
well,
sight.
it's like a stupid
Sounds like a pop punk
yeah,
rock
like
song.
the Smiths or something. Yeah, if a double
Yeah.
decker bus.
Oh,
Sorry,
yes.
my singing's really good. It will get us DMCA'd. I'll try not to do it. Alright, gonna get stunned up. This is a huge target to
That's a
bring
big
down
one.
straight away, and he does not have buyback, so straight in onto the Darks here. Now they look towards Jim Vincento as well. Jim Vincento also doesn't have buyback. Two massive pickoffs here. How can they take this fight without the Darks here is the question, and the answer might be that they can't. And the Spirit trying to fight up into this one, still playing around them. This Yule Scepter has just had so much value, even to the 65th minute of the game, but we maybe reach the end drought. What can you really do, as the answer is not a whole lot. Get killed off by the Beastmaster, by the Death Prophet, and Ember, he's still playing, he's going for the TP, and
Boom?
is he actually making
What?
it out? What? And Boom dies as well. Are you joking? How did Ivy
Huh?
do this? This is insane.
Why did everyone pull back from Secret? They got
They
all
were
those
looking-
kills.
They were looking at Stoikov, it was just TPing away on like 5
Okay.
HP in the back, but... Yeah.
If he had backup, if he had someone to break that link, he could have gotten dieback and Sonny. You don't manage to get it.
Wow,
Said it's
they-
Boom, who's dead for a while, and
They're not trying to
in
end
the
it
game.
here. I'm kind
yeah,
of
I was
stunned.
surprised. Like Armel was right deep in the middle, refreshed, had the EXO up.
Drought just finding the Rubik here. Rubik, oh, is it going to be enough damage for him? Well, he's actually just going to leave it for Stoikov to finish up. Now it's towards Puppy. Puppy,
Oh
he's got
my
the Aegis,
God.
but I mean, I don't think he's going to live through the second life, John. Call me negative, but I'll take the
Oh
bounty
my
as well. No
God.
respect being shown to the captain here, Pervice.
No buybacks.
Damn, Pervice almost saved him. So close.
What happened? Secret. They saw Armel maybe diving a bit too far, but he did get that kill in the drow. And then forced a buyback, but everyone else was too far behind, playing tag with Stoikov.
Radiant's ancient is
And if they just grouped around the DP, I mean, they had the EXO, they could have just went for the buildings. Maybe kite around Sani as best as they can. Instead, they're in this really awkward situation. Divine up on Sani.
Hero, let's go. Oh my god, this,
I
this
mean-
game has it all. This game has it all. 67 minutes in.
This is a mess. Like, this is really good plays from Ivy, to be fair, but that last fight was kind of messed up. Not gonna lie, that was so strange. Like, Armel's going ham, man. He's up front, he's got Exo, he's getting killing Drow, he's right next to the Ancient. He has a creep wave coming in mid. But they're just not together, and they find a perfect opening. Ivy just rally back with the buybacks, I mean, with the output in Drow. You have no solution. And so, Secret, this is do or die. If they actually lose the next fight, if Sani, it's not even lose, if Sani survives and finds a good position in these engagements, you cannot deal with Drow with Divine.
Yeah, you have to get on top of this hero. There are just two targets in the backlines which you must find, and I think Armel has been acutely aware of this entire time. Another hero's just been trying to chase his Ember Spirit around the fight, so he's been very, very annoying. You can't really let him live because he's just going to chase Puppey around and make his life a misery, but at some point you have to just cut him loose almost.
Top tower
Oh,
is under
wait,
attack.
wait, John, is it happening?
Has been killed.
Three
That's what
greater
happened.
healing lotuses, one cheese on Puppey.
Oh! Huh?
Why isn't it combining?
Huh? What?
Doesn't
Why
make-
isn't it combining?
Oh, maybe it doesn't work in actual in
In pro games?
pro games.
Yeah, because it's a secret item. Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad.
What is a
Puppy's
secret?
been waiting for this moment.
He's like, guys,
He's
you're
been
ready for
waiting
some
for
shit. Watch this. Oh no, it's like the
Oh my
lucky.
god. He had that pocket for so long.
this is a long
He
shot
was
as well.
waiting for this.
What does he do now? Oh wait, it combined! It combined! It combined!
Oh!
Why did it combine in the courier? What? I'm so confused. Why does it
Huh?
belong to Armel?
Okay.
My confusion
Huh?
is unparalleled, but whatever. What?
Where is it now?
It's in Puppey's courier. Block of cheese. Scrumptious. Try me. Owned by Armel for some reason. I guess that was his cheese, so... Did he realize? I don't... I mean, why would you think that it would combine in your courier? That makes no sense. Nothing about this makes any sense, but nothing about this game makes any sense, so... I guess that checks out. The block of cheese sits in the courier, such as the acronym sat inside the backpack, and looks like it won't get used for this game. And the Necro units coming in, smacking away at that Ancient. Usually illusions are up as well. They need to do something. Ade jumps in. Beautiful wall coming out from him. The global silence in response. Rose there onto the Darkseer, holding him steady, but they have to back themselves away. They cannot fight into these illusions. They are just so goddamn strong. Secret backing away, showing respect as a rapier Drow coming on forwards. Ade looking for the reinitiation here as they have managed to catch out Cube, biting off a bit more than he could chew. Ade has to back away as well. The second BKB is just about to end. Meanwhile, inside the base, Cube just trying to deal with all of these creeps coming through. They're Ancient. It's almost died to the creeps at this point. It's really, really undefended. They have got a fortification, so Secret, they can't quite all in it just yet, but it's getting close to that point where a win might be on the cards. But it's so hard. It's so hard.
No, it would make this easier if they saw that block of cheese,
Yeah.
damn it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Puppy, I don't think Puppy realized it combined. He must have sent him home.
No, why would you
And it
think
just
that, though?
combined,
Why-
and they're like-
it makes no sense. There's no logic
No,
here.
I think he just freed up his inventory. Right? Because it was eating up 2 slots in his backpack.
Yeah,
He's
and
like, all
oh,
right,
this
I'll send it
doesn't
home.
work, you know?
Yeah, then they just never recognized it, so it's just there.
Yeah.
Someone has to check. Papa, please.
I mean, it's next time Puppy
take a look.
uses his courier, I think. Next time he uses his courier, he's going to be like, wait a fucking minute. What's this?
Yeah, it's like, all right, Armel, it's time. It's time to eat that cheese. Get the barrier up.
I have to eat the cheese.
And this courier's coming out. Surely they see this.
Alright, the moment of truth. Will their eyes be opened? I love this one from Puppy using the ninja gear in his backpack just to constantly smoke around. Oh, it's in the secret shop. Oh, I'm so teased right now. Come on.
Come on.
Let me cheese.
Puppy, you'll see it. You'll see it. You'll see it, Puppy.
Then
Will you eat it, Puppy?
Da-da-da-da-da.
You see it,
Oh,
Puppy.
he just eats it straight away.
He eats it!
The Chad. No hesitation. Look at his face. Look at his face. There's no emotion on the man. His fight breaks out right now. It's not really anyone getting jumped. I mean, Grizzly's just popping everything and just chasing them back at the moment. Global Silence is there as well. They have to defend their Ancient. They actually had to fortify as Armel tried to jump in the backlands and go for the sneaky round the back play. And Johnny's going to punish him for it. They kill off Armel for daring to rat. The rat trap snaps shut. Oh my god. Secret. every single time, every effort they make, and then they go on to Puppy, but they don't know he's got a block of cheese, and now they can turn it around. They'll bring down Stoikov. Buybacks available from both of them. They pop them immediately on the side of Secret. They want to use this opportunity here. What can they do? The Darkseer doesn't actually have another wall available. He's going to try and punch out onto the Chrysalis, and he's just dead. Xani comes up behind him. The Star
my
got
God.
to the backstab maneuver on the Drow Ranger. Ivy, could it be happening? Wait, their base, it's getting pretty damn low. Ade's going to come across, and they will be able to defend it. Oh my god, it's all hanging in the balance right now. Ivy, they want to get out, they want to do some damage to Secret right now, but is it time? Is it finally time for them to get out of the base and take something on their end? Roshan is up, by the way.
They buy back, they're going to force a Roche.
Yeah, they want it so bad. Cube nearby. I mean, Ivy should be able to fight. I mean, their base, though, it's constantly flooded with creeps. Every single decision they try and make, it's always just this massive thing on the end of, but their base. It's flooded.
Yeah, they just can't leave. And they're going to try to run up now. They're running all their heroes down.
Yeah.
Secret forced to back off. They bought back for this. This is scary. If Chrysalis gets caught out again, that's pretty much GG.
It is pretty terrifying. Horde of TDs goes past as the Ember Spirit just piecing out in the backlines, forcing out BKBs though. I mean, this is so valuable. I think they forced Secret back enough to take this Roche. Yes, they have. Aegis. Who's it going to go to? Johnny, you need to clear a spot for all this stuff. That's whoa, that's a lot of damage. Oh my god, the Necronomicons nearly just murked the Drow. And now they jump in. They've into the pit. This is Darkseer. This is a hero which does have buyback, so Ade, he can afford to go down, but probably doesn't want to, but nevertheless, needs must.
Yeah. They managed to grab the Ags themselves.
Yeah.
So they've got the free Ags ready for JMV. This simplifies these fights. Gobble up plays to save. Gobble up forward for your Ade to be on top of everyone with a vac wall. This is actually huge. This is Secret. I mean, they bought back to try to force Roche.
Wait,
now they're stuck in this position where they have to fight into 2 lives. They snuck it away. It's just, I think, in the base right now. But the only person with no Ags upgrade is pretty much her Snap. Unless, did JMV eat it and just sold his Ags? I feel like he's had his upgrade for a while. I'm not sure. I swear to goodness JMV didn't have it. And everyone else had it, but I guess he gave it to Stoikov?
Yeah, I think Stoikov has it. Snapfire doesn't have an egg, so...
Yeah, but I swear Stoikov had it a while ago while they were ferrying it back, so...
Oh, I see, right.
Curious.
Not sure. Will be a mystery. Which we might
This
not
is
get an
all in
answer
for
to.
Secret. It's all in.
Oh, it really is.
No buybacks.
No Fortify, though. I mean, there's a possibility they can just run for the Ancient, but they're going to try and go for the quick snap pick off onto the Snapfire instead. That would be their first target here. Surprisingly tanky, but they will bring him down. No buyback available on the Snapfire either as they just pop the Metamorphosis, but he's got to be careful. That wall is going to do so much damage. Chrysalis, he needs a target. He's not going to find it. He's dead. 120 seconds. No buyback on the TB. I'm not sure what the play was there from Secret, but it's all falling apart for them right now. The game, it's hanging in the balance. What can they do? I mean, they can kill off Ade again, so no buyback on the Darkseer, but it looks like Yamich might be in some trouble. Stoikov on top of him, taking him down. The Rubik will fall. Boom as well. He's going to be able to get the TP out away from this one. 3 heroes up on the side of Secret, and... Are you going to say it this time?
It's... Ah, man. I don't know what's happening anymore. They can't push up.
What can they do on Ivy? Yeah, that's it. There you go. You found it. Can they push?
They can't push up.
Not really.
It's... I don't know. This game's hurting me. I feel pain. Armel?
Also, shout out to the people who have chosen to watch this game. I mean, I'm sure there's some other event going on right now, but you're getting rewarded for your loyalty, Secret fans. You're being rewarded in spades.
I don't know if this is a reward.
Oh, yeah, actually true. The Secret fans are probably crying.
Actual torture. This is probably closer to torture for the Secret fans out there. This is... Yeah, after a commanding lead, it's turned around. It's 52% Ivy's way. They're actually pushing. Look at that.
Wow. For the first time, they've reached the Secret high ground. I mean, he's positioning like he wants to go for more than just a Oh my goodness, what is this?
Dire's middle
Saying hello to Boom inside his fountain. How's it going, buddy?
Dire's
Having fun in there?
are under attack.
25 seconds on the TB. I mean, they're going to have the refortify available, so it dare I say it might be close. It might be close to the TB buyback. This Drow, she pushes like an absolute beast. She's got 2 rapiers. They need to do something about this. There's a lot of damage coming through into the Drow. She's trying to focus the Ancient. It's not going to be enough, though.
Oh my God.
Maybe it is, though. She's fighting. She's taking it. The Ancient is low. Drow's dead for the first time.
Oh
but
my
they've
God.
done it. Ivy!
What?
Oh
What?
my God. Smiles, stretches, stand-ups. How the hell did they manage that? Well, my friends, we are going to a game 3 in the most ridiculous way possible. Holy.
Secrets. They toyed around a little bit there, didn't they? Right? Like,
Yep.
the block of cheese and puppy, maybe not the biggest deal, to be fair, but you know, small stuff like that, these fights coming out, the split up fight when Armel was killing off Sani right by the Ancient and no one's there to follow up. Like, there were some openings here for Secret, but Ivy, they play amazing. They hold out, they get this farm up in Sani, they know they've got the favorable core up against the Terrorblade, just because all of his base armor does nothing. You just rip right through.
Yeah.
And they know the limited jump of Secret here, all basically just relying on this blink out from Boom. It's too much pressure to put on one guy to control 2 heroes, 3 heroes if we want to count Stoikov as well as a Roar target. They just didn't have enough. Like, the team fight potential of Secret, it just wasn't the same level of control and damage in comparison, especially as it scaled on. Like, the Drums of Slaughter were super effective early on. As the game went on, like 90 damage per hit, it's not that big.
Yeah, it's it definitely scaled away. There are a few things in this game which certainly scaled back, but this was one of the key moments here.
Oof.
I mean, they go for the megas and they just get punished so hard for it. And like, Secret, they all in several times for these mega creeps, and it never really ended up paying off. I'm wondering if, like, it's part of the consideration to just all in so hard on these megas was the new kind of creep formula, meaning that, you know, mega creeps must be worth like just dirt at this point in the game. Like, your creeps are nerfed. Mega creeps have always been worth nothing, so that could have been that thinking that, like, once we get megas, like, it is just harder than ever to come back, but Dota is Dota, and some things in Dota never change, and these impossible to take high ground scenarios have been consistent since the dawn of time, and wow, just ridiculous game in the end. 67k hero damage on the Drow, 65k hero damage on Stoikov, 65k damage on the Chrysalis as well. Like, oh god, there was so much to talk about, and yet absolutely nothing to talk about in this game at the end. It's
It's just insane. Man, that's just an insane game. Like, I'm still speechless as to how well Ivy executed and how many openings Secret gave out for Ivy to find. Like, they exploited their lack of teamfight so damn well, and their itemization was perfect. Like, Sani, he played a really mean Drow game. It's really, I feel like Sani just carried through for their team. Everyone else did a great job of, like, buying space. Their execution on team fights was great as well. But the fact that the Drow recovered so hard was really the closing factor there. Like, yeah, sure, you're scaling on Darkseers there with the Vac wall, but I know, like, Sani, his positioning was just perfect, and he was just barely punished.
Yeah, Sony actually had a really great game from, like, start to finish. The whole team kind of made that big comeback. I think Ade definitely deserves, like, a huge shout out as well. His blink back walls were one of the main reasons they were able to kind of turn this game around. Same with the Ember Spirit. I've never seen a Yule Scepter do more work in my life. It has to be said. Like, that item was just absolutely ridiculous. So many times Stoikov was just able to completely turn the fights around. And I don't think we ever saw a nullifier or anything like that coming out from the side of Team Secret either.
Yeah, that's the surprising thing. I was thinking that at some point they would have gotten nullifiers, just tried to pin down the Drow who's trying to run away. Never came out. And it just gave so much. Like, these Force Staffs, these Hurricane Pikes, the Force Boots coming into play. It's so hard to pin down Sani. It took way too much commitment. And they just bounced their way back in. Ivy putting up a huge fight, and Secret looking strong in the early game, but falling flat into those last few pushes, not respecting the team fight, especially in that first take for the Mega Creeps. Like, that's where the punishment began. And that's where it really started to swing back Ivy's way. So I don't know what to expect for game 3. This game 2 was insane enough. I'm just excited to see it because this means so much to both teams. And if
Yeah.
Secret somehow, if Secret does lose game 3 and somehow gets a tiebreaker, that is not going to be a good feeling for them, having to go into one more series and put it on the edge there up against these great teams in Div 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt Team Secret's mentality, but Ivy have to be on such a hot streak right now. After a win like that, you got to be feeling great. The momentum is certainly in their court. Can they carry it through and pull off a massive, massive upset and defeat Team Secret? We're going to find out after this break.
High-end game. Go, I hit.
Just attack one.
Coming. I get
Attack
the
prone. End the shit.
Let's fucking go, boys! That's what I want to see, boys! That's tough, guys! Game 3, let's fucking go!
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Secret versus Ivy was expected to be one of those series which no one's really going to talk about, gonna be a bit of a storm, maybe not even worth watching, but that was proved entirely wrong as Ivy make a momentous comeback in game number 2, a 78-minute long game, and they take the win and force Team Secret to a game 3. And I mean, John, the stakes here are pretty damn high for both of these teams as well. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, like again for Ivy, it's their chance to stay in Div 2 without going down, and maybe managing to force a tiebreaker out if things go their way. If it closes out. For Secret, this just guarantees them probably the top 2. So a lot in the line for Secret, a lot in the line for Ivy. Both teams just pulling out all the punches as we saw in that game. Dude, that was I can't get over it. I'm still shell shocked. I don't know.
Yeah, that
Words
was
of
crazy.
escape.
That was crazy, and it looked like it was such a Secret favored game, and then like you just fail going high ground a few times. The game just falls into a stalemate. All of a sudden, Ivy just has the better late game lineup. Puppy can't do anything about it. You know, it's a lot of things to talk about that game, even still. But let's move into the next game as we do have Beastmaster being picked up first phase from Secret once again. Seems they're happy to first phase as hero. I mean, it's always been strong. Last patch it was very good as well, and the fact that you can flex it between mid lane and off lane on Team Secret just makes this a really strong first phase for them.
Yeah, I think the Beastmaster has proven its value here from Secret, having a lot of impact in Game 1 and Game 2. I don't mind the flex. I think Boom did a fantastic job in the off lane. Probably just not the best lane against the Drow. That's where Ivy really shined with that pickup. They're like, all right. They want to flex. We go Drow. They have to make that choice with DP or Beastmaster. And Boom did have a decent time, but again, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop the Drow. So we'll see if they'll be able to sneak something away like that again on Ivy. For Ivy, Ember, and Rubik, not too surprising. Team Secret picking up the Slark on top. So a really early prioritization on their core. This one can... I think this core really does fit that tempo that Secret have been finding. Maybe more close to their tempo in Game 1, where they ran it a lot faster in comparison to this Terrorblade, where Crystallis was much more keen on playing it slow and just sneaking in once he had a couple of items up. The Slark, not quite that hero. So many early itemizations you can go on the Slark here, Nomad, right? Like the...
Yeah.
The Diffusal, Echo Saber, you could opt for an upgrade on either, but the Ags is probably the way to go. But now, Slark is here that builds both the Diffusal and the Echo. You can upgrade to the Harpoon and the Disperser. So they're not dead slots. These are scaling items now for the Slark.
Yeah, it's very cool. Slark has much more late game scalability. The Harpoon is definitely an interesting one. I feel like you'd usually prefer the Ags, but at the same time, it is a pretty value upgrade to just grab. So might even see you going for that a little bit earlier than maybe you'd expect, depending on the game state. And yeah, Disperser, I think the active on Disperser feels maybe a little bit underwhelming, so might not be that great when it comes to active, but it's a ton of damage. It's a ton of bonus damage on that item, so always worth upgrading in the late game. So yeah, as you say, Slark definitely has some more options further on into the match, and I think Secret are hoping that doesn't happen. I am hoping that they get themselves a nice quick win here. I don't think they're looking at the late game and going, yeah, let's do last game again. That was fun.
They do not want to reach that point. And you see the respect ban out onto the Drow. Sandy's Drow was ridiculous last time around. I'm wondering how Ivy changed gears here. Will they go back to, say, their Darkseer and go for a melee support this time? I think that simplifies the laning phase a little bit for them. Could be one way up against the Slark. Still fairly decent, although the Slark can kind of deal with your level 1 to 2 a little bit better. He can be much more aggressive, especially with a aggressive support for Secret if they do go that route here. For Ivy, still fairly open. I mean, they're going to have to focus down Armel heroes on mid, or a mix of Armel and Boom heroes now. And this is where the challenges lie in the draft, right? You start with a Flex Beastmaster, you're not sure where it goes. You have to ban a balance of things. Maybe you just ban to protect your own pick. But you can never tell what Secret wants to do with this one.
No, you really can't. It's an enigma. So I hope it's mid again. I liked it mid. I mean, they won with it mid and they lost with it off lane. So, you know, the stats speak for themselves, John.
Yeah, definitely do. And they actually banned out the Puppy Silencer, which was causing a lot of issues, especially for Stoikov until that Yules was up. So I appreciate the respect ban there.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
Puppy,
yeah.
again, he had a barrier. I don't know if that was intended to be his.
5 seconds.
It was fun to watch. I mean, it took a lot longer for him to die, but I don't know if it should have been his. That was fun though.
Yeah, maybe it could have been better utilized on someone else, I think, but it's funny. I mean, at least Puppy gets to hold the mantle of being the first pro player to ever eat a block of cheese in a match, so that's pretty cool. Congrats, Puppy.
One of the first players to win a TI, and then one of the first players to eat a block of cheese.
Yep.
He has everything.
That's
The
really
80% of cheese is his.
all the accolades you need.
Seconds remaining.
Get out of here, OG.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of carries being banned out by Team Secret. They're going to get rid of the PL, they're going to get rid of the Drought, and they are going to get rid of the Bloodseeker. All very good answers to the Slark. Would have thought that they might be tempted to leave the PL in, since there are builds you can go on the Slark with the Radiance and then also get the drums on Beastmaster and just have like a very anti-illusion lineup. But that kind of forces your build a bit too hard. Don't really want to be kind of playing into your opponent's hands and kind of not playing the heroes you picked, you know? That's what it would come down to. So once you have options, they don't want to use those options, which is fair enough. They want to play the game their way. Respect that a lot. And now Snapfire is going to come out for Ivy. So once again, double range supports. I'm not going to keep going on about it, John, but Snapfire, you know, it at least gives you some form of tankiness on the front lines. Can give you like a stun either from myself or from a teammate. So
10 seconds remaining.
it's all right.
I like it coming out. I think JMV did a great job with the Snapfire. His kisses were pretty on point as the game went on. His cookie setups were good. He did a lot on the Snap. He even went for the AC, just to have an AC carrier on the team. He didn't go for the right-click talents, but the aura was really helpful in softening up.
Yeah,
Secret
well,
go for the Warlock.
wow.
I keep talking about tempo and aggression and all of that in supports. I don't know if Warlock fits in, because look, the one thing with Warlock that I will always harp on about is that his upheaval is actually a really good spell.
Mm-hmm.
And the change in his shard to upgrade upheaval to have
imps.
imps. Honestly, the imps are weird because they don't do much, but the explosions they have are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And every 2 seconds channeling, I feel like that should be a little bit faster, but it just does enable you to play fast in the sense that, again, if you maximize upheaval, if you maximize your heal as well, you can sustain through quite nicely. And think about the drums combination with chains as well. Like that is a lot of damage bouncing around these heroes.
And now the Yamich Willow coming out as well. This one is a favorite of mine. I love seeing a bit of this coming out. And this gives you 2 long-range cancels for the Snapfire ult as well, which is always pretty nice. Some roots, which makes it really annoying for Emma to play the game. Silence always, the Fear also very, very good. Yeah, I like a lot of... there's very active support and then a kind of passive support as well between these two. Again, no brawler, but with Beastmaster Slark, you're absolutely fine picking 2 backliners. That doesn't really matter.
Yeah. You can just kind of rest easy. The Warlock Slark lane, honestly, can actually get really aggressive. Again, I don't know how Pup will want to skill up, but upheaval in the Slark lane can feel pretty good, depending on your lane matchup. Like, if this is a pretty static off lane, you can just run down, get the pounces flowing, and it will be the Lycan, so... I mean, that's one way to kind of rip through the back line, right? You talked about these more passive supports. The Warlock in particular will not enjoy going up against Lycan. You also, your upheaval doesn't really do much to him once he has his wolf form up. So that's not going to count for too much. And it gives tempo to Ivy. It allows them to look for this physical core in the safe lane that can maybe play with your Howl. So I do like this. It's a good answer. I'm worried about Secret support duo. Like, the Dark Willow's fine, but the Warlock is the one that concerns me.
Team back.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, the lane with Slark is pretty good, right? Like, you can basically babysit him until level 6, which is very strong. I'm not hating on it. The ulti is definitely something they can use to kind of, just start the team fights with a bang. Can get killed off, but also, like, it's a big AoE stun versus Lycan. That is always going to be strong as well, so...
Yeah, my concern is, like, the tempo of Warlock's Golem in comparison to Shapeshift is a lot lower. The Warlock is also still susceptible to backline, especially while that Golem's down, to the Ember and to the Lycan. Laning phase, yeah, again, Slark Warlock is a pretty decent lane. I think that's where they really have to maximize. And their early game has to come out pretty strong. There is an interesting build here for Lycan as well. With a Rubik, you get a value point in Howl, and Fadeball Slark, he's not going to farm. I mean, he has a Dark Pact to at least clear out the waves in this spell, but can still be a rather annoying lane.
Yeah, it can be. So, final bans coming out from both these teams. What do they need on each side? Looking like, firstly, we're going to have Team Secret. They need themselves a mid laner or an off laner, depending on what Armel wants to play. Does he want to play Beast? Does he want to play something else? Meanwhile, on the side of Ivy, they just need themselves a carry. Pretty simply, they just need themselves a big old carry, something which does pretty well against the Slark, I think, because they don't have anything which is like really countered the Slark just yet, so...
I'm wondering if it's an option for Ivy to gun for the Terrorblade.
I'd really like
I feel like if the Terrorblade comes out,
yeah,
the Spectre is good. It just drags you into a longer game once more. But you can play tempo on Spectre just fine, I suppose. Yeah, you don't need to play this long game, which, again, kind of helps. Kind of want to play and punish the supports. Again, it's another way to hunt down the Warlock. The Spectre Slark matchup, it's not too bad, honestly, for the Slark. I think once you get Silver Edge, it's kind of manageable, but until then, you don't tend to rush that item anymore, so a Spectre would feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in that pick for Ivy. I think that's one of the strong ones I could go for. Of course, yeah, Slark Silver Edge is a potential
10
answer to it,
seconds
but
remaining.
still, it really bullies Warlock. Really bullies Dark
5
Willow.
seconds remaining.
Not quite so much the Willow actually, but definitely the Warlock. And it's an annoying matchup for Slark, honestly. Like the Silver Edge isn't that big of a deal as people think. It's still very annoying for Slark to play against heroes, which can just track him down non-stop, stay on top of him, not let him play that in-out Dota. I like the matchup personally. But Team Secret, final pick for them. They are looking for either a mid laner or an
10
off laner.
seconds remaining.
Void Spirit and Primal Beast was banned out by Ivy, so yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
It's hard to call this pick because, again, we don't know where the Beastmaster's going.
Yeah.
I think maybe going back for the Centaur could be a pretty cool option for them. Okay, DK.
Okay. It's still a little bit flex for Secret as well.
Yeah.
So you can kind of decide which lane you'd prefer. If the DK can get a good off-lane matchup, I think you just leave it on Boom. Have Armel keep that Beastmaster mid. I think he just knows how to work that hero pretty darn well. Even up against an Ember, I think that's a lane that is perfectly
5
fine
seconds remaining.
for a mid Beastmaster to kind of work out. So it's on Ivy. Like if they find a good core, if they get the Spectre, could be the way to go. Might force the Beastmaster to just sit in the off lane, just run the DK mid. Although, admittedly, I think a DK versus Spectre lane is fine for a DK. Like, you can just play the deny game, make that kind of hellish for the Spectre anyway. Not too bad.
Yeah, Spectre's always pretty poor in the laning phase. Daggers don't do a whole lot. And okay. Toxic.
A safe lane Lycan? Or a safe lane Viper coming out? No, a safe lane Ember for Sani.
Okay, alright. Mid lane on the Viper. So, what is this going to be answering then? I mean, we still don't exactly know what Team Secret are doing. They're still deciding by the looks of it, having a little chat about which way they want to run this one. Armel, what is the choice going to be against this Viper in the middle lane? I think it has to be the Beast, right? I'm not, like, at least you have axes to kind of play the lane.
Yeah. So, I know Clairvoyance, the coach of Army Geniuses, had a hot take on this. He doesn't feel like Viper's a counter to DK in lane, which I understand his reasoning for, and they will go for the DK mid anyway. It's just that you out-heal the Viper's damage, for the most part. You hit level 3, 0, 1, 2, and sure, you can spit all you want on Armel, but he's just going to out-heal. When you're out of mana, the Viper suddenly runs out of that resource to harass out the DK, so you hold that lane steady. It's a lot more passive, not an exciting mid matchup, but you are still able to farm, hit your 6, pressure tower, and the Viper can't really stop that. So I think that's the key thing. It's just going to be a more passive mid. It's the side lanes which get a little bit more explosive. I'm keen to see how much Sani can do on his Ember, because you still end up with a Beastmaster versus Ember lane, which I think is still pretty alright for a Beastmaster. Not unplayable for an Ember, but again, the Beastmaster can kind of leverage that lane really well. So it's an interesting draft. It's a good shift. It's going to be exciting. I'm trying to think if this is going to be a long game, and it could end up being that way. I think both sides do win conditions that can kind of hit their timings by 2025, so it shouldn't drag on as long. But you know, Ivy had a good hold. Secret were kind of running around sometimes a little bit against the wall, so who knows what happens here. I'm just still confused. I don't know. I don't know
You're
what happens.
still shell shocked from last game, I feel, which I don't blame you for. I don't blame you for. It's going to be a while before we get over that one, but yeah, I will say I think they've kept it very simple on the side of Secret, which I think is good. I'm not sure I'm digging this Ember Spirit on the safe lane thing. You know, like there is one thing which goes well with them, which is a Lycan Shard. The Lycan Aghanims later on in the game, the Wolf Bite onto Ember Spirit. I didn't think it was that good, and then I watched it, and it's actually really, really good. It gives you like max speed fire remnants. You can crit inside Sleight of Fist. Like it basically just buffs up everything your hero wants to do, and a little bit more. So don't underestimate that. But it's enough to outscale a Slark. No, I think this is a Chrysalis game, honestly. If Chrysalis plays solidly on this Slark, then I don't see any reason why he doesn't just carry this one. But that's my take.
Yeah, like once he hits his Ag's timing, you can just kind of run down the Ember until the BKB, but once the BKB fades away, you're still pretty fine with Slark. You've got this instantaneous control as well with the blink timing of Armel. You've always got the Roar on Boom, so it's not the simplest game for the Ember to kind of dance around here. And the key thing is, honestly, the mid lane, like again, I mentioned it's a passive lane, but I still feel like the Viper has a timing against DK, the first 2 levels are where you can really shine. So you can bully out Armel, then that's where you find your opening. You delay DK timings, he's going to have to play a little bit greedier, work towards that blink a little bit slower in the BKB, maybe apply less pressure in the tower, and that's how Ivy finds their opening here.
The battle begins.
Stoikov just harassing down Boom, just because keep making sure he gets the bounce rune for himself. Easy peasy. Oh, but Cube's not going to find it so easy, as he's going to get run down by Yamich and Puppy.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Word is still a really strong spell to throw out. It's a decent amount of damage early on. And you don't mind this at all for Secret. So, Puppy getting gold, probably not the ideal here to pick it up. And for the side of Ivy, 3 bounty runes start still pretty strong for them. But again, kills, they do count for a lot, but on a Warlock, I don't know if that's the scariest thing in the world.
I was just trying to, I don't know, it's like definitely not the, not like one of the big winners coming out of the patch. Not much change with his win rate, honestly, so... It's not a hero I've actually seen people picking up so much, which is surprising, considering there's so much fighting going on. I actually would have, like, theoretically, I thought this hero would be actually really great in this patch, but... Doesn't seem to have really affected him too much. I guess the last patch was pretty good for him too, to be honest, with just like the items he enjoys being strong.
Yeah, I think again, Slark is in a pretty good spot with upgrades to these quote-unquote dead item slots. Would say Echo Saber early on. I mean, Echo Saber not really because you disassemble, but you can do something more with it if you decide to reassemble. So I think the Slark can actually be a little bit better, just a little bit, depending on how well those items feel on the hero.
Meanwhile, Jinvincento getting stunned up. Boom and Yamich on top of him, and this should be the second kill of the game. And it's going to be able to kill him off. The chase potential for these two is pretty damn strong. You've got to be careful that you kind of don't stray too far from your tower.
Yeah, you've got to respect that. Again, Boom showed us a fantastic game last time. I love that. For all the games we've seen from Secret, it's never been a board game. It's been the Axis into the Ags, just trying to get as much harassment, as much damage off early, not really about the push. So I appreciate that. It's much more exciting to see the Beastmaster play that way, and Boom's already off to a good start. His courier is dead, so he's not going to be able to ferry anything out. I believe he does have his Basilius kind of lined up, or at least his brown boots kind of set to come.
And talking about exciting, this mid lane is heating up. Armel hitting creeps, whilst Stoikov hits creeps, and they're actually not even hitting each other much. So yeah, it's not the usual Viper game where they're just trying to get an advantage over one another. It's very very lackluster over here. Let's look at another lane. How's things going at bottom?
Odd.
Oh yeah, there it is, the upheaval. Upheaval, making sure he gets lots of extra Essence Shift stacks off. You love to see it. Chrysalis balling out of control in Essence Shifts. Puppy takes the range creep. Thank you, Puppy.
Yeah, just creating a little bit. You do see Boom drop a bit low up top. And there is some decent harassment coming out here from Sonny and JMV. You have to be a bit cautious. But his courier is flying in. They were kind of both channeling for the Lotus there. Boom does pick it up.
Yeah.
Early chains.
Well, he has got the Lotus, which is going to buy him a little bit of time. Is it going to make a difference, though? Jin trying to run him down here. One more right click will be required. I don't think he's going to get it as Yamish throws a Cursed Crown upon him. In comes Yaxis as well. Right clicks from Yamish is going to be enough to bring it down the Rubik. Nice beta with the Lotus, and that's going to set them up for a kill onto the Rubik.
Now, I like this build from Sanyo. Going 1-2 on the Ember. Just getting the chains to get this early aggression on. And Boom doesn't have the highest armor. The ring protection's helping a little bit, but the bonus damage from Sleight of Fist, it does add up quite fast. And the Ember's not the easiest target to hammer in with the chains, or hammer in with the axes as well.
Oh, Mel getting kind of low in the mid lane, but Stoikov not able to keep the poisons upon him. Dragon Tail, still a pretty decent start at level 1, despite the nerfs overall to stuns in the game.
Yeah. Still has some good impact. Again, mid lane is just a farm lane. You are winning out on Armel in terms of farm. So I guess what Clairvoyant said holds true. I mean, you can spit at a DK all you want, but he doesn't care. Dragon Blood, he'll regen through, you lose your mana, and you lose your presence. You just farm.
Yep. So how come we don't see the Nether Toxin coming out from Stoikov in this middle lane just yet to cancel out the Dragon's Blood? It's just not worth it.
Probably not. Like, it's a pretty long cooldown. You can clear out at least one wave of it, then it's just gonna be down. It's a lot of mana to commit as well for a hero with not much. So the poison attack just kind of secures you your creeps a little bit more consistently, secures you some harass. You only really want to have that Nether Toxin when you start to have some stuns come in, and for the most part, Ivy aren't keen to rotate. Their supports can, but it's a DK.
Yeah. What you gonna do? As the harassment continues, Armel shoved under the tower for the time being, and he's actually got a Midas queued up, so he's ready for the run back of game number 2. He's ready to get that value out of his Midas.
Don't excite me here, Nomad. Don't excite me for a 90-minute game.
Cube getting very low down at bottom. Let's just try and run him down, but it's hard to secure kills when you're laning with a Warlock. You know, it gives you the stability of knowing that you're probably never going to really be in danger of dying with all the heals coming through, but also you don't really have a stun to play with. You don't really have much catch coming out from your support, so that is the trade-off.
Yeah. It's the trade-off you take. Like, the Warlock, by his nature, is a stable support. There are opportunities to get aggressive. This lane is probably not it. Lycan's just too tanky with a Feral Impulse up. And the Snapfire is, well, rotating mid. This is where you'd probably want that value point in Nether Toxin, but you do have 2 value points saved for Stoikov, so you can kind of make that choice. They don't find the opportunity, though.
Yeah, they're looking for the setup. They might find it, actually. Cookie's going to come in. Armel, is he in trouble here? That's a question. He's a tanky boy, but they have the ultimate coming out. Viper Strike is there. They'll need a little bit more poison, and I think they're going to find it. Blood Grenade as well. Lift up, throw back, gets the kill. Stoikov brings him down. 3 mana rotation is what it takes to bring down the DK, but bring him down they certainly shall. But now the counter-aggression coming through from the side of Secret as they run down Zhani. Cube trying to fight up with Yamich here. He's got the cookie available again here. He's going to use it, but Yamich jumps over it perfectly.
Ooh.
And it's going to be a double kill going towards the Dark Willow. Nice movements from the Willow.
That's sick. Sidestepping the cookie, getting the Cursed Crown in the spot where the cookie would land, having Boom around to connect with a Wild Axis for damage. So you're finding everything early on for Secret outside of Armel's lane, which is to be somewhat expected, but it takes a lot of commitment down mid, which opens up your side lanes a fair bit. You're getting free farm flowing for Crystallis. You're getting some good recovery here for Boom after a little bit more back and forth early on. So overall, you're kind of happy with the lanes.
Armel,
You have 6 on Armel now, so you can just shove.
Yeah, really threatening the Viper there, actually, with that ultimate. And I imagine he's going to try and get a bit of damage up from the tower here as well. So Crystallis getting out on they down in the bottom lane, yeah. That was kind of unexpected, but you get the point in the pounce, and all of a sudden, Lycan becomes a kill.
Point in the pounce and 2 points in the upheaval. This is the more fun build. for Warlock.
There's no such
0-2-2.
thing as a fun build on Warlock. Stop coping.
It is. This is fun.
No.
This is fun. This is the most fun.
It's
Look
the
at
most
that.
fun you can have
Wow.
on that hero. Wow, look at him go.
Engaging emergent gameplay up top.
So enjoyable. Yeah, Johnny getting very low once again here, and the Axes are going to be able to finish him off. It's another death for the Ember Spirit. Jim can't do much about that one. Wait a minute. There's a very fast dragon coming in. Look at him go. Getting on top of the Rubik. And this is going to be another kill going the way of Secret by the looks of it. But Vento, not much he can do about that one.
Yep. Nice little pickups. Good rune control coming out here from Armel. Immediately just running back bot.
They down at
Got the
bottom.
Midas flying up.
Yeah,
Ooh.
they're going to be able to catch out the Lycan once again. Meanwhile, back towards the top lane, the aggression doesn't stop. Shani getting run down. Secret, they're really trying to cascade this game down upon Ivy, and they might just do it. Oh, no, Shani, he hits 6, he turns around, and he's immediately dead. Gets a kill onto Yanich, but I'm not sure that's worthwhile. Boom does get run down by Cube on the meanwhile, though. What a messy, messy few moments coming out from both teams there. This is just turning into a brawl.
It is. And Crystallis off the back of all of that movement, though, does clear out the bot tier 1. And, well, you open up that off lane, so it's easier to invade for the Wisdom Rune. Next time around, it's easier to control this area with the Lotuses and catches Coop as well.
Freebies. This is crazy.
Yeah, that's concerning on a Slark. Free stacks of Agi. Faster ride into that defusal timing. More activity to come out from him, which you do want to see when you are playing a little bit slower on your mid DK.
Yeah.
So it's already lining up. I mean, even Puppy just switches up top. He got the Roar ready. It is a Dominator game this time for Boom, so not the Ags rush. But they can get the push going off the back of this. And Puppy, that's all, just going to 0-2-3. Actually going for the higher levels of upheaval. Understanding that, you know, I don't have a stun, but I do have a good slow. And no one wants to stun a Warlock.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's true. That's true. No one's going to waste their time on that guy. No one trips over the old man. Wow. 10 minutes in, it's a 3k goal advantage for the side of Secret. They have done very, very well outside of these lanes. Crystallis absolutely owning. Boom, doing absolutely great. Got a bunch of kills up here in the top lane. Armel, yeah, he got ganked, but he's got himself a Midas, and he hasn't really struggled on CS either, so the Viper pick just doesn't really seem to have done a whole lot. And I'm always worried when this hero doesn't really get much done outside of the lanes, because why did you pick it? What's it gonna do? Like, I always feel like there's just... If you don't absolutely run over your laning phase, then I never feel very good about this Viper pick. But I'm ready for Stoikov to prove me wrong.
Whoa. Adi again?
Yeah, he's getting caught, but Crystallis, I mean, this time, Ade has help, so Crystallis probably won't be able to finish off Ade as the rest of the team. No, they're actually coming over. I thought they were going to come in through the triangle, but it's not the case. Ade just left alone, but forced to pop the shapeshift at the very least, so playmaking potential from Ivy's offlaner is going to be limited for the next 100 seconds.
Yeah, nice spell to force out. You don't mind too much. You find the dominated creep as well. Decent amount of gold coming out for Crystallis. He's got that diffusal up. He kind of wants to run with it, but he's also just kind of staying in this lane. Keep the farm game going. Dominator for Boom is coming out now as well. So we'll have that extra creep for the push coming out. And Puppy does have a 6. So the Chaotic Offering's ready. Chain Stunning with a Primal Roar could be the big way of just locking in Sani now in these fights.
Yeah, it's always scary to drop a golem on an Ember Spirit though, because you know he can just end up dodging it out. He's got so many spells which just help him dodge those 1 second stuns, or well, microsecond stuns.
No. It's a little bit annoying, but guess you could just follow through from the Roar. Could be the way to go. Smoke out here from Ivy. They've got the Travels up on Stoikov, so he can keep these chases up. He's rushing the Yags. Wants to kill, but no one's up top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Middle lane going down. Damage coming through thick and fast. Tower melting away to Armel with the DK. Does he have a shield rune as well? He does. Okay, there's no way of going for this DK right now, but Cube stuck around a little too long. Does pay the price for it as the middle tier 1 tower is going to drop. Secret will take it. It's starting to feel like a noose wrapping around the necks of Ivy.
Is under attack.
We did say this a little bit in game number 2, but I think this is the most convincing laning stage we've had so far.
Yeah, it's looking
Radiant's top tower
pretty
is under
strong out
attack.
from Secret. I think the one thing for Ivy right now is It's kind of the same issue from game 1, where what hero do you really connect with here as your supports? The best bet is probably the Ember, but Sani's going for a Battle Fury on the Ember Spirit, so he's
Oh.
going for the Long Con as well.
Wow, that's a throwback.
Which is, yeah, it's really interesting. Maybe you get value down the line when Adi does get his Ags up, but that's not a priority for the Lycan. It's still the Overlord game here for him. So it's the long game that Ivy's looking for. They will get a push going. And again, with the dominated creep, doesn't take too long. Secret is sort of around the area if they wanted to make a play, though.
Yeah, they really are. They're hanging out, and Puppy's nearby. Yamich, Chrysalis, all waiting in the tree line. If anyone comes and hits this tower, I'm pretty sure they're going to go for it.
Radiant's bottom
Ultimate now available in the Shadow Dance as well. And yep, here we go. Yamich going to start things off. They're going to try and go for the shapeshift onto the Lycan just to get himself way out there on the run, but the stuns are there, coming through thick and fast. Puppy saving the chaotic offering, and that's going to do enough to bring them down. But Chrysalis, he's got to be careful. He took a lot of damage inside that element from those kisses, but Cube, I think he's not going to be able to finish the kill onto Slark here, but in comes Stoikov from the sidelines, brings down now Boom has to back away as well. Does look like they're going to be able to get away on both Yamich and Boom. Chrysalis healed back up to full as well, so very worthwhile trade, I would say, for the side of Secret.
I want to re-engage.
Chrysalis certainly does. He's back to full health, has loads of mana to work with as well. Able to get another easy pickup here. 6 permanent agi already on the Slark. Chrysalis is having a game and a half.
It certainly is. I mean, that was a good decision to smoke in the back, come back in, find an extra support kill. You might have been happier if you managed to bully out Stoikov while his ult was down. They don't manage to find him. It stands a little bit further back, but you get the objective you want. And again, with the tower gone early, they can just invade here. Knowledge Rune was picked up already. The Wisdom Rune picked up by Coop, so no stealing here for Secret. But they are playing around his tempo well. Man, Puppy, I'm surprised he's all in on Upheaval here.
Another play on the bottom lane, but this time they're not going to be able to bring down Q. The TPs are coming in through from Ivy. Chrysalis, though, he's going to be happy just to have kind of poked the wasp's nest a bit, get them all to come out, and then peace out without getting stung. He might be just going back in again. Dude, there is no chill on Chrysalis right now. He's finding opportunities. Let's see if they can punish this one. He's going to pop the ultimate pretty early here. Stoikov has the double damage as well. Just throws down the Viper Strike onto Puppy. Puppy's like, okay, man. It's not very chill. And now they look to steal the stacks.
And they do that really fast with Boom around here as well. So
Certainly
going
do.
for the Aura Beastmaster all in, going for the Guardian Greaves next. No drum memes anymore. So it's just not
Yeah.
experimenting too hard. Though, again, I do feel like Boom did have a great performance last time. I don't think it's down to his build. Just really the draft coming out and the timings that Ivy met. Still, your timing's lining up here for Secret once more. Ivy, the one thing is, space for Sonny. He does have the Battle Fury up on that Ember, so the farm pace can escalate. Secret not stepping off gas. Smoke again.
Yep, I like this. There is a pretty scary timing coming up from Ivy with this Viper Axe. I actually think that's fairly significant this game. Against most of these heroes, it's going to be fairly annoying to play into, especially for the Slug. So they kind of want to take as many fights as possible before that one comes down. And Jim and Sento going to be another clean kill for the side of Team Secret. Chrysalis just getting involved with every single engagement as well. Like this Slark is everywhere. He doesn't want to miss out on a kill.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Echo Saber Diffusal up. He hits like a truck. He's getting all this free agi his way. 7 now. Feels pretty damn good in that hero. And they just keep that push going. They tie in with their DK. They shove in with their Beastmaster. And there's still no objectives being taken by the side of Ivy. Like, their push potential is just not up there. Until maybe you get your shard up on Stoikov. But it's only really the Lycan. And Ade's just not had that smooth start to fully commit onto the objectives. Heck, Poppy's just upheavaling the wave to slow down the movement of creeps onto the tower.
Yeah. What is he like? A little
Clear it out as well.
rapscallion.
Get some farm.
Yeah. Oh, do you reckon he's going to go shard on the Warlock? Is it worthwhile?
I want to see it. I don't know if it's worthwhile. I want to say it's not that worthwhile, but I want to see it.
I mean, he might just get it from a Tormentor anyway. Ade's going down again. Slow on the shapeshift, actually, and yeah, he's not going to pop it. Going to accept his fate. This one is just going to be Chrysalis getting the kill on him once again. Chrysalis is just getting so goddamn much across this map right now. It's actually ridiculous.
It's pretty scary to give a Slark this much permanent agi. Up 8. He's just going to get top from his Shadow Dance passive now as well, and he's just continuously going for these fights. It's not being stopped, and the upheaval having the damage tied into it now is pretty nice. I mean, you just farm. And Puppy is just actually farming here. 2k in the bank.
Chrysalis doing a bit of dodgy dewarding mission here as well. Notice that his shutdown
can
go down. Dewarded the cliff. Ultimate to get away. 007. Very nicely done.
I always thought Puppy would just keep channeling to kill off the dominated creep. Just get more gold. You know, keep that farm going. What's he even buying? Alright, he's going for the Solar Crest. Alright. Nothing too exciting.
Ooh. I don't know, as a Warlock player, I
Nothing
thought you'd find
cheeky.
that thrilling.
No.
No?
I mean, you know, Solar Crest did just recently get changed. It feels a little bit better now, I suppose. The build-up is just nicer.
Well, they are going to be able to kill Poppy down here in the bottom lane. They finally punish him for his greed and just sitting in this bottom lane doing not a whole lot.
He just buys it out.
Yep.
Uh,
Grab that Soul Crest before he dies.
Radiant structures
Man, that's a
are
pretty worthwhile
fortified.
death as well. Dying with minimal
Radiant's
gold.
bottom tower is
Very,
under
very
attack.
ideal.
yeah. We do have that timing coming out for Stoikov, though. The axe that you mentioned is there. The nosedive ready.
Bottom tower.
So a lot of output and a lot of presence now from the Viper here.
Yeah, yeah. This is this could be big, but is it going to be enough to save Ade? Certainly not. Especially he's getting used up, so can't even use the nosedive. Does finally drop it down, but taking a lot of damage from the bedlam here. Stoikov, he's going to get controlled up pretty hard here, and now they've got the pounce as well with the fear. Chrysalis, he's going to get another. Has to be careful though, running low on Shadow Dance, but then again, there's no one here to do any damage to him, so might as well just finish the job. The Kiss is coming in over the top as well, but Chrysalis is going to be able to easily heal up in the shadows there. Ivy, they just can't seem to put the fights together for themselves, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just not lining up. They overstayed their welcome. After that kill on Puppy, they get punished with a nice swing around coming out from Chrysalis. And a lot of these fights are starting to break up while Armel's just farming. Like, the DK's given free reign up top. He's got good wards to protect himself here as well. And he's got the BKB all done. So you are ready to go now on your DK. Just have that presence for the team.
Yep, Ade taking some hits. Golem comes down as well. Chrysalis trying to finish the job, but can't quite do so. Has got the ultimate just off cooldown now, so was playing on the edge just a little bit. And also gets off the dart pack there to try and get the kill onto Zhani. The first fight he joins, he just gets absolutely cut up. It's not feeling good for Ivy. That is not what you wanted to see. We were kind of all waiting to see what this Ember Spirit could really do in this first fight. And the answer, unfortunately, was absolutely nothing.
I mean, the Battle Fury build just feels way too farm-oriented. I don't think you're really getting too much value from the cleave here. It's really just for the farming. And they're chasing for more. Nah, they're just going to go for the Tormentor. Will Poppy actually
20-minute
take this?
Oh, I hope so. God, I hope so. No!
Oh, Yamich
Yamich is
takes
going to be
it.
the one who
Alright.
gets it.
Unfortunate.
I mean, probably better.
I mean, that's
but-
probably the better one. Yeah, definitely the better shard.
But we want
I want to see the
memes.
imps.
We want
I want to
memes.
see the me. I want to see the imps.
Me and John are very
I
simple
know. I want to
people.
see how much damage they do. They look silly.
Yeah. It's just a mini version of whatever golem you have, right?
Very many. They don't
Yeah.
have that much HP,
Very cute.
but they explode.
Yeah, they
So it's nice.
do.
God, it's so funny too. We were having a conversation on Warlock as a hero and why he's a hero. He is literally a nerd that just studies a lot and loves tomes and
What do you mean?
grimoires.
Bro's not nerd. Bro's fresh. He's got mad riz. He's got an evil purse.
Warlock? No, he's a nerd. He's a librarian.
Bro,
His power is reading books.
He's got nerd riz though. He's one of those one of those nerds that people find really attractive, for sure.
If we had Showcase View, I would have loved if our observer just took us to Showcase Warlock here. He's
Yeah.
not the sharpest looking fella. He's
Doesn't
a
need
silly
to be.
looking
That's,
fella.
that's why you have the charisma. You don't need the
That
looks.
Gate play?
Absolutely. He reads the books, studies the anatomy, Vincento. Gonna get his anatomy studied here. Lucky.
I don't even know what you're trying to say here.
No, I gave up a while ago. We sometimes your mind stops going, but your mouth doesn't.
Oh, look at that. We have drums of insurance. Not quite the fun drums, but drums nonetheless for Puppy.
Yeah, he's really just kind of finding these little value
Oh.
added. So they've actually managed to find Ember Spirit here. Do they have the damage taken down before the stun runs out? Yeah, no, they do not. No, they do not. Sleight of fist, Remnant away. Zhani gets out.
You see, if you had the drums there, you would have, right?
That's true.
Dire's
Or a golem.
Would have had enough.
Meanwhile,
Or golem, but
down the
the
other
drums.
side, Viper's been trying to make a little play here onto Yamich, but I'm not sure this is going to work out okay. The team has arrived, and, well, Yamich might be dropping regardless here as the ultimate comes out onto him, but no, he's got a Yule, so he's going to survive. Oh, Viper, he doesn't even get the support. Gives his life for absolutely nothing. Secret, no man left behind, coming back, saving their Dark Willow. And as you say, you know, this is totally worthwhile these days. TPing heroes across, dropping golems, just making sure no hero gets picked off is absolutely a great way to play it. Don't
It just shuts
die.
down the enemy team.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't find kills, you don't come back. And I like what Crystal is going for. He's just going for the upgrades, going for the Harpoon next.
Dire's middle
He's gonna have that gold and 500. So the full upgrade's gonna be ready. No ags at all. Still looking for kills here. Ade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, he's going to be the target. Does go for the ultimate here, but obviously when he's leashed up, it's very hard for him to actually get away. Stun out from Armel as well, and they finish the job nicely. Down he goes. Ice Shaman going to also drop as well. An extra 250 gold going for the slot. That's ridiculous as well. So there's going to be a kill onto Jim Vincento. Yamich finds him on the sidelines, even throws him out a little tip as well. Tip back from Mr. Jimmy Boy.
Is under attack.
Yeah. Just they're starting to feel themselves a little bit on Secret. 27-5, who wouldn't? 16k lead. They've had a spectacular early game. For Ivy, I mean, this is something that's been consistent across their career games. Sonny does tend to play a lot more farm heavy. Right? It worked out in game 2 with the Drow, because the core matchup was good, but your investment here on the Ember feels like it needs so much to get going. And it's going to take a lot more time to farm to reach that point.
Meanwhile, his team is just dying left, right, and center. Like it's a rough old situation. Honestly, I just feel like the death has just been way too much on the side of Ivy, but it's hard. This Slug is such a beast. You know, he can just run down anybody he wants. So look at this dive. I mean, he's killing them on the steps with their ancient, in their fountain. That's pretty bad. Yamich getting very low once again. Can they at least get this kill? Doesn't even look like it. Johnny, he's gonna pop. Doesn't quite. Yes, he does. He does die. Chrysalis looking for the ultra kill now. Moving on to Shtokov. He's got the pounce to come in here. He's got an Aegis as well. So you bet he's gonna go for the rampage. Moving across towards Ade as well. Is he gonna get it? Yes, he is.
Oh.
Secret. They are turning them inside out. It's the Chrysalis show.
Yeah, he's online. Runs down. He has a great lane. He's hyper aggressive in this
Harpoon
game.
coming out as well.
Playing
36.
Yeah. So he's got that hold. Like he had it in that last fight. We saw its effects.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice with a Slark and keeping that chase. Full ags on Armel. Push just keeps going. No reason to stop. Ivy.
Oop. Threatening the golem here. Could land it onto 2, and is absolutely going to do exactly that. Chrysalis just keeps on eating them up. There's going to be a GG soon, I'm pretty sure. This game doesn't look playable anymore. Secret even considering going for the tier 4s, and there it is. GG's come out. Secret will take the series and thus secure themselves in Division 1 for next season. It was expected, but at the same time, they did it in style. They did it in a long style.
Yeah, they clean out pretty well in game 3. Game 1, it was in the same faction. Game 2 was a bit of an outlier, and maybe just a little bit of experimentation coming out there. Ivy certainly having the chops to play the longer game, but game 3 was just start to finish domination. Like the slowest lane was mid, but that's a DK versus Viper. You expect that to be your slowest lane.
Yeah, you really do. And it was fine as well. Armel was never really that far behind from the Viper. Meanwhile, Viper, you know, you picked this hero to win your lane. You know, he was actually ahead in net worth at 10 minutes on the DK, so that kind of shows you how that lane really went. Armel just, yeah, very chill. Just plays passive, builds a Midas, you know, doesn't really bother like paying much attention to the Viper. A huge success in the mid lane, honestly, for Secret. And yeah, Shtokov, you know, if you don't run over your lane, then this hero is just not a hero. So yeah, not ideal. And I'm sure someone really smart and attractive at the start of this game said it was a free start game. I don't know who that was, but that person deserves a shout out. Yeah. I wonder.
Sure. I wonder who that was. Certainly not someone I'm casting with, for sure. Was
Yeah,
it?
it might be. It might
Could
be.
it?
I think. Maybe.
Might have been. Ah, if only I could remember who I'm with. Still,
If only.
what I can remember is that
Oh, I love the Harpoon.
the Secret just played such a clean game. Yeah, the Harpoon's just silly.
It's
It's
so
just the
good for
drag
Slog.
back. It really is. I wish it had a little bit more of an animation, like it showed an actual harpoon, just to visually show you.
I think,
So you're
I
not
think
like,
it's
what the hell is
really,
twiddling
it's like
me?
an arrow with like a little line behind it. I think there is something there, but yeah, it's absolutely minuscule if there is. Yeah, it's a subtle one, but you do just find yourself being dragged into melee carries, which isn't the ideal situation which anybody wants to be in, especially against a Slark. But yeah, Chrysalis this game 13-0-8, absolutely turning it up and then some on the Slark. He had an absolutely brutal game. Just yeah, from the lane out. Got to give some credit towards Puppy as well. Just drafting in the Warlock, knowing that he just needs a little bit of help to get through the early levels, and then he's going to absolutely dominate this one, and that's exactly what happened. Was this a second pick Slark, by the way?
Yes, it was.
That's crazy.
It was a very early pick Slark. And they just managed to get it working for Chrysalis. It's a very strong cover pick for him. They did ban out a lot of the bad matchup for this Slark as well, but I was surprised that the solution from Ivy was the offlane Lycan. Like, it just didn't feel like it was going to do much to the Slark lane anyway. So, Secret just, again, getting a good read early on. MVP, I would actually say Chrysalis. I think he just played a fantastic Slark game. He was aggressive, hyper-aggressive with a Warlock in his lane, and they just made it work. They knew what they had to do. They played with it slow, they landed pounce, and he just kept cleaning up.
Yep, and behind every successful carry player, there's of course a successful support as well. Puppy really enabling him in the laning phase as well and setting him up for the best game possible. Really nice little duo between these two. You know, they've been playing together a while now. They're on each other's level, that's for sure. And the communication has never been better for these two, as Slark absolutely rolls this game. And that is a way to certainly secure yourself for Division 1. Ancient Tribe no longer stand a chance of evening things out with Team Secret, since Team Secret are now 6-1, Ancient Tribe are 4-2. So that's going to secure it for them. So congratulations, Team Secret, for making it through up to the Division 1, once again reclaiming their rightful home, some would say. The other team, which is now standing and trying to make it, is D2 Hustlers, but we'll talk about that one later. Right now, we are going to move across to our interview for this game, which means we get to chat to a member from Team Secret, and it's going to be Mr. Boom. Mr. Boom, how's it going? How does it feel to be possibly, you know, well, no, definitely heading back to Division 1?
Hey guys, I mean, yeah, obviously it feels good. I mean, this series was a bit random, you know, on the new patch, super stressful. But we pulled through, and yeah, super happy to be back in D1.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I was going to ask you to describe that second game, actually. So, would you go with stressful for that second one? Because we were kind of stressed watching it. Not going to lie.
I mean, it's like there's so many things on the map. It's like the game is super chaotic because like everyone is keeping track of some objectives, and everyone is always saying something, you know, and you need to always think about these new things. Like every 7 minutes there's this XP rune, every 3 minutes there's Lotus, every 5 minutes Roshan moving, Watchers, whatever. There's just so much stuff to keep track of. So yeah, it's quite stressful, I would say, and confusing sometimes.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. But you know, what things do you like about the new patch? What's your favorite thing so far?
I mean, my favorite thing is just that a lot of stuff changed, because the last patch was the same. Like I pretty much like all the changes. Like it's just super interesting, makes the game super fun, and like just completely fresh and new. It's like a very different game to play, you know. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it definitely is. John, you have a question for Boom?
Yeah, I've got a question, Boom. In Game 2, specifically for you, how do you feel? What made you change between Game 2 and Game 3, going from the Ags build-up into the old Beastmaster, Dominator, and Ore build-up there?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just buying some random items, whatever I think might work, you know. I'm trying, testing everything. But yeah, I mean, in this game, I was like looking at their lineup and looking at our lineup, and we didn't have any mech buyers and any pipe buyers, so I was like, yeah, I mean, I can do it.
And
all right, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a follow-up from that one, actually. What was the conversation like coming out of that game number 2 and resetting for game number 3? Because game number 3, you guys were on it. You know, you absolutely destroyed them. So how did you kind of make that mental reset? You know, what words were said between you guys?
I mean, we talked about the game a bit, but it was quite pointless because we just threw some team fights, and then the late game is just super random. Buybacks and everything super chaotic. So we didn't talk about the game much, but just we just said like refresh, do the thing that we did in first game, do the same thing. Nothing needs to change. We know that we can easily beat them. So yeah, we just did the same thing, and yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. To take it back to how it goes, I mean, overall, how would you kind of rate this? How's this Division 2 been for you? Has this been like a really big challenge for you guys, or do you feel like you've kind of just been a step above everybody else and it hasn't been too hard?
No, I mean, we lost to Dota 2 Hustlers. They played pretty good when we played against them. Like, they were the better team on that day, and we learned a lot from the loss against them. So. I mean, no, we didn't go into any series like underestimating everyone. We know that like these are not bad teams. Every team has good players and they all deserve to be here. So you can't underestimate anyone, or you can lose to anyone. But yeah, I mean, looking forward to playing Div 1 a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
But for me,
Okay,
actually,
John.
for me, it was extra challenging a bit because I moved to offlane. So there was like I've been playing offlane for like 2.5 months for maybe now, and yeah, there's been a lot of stuff to learn. Like I watched a lot of replays of pro players, and my post 4 player Yamich, he helped me a lot to understand this role and just giving opinions. So I had to like learn and grind a lot this season.
Yeah, for sure, and it's certainly paying off. You're looking very good at the moment, and excited to see you back in Division 1. One more question I wanted to ask about this division in total, though. There are a lot of, obviously, as every Div 2, there's a lot of new players coming up, and maybe a lot of players you hadn't really heard of before, or maybe some guys that have been around for a while. But is there anybody individually throughout this entire division who's really kind of stepped up and impressed you from a different team this year?
In this Division 2, yeah. I mean, probably the Dota 2 Hustler guys, like their carry player Yuma and their mid player Adzantic, I think they're very good players. And they kind of like surprised us, I would say, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that team has good players for sure. But I'm looking forward. If they win the game, we're going to play tiebreakers against them, right? So I'm looking forward to that if that happens. Yeah.
That should be a lot of fun. Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to that one if it happens. John, you got one final question for Mr. Boom here?
Yeah, I'm curious, with you guys definitely at least making it into Div 1, is there any team that you look forward to rematching back up in Div 1? Is there any team that you feel like you really want to play against and try to figure out things again up against them up there?
No, I mean, I'm not really looking at the teams that I'm going to play against. I just want us to do the best we can and be as prepared as we can for the Div 1. Like, I think our roster is quite strong and we can beat anyone, I think. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right. Awesome stuff. Humble as ever. Boom, lovely guy to talk to, and best of luck in any potential tiebreakers and, of course, Div 1 next season. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. See you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Awesome stuff. Secret confirming their place in Division 1, but we might get to see them again in a tiebreaker versus D2 Hustlers further down the road, which will be very exciting indeed. And the teams, they're excited about that prospect as well. They want to look for the rematch. But yeah, shouting out Yuma and Adzantic, my UK brethren in the middle lane over on D2 Hustlers, and Yuma as well, who's been around for a while, but they really are stepping it up this season.
Yeah, they've looked great. And for the Hustlers, they're going to be up next, up against this potential...
That's right.
It's a tie situation. So if D2 Hustlers drop to Ancient Tribe in the next series, that's where things also get spicy because they'll have to play a tiebreaker to stay in Div 1. Right? Yeah. Even though they lose the head-to-head, I believe they will still have to play a tiebreaker. So a lot on the line today. Fantastic series coming out from Secret, but what a journey in Div 2. And this is a lot of back and forth across all the regions we've been watching, Nomad. It's been wild.
It really has, and commiserations to Ivy as well, who are now confirmed to be out of Division 2, so they'll have to play in qualifiers if they want to get back in next season. It's a shame, because this team, I've really enjoyed watching them. They're a great group, and I've enjoyed watching them kind of expand their repertoire a little bit, but I think they just didn't quite hit their pace this season. Something seemed a little bit off, and of course the challenge in this division is just insane, and if you have like a few off games, and that's all it takes, a couple of series, and all of a sudden it's just not winnable control anymore. And unfortunately, that's what happened to Ivy. And even taking a game off Secret, I mean, they got to be happier. At least they go out with a bang, has to be said. So I'm sure they've got something to smile about, but still going to be a rough situation for them. Hopefully, they make it through the qualifiers and we see them back next season. But yeah, that's going to do it for Secret versus Ivy. But stick around as we've got plenty more EU action to come. Div 2 Hustlers versus Ancient Tribe, battling it out for that all-important slot in Division 1 next. And then we'll move on to PuckChamp versus ITB as PuckChamp's turn to face the gauntlet. Can they pull themselves out of relegation? That is the question. The answer, you're going to have to stick around to find out. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we'll be back with D2 Hustlers versus Ancient Tribe.
Dire's middle tower is under
Nice kill.
What now?
Dire's
Yep.
structures are fortified.
I heal you, Slark.
Yeah, I will just keep going in. Coming.
Dire's bottom tower is
I got forced up.
I'm slowing.
Yeah. I'm chilling a bit.
I need to start healing damage.
Oh no, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
I don't him.
Nice. Oh
Point
shit.
me.
Try to kill him maybe.
Super low.
They can't run in. They can't
I'm
run
heading
in.
Clapper, heading
Yeah,
Clapper.
I'm killing first. I can stun the Lycan after.
Give me your
Go.
Get rampage.
One hit. Yeah, nice, thank you.
Can still hit.
Yeah.
Dire's
welcome one and all to the penultimate day. We are continuing the Dota action here in Western Europe. Division 2 action's about to finish, but we still have a few more series to go. We've replaced our beautiful duo of Nomad and John X Fire. It is now myself, Snare, with Professor Fluke. Mr. Fluke, good sir. It's been a wild ride. I'm kind of sad it's almost over. What have been your primary reflections so far from the entire tour that's been happening here in Div 2?
I think a lot of my reflections are that this Western Europe region has been extremely close, and I think something that Zibe said a few weeks ago has really stuck with me is a lot of the time it may not just be about how a team is performing, it's all about their matchups personally with other teams, and I think that has really kind of shown itself here in Western Europe, the fact that some of these teams that we expected maybe not to be as strong, you know, in regards to like T2 Hustlers versus Team Secret. Yes, T2 Hustlers were on a bit of a hot streak, but going into that series, we really thought that Secret were going to be able to get over the top of them. D2 Hustlers, they just had that hunger and that fire inside of them, whereas Secret hadn't really been able to figure themselves out perfectly just yet, and they're able to get that series dub. And then, you know, you look back at some of these other series between like Into the Breach, even Alliance going up against certain teams that we feel like they probably should have been able to beat and weren't able to get the dub. So I think it is really all about kind of your mentality, how you come into it, how you feel like you play up against other teams, and then at the end of the day, the Dota is only about 50% of it, I think.
Yep, and especially when there's a new patch to be thrown into the mix, right? And new ideas that you have to work out in record time. So far, this has been a very competitive tour here in Division 2 of the DPC. And one of the reasons it's been so competitive is the level of Dota itself has risen so high. And of course, well, there's another reason why we're able to observe and watch all of these games. Yes, you have all these great teams. Yes, you have PGL helping with the production. But we also have our partner, esportsbet.io, who've been helping to make this all possible. And you at home, if you want to make sure that you get your own just reward for being involved, head on over to the esportsbet.io platform, as they are launching a watch to earn segment of things. What that means is that for every hour that you spend engaged in the game, you earn 3,000 free tokens, which is equivalent to about $3 US. So that is something that you get absolutely for free. It requires zero buy-in from you, zero betting. Just head on over, watch the games that you were going to watch anyway, and become a participant and not just a spectator here in the Dota 2 landscape. So shout out to them for helping us out with this and making this DPC as fun as it has been up until this point. And speaking of the DPC, we still have 3 series left, normal series that is, as they might still be tiebreakers down the stretch. And the first series that we have right now coming up of those 3, we have Ancient Tribe and D2 Hustlers. We cannot overstate exactly how much this means for both of these teams. If D2 Hustlers wins, they will be joining Team Secret, who've just booked their ticket into Div 1. They'll go into Div 1 clean and clear, no caveats, no asterisks next to it. They just take the direct path. However, if they lose, Ancient Tribe will have forced tiebreakers, which means themselves and D2 Hustlers will play up yet again. The odds right now here, Fluke, favoring D2 Hustlers, but not by that much. Do you think this is a fair representation between these two squads? And how do you think the series itself is going to shake out when they finally start playing?
Yeah, I think probably going into the series, I'd imagine that they would be extremely close, considering it is a new patch. We haven't seen what Ancient Tribe have been able to pull out. D2 Hustlers were one of the first cabs off the rank in the new patch as well. So I'm interested to see kind of what the ideas have changed for D2 Hustlers going forward. We've had a lot of games with Dream League, had a lot of games going on with all the other regions of DC as well. So there has been a lot more tape this time around for fiddlers going into this, may be able to figure out some of their idea, whereas the Ancient Tribe, key ones that have been able to sit a lot of this stuff, get their scrims going, and be able to figure out what type of Dota they want to play going into. So I think this is going to be a very tight series. I'd imagine it's going to go to 3. I'd imagine it's going to be pretty slow and grindy between both these two teams, unless we see somebody really get outdrafted. I think one of the big heroes that we've seen so far has been this Chen, to really be able to accelerate the map and take over large parts of the jungle, take over large parts of the map, and just play around as this 5-man ball. That's why I like D2 Hustlers getting rid of it. Timbersaw is another hero that we've seen so far in Div 2 that has a lot of prowess, especially as an opening pick. So I like that Ancient Tribe get rid of that. Hero that's floating around right now is the Muerta, which I think is pretty decent into the Enchantress, but they're just going to go for other magic damage cores in the Viper and the Primal Beast to try and shut her down.
One of the things I'm intrigued about is to see how teams are going to be handling a lot of these controlling / ancient controlling heroes. Ancient Enchantress in particular should be in every single game right now, and potentially there's still some space for Beastmasters or anybody that can build a helm being involved as much as humanly possible. I'm not 100% sure who won the coin toss here, or the coin toss, the coin toss to select side and to select priority. I'm going to try find out in a little bit. For now, though, D2 Hustlers are starting with first pick on the Radiant side, Ancient Tribe playing with second pick on Dire. In the previous patch, Fluke, if it was second pick Dire, GG, well played, we're done, let's all go home, because Ancient Tribe would guaranteed win the game, but things are a little bit different right now. And I'm very intrigued about their response to the opening Enchantress. Viper and the Primal Beast, not heroes that I think about when I'm thinking about like forestalling, mass aggression, and mass like pushing happening from the enemy team.
Yeah, I think it's much more about the fact that these heroes do really well in their lanes, and these heroes are able to kind of hit that early peak that we've been seeing some of these teams come in with a lot of their magic damage. It was something that Jenkins talked about on the panel of Dream League, is the fact that he feels like that physical damage is pretty bad right now. We were talking about it before we came here on air, that I don't think it's as cut and dry as physical damage is garbage, don't pick physical damage cores anymore. It's much more about the fact that I think that Ancient Tribe, you need to have a lot of magic damage early on to be able to win some of these fights, because if you don't win some of these fights, that's when, you know, these Vanguards, these Crimson Guards can really come out. But in the same vein, a lot of these heroes do like building a lot of this magic damage early on, but before the int stacks up, before you've got a lot of these cloaks, Eternal Shrouds, pipes hovering around, these heroes really do feel very, very strong with how lower the HP pools are before that like 20-minute mark.
Let's see here. We see the Muerta being completely ignored by both of these teams. So you and I were actually talking about this between the two carry players. Between the two of them, they've played collectively 3 professional games, not pub games rather, not even professional. 0 professional games, 3 pub games on Muerta. So maybe they just don't feel like it's their style right now. And of course, D2 Hustlers already have the Terror Blade for Yuma, Ancient Tribe. The little pleb hero is not determined just yet. I imagine this will be a great game for Drow if they can get it for Ancient Tribe somewhere deep in the draft. D2 Hustlers, of course, taking out the more in-your-face counters against a TB, but Drow could be really good here. The Viper providing you the break, you supplying all that damage, heroes dying every single time they get pulverized. And right now, they don't have that great push on the map, so I think that could be nice. Having like the Viper and the Drow together would also give some more damage as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the Glacier is something that I'm interested to see if these Drow players actually utilize in these like ranged versus ranged matchups, just because the fact if you're able to pop a Glacier in a fight where the TB can't find you, then it just means that you miss out on those first couple of right clicks, right? So I think that could be an interesting caveat in the Drow versus some of these other ranged matchups that she's been potentially having struggles with. I feel like Muerta is another one of those heroes that is an insane counter to the Terror Blade. Absolutely blows through him. He doesn't have the BKB to fall back on because it's only 50% magic resist. If she gets her shard, she does a lot of lifesteal, and she has a lot of magic damage as well. So again, that is something that, as you said, there's not really too many games for either of these two carry players on the Muerta, so it might be something that could just potentially be completely overlooked for this entire series, which is kind of interesting. I thought that maybe we might see a little bit more of that hero coming forward because we have seen how strong she has been. But, you know, if the players don't play it, then at the end of the day, you really don't want to press them for it. And Ancient Tribe, they've just gone for other heroes that are good against the TB, right? The Viper's very good. The Pulverizer is very good at dealing with him as well. And then you can follow up with the Arrow. So Ancient Tribe, they've done a good job at covering the TB and also covering a lot of their bases too.
The classic combo, Primal Beast plus Morana, Pulverize Arrow, tons of disable, tons of damage. Obviously, disables aren't as good anymore, but this is still a lot of magic damage. And as you've mentioned, no more magic immunity in this game, so it'll still be a problem for the CB to worry about. I also like the fact that now they have flexibility of putting those Primal Beasts middle. Like before, I was thinking it was almost guaranteed it was going to be playing support, but now he can play mid, he can play off lane, Viper can be mid and off, and Morana, I kind of hope it is Primal Morana, like with Primal Beast middle, and then Morana comes later to help. So I like what they've got so far. I'm still concerned about them getting ran over by this D2 Hustlers lineup, but as we've seen in the past, Morana has often been the option when the enemy team has Enchantress. You just arrow the creep, or you just arrow the Sea Dragon when it's coming in to try and make a bigger push happen. But here we go with a hero that I so far haven't actually seen just yet in the new patch. We get the Pirates, Admiral Kunka is out. What's your read on this hero right now? Do you believe in him in the new patch?
Yeah, I think he's pretty decent. I played up against one today in one of my pubs. I don't know if my pub's the end all be all of the meta, but the change to the water park, the Torrent Storm, the fact that it's like an area target now instead of a round Kunkka, gives him a lot more potential at playing these fights a little bit better because you don't have to just put your body on the line to be able to get the best out of the Torrent Storm. You can use it when you go high ground. You throw the Torrent Storm like off to the right or off to the left of the tier 3 tower, and it's very hard for people to contest because you don't know where any of these torrents are coming from. You can kind of just get knocked up randomly, and then that just means a kind of go button for Ancient Tribe to walk in and get that done. So I do think that Kunkka is pretty decent. I like to see him as an offlaner, I think, with the build with like, you know, Ag Shard. You can just go for like an early BKB. Maybe you just go something along the lines of like a tankier item for him could be pretty nice. So I wouldn't hate to see it as an offlaner. Also, I feel like it can do pretty well mid with the fact that you've got Tidebringer against a Viper. You're able to sit back, farm a little bit. You can just go a Blade Mail early on, and because you're a very high strength kind of hero, you can become very, very tanky, very, very fast. And that means it's pretty hard for the Viper to deal with the Kunkka. But the fact that Tidebringer now gets stopped by Break is going to be a little annoying for him to try and deal with around the Nether Toxin.
I was actually about to bring that up, that the matchup is markedly different now. Because before you would still farm, you'd go through the Nether Toxin and farm up anyway, you didn't really care. But now it's very, very different. That actually puts like an area that Kunkka can't fully play into. I wonder how much it's going to factor into the matchup if it is indeed Viper versus Kunkka mid. We shall see as time goes. For now, D2 Hustlers also rounded out their first phase, or the second phase rather, with this Oracle hero. So they want to make sure TB just doesn't die. Although I'm not as big a fan of TB Oracle as I are with, like, let's say Oracle Lash, or just, I want heroes that have like their own form of lifesteal. Terrorblade eventually gets to lifesteal, but it's not a natural early item build-up for him. But that means that Oracle has to be very circumspect about when to use these. And you've been hype about this. You've been uber gassed about the Alchemist. Literally every game you've been like, man, there's space for an Alch here. So hit us. Firstly, why do you like this hero so much in the new patch? And is this the kind of game you want to see him?
Okay, so there's a few things with Alchemist. One, the fact that they made Grievel's Greed an innate ability, so that means that he gets it at level 1 and can still he can get Acid Spray level 1 now without feeling bad about it. The annoying thing with Alchemist previously was when you kind of had to play him as a mid laner or as a safe laner because you wanted to get Grievel's Greed level 1, and that meant that your like level 1 through to like level 5 was really weak because you had to wait a few of those levels to try and get Acid Spray, which is a very, very strong ability by itself, and you wanted to get more levels in the Grievel's Greed. Now that's innate, levels up as you level up, and means that now you can put a lot more levels in Acid Spray. And also his, I think it's called like Chemical Weaponry or Toxic Weaponry or something like that, his new passive, it stacks negative status resist and a slow. So the fact that one thing that Alchemist really had issues with early on was sticking on top of people and keeping them inside of Acid Spray. But now with the weaponry, he's able to do that quite easily. And also it means that later on, you get 11 stacks. I think it's like 11 stacks of like 6% or something like that for the negative status resist. So negative 66% status resist on these heroes that can't rely on BKB to get them, you know, out of jail anymore, means that a lot of these other spells, when you catch them out, you're able to really just blow them to pieces and keep them locked down where stuns are naturally shorter. This hero does really well at scaling. I think he fits the tempo of the patch right now with the fact that he's going to be able to hit those big item timers at that 20-25 minute mark, get himself a good shot, or get the rest of his team good shards. He can build really, really good items. He can take over a lot of the objectives on the map. I think this Alchemist hero is probably going to be the carry of the patch right now. I'm calling it. I am kind of calling it. But I think going into the major and going into, you know, the remainder of Div 2, Alchemist hero has some real big chops in this patch.
So one thing that's going to be great about this, the point you brought up about the status resist, Primal Beast, his ultimate was only brought down by 0.2 seconds per level duration. And in this situation, what's going to end up happening is that thanks to this young status resistance debuff, the stun lasts longer on Primal Beast on both Onslaught as well as the Pulverize. Both of them, between himself as well as the Mirana. Mirana's spells will not change. Like the Sacred Arrow still does the same duration of stun no matter what, but now it's even better if the Alchemist is able to get there first. I like this. I still haven't actually seen this the new passive, the Corrosive, in an actual game just yet. Like whether it be in my pubs or in a pro game, Corrosive Weaponry has not been deployed just yet with this hero. But today we get a chance to see it. Good stuff, new things in the game. And it also means that like whatever offlaner they want right now for D2 Hustlers, man, you do not want to be playing a melee hero here. Just feels so swag.
No.
Like there's just lots of stuff to pepper at you. I imagine Mirana plays with him in the lane. And then that way, just being hit, slowed and hit, slowed and hit, slowed and hit. It's very annoying.
Yeah, it's not very fun. To be fair, the debuff only lasts 3.5 seconds, so it's not a crazy amount, but I'm pretty sure that you reset the duration whenever you add an extra stack. So it's kind of just like
I imagine
things
so,
like
yeah.
it's like Furious Wipes and stuff like that. So a lot of these melee offlaners are going to have a pretty rough time into the Alchemist this time around, especially if we have like. I mean, at the end of the, you could have like a 5 Viper, I think, with something like this, because Alchemist is going to easily be able to fall back into the jungle with the jungle camps being so close to his lane. So I don't know what D2 Hustlers want to try and pick here. You need to have a way of killing this Alchemist because you don't have the kind of burst damage that you need against an Alch, especially with stuns being so low. You're going to go with a Magnus. Okay, so they're going to go more of the extra lockdown route instead of the extra burst route. They have a lot of good combinations. My one issue is they are going to lack damage on this Alchemist around about that 20-minute mark. Look at Mobe. He's super excited about getting into this series. So I like the fact that the Ancient Tribe, they understood that Little Pleb on this Alchemist, he's going to have a pretty decent time already against the heroes that he's playing up against. So if you just give him that extra save with the Shadow Demon, then if he ever does get caught out by RP, you throw him into a ball, he comes out, he's got Chemical Rage going, and then he's able to turn around and fight up against the Conqueror and the Magnus that are naturally going to be in his face as well. So he's always going to have targets to be able to stack up those corrosive weaponry stacks onto people. So I'm really liking this Alchemist right now. They don't have a good Spirit Vessel builder. Maybe you can see Conquer go like Blade Mail Spirit Vessel this time around for Adzantic and try and play fast tempo into the Alchemist lane, but I'm not 100% sold on this lane being scary for the Arc just yet, especially with the way that he can play with Acid Spray and the corrosive weaponry. So I think Ancient Tribe have put themselves in a good spot here. Still not 100% sold on the Viper first pick, but at the end of the day, I think they've really rounded out with a very strong call that they can kind of put this 4-man behind and just make sure Little Pleb carries them.
I kind of like the Viper opener. I think if it's Mobe playing it, because I think they've done the best when Mobe is on some kind of lane dominator. The best performances were from Death Prophet, of course, but we have seen like the odd DK game here and there. It's like, oh, this looks pretty good. So I like that he's dominating his lane. I'm not that sold on Magnus as a hero from the last patch into this one. I feel like on the side of D2 Hustler, there's a lot of responsibility on Devilama. If he's not the one initiating the fights for them, nobody really does it on the side of D2 Hustlers unless they find like this incredible X marks the spot from Kunka. And I don't think his lane, you were mentioning you don't think Alchemist is going to be playing into a scary lane. I fully agree with you. I don't think his lane is good enough for the game. They also have this Alex Shadow Demon for salvation down the stretch. It's really annoying. You try to go for some RP play and then the hero gets disrupted before you can get the full skewer back, and it's like, well, all right, this is going to be fun. Weirdly enough as well, if you're fast enough with your ultimate and you can catch the ultimate onto the Magnus before he turns for his RP, then he might not be able to position himself nicely for a skewer. Sure. I do think D2 Hustlers has shown themselves to be a better team, but I do prefer this Ancient Tribe draw for this game. So let's go all in. And I want tiebreaker, so let's go. Ancient Tribe, let's do it. Give me that 2-0, give me more Dota. D2 Hustlers, you know, Devilama, we've had fun talking to you, fam. You know, you're a pretty cool guy, but we like more Dota. So let's see what happens here.
Very excited to see what the first couple of games are going to look like between these two teams, about whether or not there's going to be a meta in and of itself that's going to come out, whether or not we're going to have this Alchemist be something that both these teams are thinking about and looking at throughout this series.
Also, you can't, thank God, one of the big changes that happened to Magnus is you can't utilize the Horn Toss until you get Aghanim Scepter, which is very, very different. They actually utilize the Twin Gate here. They're looking for an early gank. We're going to be seeing a lot more of this, Fluke, but they're aware. They're prepared for this. They're not going to get themselves caught out. Unfortunately for them, the Watcher was already activated, so they had awareness that, yeah, something might be happening. They're positioned very, very well right now. Nobody's going to end up dead.
Yep. They're all good. They're going to avoid that. That's something that it's kind of weird, especially when you start the game and there's bounty runes and stuff like that to think about, that teams are still going to try and go for this Twin Gate gank. I'm interested to see if it ever does work out against some of these heroes.
The battle begins.
All right, here we go. Game is heading underway. Low Pleb, of course, playing the Alchemist, so already got that Grievous Greed, which also means we get that bounty bonus, baby. It starts even earlier. Woohoo! Good stuff.
Very true. Oh, and also it is kind of interesting. I I did say that Grivel's Greed levels up with you. As an innate ability, it doesn't actually level up. So you kind of get the max amount of Grivel's Greed from the start of the game. So it means, as you said, the bounty rune multiplier is starting at 2. So you don't get the 2.63 as you get later on. But I think the fact that you start with the extra gold straight away means that you're not going to hit this like level 20 timing where you're like 6 slotted, but it just means that your curve is a lot smoother now, and it means that you have a much better start to the game, but maybe your like mid-game, if you're having a good game, isn't going to be as crazy.
Speaking of craziness down bottom, well, both teams actually try to start the game with some tri-lane shenanigans. Alex spent a large majority of his time up top, where they were hoping to try and find a kill. He might actually die here as first blood, and indeed, Theodical doesn't even look at explosions. Alex honestly didn't even really need to die there. He was trying to make space for Mixer, but Mixer had already gotten back to the tier 1 tower. So they get the first blood for D2 Hustlers, and while they're at it, they killed Alex's courier as well, so he can't just come back with, I believe he had tangles on it. So a good start for themselves down in this bottom lane, and only now they feel the need to send the Enchantress top. And Divine Llama, well, he was struggling a little bit. He actually might die here, Fluke. They're channeling up the Concoction arrow to follow this one up. Definitely going to die. Unfortunate for them that it's not the first blood, but they do punish the tri-lane starting off from bottom.
Yeah, really just putting the pressure on Divine Llama. And now they're going to put the pressure on Theolico as well.
Oh no, the dodges. He gets in the trees, but he still gets stunned up. LeBron didn't have the Sacred Arrow off cooldown yet though, so they can't actually make a bigger move.
Yeah, that was kind of spooky. I do like that we're looking at a game here as well, where game number 1 is you got a lot of these players with plat and above heroes, so what a comfort. Alex just gets punished there by Yuma. So again, another one of these heroes that we've seen Yuma do really, really well on has been the Terrorblade, and especially in the first matches they had early on, they really proved that Yuma is one of those players that can carry super hard on something like a Terrorblade.
Other side of the map, whilst Yuma is still just farming away, they're going brick for brick with Divine Llama and Theodical. By the way, I've been wanting to check cosmetics. How do you open showcase mode now?
Mine's I. Was it I?
Is yours still I? Okay. Mine is...
Oh wait, like, yeah, you can't just click on them.
You can't just click on it. Yeah, like you have to use the hotkey. Like you can't just click anymore. Theodical might die inside the acid spray here, but they get the bigger kill out of low pleb. But like you can open the showcase mode, but like you can't open the thingy-mabob. You know that showed you the portrait and all their cool little items?
Yeah, true. Yeah, right.
I don't know how to do that.
I'm annoyed now.
Blissfix, Volvo,
Valve, please.
Valve, please.
But that first kill there onto Little Pleb is actually kind of big for their lane here. The fact that Little Pleb is only 9 and 5 up against the 8 and 3 of the Divine Llama, so it is a good start for them to be able to force the Alchemist to not have a free lane here. He does have a lot of creep camps to be able to fall back into, so it's not the end of the world, him going down, but you can see that he wants to play really, really aggressive with this hero.
They keep overlapping their stuns a little bit up in the top lane between LeBron and Low Pleb. Ends up not mattering though, because they bring down Theolico. LeBron is the one that snags up that kill. Honestly, given the heroes that are in this game, I do think we've been seeing from the last patch into this one that most of the time if there's a Miranda in your team, she's the one that builds the Guardian Greaves. So these kills do make a meaningful difference to getting you closer and closer towards having that item. And then Mixer can just build like the Crimson Guard down bottom to deal with the Terrorblade.
Yeah, very true. And I think that was, the next thing that I was going to touch on Mixer is I think that you can't play Crimson Guard against these high physical damage heroes like just because it mitigates so much of the damage, and especially with the fact that PK Beef really has kind of a full. Oh, the Little Pleb. He's in trouble. He's probably dead.
I think he's dead, yeah. Divine Llama has Shockwave in 3 seconds. 2, 1. Oh, he's actually going to give up the chase. This Mirana, okay. LeBron went bottom. They were hoping to try and get a gank off. Alex was waiting to disrupt the target and then the arrow next, but Alex disrupted too soon. Mirana couldn't do anything, and they punished the movement. So he has to come back. No gank happening to the bottom lane.
It's also level 4 on LeBron. He's higher level than what his Alchemist is. That's kind of crazy.
We'd love to see it.
Seems really pressured now too on the Alch.
Yeah, he might actually end up dead here. Theodical, one more impetus shot. Oh, he survives for a moment, but that moment very quickly ends. And Divine Llama is credited with the kill. Best case scenario that Theodical actually didn't get it. This is really, really good for them. Down bottom, Alex will get off a disruption, and that'll save both himself and Mixa's life. So these side lanes, they're doing really well on top with D2 Hustlers. Down bottom, they're also farming quite well for themselves, out farming this Primal Beast and having gotten some kills early on. And mid is so far the one lane on the map that Ancient Tribe are doing incredibly well. But you sort of anticipate this, right? Like, you're playing Viper. If you're not winning the lane as Viper, we saw earlier today in the series against Team Secret between them and Ivy, that a Viper that loses his lane, the game's just over, honestly. The hero has no more influence at all after the laning phase if he loses.
Yeah, especially into a hero like Terrorblade and Kunkka, who have a massive amount of physical damage, and Mobe doing a good job at just pressuring out at Zanzik here, really forcing him to not be able to play the lane properly. Enchantress goes down in the bottom side of the map to Mixer. But yeah, this is probably a pretty good start here for D2 Hustlers with the way that the lanes are going. 3 of their cores are doing better than the 2 bottom cores for Ancient Tribe. I think it's all about how this mid-game transition happens, right? Like how they play around these objectives. At the end of the day, if you're not kind of getting a massive amount of kills early on, I don't think the laning phase matters as much these days, unless you're really kind of snowballing out of control because of the way that you can come back into the game with team fights and objective control. So as long as they're playing the map properly for both of these 2 teams and itemizing correctly for the mid game, then still is anybody's game.
Anything could indeed happen.
Little pleb.
Top lane, they're going to try to go for low pleb again. He does have a turnaround with the unstable concoction. Divine Llama has 16 wand charges. Doesn't have skewer, but does have shockwave in a moment. Will deploy it. Oh, doesn't actually have enough damage to kill. Ooh. And the other core turned around. He didn't think they'd need the second impetus shot. Maybe if one of them had been willing to tank the tower damage, that would have been a kill. But Dota 2, game of margins, and the margin this time favorable for Ancient Tribe, as Little Pleb gets to keep on farming.
Oh, dude, he got like the perfect medium camp too for this safe lane top side. And this is another thing for Alchemist as well, is a lot of these creep camps are relatively close to each other, that he can just do the double acid spray, right? And, you know, he kills a golem camp. He's able to get himself extra bit of gold with the small camp. And once the golems start to level up too, they split into 3 little baby golems, not just 2. So he gets extra gold on top of that. So yeah, Alchemist is feeling pretty good, but they've done a really good job at shutting down his lane. I think that's probably one thing that we've seen right now from this Alchemist is the Mag and the Enchantress lane is a lot better than what I thought it was going to be. I didn't think the Magnus was going to be able to pressure the Alchemist that hard, but he's really done a good job at kind of outlaning Little Pleb this time around here for Divine Llama, who has been a pretty big standout for this team as well for D2 Hustlers. I think when he has a good time, the team has a good time.
Yeah, that's generally the case. In retrospect, I think it might have been better if they had the Shadow Demon up here instead of the Morana. Because without the arrow, if she throws an arrow and misses, there's a pretty big window that D2 Hustlers know they can play uber aggressively. And they took advantage of that window several times over. Still though, Low Pleb is finding some degree of net worth. He's number 1, but you expect that from an Alchemist. He should be slightly further ahead. And they might get more gold here by killing off the Yala core. He's going to throw in with these Nature's Attendants. They just go in and get the quick kill. Goes the way of Low Pleb, even more net worth. You know what hero is surprisingly high in net worth though? It's Alchemist you expect to be here, but Viper, holy smokes, this mid lane matchup was even more dominant than I thought. They might get this kill onto Mobe now though, but even after the full boat combo, that's just half the HP. Hakoto realized very quickly that he couldn't actually do anything here. Mobe is owning in this game, man.
Yeah, the Nether Toxin, dude. He just saw it just then. He tried to Tidebringer cleave him and couldn't as he walked into the Nether Toxin. So it's going to be an interesting spell to try and look forward to here for Adzantic, that he needs to try and pay attention around that. So maybe it might be time for him to go for a BKB. Yeah, the damage still goes through, but at the end of the day, you're at least able to protect yourself from the break debuff, which is the big thing for this fight. So they're doing a good job at slowing this game down here for Ancient Tribe to get their Alchemist to a good spot. He's going to go the Radiance build as well. They've got their Vanguard already on Mixer. He can just kind of go the Auras this game. They've got a lot of overwhelming magic damage, so he doesn't kind of have to be this scary Primal Beast. He much more has to be the Primal Beast that sits in this fight, gets the Crimson Guard off, pulverizes the Terrorblade through BKB, and is able to turn around and get these kills where Mobe as well as Little Pleb can deal the damage. But for the side of D2 Hustlers, they're also doing pretty okay. You know, Divine Llama is going to get this early Blink Dagger. I mean, I feel like he probably could just go for early Guardian Greaves as well if he feels like that he doesn't need to initiate a lot of these fights. But he is kind of their only real good initiation outside of like an X combo where you're able to still semi-react to it.
Right now, game, as you said, has stalled out a little bit, and that will always benefit the team that has an Alchemist online. It's also benefiting this Viper, who's allowed to just farm up. Down bottom, we saw just recently that there were 4 heroes positioned here from D2 Hustlers as they tried to rotate at Xantic to maybe get a kill, but they only came across Alex, who stopped all of it in his tracks, letting Mixa continue to just play this lane quite casually. He's actually overtaken the Terrorblade in terms of net worth. So outside of Divine Armor, all 3 of the cores on the side of Ancient Tribe outstripping their counterparts. Feeling good. This is a nice place to be if you're them right now. And if you look at those drafts on the side of D2 Hustlers, until they are beating on your buildings with this TB, they actually have 0 building damage. Like, Enchantress can help out a little bit, but if they're not moving as a unit, like, there's no easy, we're going to pop DK form, or we're just going to harass with Exorcism. You actually kind of have to full commit if they want these buildings.
Yeah, pulverize onto an illusion there, bottom side for Mixer. I think the same is true for Ancient Tribe as well, though, right? Because who's really going to take the towers? Alchemist is the only one that's going to hit it, and he's got this Radiance build, so it's still going to be a while until he feels strong enough to be on the front line. Oh, that was a nice little angle there from LeBron to be able to kill the little potato.
Nice, nice,
They are rotating the Viper towards top.
Yeah, Mobe making his first big rotation with the Moonlight Shadow. Not going to be able to find anybody just yet. Low Kleber triggered out the Unstable Concoction, hoping that somebody was going to be nearby, but nobody gets caught. He also hasn't gotten any points into the Corrosive Weaponry just yet. Still playing a very classic style of Alchemist here. Not utilizing any of this new tech. Just glad to not have to spend levels on Beetle Speed.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is Unstable Concoction allows him to pressure out the Magnus, whereas if you're in a lane where you're able to get a lot of right clicks off, I think Corrosive Weaponry is definitely a lot better. Maybe even just a value level, because like at level 1 you can get 15% negative status resist with max stacks, and with that on top of Unstable Concoction, if you're able to hit like a max stun, then it's a lot of duration, especially with like an arrow on top of that as well. But at the end of the day, Little Pleb's the pro. I'm the one that's sitting here talking about his game, so it is a very fresh patch as well, so I don't think that we've really figured out how this Alchemist needs to be played just yet, whether or not Corrosive Weaponry is the broken spell, whether or not you do this like 4-4-0 build and you just get Corrosive Weaponry for the latter stages. Because, I mean, it is an insane spell. Whether or not it's better than a few levels in Concoction, time will tell. So these lanes are really starting to dissolve now. You can see that both of the supports went towards top here for D2 Hustlers. They really want to try and unlock this side of the map and try and pull Divine Armor into some other parts of the map. Now with the Blink Dagger, he can try and gank some of these heroes, take this tier 1 tower and maybe transition that in towards the tier 1 tower bottom. But you can just see the posturing from both these two teams. They kind of understand that they need to make sure that they don't lose these towers too early, because then you can start losing some of these objectives, which are very, very important. I think that's a big thing that I've seen across a lot of these games is these objectives are super important. Your Tormentors, your Wisdom Runes, your Towers, they're all very, very important at keeping this game at parity and not forcing you to play this like insane late game team fight kind of strat where you outplay the team and win at 70 minutes, you know?
Did just see the Alchemist complete up his Radiance. Top lane, Theolocor and Divine Armor have been frustrated by this push for quite some time. Between Alex and LeBron, it's way too easy for them to forestall this. Just keep constantly throwing out the Shadow Poisons. Every now and then a Starfall, but crucially an arrow into either Theolocor's creep or a Sea Dragon and or a range creep. So far, so good. Divine Armor decides to make the jump, actually revealing his Blink Dagger, but this might get him killed. The arrow combination will be there onto him. He doesn't die though, because they put their attention towards Yuma. Yuma, he ported in. He came through the gate. He thought this was going to be a good fight for them, Fluke. It turns into immediate disaster. They didn't have any sentry wards down, so they can't notice the approach through Moonlight Shadow. And he gets brought down by Mixer and the boys. To make matters even worse, the kill gets credited to the Alchemist of all heroes. Absolute disaster in the top lane.
Yeah, the Archie was close because he can just spam out these creeps in the top side. They catch out the Violet. Yeah, that was... that was probably the worst possible scenario for them. At least they get a decent amount of experience on Hakoda bottom, but losing these fights early on, especially when you bring your carry to one of these fights and your carry dies, is not a good start. It's not the end of the world, but you're playing into an Alchemist, so you need to make sure that you're getting a lot out of the map while he's sitting back and farming, or at least killing him, because as this game gets later, if he gets like AC plus like one item, I don't see how they're going to kill him, especially if he has a Crimson Guard behind him as well for Mixer. If they get like a pipe, like it is going to be a hard game for D2 Hustlers to deal enough damage to kill this Alchemist. And if he starts hitting that critical timing, he can really take over the game. He's able to take a lot of these objectives, take a lot of these towers, and be very, very hard to kill.
They haven't been able to progress that much either. And top lane, they might be able to get the kill onto Theoloco. Oh, the classic, man. Pulverize into arrow, into trample. Way too much damage. And even an Enchantress, even if she had an untouchable, she didn't even bother skilling it. Like, I actually like this. You're like, you know what? Enchant is such a good spell right now with so many more things that are dispellable. Just get that. Who cares about the untouchable? They can kill me with the Morana combo. I can die to the Shadow Demon. I can die to Viper. I can die to Alchemist. This might be one of those games where, unless you're forced into it, you might not even bother with points and untouchable.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely could be something that he sits back and doesn't worry about. Especially you're playing against Viper too, so I'm pretty sure untouchable is breakable. So it's too hard for you to play this game with untouchable. So Ancient Tribe, they're in a really, really good spot. Both of their two cores are really, really high up. The Alchemist is getting a good Alchemist lead as well. I think that's something for us to talk about all this fight.
They're going to take a fight from the river here, and they're going to go directly onto the Oracle. They were trying to stop Morana, but she instead is the one that springs a trap in the opposite direction. Mixer is here as well. They have Pulverize, and they want the bigger target. They go on to Absentic. No way to cancel out said Pulverize. The Stable Concoction will be there. They should be able to bring him down. They'll play with the double kill, thanks to this Radiant Spurn. And it was an optimistic jump onto the Morana while she still had deep charges. Not only do they not kill her off, she still lives at the end. She sets up the trap. And they're the ones now just pushing onto the tier 1 tower middle.
Yeah, and that was just as Little Pleb picked up his Blink Dagger as well. Makes that transition into the fight, gets a couple of kills, feels good. They got kills onto big cores, I think is the scary part. Like, yeah, if you're losing like your Enchantress, whatever. Oh, the creep's too good. Creeps are homies.
Divine Llama has some bodyguards in the lane, man. It's fine.
Definitely take those. 100% take those. Divine Llama, you're like, yep, all right. I'll be able to survive a gank, but yeah, it's just the fact that you're getting these kills onto cores is the scary part. Taking down Adzentic, taking down Yuma in the previous fight as well just means that Ancient Tribe, they're streaking ahead. This 9,000 net worth lead, it's not exactly a 9,000 net worth lead. It definitely feels like it's probably like 3 to 4k at this point. Just the fact that Alchemist is an Alchemist. But probably you're going to have to temper some of those ideas about previous Alchemists, right? Because without having the max out Greevil's Greed, like you lose the bounty rune scaling, you lose the extra bonus gold per kill, so it's not as fast as what it used to be, but it's still pretty fast. So very exciting to see how they try and deal with this right now.
Dude, top lane, Alex forced 4 heroes to play around him right now. Or 3 heroes rather, there's 2 on the other side of the map that can't count right now as they're going in at the trample. Looking for a way to bring down somebody for revenge, but they might have overextended their hand here. They need some TPs on Ancient Tribe. Little Pleb in danger. Little Pleb gets RP'd with Mixer.
Okay.
Mixer does manage to get off his BKB at the very least, and now throws in the Pulverize onto Adzentic, with Mobe having made a move, but they realize now that they might have bit more than they can chew. LeBron did throw in a very nice arrow to stop Divine Llama from proceeding in this fight. But with 2 heroes have already been bursted, D2 Hustlers can finally take this tier 1 tower, as Yuma is here with the Metamorphosis. So they shave this 9k gold lead down to 7, and they kill the hero that was extending this lead in low pleb. So D2 Hustlers punch back from middle in a very big way in this top lane.
Yeah, it's like a 2k gold swing. I was concerned about Mixer just then. I wasn't sure why they didn't just pulverize onto Adzentic and take him down. I understand that the Oracle was in the area, but you know, both of the 2 cores were on two different wavelengths there, and losing Little Pleb is not good. Especially if he does stick to this Moonshard build. I hope he doesn't. I really would like him to just go an AC and you do the same thing, but at least you're not food to the Terrorblade if he ever gets close to you. So they're starting to hit some good item timings here. What's Mobe got? He's going to go Ags. Okay, so he's going to go to the Nosedive. Really, really good into the Terrorblade. Disarming all of the illusions, even disarming the Kunkka as well. So I like that. He's got the Bits Travel as well, so he's been able to just sit back and farm. Mixer, he's going to go Blink Dagger after BKB. This is an insane Crimson Guard game. I'm very, very concerned if Mixer does not go Crimson this game.
I think he should, yeah.
It's so insane,
Crimson
and he's
Guard
like
feels so nice.
he's only 1,800 gold away from finishing it after the Vanguard as well. Like it's not expensive. It's 3,600 gold. It is very cheap of an item, especially for how much that it does. The fact that it scales with strength is broken. So hopefully he goes it eventually. I do understand wanting to get the Blink Dagger to be able to get like an instant initiation onto Hakoda, be able to catch out the Oracle in the back, pulverize him, you can arrow him in the back, and then Mobe is able to do Mobe things. Because this Fate's Edict can do a lot of work this game. The fact that you give them the 100% magic resistance.
Ooh, something else actually I just realized about this Aghanim Scepter on the Viper. As I'm looking at Yuma's illusions, the double attack speed slow, or the double, because you get double the damage and attack speed slow, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be what 64 attack speed slow. Illusions have no way to protect against this, and that's like the bulk of Terrorblade's damage. He can BKB, and during that moment he's protected, but a lot of his damage will not be. So as the primary engine of hurt on the side of D2 Hustlers, they have to make sure that he's positioned as far away from this Viper as humanly possible. Down bottom, Mirana is not nearby, so Theolocore will be allowed to live. Why is it Mirana actually here? Moby and LeBron look like they want to try and take the Twin Gate, but made a very awkward movement here. They're going to try and make a jump onto Theolocore regardless. Low Pleb comes in with the damage, and they will have RP though. Gets the counter. There will be a very quick disruption to make sure that there is no usage of the skewer, and the arrow collects the Vibe armor as he's skewering out, so he probably ends up dead from this. And that is indeed the case. My bad, LeBron. I didn't know you were playing 4D chess, looking into the future. Understood when and where to be. That's going to enable them to not just get the kill, but the tower should definitely fall off the back of this.
Yeah. I think they were definitely just banking on the fact of the Twin Gates. They have the boost travel on the Viper as well. Little Pleb did go for this Moon Shard. So all out attack speed here. Be able to try and stack up those corrosive weaponry stacks as fast as possible. I wonder if corrosive weaponry works with illusions. That could be pretty gross.
Dad? It should, right? It's a passive.
Yeah, it definitely
so there's no
should.
reason it shouldn't.
I feel like there is some things that have been hotfixed in the past and not affect with illusions. So maybe it being a new spell, it definitely will. So it's going to be slows galore. It's going to be hard to deal with for these heroes once this Manta style comes out. He's going to go for a heart though.
Question actually.
Yeah.
So I imagine that the corrosive weaponry debuff, right? Will it apply in? So it stacks up to 11, right? Will separate instances from illusions also make it stack up to 11, or will the instances from the illusions place a different debuff on you? I think that's the interesting question.
That is very interesting. I don't know. Maybe?
It should, the way I think about it, it should just like continue with the initial debuff.
Yeah.
And just restack that one, but like, I don't know, it's a new spell, you know? Not always the best fixes. Down bottom, LeBron outplaying Hakoda potentially. You won't be able to kill him off though before they get off this young false promise. They also have the Reign of Destiny pop down as well. They will throw out a boat that only connects onto LeBron. They still end up losing Hakoda though. Not nearly enough heal provided. And they just get out down bottom. At the same time though, the Theolocore also dies solo to low pleb in this mid lane. So Ancient Tribe picking up the tempo a little bit here, Fluke. Trying to make this map as fast as possible. They're back up to a 10k gold lead. But it's not... The scary thing about this Alchemist, you were mentioning it now, because of how the scaling is different, with Grievous Greed not leveling up, his farm is technically slower, but it does also mean that your power peak, you reach your power peak later, so you don't have this massive chasm of time where the difference between you and your opponent is absolutely massive. It used to be that like at this stage of the game, Alchemist is like 2 items up. Now it's only like 1 massive item on top of the enemy core hero.
And I think, especially with the item build that he's gone for as well, like Moonshard, like one of those items that you really kind of have when you're like super far ahead, and he's going to go hard. So he is very low on the armor side, the armor. And all it takes is for them to get RP'd, and he can definitely die. And you can see Mobe has the same issue because Yuma's not that far behind.
Look at top, dude. They just killed off this young Viper, and they might kill this Magnus thanks to the illusions that Alex manages to take with the disruption. Not going to be enough because Hakoda is there to heal up Divine Armor, Reign of Destiny, as well as a Fate's Edict. But he could have died there. The big pick, though, is that they find Viper. I love the fact that Divine Armor has not been shy about using his RP. If they can find a decent opportunity, they're like, well, let's go for it. We're not going to just wait until there's 3-4 heroes in the perfect location. Just like, does it seem good here? Yeah, let's use it. Even if it only gives you a slight advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they get the kill onto the Viper, which is pretty important, right? We talked about the fact that this hero... Oh, there's a fight going on.
They're jumping onto Xantic. They know that there is no Reign of Destiny, but he does still have a false promise to back him up. Nice little tidal wave back. He should get arrowed, though. He's on the edge of the Reign of Destiny. Another unstable concoction triggering out. It comes out after the false promise, so there's no more dispels available to keep him alive at the moment. So I think he should die here. Xantic taken down by low pleb. They pop Moonlight Shadow, so potentially trying to just run to the top lane. I think they might want to just get the tier 1 tower out of the way, right? The way the game is right now with the positions of the Roshan pits, suddenly the off-lane tier 1 is a very important objective to remove from the map. So it makes sense that why they want to try to go for it.
Yeah, 100%, especially with Tormentors and the way that the map is feeling right now. These tier 1 towers are super important, even in the off-lane. So the way that we're looking right now is these fights are going quite handily in the favor of Ancient Tribe, just because I think they kind of need 5 heroes to take down one of the cores. Like, maybe Mixer might be easier for them to take, but they kind of need to, like, RP one of them, maybe pull them out of the way with Skewer as well, and then follow up with all the Kunkka's combinations, and then they have Yuma to deal all the damage. So it is a little harder for D2 Hustlers to get a lot of these pickoffs, whereas for Ancient Tribe, it's like you've got an Alchemist who has like a Moonshard and a Heart, so like he's able to stick on basically anybody he wants, and you know, Enchantress is very, very easy to pick off. Some of these other heroes are very squishy as well, so it's not easier for Ancient Tribe to get these pickoffs in regards to what D2
Guess who they found? Guess who they found who doesn't have a BKB?
Oh no.
It's Yuma. Where's Hakoda at? Wherever he is, he's just too far away. There will be an RP. We'll try it by a no, it got cancelled. The Blink Dagger got cancelled. Oh no. Divine Llama, he shift queued the full interaction, but he can't get it off. Low pleb. Not done with the fight just yet as he blinks forward. There was a concoction onto Xantic. There's a Sacred Arrow in 1 second, and potentially they find this after a disruption. The skewer back still happens from Divine Llama, dragging Low Pleb into the base. Boat crashes in on him. Do they have the damage to kill him through both lives? Maybe not even the first one. They do take the first one. 15 seconds before the Aegis was going to expire, he dies. He will be able to live on his second life, as they also kill off Divine Llama. They had enough like dot damage to kill him even though he went back to the fountain. Okay. Very good fight for the Ancient Tribe. They kill off Yuma, they kill off Divine Llama. They manage to force a fight just as Aegis is expiring, and they have a pretty decent wave coming in through bottom. 1.5 creep waves. So this map is starting to look very, very nice for Ancient Tribe, and the gold lead keeps increasing for them.
Yeah, they've got an Alchemist, so anytime they kill any of these creeps, they're naturally going to get an advantage off it. And fortunately for Divine Llama, he got Viper Strike, so that thought damage is too hard for him to deal with. He also didn't TP all the way to the fountain. He TP'd behind the racks, so not getting the full bit of regen. I still think he probably would have died anyways, but at the end of the day, that's how it does pan out for him. Also, the fact that they go up the high ground, they don't really get much out of it. I'm still not 100% sold on this game feeling really good for Ancient Tribe. Obviously, they're ahead. They're feeling good with how the map is going, but I don't think they've done enough just yet. It's 27 minutes. They haven't taken a tier 2 tower. The tower state is exactly the same for both these two teams. And you know, we haven't seen a Roche go down yet. We haven't seen multiple Tormentor kills. Oh yeah, there was just one. There was just one. So we haven't seen like multiple Roches. The Tormentors are just getting dealt with now, so yeah, I don't think you're obviously worried about an Alchemist, but you've proven in the last couple of fights that you can at least deal with him without Yuma. And once Yuma starts getting into this fight, like he's gonna have an MKB in like what 20 gold or something, like 100 gold. So Yuma's gonna have an MKB. He can get Manta style, so he can try and deal with his Viper Strike, and he can be a big, scary threat, especially because like they have not built against physical damage. They've got a Vanguard, and that's it. Like they don't have an AC, they don't have a Crimson Guard, they don't have Guardian Greaves. Like they just don't have any of these auras, and none of them are armor items either. So Ancient Tribe, yeah, they might be ahead, but they haven't been able to itemize properly for the one hero that's going to cause them some troubles in this mid to late game.
They did buy the one Solar Crest on this Mirana. This is an item that got massively buffed. Please, if you are playing pubs right now, buy Silver, or the Solar Crest, not Silver Edge. Buy Solar Crest. It's very, very good. And the Mirana, we used to see this all the time, like drafts that had an Alchemist. Given this hero's propensity to just getting melted by physical, somebody on the team would buy it for him. And now he's gonna get set up for more success as they jump onto Divine Armor, attempting to get away after Hakoda bails him out with the false promise. The question is there enough heal here? Hakoda baits Edict himself here to try and survive against the Radiance Burn. He will survive, Divine Armor will not. As Mobe is on a killing spree right now. They still haven't managed to take the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Somebody please hit this thing. Get rid of it. Gets taken away and they're getting... No, you were talking about you want some more armor items. Viper's just queued up a Shiva's Guard, so he's going to have his plate mail fairly shortly. He's going to get uber tanky. They have the Solar Crest on the Mirana. They don't yet have any big item after the Aghanim Scepter for Mixa that he's just finished off. But this makes him personally a little bit tankier, so he can survive a bit more in the midst of the fight. I do want to see another one though, and on the other side though for D2 Hustlers, a concern I have is that Divine Armor, he's just not scaling anymore. He has like the Blink Guardian sure, but it's becoming increasingly more difficult for him to make forays on the map and find the network that he needs.
Yeah, it's really hard for him because they haven't been able to get that kind of farming style going for them just yet. They're really putting a lot of the emphasis into Yuma, who is pretty big, but at the end of the day, you know, if Divine Armor is only taking lane creeps, he's going to slowly fall behind. He really needs to try and build towards his pipe. He's like, what, 1,300 gold away from that, 1,000 gold away from his pipe. So that might give them enough mitigation in these fights to feel okay with it. But I still think that they really just need to make sure that, you know, if they get one good RP and Yuma's able to deal the damage with his meta on, then they can start to tear through some of these cores. But Ancient Tribe, they've got a lot of extra gold on a lot of their heroes. So they have the luxury of getting these extra kind of items, and you know the Alchemist is getting to the point now where he is 6 slotted, so he's going to probably replace his Moonshell with an AC soon. Probably going to go after this overwhelming blink into Boots of Travel 2, and then, you know, maybe you might even get rid of his BKB later on for like maybe like a Skadi or a Bash or Abyssal Blade. Would be really nice for him, but it looks like D2 Hustlers, they don't want to let them do that. Roche is up. It's a pretty big fight, especially with no Viper. There's bots too, though.
Looks like they want to take a fight as well. Ancient Tribe, they smoke and they pop the Moonlight Shadow. Nobody's carrying a gem on Radiant side, so they will have a hard time spotting this out, even though they are sitting underneath their own vision. Ancient Tribe, though, they have their own vision going in. Theoloco, he's the first one caught. LeBron not able to connect on the arrow after the unstable concoction. Low player now, dragged back by the X-Mask. Can they save him? He does have a BKB, he pops it. Mixa also making space with the onslaught BKB. He's trampling on the far edge of the fight as Yuma just wants anybody to hit on. But he's had some of his illusions stolen away. Agentic gets arrowed up, he gets killed. Low pleb jumps back in to bring down Theoloco. And Yuma still just can't find a target. Divine Armor can't find an RP either. And now they're looking to bring down Hakoda. He dies. There've been dual buybacks on the side of D2 Hustlers. They want to try and maybe bail Divine Armor out of danger here as he gets brought down by low play. It's a double kill. Theoloco brought back into his own doom as he diebacks here. They find 6 kills and they only lose 1 here. Fluke, they are right now convincing you that, yeah, we really are that far ahead, actually.
Yeah, I think that was a much more convincing fight for Ancient Tribe, and exactly what I said, they need one good RP. Divine Armor didn't even press RP. He couldn't find a good spot. There was so much like just poop on the ground. Like he has to deal with like the ags coming in from the Primal Beast. He has to deal with Nethertox on the ground. He has to deal with the Spit. The Disseminate is insanely good in these fights because it has such this massive AoE that it's just like all this damage just kind of gets like trickled into him, and then he has to deal with like the fusions. He just gets clipped by random damage, so he doesn't able to, you know, blink and RP some people. The fact that they weren't able to cut that onto Little Pleb, I thought maybe that he got X marks and then they were just going to RP him like deep into the team and you just able to stand there and go ham. That could have been a good fight. They just weren't able to get the kill there onto Little Pleb, and he turns it a regen mode. And they just tear it. So yeah, they're much more convincing now that Ancient Tribe are very, very well ahead. They get the second Roche, and now they can start converting this into towers.
The scary thing for me was just how little Yuma was able to accomplish in that fight. They just controlled him perfectly. Or better than controlling him, they denied his team from grabbing control. So he's just like spending half the fight, not just not being able to deal damage, but half his damage gets stolen away. He sends out an illusion with the conjure image, and then that allows Alex to say, sweet, that's some damage for me, mate, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for farming Scotty. Thanks for farming this MKB. I really love you, bro. It's tough. And at the time, he was sitting with the Pally sword in his inventory, so the illusions took extra long to die.
Yeah, and I think maybe it might be time for him to BKB. I know it sucks to have to go BKB in a game like this, where like you don't feel like you really need it, but you getting disrupted in a fight where like the disruption, albeit if you can say somebody gets RP'd, but if you just ball up Yuma during RP, then they have no damage to kill little pleb. So it's like, as long as, they haven't been able to 100-0 him in some other way, then, Yuma's going to be the best target to try and disrupt these fights. Especially, as you said, how strong these TB illusions are.
With low pleb, 4k HP. Doesn't have the most armor in the world, only a measly 28. But still very difficult to kill right now. Hasn't decided what he wants next in his itemization. I would like to see a Basher. That would please me greatly if you went for Abyssal Blade. Another way to just interrupt these targets during the BKB window. But he could honestly itemize in any direction right now. They're building a Hex on Mixer. The Viper also hasn't decided what he wants next, but has Shivas, bots, Ags, Manta with the D-Lance. Feeling fresh, feeling good. The only person feeling good on the side of D2 Hustlers though. Man, we often talk about these Alchemist games where there's this Alchemist who is all of his team's net worth. Dude, look at the difference between Yuma and anybody else on his team. Yuma has 21k net worth. Adzentik has 14. 35 minutes into the game. And Divine Llama has 12. My god.
Oh,
Hakoda's also about to die. Bye-bye, Hakoda. Try to TP out. Very risky play. Whether it was the onslaught or the arrow from LeBron, something was going to catch him and kill him. And they're actually going bottom. Dude. This would be the best trap. If they can get here before Yuma can TP out, they will kill him. Oh yeah, Yuma's dead. Yuma's so dead. Doesn't have BKB. He's so dead. They TP in with the bots 2 on Mobe. Lil Pleb shows up as well because he's like, I'm the carry. I want to be part of this action. Mobe on an unstoppable streak. Yuma dead for 65 seconds. And the entire map. What's really scary for me here, Fluke, is that if you kill Yuma, you don't actually even have to play efficiently on the map. You don't actually care if any of these heroes get net worth unless it's the Terrorblade. So you can just do what you want, knowing full well that anything they get is not really going to meaningfully threaten you.
Yeah, exactly. They've been able to take the tier 2 towers now. They've got, how much longer do they have left on this Aegis? They've got a minute 40, so they might not be able to go high ground just yet, considering where all these heroes are. They probably will. Pardon me. They probably will be able to tickle this tier 1, tier 3 tower in the mid lane, but there is a decent amount of like hold coming in from D2 Hustlers. They just can't kill the Alchemist, man, and that's why I'm like, maybe it might be not needed to harp on like the Crimson Guard and the AC, but imagine if they had a Crimson Guard and an AC. Like he could never die, even if he gets RP'd. So
he might never die anyway. He gets jumped on by the RP Provisioner. Divine Llama though finds himself instantly used up into the air. There will also be Low Pleb jumping the backlines here. Alex ensures that Divine Llama doesn't die too shortly though during the false promise, and he's able to get off the RP, which connects onto 3. That enabled him to kill Mobe. However, Mobe is the one sitting with the Aegis, so that's only life 1. In the meantime though, they did mop up Divine Llama. As Mobe respawns, they forced off him out. He's A-okay, man. He also has a nosedive to protect himself, so he should be fine. Lil Pleb jumps in onto Theodore, brings him down. Now they're looking for Adzentik. Mixer can't catch up with the full Pulverize, but they want Yuma instead. Yuma, no! Pulverize, arrow, right-click damage. That's a straight-up kill. Lil Pleb jumps forward, finds the Adzentik Kunker with the self-stun. And Adzentik tries to tidal wave him into the base. It doesn't matter. LeBron even doing some YOLO Windwalker plays right in front of his face. And that's that. Ancient Tribe. GG, well played. I mean, you mentioned it in the game, right? That the laning phase does not mean nearly as much as what happens afterwards. And after the laning phase broke down, Ancient Tribe certainly are on one here, getting themselves the W in game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like this Alchemist hero is something diff. He didn't really have that much armor this game. He went straight raw HP and was just able to take over the game. There's just so much farm on the map, especially for an Alchemist, and the fact that he's able to have a relatively okay laning phase. Like, I don't think his lane was that great into the Mag and the Mag and the Enchantress, but he just got so much more net worth. Mobe had an insane start with his Viper. He really just kind of took over the game, and it's just one of these games where, unfortunately for D2 Hustlers, they had this this Terrorblade that just had all this net worth, but just wasn't able to fight. The Shadow Demon was a good answer as well from Ancient Tribe, and I think the draft from Ancient Tribe in this game #1 really put them in a good spot, and you know, they played it well. They were able to play the map really, really well. They did get punished a couple of times in some of these fights, as we can see here, where, you know, Mobe gets caught out or Little Pleb died a couple of times in these lanes. The D2 Hustlers did a good job, but you can see that D2 Hustlers draft really relies on them getting like RP plus skewer to kill people, and if they weren't able to get that, then it was very hard for them to play these team fights. And unfortunate for Divine Llama, he just didn't have a game once his game got to like 30 minutes plus. And we can see this is the fight where it could have gone really, really well for D2 Hustlers because they caught out Little Pleb here with a nice little skill play. You can see how much damage they do to him, but he's able to walk away because they didn't get the RP on him. So, yeah, Ancient Tribe, they played their draft well. Would like to see a little bit more itemization focus towards keeping some of these heroes alive, but at the end of the day, when you're that far ahead, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah. Just way too far ahead. And this was also a fight where we see what happens if they just lack the control. Yuma, yeah, you have all this damage output, but can't hold these heroes in position long enough for the damage to actually come out. I also like we saw how the influence of this heart came into being in this fight, because Little Pleb left. He just had to spend like a few seconds away from the fight, then you could immediately re-engage. It honestly would look like he was watching a slog, with him just able to survive, make sure that he has everything that he needs. A very good game from the side of Ancient Tribe here. D2 Hustlers, I am still a little bit let down by the Magnus. It feels like there's so many Magnus games that I've seen. Like, this hero is so volatile. And I don't like the fact that it feels like you only have one really impactful spell. Like, if we compare and contrast this Magnus to, like, let's say a Primal Beast, a Primal can still be useful in a fight just with the Onslaught and the Trample. Am I really trying to pull up to a fight with Magnus without having RP? Probably not. Hero's not going to do all that much for me. Divine Armor did get some pretty sick RPs in this game, early on especially. They did a real number on Lil Pleb in the laning phase, but I think the game started to get really rough when, between himself and his team, they couldn't just push the lane with just the Magnus. They required bringing in so many reinforcements because Alex and LeBron were doing a great job holding that tier 1 tower in the top lane. I will say, after all this though, I have to give the MVP to Mobe. Shout out to him. Yep. The opening pick of the draft for the Ancient Tribe side, going in for this Viper, incredibly done. Did an amazing job in the mid lane. Adzentic has no influence in this game because of how hard he lost mid versus Viper. Viper itemizes decently, also puts in a substantial amount of damage output. Although Low Play was the carry, most of the damage in this game came from Mobe. And of course, we saw the influence of the break change on the Tidebringer for Kunkka. Actually a pretty big deal. There were a lot of these team fights where he didn't feel like he was able to actually dish out damage just thanks to this Viper Nether Toxin being down. So you love to see it. Shout out to Mobe and Ancient Tribe, making this a very interesting day at the office here, Fluke. Them getting this victory means that we are that much closer to having tiebreakers here.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the one positive here for D2 Hustlers is they've got, you know, this best of 3. If they want to try and experiment with some stuff, they can try and figure out what things work, whether or not they have the right ideas when it comes to this patch. But for Ancient Tribe, this is do or die, right? Like, if they lose this series, they're out. The D2 Hustlers, they're the ones that are going to be going towards Division 1. So I like that they came into this series prepared. I think that's the big thing. It seems like that they have an idea about how they want to play, especially up against D2 Hustlers. Coming in with this Alchemist pick, I think this puts kind of doubts in the minds of D2 Hustlers about what kind of carries they want to play, what kind of lanes they want to play as well. And they opened with Primal Beast and Viper still had such a good lane. Same with the Primal. Like, I think for D2 Hustlers, you need to try and have these heroes. They give a little bit more of this counter in the game and counter in the lanes as well, because you can't let a hero like Viper and Primal Beast run the map, because they're very, very scary when they get a snowball, because it's hard to kill them. They do a lot of damage and they scale really well. So these heroes need to be kind of if they're picked. So I'm looking for the D2 Hustlers it up here in game.
Let us see what adaptations will come from D2 Hustlers going into Game 2. They've been in this position before where they've lost an opening game and still forced the entire series to go down the stretch. So it could easily happen again here. Ancient Tribe cannot rest on their laurels. They need to make sure that they play at the same high level we saw them perform in Game 1. To find out if they're capable of that, or if it will be a day of D2 Hustlers making a comeback, we take a short break to come back into some more Dota 2 action. Don't go anywhere. Myself, Snare, Professor Fluke will be right back with some more Dota hype.
Guidance. Okay. You want guidance? How's the QB? I'm ready. I need to run away. Fight. I'm
TV's dying, TV's dying, TV's dying.
yeah.
Okay, come to that, kill others, kill others.
I'm on. I give you kill. I give you kill. Everyone. Nice. I'm gonna ult you too. I'm still. Orko is dying. I ult.
TV's dead, TV's dead. Everyone.
Watch me,
I'm killing them.
Fine. They're losing. Don't worry, guys. Need to push lanes, guys. We don't need TP top on primal. Farm.
Rush. I need
Yeah, you too.
I cannot rush, guys. My damage for rush is whatever.
Okay, we need wipe.
Welcome one and all. We have returned for some more Dota action between Ancient Tribe and the D2 Hustlers. They're trying to be D1 Hustlers right now, but that particular dream has been put in jeopardy as Ancient Tribe did secure themselves game 1 here. A very close affair, very fun game to watch. At least it was close in the laning phase. Afterwards, things started to break down. As it stands right now, the odds in esportsbet.io Fluke are slowly but surely normalizing a little bit, coming a little bit closer for Ancient Tribe. From what we saw in game number 1, what adjustments do you want to see from D2 Hustlers if they want to have a hope in game 2?
Just try and give themselves some better lanes. If they open up with this, like, Viper first pick once again, D2 Hustlers did choose second pick, and Ancient Tribe chose Dire. So it is now a spot where D2 Hustlers, they have the second pick, so they at least will have a response that comes in from Ancient Tribe. But I just want to see them respond to some of the heroes a little bit better. I'm not sure. I know Terrorblade is a very big comfort hero for Yuma. I'm not sure if he's really the hero of the patch right now. I feel like there's been a lot of carries that have shown that he potentially can be abused, especially because BKB is becoming one of those items that carries want less and less and less, and especially when you are forced to play a carry with a BKB and force them into this BKB timing, it can be very hard for you to try and play the map. So maybe try and move along the lines of like Slarks these days, give Divine Llama, his Underlord or some of these really tanky offliners that is able to buy auras for them and they can 5-man behind him, because I think the Enchantress did really well. Theola Core showed that this hero is still very, very strong to be able to move around the map and all that kind of stuff, but they just were never able to really 5-man properly for D2 Hustlers, and whenever they were apart trying to get some farm, they got picked off, and that's when it starts getting a lot harder for D2 Hustlers to play the game, when you start getting picked off too much.
Well, in this game, hopefully they'll be the ones doing the picking offs, as they've opened up the draft of the Doom, presumably for Divide Armor, but this could also be put mid for Xantic or safe lane for our boy Yuma. I do want to see them, like you said, focus more on making sure that they get good lanes. They've done so a little bit by banning out the Viper, so Mobe will not have that hero in his arsenal. They've taken out the Chen as well. Enchantress is still in the pool as D2 Hustlers opted to ignore it. But that does mean the Mobe Death Prophet is still here if Ancient Tribe want to snag that up. And they've shown, like in the previous game, that they're not terrified, not scared about picking up his hero early. They feel they can protect it in the bans and just play around it well enough in the game overall. I would not be surprised if they went for it. I actually go back for the Alchemist. So the same lane that we saw in the previous game. Low play on the Alch, Morana backing him up. Although there is less punish potential with the Doom Rubik than there was with the Enchantress and the Magnus we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing now for Ancient Tribe is they know the lane, so they know exactly what they wanted to go for. I was going to toss up whether or not they wanted to go for Alk or Monkey, which have been two heroes that can do really, really well into that lane. The Alk early on can be protected by the Morana, but you still will have the Doom at level 6, so interested to see whether or not they're going to put more attention on the Alchemist lane this time around for D2 Hustlers, give them like a pos 5 that can make those early rotations, leave a position 1 into a favorable lane for Yuma, and he can sit back and farm, even if he just plays off the lane and plays the camps around like the well and all that kind of stuff and play around that area for him to get some farm until the pos 5 comes back. That could be something that D2 Hustlers look towards here, but I really want to see them ban out some more of these heroes from Mobe as well as Mixer that enabled this Alchemist. I think the fact that they had this pretty strong Tricore in the previous game just meant that any of the mistakes that Little Pleb did make or him being over-aggressive weren't able to be punished as hard because they always had the extra bit of damage from the other cores coming in as well. And they are just protecting this Alchemist 100% with the OD as well as the Ancient Apparition ban. So we'll see what comes up.
D2 Hustlers also showing some more respect toward what we saw from Mixer in game number 1, denying him as Primal Beast. The Primal did a lot of good work. Like you mentioned, his early BKB going in protects the Alchemist because he draws attention. And of course, we saw the combination play between himself and the Morana. Way too good, way too hard to deal with. So I like that they banned that out. Does mean we'll see a different hero from Mixer. They focus it more by taking out this Beastmaster. Let's see, Centaur is still a decent hero. I've always liked Centaur into Doom as well, just as a quick way to get away from the Doom, even if it's applied onto your priority target in the midst of the fight. Also means that they'll have the Centaur Morana, old school classic combination. You go in with the Moonlight Shadow, you can either go further in with the same Stampede or just get out in that direction. But whatever hero they pick, I wanted to have be a hero that gives them either some team fight or just be a big body. So that, Centaur Tide, either one of these heroes seems good to me for the offlane.
Yeah, definitely. I think they can also maybe, if they want to have a little bit of extra damage could try and go for something in the lines like a Snapfire. I think has been something that we've seen a lot of. It's really good into these heroes that like building BKB, like the Doom, because the cookies, they do a lot of damage, and they do a lot of damage still through BKB, and it's not just like once BKB happens that, you know, your globs don't do anything. They still do some damage, and it means that you can't just kind of be this unkillable force in the midst of a team fight with a BKB. So I think Snapfire is still a good shout. I do agree with you, like the Centaur is very, very good here, but it's whether or not Ancient Tribe want to put Mixer on one of those heroes that isn't kind of like another carry. I know that he's been playing a lot of Primal Beast. He plays a lot of the Snapfire as well, so there are some heroes that are floating around. I want to see them ban a carry here for Ancient Tribe. Probably, yeah, I was going to say the Slark into the Alchemist is a hard lane for you, especially if he gets doomed. So if the Slark was coming up, it would be hard for them to try and deal with him, both in the lane, because there's not too many counters left against the Slark, and once he gets into the mid game as well, the hero does really, really well. He's one of the few heroes that can play into some of these heroes that don't mind playing into BKB now because of Depth Shroud as well as the Shadow Dance. So he's a very, very strong carry, I think, right now, as long as he has a good carry-to-carry matchup.
Let's see what kind of matchups he will be having in this game as D2 Hustlers. We still need a hero that they need to pick for Hakoda here. The last time out that they played into PuckChamp, he played the Morana. No, he played Bane and Clockwork, respectively. Clockwork twice and the Bane once. I mean, we have seen that Bane can be a very decent hero. They don't have that much out-and-out lockdown at the moment, so I wouldn't mind it too much. Wouldn't mind seeing Disruptor either all that much. That would feel pretty decent. We've seen that work very well with the Doom in the past. What other fives have we seen lately? Undying has been a hero that's been falling off a bit. Morana can get on top of it, and I guess Alchemist has a bit too much attack speed, so feels a bit dangerous. But it could be nice early on. Like, you might not play him as a 4, but you can start him off against the Alchemist just to try and grief that side of the map. I don't know. What stands out to you as useful here for the 5?
I'm just trying to have a quick look. Maybe Wall. Okay, they're going to go Sky Mage. They're going to go for a little bit of extra damage. I was going to say, like, maybe you might think along the lines of we need a little bit more lockdown and try and go for... I think the Bane would have been bad. The Lion could have been pretty good as well. But yeah, Sky Mage just gives them that little bit of extra damage in their lane to be able to combine it up. And if you catch out any of these heroes, then it's very, very hard for you to deal with them. But Ancient Tribe, they just respond with the Monkey King, which is going to be their POS 4 hero. So this hero, from a lot of the POS 4 players that I've been talking to, they feel like it's basically just like Monkey is the best POS 4 right now with Blood Grenade. That you start with Blood Grenade early on, you can go for like a Boundless Strike and a Blood Grenade. You basically just stick on top of people. Level 2 is a very scary power spike for you because you're almost guaranteed to get the Jingu stacks off, and then you're just this tanky hero that's very hard to deal with, yet Orb of Corrosion early on, and some of his items are very, very good to play around with. But you're going to respond here with the Sven. So this is a hero that you're hating on right now, which I think is still a good hero. I don't know how the matchup goes into Alchemist. Like, you have a lot of physical bursts, so that is kind of scary for him to deal with, especially in the last game. We saw that Little Pleb didn't want to build like an Assault Cuirass or any of that extra item, and they are really kind of relying on like Solar Crest. But this could be a pretty good game for the Sven. I do have some issues with him being kited around and having a bad landing phase into the Monkey as well as the Visage, which is a strong lane. But at the end of the day, Yuma proved that this Sven is a very, very good hero for him in the previous series that they played. So I'm liking it, but I'm definitely liking Ancient Tribe's draft as a whole a little bit more than what I'm liking D2 Hustlers.
Well, we'll see what the direction is next on the side of the D2 guys. I would like to see at least the hero that they pick for the mid lane has to be able to play with the Skyrath Mage, because then you at least have this big gank duo you can move around the map with. Void Spirit would have been pretty cool. Ember, I guess, is a possibility that they can run. But Ancient Tribe, you're talking about this Monkey King 4. There's a non-zero chance that this could also be the Monkey King being the carry hero for the game, and then Alchemist plays support. Non-zero chance. It's unlikely. But there's a non-zero chance. I'm just thinking that no matter what, I would like to see this Monkey King laned into the Doom. Even if the Monkey King is played as the 4, just start him off on that side of the map, just to harass Divine Llama as much as humanly possible. But they have options down the stretch. This Visage hero is going to be our first one. You know, one thing I hate about new patches is that stats are completely useless. You can never like try to get your bearings, because it's like, oh, this is the first game this has happened. Obviously, he is a universal hero now, and he has been buffed pretty much across the board, right? Like, His damage scaling is better, has less mana cost on the Grave Chill, less mana cost on the Soul Assumption. It's just the Stone Form that's nerfed, but all stuns are nerfed. So I like this Visage hero. First time I think I've said those words in a long time. And hey, all right, I did not see this one coming. I was going to ask you, what do you want to see here into either the mid lane or the off lane for Ancient Tribe? And they go Dazzle. Where do you think he's going firstly, and how do you feel about him in the patch?
Okay, so I was thinking that both these two teams were setting up for a puck pick with the bands that you see coming out. Ancient Tribe go with a Dazzle. Is this like a mid Dazzle? I mean, technically any of these heroes can go anywhere, right? Like you can have Alchemist mid in the mid lane for Mobay, and then you can pick like the Monkey King as your safe lane, and then you can just have like a Dazzle as your 5, and then you have like Mirana Visage as a strong lane as well. So that's kind of a transition that you're able to make here for Ancient Tribe, and now it's up to D2 Hustlers to figure it out. I think Dazzle is really, really strong with his bad juju being able to reduce some of his cooldowns. It's one of those heroes that, the thing is, I tested and you can get up to like 53,000 HP that you have to sacrifice, but when you get to, that's the max you can get to, by the way, and all it takes is, I think, like whatever the debuff duration is, like 15 or 20 seconds. As soon as that 20 seconds is over, it goes back down to like 120. So like technically, if you have had a fight and like you've used like a big item for the Dazzle, he can sit there and refresh himself for like 10-20 seconds, and then he just waits till his debuff goes away, and then he's fine, because the bad juju can't actually kill you.
Yes, by the way.
So he can refresh like his big items like Guardian Greaves and Aeon Discs and BKBs and all that kind of stuff. So it is just the puck that D2 Hustlers go for here. But yeah, that is something interesting for Dazzle, that he can refresh himself no matter what. Oh, it's a mid Dazzle, baby.
Dazzle,
I love Mobay.
All right, let's go.
Mobay is
mid Dazzle. Dude, there was a point in time that this mid Dazzle was like terrorizing pubs and making life very difficult, especially for these like spirit style heroes, which Puck is certainly not even an honorary member of, a member of the Spirits Club, also with the Queen of Pain. This game, I do really like this Puck for Xantic. I think he can play the game. They needed some team fight, this gives them that. They needed some magic damage, this gives them that. Combos well with the Skywrath Mage, keeps heroes in position for Sven to come and beat you all down. And of course, you still have Divine Llama, who can remove one hero from the fight, whilst you go on the rest of the backlines. And I'm looking at this Ancient Tribe draft, and it's like, who does the immediate lockdown? You shouldn't really get stunned by an arrow as a Puck. You shouldn't really get... I mean, Boundless Strike can still catch you off guard because it hits from the trees, but they have to execute perfectly, like Boundless Strike into an Unstable Concoction, into an arrow. It's a lot of execution that Ancient Tribe needs to deal with the Puck overall. This Dazzle, I'm still... I don't know. I don't know how the new Dazzle is actually going to function in an actual game in this situation. It can be very good in the laning phase, but definitely not as good into Puck as Viper was into Kunkka. What's your read on the situation here, Fluke? Which draft do you like more? You said earlier on that you preferred Ancient Tribe's draft. When we saw the first 4 heroes for either team, have the last picks changed your opinion in any particular direction?
I think this mid Dazzle, I've got a feeling that it can own the Puck, because Puck is one of those heroes that has low armor. Dazzle's a universal hero as well, and he's able to kind of just abuse the Puck when they want to play in the lane. It is going to be hard for him to deal with like Waning Rift as well as the Illusory Orb, but I feel like if Mobay can play this, much like we saw Dazzles of the past play up against some of these Spirit heroes, you know, you abuse Poison Touch, you constantly click them, you've got Shadow Wave to be able to keep you a little bit healthier in the lane. You just go for like, you know, some of these stats early on. You can build Dagon as well, which is very, very spooky, and his Shard is AoE Hex. So it's going to be hard for them to deal with that once the mid game does roll around, but I do like that D2 Hustlers have given themselves a lot more ways to play these fights. They've got Dream Coil, they have Ancient Seal, they've got Doom, they've got a Sven who's able to deal with these people that are all locked down. So I much prefer what D2 Hustlers are able to bring around this time around, but I mean, I love watching Core Dazzle. It's one of my favorite heroes to watch.
Okay,
but there's a fight going on.
Yuma, find a 3-hero Stormhammer here. The Dazzle comes in a little bit too late to be able to provide the necessary heals. Yuma looks like he's going to live as well with the Magic Stick. And they're going to try and chase for more. LeBron, he's the one that's first in the line of fire. Divine Llama trying to run him down with the Scorched Earth. A couple more right clicks might do the trick, as Yuma has gone all the way around. Alex try to use the Mischief to dodge out all of these spells. Only momentarily successful. Will still end up dead. 3 hero kills picked up. They saw what happened in the first game. Ancient Tribe made this exact move. They didn't find a big kill off of it, but they threw 5 heroes in the Twin Gate. This time around, they get heavily punished for this adventure.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the old Twin Gate gank. I don't know why teams are doing it now. Maybe they saw some teams do it and they were like, oh yeah, this Twin Gate gank at level 1 is insane. But I mean, you got punished just there. Like Little Pleb literally walked out of the gate and just walked into 4 heroes and just died. So not a good start for him. But at the end of the day, they're able to at least get themselves some bounty runes. And they didn't lose that Dazzle, I think was pretty important. I think if Mobe goes down too early on in his lane, it can really force some issues for him. He did have to skill Shadow Wave, which kind of sucks a little bit. But yeah, it's a very good start here for D2 Hustlers.
I was actually about to ask you about this. The fact that he had to go for Shadow Wave, this changes this mid lane quite a lot. Adzentic will still have to deal with the Poison Touch eventually, but you pretty much had a free time for the first wave. Wasn't able to collect all the creeps that he wanted to, but not being able to put under too much pressure. Mobe will have to see what he's made of on this Dazzle. On the other side of the map, the Yoloko and gang still want to put pressure onto Low Pleb, but this time around he doesn't have the free damage that the Enchantress gave you. Only playing a lowly Rubik every now and then as Fade Bolt. Beyond that, his influence in this lane not going to be felt for quite some time on this Rubik.
Yeah, and especially because Little Pleb this time around started with the Acid Spray level 1. So it just gives them that little bit of extra damage in the lane to be able to push out the wave and get these last hits early on for Little Pleb. Just have to try and deal with Scorched Earth when it is up and available. But yeah, much easier lane this time around here for Little Pleb. So should be off to a rip roar of a start. It doesn't have the same kind of cause to play around with though, which is a little concerning, especially if Little Pleb doesn't have a really good start. It can be hard for him to transition if they don't have these scary cores, much like he did the previous game. Like Primal plus Viper, they do a lot more damage than what a Visage plus Dazzle do. So
right now, this Dazzle still just chilling, farming up. He's actually the one that's going to be queuing up the Solar Crest. And they're actually going to try and maybe make a play onto her Coda as they hit the level 2 on this Alex Monkey King. Not going to try and make the jump though. Mid lane, we do have several points into the Poison Touch now. So that does mean more domination should be expected from Mobe. He's starting to pull ahead in the CS department. So the question is, how is Adzentic going to respond to this? Thankfully for him, he does have his bottle. And the one big advantage he does have against this Dazzle, the last time I saw this matchup being played, this was before Water Runes were involved. So you would lose out on sustain and you would stay lost. But now, with these Water Runes and Puck, you always have the mobility advantage. So you can always make sure you get back the lost HP taken away by Mobe without it costing you too much CS in the lane.
Yeah, exactly. And Adzentic is doing a really, really good job at phase shift dodging the Poison Touch. I've seen him do it like 2 or 3 times now. So he's definitely feeling good with this lane. It's just going to be about the rotations, I think, for me here for Ancient Tribe. They have a much more ball-up kind of style. They want to stay with their Dazzle. They want to stay with their Visage. So I really want to see how they play this mid-game. Don't want to get caught in this kind of farming war. You're playing up against a Doom, you're playing up against a Sven, who are all happy at sitting back and farming. Even a Puck to a certain extent, right, where he's able to just sit back and farm out, push out a lot of these waves. So I really want to see Ancient Tribe hit that first kind of couple of item timings, you know, maybe like a Solar Crest +1, and then Little Pleb joins the fight and it takes some objectives early on.
What we saw happen in game 1 is definitely not going to happen here, where just Yuma by himself is way ahead in net worth from the rest of his team. Here, all 3 cores can farm, can keep themselves relevant in the game as it scales. So that's going to be a pretty good thing for them. Top lane, we saw LeBron just harassing out these heroes a little bit. But everybody's just chilling, some high fives, you know, some sportsmanship being showed. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty boring first couple of minutes, I think. Like, the Alchemist lane is going well. They're just going to be able to spam them out. They will have a little bit of...
The Yoloko. Oh, no! LeBron and Lil Pleb not there with the coordination together, so they can't... That would have been definitely a kill.
But now they're... just having to fall back a little bit, and that's unfortunate in two phases. 1, you do miss the kill, and 2, he acid sprayed in a poor spot.
Right. Well, fortunately for them, Theodore will wander himself very far up in the lane and give them an additional opportunity to make that kill happen. And the Ancient Tribe will take it. bringing down the Rubik, and the gold going the way of Little Pleb. Presumably going to still be building into the Radiance build. You know, in the previous game, he's playing into TB, and TB could never itemize against it. Yeah, he eventually went MKB, but there's still a huge heaping of his damage not being utilized on the illusions. Yuma will not have such concerns. If he buys MKB on the Sven, which we have seen some Svens already doing, even when not playing into Radiance or Butterfly, the damage will certainly be there. And a little player, like you mentioned in the draft, doesn't always build into the highest armor items on this Alchemist. So if the Sven gets far enough ahead early on, we'll be able to blow him up, even through the region of the Chemical Rage.
Yeah, I definitely think Radiance is probably just going to be the build for Alchemists. I'm not sure if Battle Fury is going to be that great for them these days. Maybe if you're playing into like a Muerta or something like that, something you try and go for. But Yuma, he's in trouble.
They're actually trying to jump him here. I don't know about this one though, gang. As Yuma just wanders into the range of the tier 1 tower, gets access to some additional protection. Will salve up as well. Unfortunately for him though, it is a stolen salve from his support, so he's not going to get the max benefit out of it.
Very true. You can see the first rotation coming in from Theolacor as well. He's taking the Twin Gate, heading towards bottom. They want to see if they can get a kill here on to mix up. Don't know if they have the damage just yet to deal with. You know, even though it's only one level of Gravekeeper's Cloak.
Top lane though, they do have the damage potentially to kill off this Divine Llama Doom. Do they actually? Oh my god, okay, they have Concoction again. And this one, they're not going to throw it. They don't think they can do this. Dude, that was actually, bottom lane, they will go on to Mixer, and they do manage to get the kill. They cut the tree down so that Alex will not be able to find an escape either. And with a couple more right clicks, Yuma finishes him off, gets himself a double kill. LeBron went top to try to find an offlane kill, can't do it all by him. And that's just Divine Llama alone. But his team make good on the promise. They say, bro, don't worry, we'll leave you alone, we'll get these kills. And they certainly do find them.
Yeah, that's big for him because he did just pick up his Vanguard as well. So him having Vanguard means that he's a lot tankier in this lane. Yeah, the Acid Spray can be very, very scary for you. And if you get Arid, can almost certainly spell your doom. But as long as you have Scorched Earth running, I think you should be okay in this game. And now you can just see that Little Pleb has just gone into the jungle, picked up that level 6. He's able to do what he did before. And he's able to get Mud Golems again. But yeah, definitely with how I think D2 Hustlers are feeling better about how the first game is going. Their Doom is going to be able to scale much better. The kill on bottom and Mixer, who is a bit of a rough goal, but he's only 20 and did just hit level 5. And Yuma, he's the one that's really starting to accelerate. He's getting close to his own Mask of Madness. They've been able to build up the stacks for the Sven as well. And now it just means that the supports can rotate with the Puck, who, if they start getting kills onto Mobe, then this game can really start to fall behind here for Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, Azentic has done a phenomenal job. At this exact stage in Game 1, he was like 800 gold behind on the Viper, but now he's actually ahead of this Dazzle. He's about to get further ahead if they can find this kill onto Alex. Commits the Dream Coil just to ensure that this does happen. And Waning Rift connects, couple more right clicks. Theolacor doesn't want to take the risk of a deny from this creep wave, so just finish him off with the Fade Bolt. D2 Hustlers starting to feel really good. Doom's also farming really well on the top side of the map. Yuma's farming well. Agentic not being bullied middle. And Mobe is actually going for a hand on Midas, so he's not going to have his influence on the map felt all that much for a while. And they also will find Mixer again, Fluke. You were saying that he's not having the easiest time in the world in the CS department. But with the second death, this is just not one of these like, alright, it's fine, boys, I'm going to die 2, 3, 4 times in the laning phase and still have massive impact down the stretch. This hero needs to get off to a good start, and he has absolutely zero net worth to speak of, only marginally ahead of supports at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he's really starting off rough. I think Yuma, yeah. So that was something interesting that I just watched bottom. This is something that carry players and support players probably need to get used to. Yuma was standing outside of the old spawn box of this medium camp when his support was trying to stack it, and now that they think that there's a ward there, but he was actually standing in the spawn box the entire time because it has changed coming into this game. So that's some small things that players need to think about in this. But yeah, you know, just going back to Mixer, he's going for this like early item with like the Solar Crest, the way that it's built. So he's trying to be much more of like a supportive Visage, but if you're not able to abuse the Visage early on and take down some of these supports like Rubik and Sky really don't deal with Visage as soon as he hits level 6, it just means that now that, you know, they're able to leave Hakoda bottom, if he dies, it doesn't really matter. It's going to take them a little bit of time to do it. You know, at least try anyways. Oh, he's a mega dead.
There's a
little bit
medallion.
of time.
I mean, the medallion just arrived on the Visage, so that drastically increased the damage output that could come from the Zero. So that allows them to get the kill and start putting pressure on the tower. Yuma has no interest in being in the lane right now. Wants to concern himself with farming. And they pop Moonlight. Looks like they want to fight in the top lane here. I don't know if they got scouted.
Guys, he's doing it.
Is he doing it?
Yeah, he's doing it with Hanamitis.
Oh no, he is. Oh god, that's so cheesy. Top lane, Theoloco will die here. Alright, I want to see this cheese from Mobe. No way, is he just going to go?
He just Midas.
Alright, he just Midas. Let's see, it's cost him
And he has it
570 HP. We'll see if he dares to do it again while this puck is this close by.
Nah, 100%. You just wait for it to go away and then you can just do the exact same thing. Oh, he did use it. Oh my god. That's rough. So the thing is with Bad Juju is whenever you use it, it resets the 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And doesn't go away. So just wait the 20 seconds, fam. It's fine. Having like a 30-second Midas is going to be nuts
Oh
for
my
him.
god.
Especially once he starts getting higher levels in Bad Juju, you know, you're able to take an extra second off it. But the way it's going right now is, yeah, Mobe can abuse this hand of Midas. So you can just go bang, bang. Wants to do it again. Do it again.
Is this fair?
There we go.
Competitive balance, please? Oh my god, he's
So
actually
now he's
doing
got
it.
like 20 seconds left on his Midas, and he Midas like probably 30 seconds ago.
Well, he was struggling with
So-
net worth, so he needed some kind of recovery tool.
This is sick. This is. I just want to watch this. Sit back and watch Mobe just abuse Hanamitis.
It would suck for him if he got caught here, though. And fortunately, Puck does not yet have the Blink Dagger, so can't make that big forward jump to try and catch out this Dazzle. Weirdly enough, despite the fact that D2 Hustlers have generally been doing better in the laning phase, the first tower of the game still belongs to Ancient Tribe as they bring down the tier 1 in the mixer lane, and now they're looking for a kill onto this Divine Llama Doom. Boundless Strike will hold him in position. The Doom will come out, but you take this any dude. They doom me and we get the kill. Oh my god, this feels so good.
Yeah, and now you can just twin gate back towards bottom here for Mixer. They can even bring multiple heroes because they can see Yuma in the lane. They're TPing there as well. Oh, this could be absolute shambles for D2 Hustlers.
No BKB to speak of on Yuma just yet. He's just actually getting soloed by the Visage almost, and he's gonna get killed off. With LeBron helping to provide support there. They didn't even need the twin gate. They just TP'd heads up into him. And they still managed to defend their towers, both top and bottom. They lose mid, but you gain so many dubs on the side lanes, both cores dying on those sides of the map, that you'll take this trade any day of the week.
Oh, 100%, especially because, you know, your Alchemist was the one that got involved in that kill, and now they're going to look for more here as well. Tumbler Toy.
Tumbler's Toy gets forward. They get the stun out onto the Skywrath Mage. Sky Mage is dead. They will not have a Doom for Divine Llama. If they do drop down the Wukong's command, there's going to be the Shallow Grave tossed down by Mobe. Divine Llama in such trouble. He gets stunned up once more. They will be able to finish off both the Monkey King as well as the Alchemist here, thanks to Adzentic. And with the Yuma stunning up Mixer, they want more nice little familiar drops to ensure that he can keep himself alive. Mobe, though, might not be so lucky as Adzentic finds the silence, finds the damage with the Lucio, and there's no way for Mobe to keep himself alive. He dies here. Triple kill for Adzentic. They're gonna get the tower out of this. And D2 Hustlers strike back in a huge way on this map right now. Theoloco even stole some Visage Familiars for good measure.
Oh, damn. That's actually huge, him stealing Visage moves. I don't know how he gets all these ultis. He got Bad Juju just before as well, so...
Oh,
it's kind of crazy.
Mixer? Oh, god.
He's dead.
Ooh, he survived for a moment thanks to the raindrops, but he doesn't have enough of them.
Yeah, it's just... You can just see how important winning some of these fights are. In the current meta, the fact that you turn that fight around, like it was looking pretty rough for D2 Hustlers, but they get the big kill onto Little Pleb, they transition that into another kill onto Mobe, they get another kill onto Mixer as well, and this is just going to be all out fighting, I think, for the next couple of minutes until this game does stabilize.
Yep. One of the funniest things for me about that fight, though, when Mobe showed up, despite having just gotten his Midas back off cooldown, was down to like 20 seconds cooldown. It's like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. He did die with it off cooldown though, which is a mega feels bad, especially if you're trying to abuse bad juju. It really puts his hero behind, and you can just see right now he's 6.3k net worth, but he's just got Hand of Midas and Glimmer Cape. So what I thought he was going to do was, you know, you go like Hand of Midas, Treads, you go like Witchblade, or you even go like Dragonlance, and you just try and build in this right clicker, much like Xantic is going to right now.
That's Xantic going to get more gold into his coffers to build into that right click build after they finish off Alex. No help incoming from the rest of Ancient Tribe. It's kind of intriguing that they found that kill because they are sitting underneath an Observer Ward as that move came up. Well, but Alex, okay, no, he just planted it before he died. All right, okay, that's fine, that's chill. Didn't see it coming, but even in death, he's playing a proper support. Legend, love to see it.
Yeah, he just really wants to get towards this Diffusal Blade, and they can play around some of their heroes. This is the one issue that I'm having with the Ancient Tribe draft, is the fact that they just don't have this like kind of second core to be like, okay, you know, someone's getting pressured, but you're getting a lot of farm. Mixer is starting to come back, but again, they're just going to go for this Auras build on both their other two cores to try and tank up the Alchemist, whereas you see here for D2 Hustlers, it's kind of just Xantic who's running around, right? Like, he's just running around with the two supports, they're getting a lot of kills, and this is why I really like this puck pick. And then Yuma's just able to sit back. He's got 2 ancient camps that he gets to go through. Some of those ancient camps have been stacked up as well. There's hard camps all galore. And then even the same thing for the Vailama. He just eats some creeps in the bottom side. He catches a creep wave here and there. And he's almost at his BKB now, at 16 minutes in with a full Vanguard and Hand of Midas himself. So he's a big boy, but the 3 cores coming from D2 Hustlers are in a very, very good spot right now.
One of the cores, of course, is Xantic on his puck. He's formed a very good gank duo with Hakoda. And they're going to try to utilize this duo yet again to get some targets on this bottom side of the map. Unfortunately for them, though, Mixer playing very close to the tier 1 tower. Feeling his first 3 deaths very keenly right now. So they're trying to make sure he stays as safe as humanly possible. So they won't find anything here. And regrettably, their heroes, we thought they push sucked in game 1. It's even worse in game 2. They have 0 presence on buildings. Alex? Ooh. TP's out at the very last second there. He was pressuring the tower. Nice response from Hakoda. Instant Mystic Flare, not even thinking about it. But just not enough damage.
Yeah. And circling back to like your tower issue, to be fair, Ancient Tribe really don't have the best heroes at pushing out these waves either. Like, you know, Visage is doing a good job in this bottom side to try and keep this offlane tower up, so you still have like the Wisdom Room to play around with. There's almost a gank towards top there from Little Pleb. They almost caught out Yuma, who did just pick up his Bleak Dagger himself as well. But keeping these 2-1 towers up means that you just have that little bit of extra hold on the sides of the map. There still is avenues for you to walk into, like the ancient side, the graveyard, I believe it is called, for the dire side. So it's not the worst, but there's a gank now.
The Vailama also walked under vision. They know where he's at. This was just before a ward expired. Mobe does end up losing his life whilst he's farming in the jungle, but it's not going to matter as they bring down Vailama on the other side. Also, one of the reasons he died, he was busy spamming out bad juju before he went out, trying to abuse it. I'm glad he got punished for that one. I don't want to see this in my pubs. Bliss, kill him more often, D2 Hustlers. Make sure that he regrets the day he went for this cheese.
Yeah, it is very interesting, especially because he's kind of just going for support items. Like, he's going to get 8th Lens, 4-Staff, Hand of Midas. I feel like this would be a little better as like an offlane hero. If you want to try and go for this kind of build. I feel like if you're a mid hero, you kind of want to go for like early shard into a lot of this control.
And you did mention Dagon. I feel like that could have also been very good this game. Lol Pleb. He's thinking about jumping onto somebody here. They should know now that there's an Observer Ward, as he did throw on the high ground, and it does get pinged out immediately. Hakoda's like, let's get the hell out, boys. They can see us. We need to run. But they can also see Lil Pleb, so they might decide to re-engage or top him. Chemical Rage is about to finish. If they can catch him right now, Fluke, this would be the best thing ever. And they catch him just as it goes down, but they can't get the full grab onto him. The silence elapses. He can throw in an unstable concoction, and Mobe comes in just in time with a shallow grave. They turn their attention back to Xantic and kill him.
Yuma.
But Yuma, he's made his presence known in this fight. BKB got strength. He wants to bring down some heroes. He's already brought down 2, looking for a 3rd now. Unstable concoction stolen away from the Alchemist and sent right back towards Alex. that enables D2 Hustlers to make this yet another 3-for-1 affair. This keeps happening in this game, and every time it does, Yuma's there to clean up. Must be feeling really good on this Sven right now.
Yeah, Yuma just seems to be in the right place at the right time, right? Like, he really understands when he's strong, when he's scary, when he can come into these fights. And Ancient Tribe, they didn't have Mixer there. Like, maybe if they had the Solar Crest and the Pipe, they were able to keep the Alchemist alive a little bit longer. They can kite away from the Sven so he doesn't get a multi-hero Stormhammer is the scary part. So definitely is some issues right now for Ancient Tribe not being able to have all 5 of their heroes in the right place at the right time. But D2 Hustlers are just doing a really, really good job at just, punishing this Alchemist. And this is where it's really going to start to get rough for Ancient Tribe. They don't have the other cores on their side of the map that will scale in regards to what D2 Hustlers are going to be able to scale with. So they're going to slow this out to fall behind if they don't win any of these team fights. And especially when we're seeing, the Torments are being taken now from the side of D2 Hustlers. They're going to get a shard on probably the Sky to get the RNG.
Oh,
Rubik, actually. Okay,
even
so
better. Nice.
I mean, even better, Like, you're definitely happy with that. So the way this is working, it's going to be fight now.
They want the Vile Armor. He does have BKB, so he will be able to trigger it off. They can't get the familiar stone drops as the full combination here. They find this Boundless Strike stun out onto the Sven, but that's not the hero you want to engage upon. When both of the strength cores have BKB, the mid hero is a puck. Your initiation has to be pitch perfect. And we spoke about this in the draft. There's sort of overall lack of jump that they have to get everything 100% frame perfect. Otherwise, they just do not have the disable to bring these heroes down.
Yeah, true. Something I really didn't talk about is the puck is basically free this game. He's going to always be able to phase shift away from the unstable concoction. That was a nice little mate dodge there from Little Pleb.
Yep.
I respect that.
Even better little tree cut onto Alex. He's so dead. Bye-bye. Peace out, mates. How did they know? How did they get that vision?
Maybe they saw him jump from tree to tree.
Big plays.
I don't know.
I think they actually just made the hard read because they saw him jump one direction. Illusion Orb clocked them slightly. And then when he went back and was just holding position, that felt like a hard read. I think the other core's just on it. He knows what's up, man. He's feeling it today.
Yeah, he's big brain. He really wants to make sure that these guys are going towards Division 1. And this game number 2 is definitely looking like they are in the driver's seat, especially with the Roche being up now as well. Ancient Tribe want to fight this.
Yeah, they do. They're bringing heroes down.
I don't know if they can.
They have BKB back now for the Doom. The Roshan has 2,000 HP left. It's going down. The heroes are coming in from Ancient Tribe.
No God Strength
reveals himself, and God Strength is down. Oh, Boundless Strike catches to Divine Llama and Theoloco. They've already managed to get out this Wukong's command, but nobody's dead just yet. Stun out onto Hakoda. Nice Manta dodge to make sure the Stormhammer doesn't connect. Low Pleb on it with the side arm. Both supports are dead. Divine Llama forced to BKB TP out. And Ancient Tribe, they're like, thanks for doing all the work for us, bozos. It's an easy Roshan for us.
Ooh. Man, my caster's curse is strong today, man. There's something about it. I was like, yeah, they're in the driver's seat. They're going to get a free Roshan. They didn't feel confident finishing it because Yuma's God Strength was starting to wear out. They just didn't have the damage. And this is something we talked about with the fact that Roche has become stronger in this last patch. He's a lot harder to take down. Like, in the previous patch, that was free. That was straight free for D2 Hustlers. They pop God Strength. The Sven's able to sit there and whack away at it and get rid of him. But the way that this Roche changes now, it's too hard to get it done if you don't have any of this like armor mitigation, any of these heroes that just kind of obliterate Roshan. So D2 Hustlers, they get punished there. So it's a little bit more of a farming Aegis, I would see here for Ancient Tribe. There definitely is fights that Hustlers can take, especially with the towers they have open. But
also, what's really funny for me, of all the buffs they could have given Roche, as we see him trying to bring down Mobe in this mid lane, will he die? He should. Mystic Flare takes him down, so Moonlight Shadow cannot protect you, my friend. But of all the buffs that Roche receives, had they given buff to like him just more raw HP, would have been something else, you know. But giving him HP per second, per minute, sorry, with the increase, as well as the armor, probably the worst case scenario when you're playing with carry Sven. Well, they don't have the Aegis, but they can still find pickoffs. They're still overall the stronger team on the map. And all the net worth on the side of Ancient Tribe is sitting on this Alchemist. He's 19k net worth. The next one chasing is Dazzle on 10. So Lil Pleb needs all the tools to be able to make this game work, but So far, they're trying to give it to him. He has the heart yet again. Where do you want to see him proceed from this point out here, itemization-wise on Lil Pleb?
I think you have to go AC.
Throws in the concoction. Okay. Stolen concoction from the Rubik. He's trying to get away, but Lil Pleb will certainly chase him. 1 second until he can stun again. Is he thinking about it? Okay, I'm gonna go the opposite direction.
Yeah, I really think that you have to go AC this time around. You really need to mitigate the physical damage that the Sven can do to your teammates if they're able to survive from his initial burst. Like, he's definitely a BKB God Strength ride or die. Like, if he doesn't have those items, then he's just going to get kited and killed in these fights. So as long as you can just mitigate that kind of jump for you, I think that's the best way to go. But he's going to go for a Lincoln Sphere, so he can't get doomed, which is pretty nice. Mobe's going to have a Lincoln's pretty soon too as well. They found Yuma. Oh no.
God, this is a big pickup. He does have BKB though. And yet again, the lack of chain disable hurts them. Funnily enough, LeBron had already sent a searching arrow through the trees, so it wasn't available to connect onto Yuma. But they smoke up right now. They actually haven't expended all that much. The Wukong's command, not that big a deal for them in terms of damage output in the midst of these fights. It's more about keeping the Monkey King alive. So if they could find somebody on the retreat, it would have been really nice, but everybody's gone. Nobody wants any of the smoke. And the Ancient Tribe, if they can get to these double Lincoln Spheres, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen an impactful Doom come out of Divine Llama. I feel like his presence in the fight has not been related to the crucial spell, his namesake. And if he can't Doom anybody, I mean, who can he Doom then? If there's 2 Lincolns out on the Dazzle and the Alchemist, you're never going to want to, Doom Visage? That doesn't feel great. That doesn't feel amazing.
They do have good ways of popping the Lincolns. They've got, Rubik's got 3 spells to do it. Sky Mage has 2 spells to do it. So it's not the end of the world for them. I think it just means that they can react to the Doom is a big thing.
On bottom. Diolico tried his best. He really did try his best. Got the stolen concoction, threw it back. But max stun versus the literal lowest duration stun. And speaking of max stun, they want to use it again. Oh, dude, Lil Pleb on point with utilizing his own body as a form of disable. He jumps forward. Hakoda, though, might just get the counter kill. But sadly, he only gets it beyond the grave, so not going to get access to the experience. Still, though, very nice to make sure they're playing 4v5. Now they jump Mixer. Mixer, though, he gets pushed away, and Yuma, he might be in danger. Still with the God Strength. Wants to fly in Mixer, but Mixer goes into his own stone drop. Will be able to stay alive here. Let's see what else happens in this fight. Divine Llama has made his presence known. Doesn't get off the BKB. He's been chain disabled. That's going to get him killed. Oh, no. Fluke, what just happened? Ancient Tribe, I feel like they're suddenly a lot stronger in these small skirmishes.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what Yuma was doing there. He could have just walked through the crit wave and been safe and not fought there. Adzentik was not coming anywhere near towards bottom. Divine Llama, I think he got himself stuck in the trees. That's probably why he felt like he had to go. And they wanted to defend this tier 2 tower, but that was D2 Hustlers not on the... That was... They'd already lost their support. They already lost their support before that. And then they decided to go in with their carry Sven with, popping God Strength and BKB. Yeah, I don't know. That was I don't know, question mark, I guess. Also, watch what Mobe's doing right now with the regen rune. 2.5k on the bad juju. Getting his Midas back up.
This is free basically.
Yep.
Oh god.
Giga Chad.
Coming to pubs near me. Great. Wonderful. I'm excited, man.
He's going to have Lincoln's very, very soon as well. He's about 600 gold away from that, so he's starting to transition. I haven't really felt the power of the Dazzle. I think this is all on the Alchemist from this game. I think Alch is really starting to take over this game. There was a little bit of a brain fart, I think, from D2 Hustlers in that previous fight. So I think once this game starts to slow down once again with an Aegis, next Roche is going to be super important for both these two teams. Sven really wants to have an Aegis. He's not the greatest of Aegis carriers because you want to pop God Strength, right? But I still think you need to be able to try and deal as much damage as you can in the first fight, and then maybe it might mean that your Puck's able to finish off some of the low heroes, and you can soak up some of these spells. They want to fight. They haven't doomed in a while.
Indeed want to fight. Oh no, the stun onto Adzentik. Woo! Gets off a very last second phase shift. Very fast hands on the Puck. This is why you give these kind of players these heroes.
He's in the
Make sure they can play very quickly. Can they even stun him? The stone drop will be dodged by the blink dagger. So he's fine. He's chilled. Does force a couple of spells out of the ancient tribe. They dropped down the Wukongs for that one. And they did trigger the chemical rage on the alchemist. Nonetheless, though, that was D2 Hustlers trying to make a searching kill. They could try again, though. They come in for the smoke. No more Dream Coil, but they still have access to Blink Stormhammer into Mystic Flare. They still have access to the Blink Doom. Doom wants to find a fight soon, though, because his Midas is off cooldown. Feels bad when you're smoked up and this item is ready to be used. Can they turn this around, though? Visage nearby in the fight, has the pipe, has a Solar Crest, sitting with the gem as well, so they can't necessarily come up the hill and think they can get away with this. They jump now with Yuma onto LeBron. They find the full combo, but Mobe saves his life. What are they going to Doom, though? No Doom target just yet. They go back in on the fight. BKB popped by the Doombringer, and they found a stun that connects only onto Hakoda with the Boundless Strike. They finish off the Skywrath Mage first. They've gotten a double kill with both supports being dead. Divine Lama's lost his BKB, so he's dead next. This was them going in on the side of D2 Hustlers, but they just couldn't find a target here, Fluke. And the target they found, they kept them alive for so long with Mobe. And there's just so many Lincoln Spheres available and or a Visage. We spoke about it. Who the hell do you doom? And he had to make that option. Do I doom nobody? Do I doom Visage? Dooming Visage is just as good as dooming nobody. So let me hold on to it, but that probably means my life.
Yeah, it is a very hard game to play Doom this time around. And I think Ancient Tribe drafted themselves into a good spot where I said at the start of this game where it's like it feels like if Divine Lama's having a good game, then D2 Hustlers are having a good game. He's not having a good series right now. The first game was hard for him to RP, and now it's hard for him to Doom. And when you're playing these offlaners that rely on their big ultimates to be scary, then it's hard for you to play the game properly. And it's just getting to the point now where the Doombringer just really isn't able to be a strong hero in these fights because they just kite him around. They can just kill Theolacor, they can kill the Sky Mage, you know, they just kite around Yuma, and it's just hard for them to get into these kills. And once again, this Alchemist hero is hard to deal with. He's very, very hard to deal with. They don't have like Spirit Vessel builders. They don't have like any of this massive burst damage to get rid of him. He hasn't even built a BKB, man. Like that's the scary thing. You play into like a Sky Mage and a Doom, and he doesn't even build a BKB. And he just is able to just soak up so much of this damage with this pure HP build. And maybe I'm, you know, maybe this is me just being dumb, but, you know, he doesn't even need to go like this tanky armor build against the Sven because he just builds raw HP. And the fact that he's a strength hero means that he builds raw HP. It also means that he builds raw damage. And now he has 4.2k HP.
Nice.
And hits for almost 300. Like,
nice.
It's kind of crazy.
I think he's been relying a lot on the pipe on the Visage as well as the heals from Mobe. So far, so good. They're gonna try to force a fight here. So going with the Moonlight Shadow. They're hiding in the trees, but they can be scouted in the trees thanks to Alex. He might have been seen jumping around though, and they was scouted indeed. As they get back with these heroes, Lil Pleb stuns himself, and Divine Lama though, he's already gotten himself out. He was the first one to TP, so they might have left behind some very needed allies. As Adzentic, can he get himself out of here? Blink, muted a bit. Can he find a way out? No, he cannot. Low Pleb. Yet again, very happy to use the self-stun as a way to get the jump onto Adzentic. He's allowed to get the kill. They go straight into the Roshan pit. And D2 Hustlers. This game, it was starting to look good for them for a moment, but everything has just turned on its head. This Alchemist has gotten way too strong. And now this Roshan. An Aegis and a Cheese in favor of this lineup? I don't even think the Alchemist needs an Aegis the way things have been going so far.
Yeah, I mean, you just put Aegis on Mixer, right? And just say, hey, there you go. You know, if you're the one that's going to eventually get doomed, then keep you alive for a little bit longer. The cheese can just go into the hands of like Mobe, or even if you want to try and put it in the hands of like Alex or something like that, I wouldn't be too afraid. But they're just going to give the Alchemist the Aegis. They know that it's going to be hard for them to kill him once, let alone twice.
Oh, top lane. I think Divine Lama's... Oh, he's actually dead, dude. He's actually dead. He's actually dead. He needs to
now he has
TP?
a TP bit.
Ooh, okay, that's TP now.
Won't matter.
Okay, thank God Theolacor's here. Theolacor's here with the lift back as well as the 4-star, but he might still die if I'm honest, dude. 4-star's going to connect onto him. There's going to be the Shallow Grave onto Alex so he can play as aggressively as you want. We'll have Boundless Strike shortly, but definitely will not need it as Lil Pleb shows up for the cleanup. The lack of having blinked, it was on cooldown, the TP. If it wasn't on cooldown, Divine Lama lives. If it, because it was, Divine Lama dies.
And that's, again, just another nail in the coffin. This game is starting to really start to pull away from D2 Hustlers. I think that one Roche fight was where I think it really started to pull away from D2 Hustlers. They just didn't have the damage to take Roche, then they got forced out of it. They lost a hero, they lost Roche, and then they had that kind of brain fart in the bottom side of the map where they lost Yuma. And then this game has just constantly just been fight after fight where they're losing their lives.
Down bottom, they might end up losing a few more lives here. The Yoloko's in the trees at the Stolen Tree Dance, scouting out some of these heroes. And Alex cannot find Adzentic as he TPs out. That's actually a really dangerous TP because you can still get Boundless Struck despite having access to the Lincoln Sphere. But they don't find anybody. The Yoloko still somehow able to steal very impactful spells no matter what. Helping to provide his team some vision, get some all alive. But Alex, did he just... Okay, he didn't. I thought he stole a wisdom room from the top lane. I was going to be like, wow, that's a lot.
It's a lot of experience those wisdom rooms give, man. Like, it's crazy. Especially when you get to points in the game like this where you're like... It's kind of like half a level for some of these heroes. Oh! I was just watching them take the Tormentor top and Adzentic nearly died. If he died to a Tormentor, dude, the mental is just gone at that point. It is like, I'm done, dude. Get me out. They found the Yoloko.
They did indeed find the Yoloko. The question is, can they catch the Yoloko? Oh no, the Yoloko, he wasn't watching the last game, Fluke. He didn't see the new tech, the new areas to move in.
Yep, the trees.
Oh wait, I don't see any of these trees though. They removed them. Oh, based. Based and sincere. Oh, lovely.
I didn't even notice until I just saw they removed the trees on the outside of the map.
For all of you who don't know...
Was Ice Frog watching our games?
I hope so. For all of you who don't know, outside of the bounds of the map, on the very top, you were able to use the Monkey King Tree Dance to literally be off the map. You were literally untargetable. It was not great to watch. But shout out to Ice Frog for watching our games, seeing what's up, clocked the issue, changed it up. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't just notice, so... Alright, well, we can't do that anymore. I'm glad it only lived for like a day or two.
Yeah.
Harpoon is up now for Yuma as well, so they can still try and fight.
I'm gonna go on to Lil Pleb here. He's the one that took up the Aegis. He sends the stun back onto Yuma. There's damage coming into him now. They want to take this first life, but this is taking quite a while.
Literally nobody from Ancient comes around.
They're gonna try and defend this. They miss on the Boundless Strike. Lil Pleb able to blink away. Alex? Might be a bit too far forward, my friend. There's going to be the stun. The damage is coming in, but they have the Shallow Grave to buy him some additional time. 4-star up to the low ground and some heals as well. They get the Dream Coil out onto 3, though. Stun up onto Mobe. LeBron forced to pop his Aeon Disc in the midst of this fight. Can they turn here? Nice little hex onto the Doom, and they almost killed LeBron. He's kept alive by one more usage of the Shadow Wave and the Shallow Grave. And that's it. He lives. He doesn't die. Nobody gets doomed. It's only somehow them losing the Monkey King and the Aegis. But Lil Play very far away from his team in that instance.
Yeah, he was on an island. He was way too far away from his team. So gets punished. They do lose the Aegis, but I mean, they are showing that still, even if Little Pleb is so far away, it gets to the point where God Strength goes away and the team fight gets really, really hard for them. So I don't know. D2 Hustlers, they're going to have to try and find a way to get this Doom into the game, because I don't think I've seen him pop a Doom since, like, I don't know, the 15-minute mark or something like that. He just doesn't have any good targets to throw the Doom out onto.
It does get a bit better once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, which he's building into. At the same time, you see Lil Pleb going back for the Moonshot that he did in Game 1. A bit later than he did it, got it the first time around. But there'll still be an obscene amount of attack speed. In tandem, maybe the idea is that this makes corrosive weaponry really, really good. Even without having to pop the Chemical Rage. So you have more uptime on this without the ultimate.
Yeah,
but he's changing his mind. He's going for Aghanims right now. Gonna try and hand them all out. And the thing about this is that I think, let's see.
Visage?
Surely you give it to Visage. Well, maybe not, actually. I think you might give it to Dazzle.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's either Visage or Dazzle are the two that you're thinking about here for Little Pleb. It really makes them a lot stronger. You'll be able to share the wealth. He has the first one coming out now. Who does he give it to?
Let's see. Give it to Visage. All right. Silence is a Grave is still a very good spell. Let's see what they're going to be able to accomplish off the back of this. They jump forward. Oh, okay, it's going to be LeBron that gets himself brought very low. Aeon just does pop, but they still shallow grave him. Wukong's command dropped down by the Monkey King. Still, nobody doomed up. And Divine Llama is losing a lot of his mana here. He get the doom out onto the Mirana only, but that's not a very viable target. Didn't even see the tooltip, and it didn't even seem to bother them. They're already turning with the Mirana. She's involved in the fight. And that's a big Doom used. Fortunately, he does have Octarine Core, so this will be back in a jiffy. Between the Octarine Core and Quickening Charm, Doom's back up in 45 seconds.
Yeah, but you can just see how little it does, right? Like, he got Doom for the whole duration, popped his Aeon Disc, and he goes, oh, okay. And then Dazzle's able to keep him alive, able to burst heal him with the Shadow Wave. So it's a hard day to be a Doom this time around. So, I mean, D2 Hustlers, they need to try and find a fight where Yuma gets uninterrupted time to use God Strength. That's the one issue in these last couple of team fights is he's been completely shut out of a fight. He's either had to pop BKB at a bad spot or not really been able to have the time to get the hits in with the God Strength. So D2 Hustlers, they really need a good fight here for Yuma. He can carry pretty hard on this Sven, but he just needs to make sure he's not being turbo-kited.
The kiting potential has been pretty good right now at Zintic. He needs a lot to do in this game. Has a gem, the overwhelming blink, the Sound and Kaya, the Linkens. Hard to kill, but finding it very difficult to kill as well. An Ancient Tribe, they're very comfortable with this kind of game state, where it's only really, if it comes down to like it being carry versus hard carry, because they know they're like, listen, Dazzle's going to heal up all the damage from the magic damage with the Skywrath Mage, the Puck, and the Doom. And they have to pump through a Pipe of Insight anyway for that damage to be meaningful. We just have to keep Lil Pleb alive. And so far, so good on that front. Also, I do want to see him doing more of this Aghanim's Granting. It'll make him so strong. Wait, how much attack speed do you get from the Moonshot? It's 200, right? Or 250? 140 that you get.
Yeah, 140. It's basically like 2 Hyperstones plus a little bit.
So if he gives the rest of the team Aghanim's shots, he gets 100, and he manages to get some spell amp. I think that might actually, it's just way too expensive. But in the long run, he'll have Moonshot and he'll have all these Ags that gave given out as well, if this game goes long enough, which sounds very, very scary.
Yeah, so once he gets his second out, he'll have 50 extra damage, and then they're going to have an AC soon on Mixer. And then if he has a Moonshot on top of that, like, yeah, he's going to hit pretty hard. And he's going to be very, very scary to deal with. So, instead to see whether or not they feel like the Ags on any of these other heroes are worth it. Like the Monkey King one, kind of stinky because he's a support. The Dazzle one could be pretty cool. But then you are using the Shadow Wave offensively instead of defensively. I guess if you're in these tight kind of fights, it can still work out for you. And the Mirana one just gives you a little bit of extra damage on Sacred Arrow, so it's probably not, maybe not the best use of your gold.
You say that, but if you target your Shadow Wave in the right way next to enemies, you get more heal, Fluke. It's even better.
Very true.
Do the right thing, Mobe. Show us this new tech.
I do really hope that he does get Ags this game. I think it would be cool to watch, but I think Little Plebs is going to want to get himself his Moonshot first, and then maybe I think from here on out, you just go straight Agsceptors after this Moonshot, right? Because you're going to eat the Moonshot, and then you go Ags time.
Alex is going to break a smoke, give up his own life for the cause. LeBron's going to join him in the pit of death. Unfortunately, there's the harpoon to make sure that you really aren't getting out of this one, my friend. Oh, wait, I say that, but he's leaping away. Nah, it's too much. Lil Pleb, though, coming in, thinking about trying to grab some revenge as they buy back on the kitty. She ports into the outpost as well. They might reconsider this once the concoction is available. 2 seconds until it's up. But somebody on the team is making the call. Let cooler heads prevail. We can take the next fight, boys. This one is not strictly speaking necessary.
So they have to play into Doom as well. So they have to be very, very careful here for Ancient Tribe. Jack does get caught out. You can always blink War Stomp, pop the Linkens, get the Doom off, and then he really doesn't do much in these fights.
How many Lotus heals do they have? The healing Lotuses on the Dire side. They have 3,
One.
right?
They have a
Oh,
great
no.
healing Lotus. That's it.
Okoda's dead. So dead. With him gone, the rest of D2 Hustlers need to beat a hasty retreat because they could get themselves beaten the hell up here. Arrow doesn't connect, and they get the Doom out onto this Alchemist. He did get off the Chemical Rage prior to this, though, and he needs just more heals. He doesn't have a secondary life. There's going to be Shallow Grave yet again. They're just keeping him up here, and now he's going to turn, try to get some damage out onto Yuma. Will he be kept alive once more? No way! Mobe with the bad Juju heals, managing to keep this fight extended for so long. Eventually the Alk does die, but man, the resource committal on the side of D2 Hustlers is immense, as they've now just lost the Vile Armor atop already losing Yuma. And they just brought back on the Alchemist. Oh no, they found Adzentic, the Hex on Mixer. He's not dead just yet though, has one more roll of the dice. But Lil Plub says, you're not rolling nothing, my friend. I brought back to make sure that you die. And that's all 3 cores removed. There was a buyback from the Skywrath Mage, I think, or did he just respawn? Okay, he just respawned. The fight just took that long to end.
Yeah, dude, the amount of time that they had to spend to kill Little Pleb, Mobe played insane. Just with the amount of bad Jujus that he was able to pump out, keep the Shallow Grave almost permanently on Little Pleb the entire time. He had to sacrifice his entire HP pool to do it, but the way that he played the edges of the fight, making sure they didn't just get popped, meant that they're able to keep Little Pleb alive. They're able to get themselves the extra couple of seconds for him to continue doing that damage, and then by the end of it, Yuma had no BKB, Yuma had no damage with the God Strength, and they just ended it exactly how they started it, by keeping the Alchemist alive. They get the respawn, they buy back, they get themselves an Aegis now, and yeah, this is very, very scary because look how big Mobe is now. He's at 31k net worth as well.
This Midas cheese that he's been doing has been working out in the long run. Another lovely thing about that fight is not only the Shallow Graves going out onto Low Pleb with the heals, but bear in mind that that meant that bad Juju was applying onto these targets, so less and less armor available.
True.
So that's probably why Mixer felt like he was doing so much damage on this Visage in that fight. They end up with the dub. D2 Hustlers, even when they can kill the Alchemist Fluke, it costs them everything and they have to pay in blood. 4 heroes die, and they still get an Aegis on the Alchemist somehow.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that it was able to. They got the down on the Alchemist, just went able to convert the kill onto the as you know, probably might be seeing a little bit more from Ancient Tribe is this kind of everybody keep the Alchemist alive kind of strat, and they've done a good job of being able to do with it, because it is hard to kill the Alchemist by himself, and now you've got this Dazzle who's just this insane hero to be able to just keep him alive and stay behind him as well. So got the Octarine core available, so cooldowns are even shorter. Going to go in for a Hex now as well, so if these bad Jujus keep stacking up once again, probably going to be seeing multiple Shallow Graves and also multiple Hexes in a fight as well, which is going to be scary.
I think also in retrospect, in that last fight, probably not a great idea to fight without Hakoda. Him being the first one burst, you might think, well, you know, are we just losing out on Mystic Flare? We are losing out on Ancient Seal. If they could have one additional silence onto Mobe whilst he's going into bad Jujus in between Lincoln's procs, that way you maybe get the kill onto Mobe. You actually probably get them both, right? Because Mobe is on super low HP throughout the whole fight. But it was 4v5. This time, you know, they get an easier target. Ooh. Quickly flying LeBron. And there used to be a LeBron there, but Lil Pleb comes in. And they did throw the Doom out onto him. The Vile Armor really wanted that kill, but now he has nothing left to fight against Lil Pleb. They're going on to mix on the edge of the fight, but inside the Wukongs, they're zoning back the whole team with Alex and Lil Pleb standing strong. Unfortunately, Yuma is now all isolated. He wasn't able to kill off Mixer, as Mobe just bought way too much space and time. And now they get the Hex out onto Theological. Mixer's like, you come on me? You think I'm the target? No, no, no. I'm the bait, my friends. Bad idea. They lose the fight. And that's Yuma dead for the 3rd time this game. And Sven, not one of these heroes that enjoys playing the game from behind. And now he's the lowest net worth core in the entire game.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it kind of shows you the state of the game when you have to blink and doom a position 5 hero to try and win a fight. And means now that Little Pleb as well as Mobe are able to just kind of play the game how they want to. And now we're looking at tier 3s. They will have buyback onto Yuma as well, but without the God Strength, you definitely do not want to use it.
Let's go. Tier 3 tower already taken. They're looking to bring down the melee racks as well. They'll do so in very fast fashion. Man, this attack speed when the AC is close. My god. This is insane amount of attack speed from the low pleb alchemist. He gets jumped on right now. They pop the Lincoln Sphere. They have the access to the Doom, but well, do they? Because Doom might actually die here. They're force-offing him away with all their might, and they do manage to keep him alive. Low pleb, and able to keep the chase going. But a warning shot being thrown towards the Vile Armor. But without the Sven for another 15 seconds at this point, you might as well just go in for the full push. Grab multiple lanes of racks on your way out.
Yeah, 2 lanes now as well. They do get the respawn onto their Sven, but 2 lanes of racks down means that there is not much control left for you. There's a Tormentor up as well. So is there any shards that are left for anybody here? Not quite sure. It doesn't look like there is any shards that are left. Yeah, there's
Monkey
one left on Alex. So there still is a shard available for Alex to be able to pick up. They can go back, they can get the Tormentor, they can get their Wisdom Rune, they can start to clear out these waves once again and just force D2 Hustlers to fight into them. And you can see that's exactly what D2 Hustlers understand that they need to do. They need to try and get a pick off now while there is a retreat happening from Ancient Tribe as they go back, get some items and try and play their game.
Ooh, look at this, man.
Galore on all their heroes too.
Yep. Everyone except for the Rubik, the Morana, and the Alchemist have access to buyback. And it's only this Rubik that's shy on the gold. Everybody else is just a timing-based situation. They also bought a very intriguing item here. They went for the Revenant's Brooch on the puck. They don't get to see this item all that much, but they are definitely... They need multiple sources of having True Strike. Yuma already has the Bloodthorn available, but now that they have the Revenant's Brooch, they have that as well. Alright, I'm fine with this. It's okay.
Yeah, right-click puck is definitely what we're going to be seeing a whole boatload more of. No, not so much about, you know, clicking the spells, but it's much more, you know, with the shard and with your Ag Scepter as well. So you're able to utilize that if you get one off Roshan. But the way that this game has been going for Adzantic, he's had to do a whole lot of heavy lifting in these fights and just getting to the point now where he has to deal with an Alchemist that he can't really shred through. He really can't shred through Alex either. He's got 3.3k HP, 3000 HP on the Visage. But he's got Gravekeepers close, and there's a 3.2k HP Dazzle in the background that's shallow graving people and stuff. The one person that they could potentially kill is going to be LeBron, but he has the Aeon Disc that they don't have good ways of dealing with. So they're going to have to blow a lot just to kill a position of 5. And then it's like, what do you really have left to kill these other heroes? And that's why he's trying to go for this right-click build, so he has a little bit more consistent damage.
Dude, look at this Dazzle. With the build that he's gone for now, he's sitting on 64% magic resist. Nice. Feels good. Yeah, and obviously, he's not the... Like, catching him first in the fight is just not going to happen. Like, you're just not going to be that lucky. So, even if it does happen, though, now he's so much more survivable than he would be otherwise. This is a scary place to be. And Yuma, unfortunately for him, is running out of slots on the Sven. Doesn't have infinite scaling either, with, like, through stats and the like. He can't even do the Alchemist trick of feeding his team Aghanims to get some stat buffs. So he will cap out fairly shortly. Just has space for like what? Maybe needs a... you get the Moon Shard. You get Aghanim Shard. And then you 7th item the Refresher. But that's it. Then you're done with scaling. But Ancient Tribe, they also sort of feel kind of maxed out on some of these heroes. So they can't keep playing this game infinitely either. And they're going to smoke up down bottom. You no longer have the Aegis as it did expire. Not going to be around for quite a while, but we'll see when the big man comes back. Slated to potentially return within 25 seconds. I think they're just happy to get down some vision. Alright, we've got everybody downstairs. Boundless Strike actually doesn't connect onto anybody, but they still are able to burst down Hakoda. Will they catch anybody else? Low Pleb stuns himself, and they see where Adzantic went. He's trying to TP out. Woo! Gotta love bots too. The very fast TP. If that was normal bots and he was going to like a tower, he's dead for sure. But he does manage to escape. They only lose Hakoda. This does mean that they lose positioning on the Roshan pit, but fortunately for D2 Hustlers, it is a pretty much max respawn, so they have some time to try and mount a comeback.
Yeah, 100%. They've still got good ways of trying to deal with it. Now, This is where it starts getting spicy. We finally have the Aghanim Scepter up here on the Vilama, so he can actually get in and doom people. So he can blink, pop the doom on himself, he can wall stop onto the Alchemist before he pops his Chemical Rage, and then they have enough burst damage to kill him.
No, not if he dies, Fluke! They stun him up. Okay, they do realize that this is not enough with just low pleb and Mobe here. But still though, that's just unlucky. He got stunned, he wasn't even the priority target, man. Like, the Lincolns got blocked by a Zantic, or like blocked the Unstable Concoction. He still gets stunned on Devi. And they're going back in. Low pleb. They want Theoloco. Theoloco. Oh, well, you just bought yourself a very shiny new Lincoln Sphere. Won't protect you from this fight, my friend. And they just go through the Twin Gate. They're on the pursuit. Low pleb. He's not letting this one go. Defi Lama doesn't have BKB anymore. And this time he doesn't have a way to protect himself. He's inside the Wukongs. He's getting stunned up. He's getting beaten the hell down. And he doesn't have buyback. He bought out for the Ags. Oh no.
Series of unfortunate events here for D2 Hustler fans. They tried to get something going there. They tried to get a little bit of extra farm on the map, but they got punished pretty hard there from Ancient Tribe. And he is a decent ways away to be able to pick it up. So only 300 gold. So it's not too far away for him to be able to get the buyback. But if they lose Yuma, I was going to say, if they lose Yuma, this game could get really, really scary. But it's the final later racks. They're going to be playing against Mega Creeps here, Snare. This is, D2 Hustlers really wanted to come into this series and push us to a game 3 to be able to fight for their promotion into Division 1. Oh, if they catch Adzentic here, I think you just call it.
Alright, let's see if he can get out of this one. Adzentic has been hexed up. He does manage to get very far away. Can they catch him? No, they can't. Woo! Overwhelming blink plus some right click would definitely have killed him. But he does manage to escape back into the base. It is Megas that they're playing against. And only now does the Lama's buyback come back. In a way, honestly, I think it's worse when your buyback is close. At least if it's far away, you're like, alright boys, I can't come back. But if it's that close, you're like, man, if we only had like one bouncy rune, maybe, then I have the money. We'll see what they can do here. Low pleb, almost always nowadays feels like he has unstable concoction channeling. They don't find anybody stand up. And unfortunately for D2 Hustlers, although they were bought time by the late Roshan respawn, with them having Mega Creeps on Ancient Tribe, they have ample time and opportunity to just go straight into the pit, say what's up to the big man, get themselves a refresher shot for their troubles. D2 Hustlers have to know that this is it. That this is, that they can't fight into an Aegis. They're trying to smoke and take the Twin Gate and try and stop this, but I don't know if they'll be here in time, Fluke. This can go by fairly quickly, but no Ancient Trap. Look at they're setting a trap. They're setting a trap. They're waiting for the fight.
Oh, yeah. They can sit here on the Twin Gate. They did have the Illusory Orb going through here. It looks like they're not going to go too deep into the source just yet. They take Roche is on the other side of the map, buddy. It's nighttime.
They even Moonlight for this one. And here they come. They're thinking about it. Hakoda really thinking about it. He doesn't have buyback either. Looks like they're going to let it go. They don't know what's waiting for them on the other side. They have no idea how Ancient Tribe are set up. So they deem it too risky. They will save their buybacks for the inevitable defense here, Fluke. As Roche goes down, he delivers an Aegis to the Alchemist, a refresher shot to LeBron, and that is another cheese that they have right now. So 2 cheeses for LeBron. The other one is sitting comfortably on this Monkey King. So you're not killing these supports. That's just not going to happen in this game.
Yeah, he ate one of them, so he was just like,
Did he eat the one? Okay, I see.
Could have just sold it, bro. It's 500 gold.
Yeah, it's 500 gold. It's good money.
Also, nobody's been able to get close to the block of cheese just yet. So it's a little sad for me. People thought I was trolling when I talked about the block of cheese.
No, it's real shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, Yuma. He needs help. He needs it now. He does have buyback, but doesn't want to have to use it. He's being chased by low pleb. The invis.
Oh, he doesn't have the Radiance.
Oh, my God. Silver Edge at the very last second keeps him up. And, of course, the Radiance is backpacked by low pleb, so they can't get that AoE damage. It saves Yuma's life by the skin of his teeth. Let's see what he can do once he comes back in the fray, though. They just want to end out this game. They've already got the Mega Creeps, though. So it's about Tier 4s and the Ancients. Divine Armor has eaten the Ags, so it does have the AoE Doom ready to go if needed. But they want a better target, or at least one heroes to be in a killable position. Alchemist, worst hero to go on with the Aegis. In fact, it feels like everybody's a terrible target except for Mobe, because if Mobe is alive, you just have that constant sustain from the back end. Frustrating place to be here, Fluke. What can they do as D2 Hustlers from this position?
Oh, they need to try and maybe catch Mobe and deal with Little Pleb, but it's going to be hard.
They jump Little Pleb. They have the Mystic Flare out onto him. That's only half of his HP pool, though. He's starting to get healed up right now. Puck also went forward, trying to get these heroes low. But already we have Alchemist north of 70% HP, about to crack 80, so he should be fine. Yuma, though, did have to pop the God Strength for that one. And that will elapse. So once that is down, that's a huge helping of damage. Most of it, in fact, just taken away from the D2 Hustlers. Ancient Tribe. They go in with the young Moonlight Shadow. They can get scouted here. And Yuma jumps forward. Will get instantly hexed, though. And there's the AoE Doom. It doesn't even reach any of the targets. Wukong's command gets dropped down by Alex as well. And he's desperately looking for something here, Divine Llama. They will find Lil Pleb. But Lil Pleb literally just walks it off. He's perfectly okay. Wukong's does get stolen by the Rubik, but it's done its job, zoning back these D2 Hustler heroes. They pop the Wukongs. But Rubik, you don't have Diffusal, you don't have Basher, you don't scare us at all, my friend. LeBron gets jumped on by Yuma, but there's going to be the Shallow Grave yet again. Mobe does get silenced up for a moment by the Skywrath Mage, but it's only but a moment. The base is in shambles, the Ancient is falling, they pop the Glyph, but it's not going to be enough as Alchemist beats down Divine Llama, and right afterward takes down the Ancient, secures game 2, secures tiebreakers, and makes sure that Ancient Tribe still have a ticket into Div 1. It's all in their own hands. It's all in their own power here, Fluke. Somehow they've made this upset happen.
Yeah, congrats to Ancient Tribe to be able to force tiebreakers here to go in towards Division 1. And unfortunately for D2 Hustlers, I just don't think that they were really kind of on their game today. This was a really rough performance from a lot of their key players, and they just weren't really able to deal with this Alchemist. And this is something that I talked about in the first day of competition. Was I felt like this Alchemist hero, with the recent buffs to him, the fact that Grivel's Greed is innate, there's a lot of creeps on the map for him to farm, and Radiance being previously buffed in the previous patch, he's going to be a hard hero to deal with. And I think Little Pleb has shown us that when you can stack this much strength, BKB is not that great on you anymore. You're just able to stay alive, and especially when you're building a team around keeping him staying alive. Like, this is the exact fight. Mobe is completely untouched in the background. He's just permanently shallow graving Little Pleb, that he's just walking around, staying alive a little bit longer. If Mobe was able to keep him alive any longer after this, then that definitely could have been a turnaround where they had so little armor left. They were doing so much damage with Mixer, just being able to tear through these members with these Visage Familiars. And Ancient Tribe, they did a really good job of drafting well this game around. Second game, there was a few spicy moments. I thought that potentially they could be losing the game out, but eventually they're able to get their Alchemists online and pull it together. So big props to Ancient Tribe getting the 2-0 here. Thought this would have been a lot closer series, but yeah, they had D2 Hustlers number this time around.
Yeah, they really did have their number. Even in the game where D2 Hustlers had a much better start overall. Because in game 1, they had a pretty decent start, winning 2 of their lanes. They got bodied middle, though. This time around, 3 out of 3 go well. There was a portion in the game where it was only the Alchemist that had net worth on the side of Ancient Tribe. Everybody else playing on the back foot, but eventually this draft does come good. And D2 Hustlers, they came into today looking for one series victory, just the one that would get them into Div 1. But because of this loss, they now have to, yet again, for the second, I think actually this might be the 3rd time in a row, they have to get themselves through the tiebreaker situation. Last time around, they were like 1 game off. It doesn't happen for them. They stay in the division. So now that they're back in this position here, what's your feeling here, Fluke? Where do they cap out? If they have to play this series again right now, up against the side of D2 Hustlers, who would get the W? And of course, who's your MVP for game 2?
I think you definitely have to start looking towards this Alchemist if you're D2 Hustlers, and that's something where tiebreakers are going to be a few days away, so they're going to have a little bit of time to sit back and think about this series. My MVP, probably Little Pleb. I think the way that he played, or maybe even Mobe this time around, to just be able to play the fights and really get into it. Actually, no. Okay, we'll give it to Mobe. I was going to say a special mention to Alex as well. I think the way that he plays his Monk King is really well. But Mobe, in that specific fight around the Roche pit, I think was where he really kind of proved himself and really showed that this Dazzle here is really good, being able to keep Little Pleb alive for the longest time in that fight. So Mobe, once again, getting himself a double MVP. This guy's the GOAT. I really enjoy watching Mobe play Dota.
Yep. When he's on one, he really is on one. And of course, we got to see the two sides of Mobe, right? Mobe, game one, where he dumps us a game from start to finish, playing phenomenally. Game two, where the laning phase doesn't look so great, but he's confident in his catch-up potential. I'm very unhappy, though, that he showed us this hand of Midas cheese. Please don't do it back home. Please just be honorable. Use your Midas as normally. But you know, I am kind of glad that we did get tiebreakers because I was a little bit fearful that things were just going to end up in one clear direction. D2 Hustler's Secret go through, the alliances, your ancient tribes sticking in the division, and then Ivy, maybe PuckChamp into the breach in contention for relegation. But I like that we've gotten a couple of shakeups as we head towards the end here. And D2 Hustlers, man, this must be a frustrating thing for them because this is twice now, Fluke, that they've been very close on the brink because there's a world where they already beat into the breach and this game is academic. Then they don't have to worry about these particular tiebreakers, right? They'd already be in Division 1. But because they dropped that series, a series where they were slated to be the better squad, then they drop this one. This would make me very concerned for D2 Hustlers if I have to be their coach right now going into a very crucial tiebreaker against Ancient Tribe because not only have they now lost series that they should have been favored coming into, even the odds were favoring them, but Ancient Tribe now has that mental advantage of, hey guys, we beat them 2-0. Clean victory. We didn't have to resort to shenanigans. We just knew what we were doing better than they did, and that allowed us to get the W. So shout out to the side of Ancient Tribe here for getting this win. D2 Hustlers, we'll see y'all again in the tiebreakers, and hopefully some new tech from them and a more competitive series overall. Of course, because we have this, and there's a reason we have a tiebreaker series, is because Ancient Tribe made this upset, and we're going to talk to them a little bit about how they feel right now. Alex, position 4 player extraordinaire. How are you feeling, fam? Was there any special conversation between the team this morning just to make sure you're ready for this game because you legitimately weren't allowed to lose it?
Hey guys, it was like as usual, like stay positive, like never like support your teammates, never like let them down, and yeah, just generally like team talk, you know, like supporting each other, having fun, enjoying the new patch. So yeah, just positive vibes overall.
Okay. Obviously, this is a game that you ended up being very handedly able to take the 2-0 here over the side of D2 Hustlers. What did you make of how the games themselves went? Did it feel like it was... there came points where we were watching it and it felt like it was very straightforward for you guys. In the game itself, did it feel chaotic or did you have a very clear idea of what the game plan was coming into the series?
I mean, I would lie if he had a very clear idea, you know, like it just patch came out and it's crazy, you know, you know, one hour you know everything, then another hour you don't know shit. But yeah, we were ready. We were very confident because we already beat them, in some other tournament, like a couple of weeks ago, like 2-0 as well, and we were very confident. I think their style is good for us, or opposite, right? Our style is bad for them, I think. So yeah.
Okay. And now that you are at the end of the tour, you still have to play them again, of course. But I'm curious, how do you feel your team has grown? Obviously, you had to make some roster changes coming into the season. Can you talk to us about what are the positives of Ancient Tribe today versus what the team looked like on day one of the tour?
Definitely communication. Like we improved a lot. It was like crazy communication. Like in the beginning, everything was like so chaotic. I remember. That's like one thing. I would say maybe second thing would be like we trust more like in each other. Like I guess like that comes with the time, like right? Like you play together for like a couple of weeks, especially in a boot camp. Yeah, we like eat together, like walk together, like chill together. So we meet each other better and we trust more, right? So yeah, it's very positive since then.
Okay. Master Fluke, what you got for the mans while you have him on?
Yeah, I kind of want to touch on the patch a little bit here, Alex, because it seems like you guys came in with a pretty solid game plan about heroes that you wanted to play and how you wanted to play the map and stuff. What was the preparation for you guys? Obviously, you didn't have to play on day number 1, much like D2 Hustlers had to on patch day. So what was the kind of preparation for you guys and how you dealt with getting through the patch this time around?
Actually, we did. We played the Friday thing, patch was in the morning, and we played we played first against Alliance, serious. So I mean, like I said, this is too much. There's too many new things. You cannot learn them. You just cannot learn that in a couple of days. So we just we play what we playing the best. Like we have some cheesy, strats, the cheesy heroes, for example. So we just said, fuck it, let's do it and, like go all in on this.
All right, yeah. Okay, so one last question as well before I do let you go here. Do you feel like some of the POS 4 heroes have really been able to come back into favor? We've been seeing a few bounty hunters float around and all this kind of stuff. You yourself have been picking up the Monkey King. Do you feel like a lot more of these, I want to say funner position 4s have really come back into favor?
Yeah, definitely. Like Monkey and Bounty is one of these heroes. Like I think like generally all these like Invis heroes are very annoying because they can kind of catch you on the map. Map is so big, and you cannot like buy so many sentries like before, like limited like sentry number. So all these like mobile / Invis heroes are super annoying on post 4s, and yeah, I have been enjoying them like so much like the last couple of days.
Okay. One last question from me. Now that you are very close to getting yourselves into Div 1, obviously contingent on beating D2 Hustlers, we've seen it happen a lot that teams get promoted from Div 2 into Div 1 and immediately get bounced back. We just saw it happen to Manaspa, for example. What's the plan for Ancient Tribe to try and make sure that that doesn't happen? Is there anything that you've specially prepared to make sure that your mental game stays strong? Are there specific scrim partners that you've been finding to make sure that the Dota level is as high as it can be? Or are you just like taking it one series at a time, and that's like a problem for a future version of Alex?
Yeah, we're just gonna take it like serious one at a time. Also, I mean, all these like Division 1 teams, like they're literally like top 8 or top 10 best teams in the world, like I would say. And yeah, it takes time to improve as a team to be on the tier 1 level. We're just new team, so we're not like scared, but also we won't have big expectations, but we will give our best like to stay there, like the Redo did, I think. So we have pretty good chance. There's also new patch, so everything is new for for D1 teams. So if we figure it out the patch fast, we can kind of maybe you never know, right? Maybe like get to the major. Who knows?
Okay, and there's a lot of preparation to do. Wait, actually, speaking of the patch, what's your favorite change that's been made in the patch so far?
I think everything, like all objectives, all objectives, the big map. I like everything. Like there's so many new things I'm enjoying. Like I didn't enjoy Dota for a very long time, until the patch come out. It's crazy. I'm really enjoying the patch, and yeah, like we really needed this. We waited for this like for a year or two, maybe even more map changes, like 2 years, maybe even 3. I don't know. And it's amazing. Like that, shout out to the Valve or Ice for whoever did it, like to to the game. It's amazing.
I mean, shout out to you as well, Alex, and the rest of the Ancient Tribe gang for getting the W today. We'll see you in action in a couple of days, so we'll let you go to practice. Good luck, have fun for that, and thank you for giving us your time tonight.
Thank you, guys. Good night. And just quick shout out to my teammates, shout out to our coach, Mitch, shout out to our organization, and big love to my son and to my wife.
Oh,
there we go. Big love to everybody there. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thanks, man.
You see, Alex, y'all, has his head screwed on tight. You realize that if he's succeeding, it's the family, it's the support behind you. It's not just you clicking the buttons. It's your wife, it's your kid, it's the team behind you, it's the infrastructure of the organization. And I always like to see when players give due regard to how they're successful, not just the fact that, oh, I won this game. It's like, no. There were a lot of building blocks that went into it even being possible for me to play at my best. So shout out to him for keeping it real and allowing us to recognize what really matters.
Yeah, that's really cute. A nice little shout out to his teammates and his organization and everybody in the background, and obviously his family that's been able to support him. And I mean, that makes me want to root for him even more, right? Going into these tiebreakers. There still is one series to go between both of these two teams. This isn't the end all between both of these two teams. They still have a few days to be able to sit back, try and figure out what things went wrong, what things went right for them, and come into this final tiebreaker series and really sort it out. So it's going to be an intense final tiebreakers for these guys, and I think that Ancient Tribe being able to give us these final couple of days on the patch as well is going to be super exciting. I just expect that series to go a little bit better for D2 Hustlers than this one did, being able to kind of solely focus on that and understand that, hey, maybe this Alchemist here might be a little bit different. Maybe we don't need to do this around these kind of objectives in these lanes and all this kind of stuff. And I really hope they come into it with their own special ideas, because Ancient Tribe has already shown us that they've got some ideas about how the patch needs to be played.
Ancient Tribe right now are the Ascendant team, taking this 2-0 up against the side of D2 Hustlers. Throughout the game and at the very beginning of the series, I'm sure you saw some odds flashing on the screen. Those odds were brought to you by esportsbet.io, who are our partner here in the DPC. And one of the things that they've done to help you at home enjoy your time a bit more is they've launched a watch to earn platform. And what that means is that you just go onto the esportsbet.io site, navigate to the watch to earn side of things, and for every hour that you spend engaged in the games, you earn 3,000 tokens, the equivalent of about $3 US, 100% free, no sign up or sign in or any of that extra stuff required. You just show up, engage the game, and get something out of it. So get involved, make sure that you are a participant and not just a spectator. Right now, we've seen that D2 Hustlers and Ancient Tribe, they participated in the second series of the day. We still have one more to go though. That match was to try and guarantee promotion into Div 1. Still unclear at this moment exactly who goes up, and it's also equally unclear who goes down into relegation, and that we'll be finding out in our next series, as we do have PuckChamp taking on Into the Breach. The interesting thing about this is that Into the Breach do not need this win. No matter what, they are staying in the division. PuckChamp though, if they don't get this win, they will be guaranteed relegated from the division. So they are playing for everything. ITB, it's just a Sunday afternoon of Dota for them, some more practice under the belt. So we'll find out if practice wins or if it's going to be Desire that wins the next series. Find out with us very shortly after a break. Don't go anywhere. Dota 2 happening in just a moment, so we'll see you soon.
Nice. There's a warden.
I'm on the backline, guys. Look at the backline. Okay. Get me here, yes? Save me.
Yes.
Come to me, I can claim you again. I run away. Oh. I come to you. How they? I stun. I stun again. I'm back.
Need to kill Puck, guys. Puck. Doom is useless.
I'm killing them and then we can go back. Chill.
No linking, I cancel it.
Okay. Keep. Nice. Bra, mixa igen.
Guys, he's not there.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome one and all. We have returned for some more Sunday afternoon action with this penultimate day and now technically penultimate series in the regular season of the second tour of Division 2. We'll be witnessing ITB taking on PuckChamp in a do-or-die matchup for PuckChamp, as if they lose, they're relegated. If they win, they still don't know, because then they potentially have tiebreakers against Old G, but that means that Old G, if they beat Alliance, then Old G stays in and PuckChamp gets out. So they still have to play their best, despite the fact that their fate is not fully within their own hands. So we need to see the best out of PuckChamp right now versus ITB. My name is Sneh. I'm joined by Professor Fluke. Fluke, good sir. I don't know which version of PuckChamp we're going to get today. And the reason I'm a bit scared and I'm a bit sussy about this, Kidaro was playing with them instead of Eki. And I think they've looked the best when they had Eki in the team rather than Kidaro. So what do you think is going to happen here now that they're back to their original roster rather than the level up roster that they got with the small addition of Eki down the stretch?
I don't know. Maybe they could lose that leadership role that I think Eki was doing a really good job for them to be able to move them around the map. This might unlock some different heroes. I know Eki does play a whole lot of different stuff, especially in his pubs. He plays basically any role across all of his games and all that kind of stuff. So this could be maybe a lower skill version of PuckChamp, or it could be a better version. Who really knows? And I think it's going to be interesting to see what Into the Breach do as well, because as we said coming into this series, these guys don't care if they win or lose, right? For them, it doesn't really matter as much as what it does for PuckChamp. So they could be coming in with some weird drafts. They could be trying some things out. They could be trying to let some things through for the future for them to try and figure out to see how this patch goes. So I think this is going to be a really interesting series to see whether or not one team's going to come out on top, or whether we're going to have a clown fiesta for 3 games in a row. Who really knows?
We love Clown Fiestas here in Division 2. They're the most fun games to watch. They're the ones where the odds makers throughout the game, it'll go like one team is favored 1-8 and the other enemy team is favored 8-1 afterwards. You just never really know. And of course, many of those odds that you see in game are brought to you by our partner, esportsbet.io, who have launched the Watch to Earn platform, which allows you at home to earn 3,000 free tokens, the equivalent to about $3 for every single hour that you're involved watching these games of Dota 2. I mean, you were going to be watching these games anyway, right? So you might as well head on over to the platform and find a way to get involved. Doesn't require you to put down any money, doesn't require you to bet, just requires you to be there and do what you were going to do anyway, which is love the Dota and watch the Dota that brings us much joy and happiness in our lives. And of course, we do see these odds. PuckChamp being very unfavored, certainly the underdog coming into this matchup. So despite the fact that they don't need the win on the side of ITB, the odds makers are like, yeah, the team has historically been better. So we're going to have to see PuckChamp really turn up and show us something special here, well, if the odds are going this heavily against them. One thing I find very intriguing about this is that we yet again have a situation where a team is on Dire side with second pick, as ITB have Dire second pick and PuckChamp have Radiant first pick. We don't see this all that often, and we definitely didn't see it unless you won the game in 7-3-3. It was like auto win every single game. I wonder how it's going to pan out here as we see the drafts underway. ITB, we used to see this answer all the time into Enchantress, Mirana plus Doom. Obviously, Mirana has been banned by PuckChamp, so Doom will come out instead. And they also decided to remove Slog from the equation, so they could have been angling towards getting the Doom or maybe an Alchemist down the stretch. And we finally get to see it, Fluke. Look at this, Muerta. This is actually, I think, our first game covering with the Muerta being touched in the draft, because most of the time she's just been completely ignored.
Yeah, in the first 2 games that we covered today, she was banned. I believe she was banned in the Secret Series as well, up against Ivy, which is kind of interesting that Secret are still putting their attention towards that hero, but we won't get to see it this time around. They're going to go for the Hoodwink as their response. I thought you might see a Mirana go in. We're getting a first phase PL.
Okay.
I knew this hero was good. I didn't think this hero was like first phase PL good, because I guess you can cover it with some bans. You know, the Illusion Killer in the Darkseer gives him a lot better of a lane. Into the Breach, I guess their first 2 heroes really aren't that great into the PL, but you can always, if you do find the right PL, you doom him out. He feels pretty bad in a team fight, and Hoodwink really does not much against him. So Into the Breach, they're going to have to try and find their good carry matchup into the Phantom Lancer.
Yep. This also means that we're going to have a hero Doom hates playing into PL. I mean, it's a lot better nowadays with the AoE Doom, but there used to be a time where you're just like, oh god, I just want to give up right now. I can't do this. I do like the fact that they already have a source of break, though, on the side of ITB with this Hoodwink. And this presumably should be the lane. And even if it is PL, I don't think PL does that well into Doom Hoodwink in the laning phase. But this PL hero, I'm with you, fam. Crazy, crazy strong. I was very happy to play a lot of the last patch, not having to deal with too many PLs. But now the ban is back. Feels bad. What can you do?
Dude, I feel so bad for support players because, like, PL, Alchemist are back, and Tome of Knowledge is gone. They have to constantly think about Tormentors where 95% of the time, even though it's supposed to be 50-50, goes to the other person, not them. They basically have to just walk around and coddle their mid laner because mid laners really are just kind of on their own island most of the time. They have to be careful of like ganks from the twin gates. They have to be careful about the watches. They have to keep track of where Roshan, like, dude, support players are down bad in this very new patch. And I do feel sorry for them. Definitely do.
Well, let us see what they're going to be able to do to try and make their support's lives a little bit easier on either of these squads. We've seen the Underlord banned out, Dawnbreaker and the Darkseer taken out by PogChamp. Then ITB removed Bat DP. Really surprised we haven't seen a DP game today just yet. And at least not an hour series. We saw one earlier from Armel on the side of Team Secret, who built Deso at the very end of the game, which was really fun to watch.
The 76-minute banger.
So here, what do you want in the support role? I imagine the Hoodwink will play 4. So which 5 stand out as being useful and viable options for ITB, given their draft opener so far?
You need some way of dealing with the illusions or dealing with PL some way, shape or form. There's not really too many of these supports that have like good AoE to deal with a Phantomancer. I'm just going to have a quick look back. Maybe you can go for like a Lion could be okay for you to try and deal with him early on. You go for like maybe like an Elder Titan or something like that that can deal with illusion. You can kind of go along the lines of you get one of your cores in regards to the lead commander does really to the illusions, then you can go something along the lines of Warlock that just gives you a team fight to be able to with and deal with the illusion in these fights.
Now I'm actually wondering, is this LC, where does LC Doom go? Is Doom, because Doom could be support 3, 2, or 1. This LC could be, I've seen safe lane LC, it wasn't that great. Seen off lane, of course, we've seen it mid. I've seen it support before, but that was even worse. So I'm very curious what ITB are doing, but they're definitely throwing a curveball here to PogChamp. And I like to see teams do this when they have second pick, make it difficult for the opponents to know exactly what the lanes look like. And then you have the flexibility later to decide what feels strongest to play. Okay, I like this. And now they have 2 sources of potential like damage. They have the wave clear with the overwhelming odds on the illusions. Scorched Earth as well can help you like suss out which illusion is the real one based on like how they tick. Okay, I'm okay with this. And if I'm looking at PogChamp, so far they don't have that much burst damage. Like their damage comes out in increments. Enchantress, of course, helps in that regard. All right, this is a lot better. A little bit more peppery, harassy style. Lots of instances of damage. So that can actually bring you down from 100. Okay, yeah. I like the Visage. Gives them some push as well, which they were kind of lacking beforehand.
Yeah, it's a good lane as well. It's one of those heroes that doesn't have too many like hardcore lane counters, so they're going to enable it with the Bounty Hunter here as well, another strong laner early on, to be able to abuse the Shadow Walk and kind of force a lot of these 5s to be in a pretty scary spot. So it's about Into the Breach now, what they want to try and go for. If they go for like this Doom position 1, it's going to have a rough lane into the Visage, especially once level 6 does come up. Another hero that you don't like being doomed. Like at this point, you have to try and doom the PL, the real PL, but that's going to be hard in and of itself to be able to get that done. So they just go back for an Naga Siren. It's going to be a 70-minute game, so make sure everybody's comfy and ready for this one. Naga into PL though. I don't know if I like that matchup for the Naga Siren. I don't think it's that great.
I think it's probably the rationale for them. They were just like, well, what hero do we want that is presumably going to scale really, really well throughout the game itself? Let's sort of ignore the fact that we're playing into PL. But it is interesting, right? Because generally speaking, Phantom Lancer has been... He's the hero that you pick into other illusion heroes. Yeah. So the fact that they pick him into... they pick the Naga into it. And I mean... I'm expecting the PL to do really well. I'm with you that the Naga feels a little bit strange. The thing I really don't like as well is they are very ultimate focused on the side of ITB. Like, them fighting without their ultis being online feels rather odd. They only have, like, without ultimates, the only source of initiation is what? Bushwhack and maybe a Doom Hoof Stomp, or War Stomp rather. Besides that, they don't really have anything else. So, high execution draft. I don't know. What do you think the rationale was for them to go, despite knowing the carry-to-carry matchup is bad? Or what else could they have gone for in this exact slot besides the Naga Siren that would help them scale?
Well, I think the thing is like when you have these carry matchups, especially when you go into the PL, you want to try and have a Radiance builder. So this is like where I can see the idea of the Naga. Like you go for an old Radiance build and you try and play that where the PL doesn't want to build MKB into you. He doesn't like building Radiance either. So you're one of those heroes that can build Radiance. You can farm really, really fast. You can get through the Gravekeeper's Cloak. You can deal with the Phantom Lancer to an extent. So that's kind of the idea. They have other heroes to deal with it. But I do agree with you. It is hard for them to start fights early on. And with the heroes they have so far, it's either they're waiting for a 5 and they have like a mid-Doom or a mid-LC or something like that. One of those heroes is their support, and then they need something on the mid lane to be able to provide them with some catch and some team fight to deal with this Phantom Lancer before, you know, Radiance plus a few items comes up.
Personally, I'm with PugChamp in that I think they need a mid for ITB. I'm not sold at either Doom or LC playing from the mid lane. I mean, Doom can do it, I guess, but doesn't feel... Of late, we've just seen Dooms be this hero that either does an amazingly, has a phenomenal game, or just accrues tons of net worth without having a meaningful impact. So let's see here what they do. ITB also ban out some mid heroes. So all the mid heroes that are banned out, there's no Ember, no Pango, no Timber, no DP, no Batrider, no Void Spirit, no Leshrac. They go for Necro. I mean, there's 2 strength heroes on the enemy team. There is a Naga Siren who also tends to get very high up in the HP department. There's lots of peppery damage on this lineup between like Visage Spirit Assumption, or Soul Assumption rather, Phantom Lancers, Impetus Shots, lots of Shurikens thrown around. You'll always find yourself low enough to be susceptible to a Reaper site. So that does kind of feel good on the side of PugChamp.
They also have this pretty scary kind of ball, right? Like these 4 heroes, you know, outside of the Phantom Lancer really like to be together with their team. So they're able to just kind of smash their face into some of these towers, and especially if they get off to a good start for the Necrophos. So I'm excited to see what Lorenov's going to look like on that Necro. And we'll see what Supreme's answer is. We have seen that Sniper in the past has been an answer to the Necrophos. Been seeing a lot more of things like Puck could be pretty good here as well. Gives you that silence to be able to take him down a little bit of that magic damage to get through the Ghost Shroud. What do they want? Maybe Zeus as well? Couldn't be... I guess you kind of have issues with Bounty and Visage. You want like something that has a bit of magic damage for you to be able to deal with it. Definitely. You could go for Invoker.
Ooh, I'd like to see that. They have LC already for some dual kills. Naga Siren and Ensnares lost for a pretty long time. So that's some Sunstrike with like some Hoodwink. Yeah, that actually feels really good. You get the young Purgy in the mid lane as well with the Tornado. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I do wonder though.
To go with.
Let's see. They're really thinking about this. I really hope he's not playing Doom or LC. This does mean the support duo is going to be a bit off kilter, but you'll take it. They go for the SF.
Okay.
All right. So instead of being able, they do magic damage. They can kill Necrophos 100% through his own Ghost Shroud. Fear seems decent enough. This is another hero that if he's nearby can help win duels, both by giving you some armor reduction and some magic burst with the razors. I don't hate this. This SF. What about you, Fluke? Does it tickle your fancy, given that it does mean you're going to be playing Doom support? Is this SF pick good enough to make up for the detriment to your draft in that direction?
They are super greedy on Into the Breach. Like, all of their heroes want Goldenite and experience. So, I mean, the map is pretty big. But the one issue is you're going to be playing a lot of these heroes that are very separate into a bounty hunter. And he's one of those heroes that can really abuse a lot of these lineups that don't like being together all too much. I like the Shadow Fiend. It gives them a little bit of team fight with the Requiem of Souls. They've got a lot of burst damage with the Razors combination. So they do have good ways at dealing with what PugChamp have thrown them here. But yeah, Into the Breach, I think they're pushing the envelope a little bit with the amount of greed that they can have. Like, all their heroes are super greedy. It's really going to be on the Hoodwink to make some of these rotations early on. She's the only one that's going to be making a rotation pre like level 6 plus a Blink Dagger for Zibe. So yeah, into the breach. If they don't start out well, it's going to be hard for them to try and come back into these fights, especially if they're playing into a Bounty Hunter, which is just going to accelerate these timings for PuckChamp. So I think PuckChamp's draft is a little easier to execute.
Well, we'll see what PuckChamp have got in store for us because they need this game in a way that ITB simply do not. And we're going to see how Lorinov performs on this Necro. When he's good, he's been very impressive from the mid lane. A lot of the 2 victories that they have in large measure came from him and, of course, the influence of Eki, who is not here today. So PuckChamp is playing under some nerfed conditions. Let's see if they have what it takes to push ITB to the brink. For ITB, game doesn't matter. And they've been scouted out already. The smoke will not pop because they went in for the early Shadow Walk. And sadly, they will not find anybody in this dire jungle. And this movement will not get them the gas, the juice in the jump start that they really wanted it to.
Yeah, neither of these teams went for the old twin gate shenanigans at level 1. So much more conventional start. Trying to fight over some watchers, trying to fight over some bounty runes as well. Kind of big that they got this watcher in the dire side near the dire first bounty rune in the jungle. Is always nice to be able to have that little bit of extra control, because even if it gets destroyed, it doesn't get taken back over, so then you still will have this kind of avenue to be able to play around here for Sweden Strong.
Sweden Strong not playing his Monkey King, which we've seen do tremendous amounts of work. Gonna have to try and demonstrate similar capabilities on this Bounty Hunter. He should be able to get a 2-2 bounty trade. They're gonna try force a 3, but they don't want to keep the fight going. Low skill on them running away. Kidaru actually gets bushwhacked, and they might be able to find this first kill. And they do not. Immersion now just has to turn himself around. Already finished off the Scorched Earth. And they should be fine here. So they're going to start with the tri-lane. We've been seeing this increasingly more and more often. Where, yes, one hero can take the Twin Gates. Okay, Respect is going to take it. But it does feel like there's just more tri-lanes in general. Do you think that's like going to be a long-lasting trend? Or is it just as people figure out how best to play around the Twin Gate, and then we'll see it normalize back into 2v2s?
Just going to come down to is that come out of the new patch as well, because as you said, the Twin Gate is hyper. It means that you don't have to constantly have this this musical lanes, which we've seen in the past be an issue for a lot of these tri lanes. Is sometimes you just get musical laned and then you waste a TP, and then they just like TP back anyways, and then like you're already in the bad position. Whereas now you can just constantly Twin Gate, and I think for a lot of these different teams, depending whether or not it's Radiant or Dire favored, it really just means that you don't have to, utilize your TP, and you're able to switch lanes constantly, and you don't have to worry about abusing one of these resources that you have. So I would say yes, that we'll probably see a little bit more of these tri-lanes, but maybe not traditional tri-lanes where they stay together for the first 10 minutes. It'll be more so like the support will rotate every couple of waves,
Okay. Certainly makes sense to me. Top lane, Otaka, Respect, just farming, just Naga stuff. Don't expect too many exciting things to be happening. Oh no, Sweden Strong. Oh, okay, did he get it? I think he got it. I don't know, who cares? It's just one centaur early on in the game, it's just whatever. The most important thing is that he's making space for Lays, who should be able to have a fairly decent time on this Visage. Doesn't get really pressured whatsoever by a Hoodwink Naga. Should be able to play very safely, very far back, so... Nice and calm game. Which lane are we anticipating kills happening? Definitely won't be mid. Not Lorinov versus Shadow Fiend. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, unless there's a little bit of a misstep from Lorinov. I don't see Supreme going down in that lane unless he kind of goofs a little bit as well. So the lane's probably going to be... I think a lot of mid lanes in this patch, man, are just going to be farm fest. Like, there's not really... supports don't want to make those rotations towards the runes, so a lot of these 1v1 heroes and a lot of these 1v1 players, I think, are going to get really strong and really benefit from this patch. So it's much more about side lanes. Maybe top is like a good place for them to get kills. I think bottom you really need to try and get kills with Immersion, just to be able to enable him to get towards those higher levels of Devour to start to be a greedy little boy.
Ah, this is the play. If you know that as a support you might not get access to the net worth, you just pick a farming support. There you go. We see these strats, Immersion. And mid, boring in terms of kills, unfortunately also boring in terms of CS and net worth. And Laranov actually might die here. He gets triple raised. Laze does find the first blood up in the top lane onto this Hoodwink. Okay, so we were speaking about how they can't apply that much pressure towards Visage, but Visage and Bounty can apply pressure towards you. Lots of poke damage. They haven't even gone in for the Shuriken toss. That was just raw poke into a couple of soul assumptions. Good enough to get a kill.
They didn't have Grave Chill either. Respect must have been in a weird spot to be able to be chased down like that. And you can see already Sweden strong. He's like, I get a kill. I'm able to place some wards. And now I go through the Twin Gate and we can start to put a bit of pressure back onto Zibe.
Yep.
Who, last time we played this Legion Commander into the Phantom Lancer, he did go Crimson Guard. And it was impossible for the PL to be able to deal damage. So
yep.
See if Zibe is going to do the same thing here. And you can already see the rotation from Immersion. Wants to really shut down this Necrophos. And this is one thing that you can have against a Necrophos is sometimes you just really get caught out and need these runes to be scary. If you're not able to win the first couple of waves.
He's denied 2 water runes this game, Laranov. Kind of funny to see. Just making sure that, well, if I don't need it... He denied the one because he just didn't need it, and he wanted to make sure it's gone. And the second one, I think he was trying to keep it away from Supreme. We are starting to get to those scary levels. Level 5 has been broached for the SF, so you start winning that lane quite handedly. And down bottom, we didn't see them make the big rotation and kill Shebe. So he's still allowed to farm the lane. And with this Ring of Health, it's very difficult to envision them being able to bring him down again. So Sweden Strong will instead send his efforts towards middle. They want Supreme. A couple of right clicks would be enough to get this kill. Sweden Strong, though, oh, it gets baited too far. Dies to a Shadow Raise. Supreme collects the kill. Leaves Respect in the mid lane to collect some experience. Will go replenish his bottle with the Bounty Rune. And will just come right back middle. Keep the farm train going.
Yeah, losing that kill there. Oh, low skill bottom as well. He's in trouble.
Ooh, he is in danger indeed. He does get ran down by the Scorched Earth and Immersion. Gets the kill. You were saying that they want to get as many kills on Doom as possible. And as soon as they see that they have some space and time, they make it happen. While this is happening, they also end up losing their Naga Siren, though, from ITB. As top lane, Laze and Kidaro, they're like, wait a second, Respect's not here? You're all alone, Naga? Well, in that case, time to play aggressively.
Yeah, they're able to get rid of her with losing their Phantom Lancer. So, there's kills all across the map, and this is why I feel like a lot of these heroes like Bounty Hunter, like Ricky, Monkey King, are really just going to continue to be at the forefront for a lot of these teams, because even as Alex told us, right, like these heroes that just have the luxury of walking around and being able to set up these side lanes for kills really do come to the forefront when you're trying to get experience, because you need those kills early on for the experience of your heroes. Because if you don't, then your supports fall behind and it really relies on you getting some of these wisdom runes. And you can even see here that Sweden Strong is setting up for the steal up against this wisdom rune, but Immersion, he's already cottoned onto it.
Yeah, he pings it out. He's like, I am camping here. Doom is way too important to spell. I'm gonna grab us a Watcher while we're at it as well. Make sure that we do not lose out on this. And mid lane, they were attempting to gank the SF, but he has an Invis rune right now. He might actually just Requiem and straight up kill Kidaro, and he's gonna do just that. Kidaro is dead. They also managed to bring down Laze in the top lane, as they recognize that, wait a second, if Enchi is here, who's guarding Kidaro? Nobody. Let's see now, the clicking, who gets it? Oh no, Sweden Strong. Oh no. Dude, he not only gets it, right, he still had time to get off a Janata hit. So he steals the Wisdom Rune, steals some of your gold as well, and then gets out.
Yep, having this done on Shadow Walk is exactly what you needed there. And Sweden Strong yoinks the Wisdom Rune.
Gosh.
Now he feels good about it, yoinks some gold as well. They get the kill onto Kataro. Supreme has had a fantastic start. He's given himself a few of these extra kills from some of the supports floating around. Kataro was farming his jungle. He just gets an inventory room and blows him up. And now he's making his way towards bottom. See if they can get the kill here onto low skill pre-level 6. That's when he starts getting scary on the Phantom Lancer. Before that, he's a little bit easier to deal with.
They should be able to kill him. They have duel. Shibe, though, he doesn't have a way to close the gap. Low skill dodges the first raise. Now goes in with the illusions. Kidaro's here with the Nature's Attendants. Reinforcements are en route as well as Laranov. He doesn't have enough mana for an ultimate, but he just barely might have it if he pops the magic wand. They really want Shibe. They really want this Reaper side, and they're gonna get it, Fluke. Boom! Nice response from PogChamp. And, dude, there's a universe where Shibe immediately gets off the duel onto low skill, and then they can come follow up with spells from Shadow Fiend, but I think he felt they were just a little bit too far away on the SF to get there in time. And the moment of hesitation ends up costing them in the long run as they lose, and they lose out big.
Yeah, they definitely would have loved to have gotten that kill there, especially if he had Requiem as well. If he was able to sit in the corner, that definitely would have been a big turnaround for Into the Breach. But they still get the extra rotation there onto Sweden Strong. He did yoink an Arcane Rune though, which is a little annoying from them. But this game really hasn't blown out for one team or another just yet. I think the biggest thing is looking at the supports in their level 6s. Really close to the sharpshooter here for Respect. Immersion still a level and a half away. What about Sweden Strong? He's still pretty far away from him. Enchantress's one doesn't really matter all too much.
They actually might kill Shibe down bottom. But no, low skill is not coming in for this move. Why didn't low skill come in for this move? He doesn't hit that hard, but they might have been able to hit hard enough to kill Shibe. Look how low he fell. Dude, if low skill was there, that was a guaranteed kill on Shibe.
Yeah, maybe just not feeling like they had the enough damage for it. But either way, he walks away. Zibe has his Vanguard. He's going to be pretty tanky, boy. He's going to be hard to deal with, man. Like this Legion Commander, he's going to be hard to kill. So, see if they're going to have enough damage to be able to deal with the Legion Commander in this mid game. See whether or not Zibe is going to transition in towards like one of these like carry Legion Commanders where you get like a lot of dual damage and all that kind of stuff. Or whether or not he's much more focused on playing for the team and having his Shadow Fiend and Naga Siren be the ones that deal the damage.
This LC hero is very difficult to know exactly how to itemize because you can end up in a situation, and we've seen it here in this tour, where you have an LC with like 120 damage, but she still feels absolutely useless in the fight. Mid lane, Supreme might feel useless if he dies here, but the presence of Respect, they know a possible bushwhack could be there, so there's no point continuing the pursuit. It's gonna stay here and defend the tier 1 tower against the Siege Dragon push that's coming in. What does Supreme build this game? He's queued up a Blink Dagger, so could potentially be playing with Swift Blink. Like the Arcane Blink, just not nearly as strong as a build as it used to be. So I don't think he goes for that. Bottom, they get the duel out onto low skill, but TP from Supreme takes a little bit too long. He comes through with the bots, but they don't get here in time. Low skill, still alive, still juking through the trees. They get the Requiem out. Lorenov, though, did get off the Blade Mail before this popped. And they just leave immediately with this Doom going back to the top lane. Sweden Strong, though, should have a pretty good idea that not everybody would have been able to make their escape. And his hunch is correct. As he sees a Shibe, they might go onto him. And this time around, I don't think they can help you escape, my friend. They get the slows out. Supreme, though, is helping with these raises to make them reconsider how deep they want to go in for this fight. And the TP from Respect makes PogChamp show respect as they will stop the pursuit onto Shibe.
Yeah, that was just a lot of posturing and poking. Oh, okay. Sweden Strong just walked underneath the sentry. That feels bad for him. They did try to do something a little cute with Immersion trying to Hurricane back low skill, but he used the Hurricane on himself rather than onto the Phantom Lancer. But either way, probably doing pretty okay here if you're into the breach, right? Like you're the one that has these greedier heroes. You've got a Doom now who's been able to build up towards his level 6. He's almost got his mech out on the way. Supreme's doing really well. He's got bits of travel now as well. So whenever you have those fights for the Legion Commander, SF can join. And Naga Siren's just plinking away. She's just doing her own stuff. Going to go in towards a Manta style. Probably, I feel like you need to go Radiance into a Fatal Manta. I think if you just go like Manta into Orchid, you kind of really don't do much into PL. But maybe you're just hoping that the other heroes deal with him and you can deal with everybody else.
The other heroes on his team are going to be trying to go for a smoke gank right now. They leave the Naga Siren to farm, and they want to go try and force a fight. Lorenov is in the cut as well, so that could be a very big pickup. They doom Visage, but not the hero that you always want to be dooming. She probably will still end up dead here, brought down by some of these razors of Supreme. Lorenov, being nearby, throws out a couple of death pulses. Could get dueled by Shibe, so needs to be careful. Kidaro will tank the duel for the team. Will get brought down as well. Not going to give away dual damage though, as one more right click. Supreme finally gets it. Double kill thanks to the double damage. How much further can they go from this though? They really want Respect, and they're not going to be able to find him just yet because they bring down Lorenov instead. Supreme finds a triple kill. Okay. PogChamp really overstay their welcome in the top half of the map, and they get absolutely demolished for it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little interesting, the fact they didn't get the duel victory because Supreme wasn't close enough for the short raise. But, I mean, it turns into a good enough fight for them. Supreme is really starting to become a scary hero with the Shadow Fiend, abusing the early spells. Almost has his Blink Taker up as well. They got Oteka into that fight as well. So he's going to be very scary very soon. Doom's doing a lot of good job. I think that the one issue that I've got here for PogChamp is they just haven't abused this this immersion Doom. Like, he's really just been able to do kind of whatever he wants and hasn't really been punished. And being greedy here for Into the Breach is going to work out perfectly well for them.
And it's not like on the side of PogChamp, they don't have anybody that wants to build Midas. They don't necessarily have like an alchemist or whatever. The heroes that they play gotta be getting gold the old-fashioned way. And they're getting completely outfarmed by ITB at the moment. 4k net worth lead. They can still fight their way back into the zone. We've seen that this contemporary patch really rewards fighting and combat. And with the Guardian Greaves just picked up by Lays, they have a bit more sustain to assist them in that. However, they have to worry about Blink Duel from Shebe, which might come out now in this mid lane. They smoked up. Lays is in trouble. There we go. Blink Duel. They caught him. Sharpshooter will come out. Requiem is there. They don't have enough damage to kill him and win the duel, but they certainly can bring him down. Right now, PogChamp, they can't even keep both birds alive. One gets brought down. This is a bit problematic here, Fluke. This game is not going how PogChamp envisioned. They are suffering a 5k net worth deficit, and their PL is still really, really poor. Low skill needs quite a lot of time before he's ready to come back and fight.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they're the ones that have the greedier draft, but they're the ones that are being on the front foot and getting the initiative going. That's one of the issues with PogChamp's draft, is they just don't have that kind of blink initiator, much like Into the Breach do with this Legion Commander. So it is a lot easier for Into the Breach to be able to play this, especially when their lanes went as well as they did. They're running into a fight now, though.
They want to get a duel onto Sweet and Strong. This time around, it should be a duel victory if they get this, and they will. The Doom gets it thrown down onto Lorinov as well, so he can't assist in this fight. Oh no, immersion. This time around, the Hurricane was good, Fluke. It pushed him back for just a second, but Low Skill finally making his presence known in the fight. Hidaro here with some Nature's Attendance. Will he be able to survive through this fight? Lorinov, he's not doomed up anymore. Really wants to try and assist somebody, get a Reaper Sight on someone, but he's having trouble helping out. They inhibit the Doom. That's going to be Reaper Sight, and that should be a kill. A stack applied to Lorinov. The question is, can they take this follow-up fight? Nice little stone drops to buy space and time. There's going to be a track onto the Legion Commander on the edge of the fight and onto this young Supreme Shadow Fiend. They might actually be able to give chase. Sweet and Strong slows are no joke. There's a blink away from Shibe as well as Supreme. Respect doesn't have that luxury though. Might end up dead here. Sweet and Strong trying to go the other direction. Anticipates the high ground jump after the Sharpshooter hit. But that will not be enough to keep Respect alive for too much longer. The Death Pulse chasing him. Is it gonna kill him? Oh no, he's gonna get healed up. The immersion there with the mech. Respect jukes it all out, stays alive, prevents them from getting a punish. They still lose a tower. They still end up losing Immersion's life, but for the most part, they're still happy with the fact that they got dual damage and an additional support kill.
Yeah, 100%. It was a long, drawn-out fight, but they eventually were able to come out on top and Into the Breach. As I said, I feel like this series is just kind of going to be a bloodbath. Both these teams really kind of just running at each other and trying to figure out the patch as they go, and see who can come out on top. And there's going to be some weird stuff. And I like the way that they're playing. They, as you said, you get rewarded quite early on for a lot of these fights, and especially when the fights are starting to go your way. And now they're going to try and look to see if they can get the kill here under low skill. Blink duel.
Jump duel. Dead. Woo! How did he know? Shibe.
Damn.
On it today, knowing exactly what's up. Supreme at the very least loses his courier. That was going to be the Ogre Axe to build into the BKB. But massive jump onto low skill. He's still in catch-up mode. He's still not necessarily there just yet. And look at PogChamp. Do you understand something really funny? Click on Sweet and Strong. He is realizing that, well, we can't have them play with practically 4 cores with the Doom versus our 2/3. So let's get another core. Sweet and Strong. Just go build a Hand of Midas, fam. Get that gold.
Yeah, it's going to be really late, though. Like, really late. Like, what? He's 1,400 gold away from it right now, and he's 17 minutes into the game. It could be rough.
22-minute Midas.
Yeah, it's going to be... Unless they start getting some track kills, it's going to be hard for them. And especially with low skill now, he's getting eyed off towards this mid lane. His illusions don't last too long against the Shadow Fiend.
Yep.
This is going BKB, so I mean it's not too different from the old stuff. I have seen a lot of Shadow Fiends trying to do this magic damage build, like the Blink Yules. Like it just doesn't work anymore without with the Arcane Blink changing the way it did. So I feel like if you want to try and go this like much more like not like Mask of Madness Dragonlance kind of build, I feel like it is basically just going to be like bots Blink BKB, and you kind of just run around with your Shadow Razors and use other people's control to get you the kills early on.
And so far,
We'll see what his transition will be after that, though.
Down bottom, Shibe getting gone on. Will draw some reinforcements toward it. Might still die regardless, and he dies towards the Reaper side of Laranov. There will be a Doom and a Hurricane back towards the tier 2 tower, so Laranov will certainly end up paying for this one. An expensive kill to pick up. It was a track kill, so they should still win out in the gold department. And geez, they got more than twice as much gold for killing the offlaner as they do losing their mid, despite the heroes having the same net worth. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, track gold is a beautiful thing.
Oh no, Manta not available yet for the PL, so he's still susceptible to being orchided. Otaka finds and kills him, giving Supreme a wicked 6 streak. They pop the song, but they don't want this kid. They don't want the Enchantress. They want the bigger target. They were looking for Lays, not gonna find him, so they'll just settle for the Ench kill. They'll take it. Free money, double kill for Supreme. Lays does manage to TP out, but ITB just rolling over ParkChamp right now. And ParkChamp not really putting up that much of a fight. Every time they make something positive happen, it immediately gets punished, and ITB take more than they give every single time.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they found the right PL again with the Orchid. So I'm not sure if there's like maybe a visual indicator, or maybe they're doing something different, because I remember there was another game against a PL where the Doom was constantly being able to doom the right PL. There might be Phantom Lancers, but seeing the kill there up against the PL and being able to push their advantage early on to the now with Otaka really just starting to get involved with his Orchid picked up he's well hot, and then it's going to become, you know, take this tier 1 tower at the top, start setting your attention on to now, take them down, win yourself a team fight, get yourself a Roshan, try and finish the game.
So far they haven't gotten their first Rosh just yet, but they have amassed an astonishing gold lead. We still do not have the Hand of Midas from Sweet and Strong. Let us know in chat how long you think it's going to take the Mans to pick up this item. It's taking a while so far.
Probably game 2 he'll get it, I think.
He's going bottom. This move will get scouted as he's not moving inside the cover of the Shadow Walk. And I think they saw the Shadow Walk proc. I'm not 100% sure.
Someone did just ping bottom.
Yeah, they did just ping. Yeah, okay, they did see it. They know what's up. They know what to expect. They're not going to get caught off guard here. And it's only the 2 supports that are holding the area, right? So not really that concerned about, even if one of them does die, who cares? It's one of the supports.
So
they're actually going to try go onto Lays. He's going to get doomed. He does.
I don't think they have the damage to just these 2 supports.
They're bringing in reinforcements, but here comes the duel. Shibe will be able to catch him. The mech does go out, but it's not going to be good enough. That's going to be a quick kill picked up there. Will they be able to reach for more? Oh no, Otaka finds the Song of the Siren as Sweet and Strong will get brought down here by Respect and the crew. If they happen to find him, they will not be able to, as Laranov dies a little bit south of this, brought down by Shibe and the gang. Respect now brings down Sweet and Strong. 3 heroes killed. This was a move ParkChamp thought they were going to be able to make, but this jungle is not yours, boys. ITB have 2 jungles to play with on this map, and they should be able to bring down Kidaro. Hurricane forward by Immersion to make sure they connect with the Requiem, and the next kill should happen. Oh, they should have actually just let him like a dog for like 10 seconds. Hope they could get the duel from Shibe, but you know, you still get the kill. 4 for nothing all across the map. You'll take it.
Yeah, it is what it is. At the end of the day, they got themselves some big kills. I was just about to say that, you know, the fact that they got the Ag Shard out onto their Hoodwink means that they're able to get these fights going a lot easier for them with the Boomerang. But they just walk in, and before I'm even able to say it, they already win the team fight and take over the map. They haven't been able to transition this into many towers just yet, or Roshan. So they do need to try and set their attention onto that soon. But I mean, all of their heroes uber farmed. Like, Immersion has just taken over lanes, so he's basically an offlaner himself here. And even when you look at respect on this Hoodwink, he's 7.8k. He's 3k above Sweden Strong on this Bounty Hunter. So that is off the back of him getting a free 1400 gold. But I mean, 1400 gold, yeah, it's not going to be the same as the the 2000 net worth lead that he has. So it's a very interesting tale right now for Into the Breach. They're in a very, very strong position, and I want to see how they transition this, how they get this into objectives and get this into winning the game. Praise be to Sweden Strong, getting his Dynamitis. Let's go. It was 23 minutes.
Oh, he's not using it. Sweden Strong. Okay.
All right.
It took a while, but if he eventually arrived.
He eventually got it in. Got it done. Also, Zibe has Crimson Guard now too. So, PL, I hope you don't like doing damage because you're not going to.
Oof. So they have to deal with Guardian Greaves on Doom, a Crimson Guard on this LC.
Doom's also
natural
going
tankiness with the heart. Yeah, he's going Shivas. I was about to say, dude, he's going like these armor items as well. So PL, so far they have shown that they have the answers towards this hero. And of course, we are getting the Aghanim Scepter on the Shadow Fiend for the better Requiem as well, to make the team fight even more disastrous for this PL. ITB was smoked up. They're not going to find anything off the back of this. They will at least see that Sweden Strong has shown up in the top lane because they have vision there. But we still don't have them taking down Roche. They're going for it now though. First Roche of the game, and PogChamp are in no position to contest this. Loranov still needs BKB. Laze needs like one more item on top of these Guardian Greaves. And of course the PL needs to finish this hard. Until these objectives are completed, they are certainly not going to fight. But they're coming top. They're coming top. This could be scouted. They know.
Roche is moving.
Do they know? They know. Oh, they come in with the song. They come in with the song. The Requiem setup will be dodged though, at least by the PL. Loranov, not so lucky. He gets brought down by the sharpshooter of respect. Immersion in the midst of the fight, just tanking up. There's a BKB pop by Supreme as well. He wants to put damage out onto Kidaro. Kidaro trying to run himself away. Should get dueled up by Shebe. Oh, duel was used already. Didn't get them the target that they really wanted, which was the PL. But it still ensures that they can win the fight. Okay, honestly, if they're only losing 2 heroes at this point, it's a victory for PogChamp.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy that they're able to link that up with Roche moving top as well, so they win the team fight, and now they don't have to go back bottom to kill Roche, and they're going to get themselves the first Aegis. That was a nifty little play from Otaka. Songing and then going through the Twin Gate, so just saying, even if they're not here at the back, then we're going to be safe. But if they are, then we're going to catch them. And that's exactly what they did. They set it up with a beautiful little Axe Requiem as well. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't Axe Requiem. It's just the actual Requiem. So that was just a 6-team fight. They're coming in from Into the Breach, and they continue their winning ways here in this game number 1. And yeah, I think it's really cool what both these two teams are pulling out this game number 1. This is the stuff that I want to see from the patch. Obviously, this game doesn't mean as much to Into the Breach as what it does for PogChamp, so they can play a little looser, a little freer. But yeah, this is some really cool stuff.
What complicates life is that right now this PL still doing his utmost to farm the map, get as strong as he can. Sweden Strong still needs a ton of net worth. And before he can really feel like he has a positive influence in these fights. This pipe will be useful if he's able to finish it, but even with the Hand of Midas and Philly Stone, he's still lowest net worth in the game. That for me is the most peculiar part. Having both of these net worth items and you're still like a fair distance away from everybody, just shows how rough a game has been so far for Sweden Strong.
Oh, Laze is going to get dueled.
Laze will indeed be dueled, and they should have the kill here. They get the dual kill. We have now at plus 80 for Shibe. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Very successful game for the LC so far.
Feeling good. I think this LC here is something we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of from these offlaners, especially if illusion carriers are going to come back into the game.
Yep.
Feels pretty good. Also, duel just being one of those spells, man. Duel's so good. 5-second disable that goes through BKB. You get Ags, it's 7.5 seconds. And especially if your Legion Commander has a good game, Ags can really just mean you basically just take one hero out of the fight and most likely kill them.
They're actually looking for another target here, as they have some awareness of where somebody might be here. It goes into the Shadow Blade. They really want to find Loranov. He doesn't want to make the full throw commitment though, because he doesn't know where they have sentries down. But oh no, if somebody just goes and takes a look and gets a bit of vision. Oh no, it's going to be Respect doing it. The blink. Oh, he misses the bushwhack. Oh no. Hunter's Boomerang will get the slow onto Laranov though. And there's the ensnare. Shibe. Dual time, and they get the dual sharpshooter. Instant kill onto Laranov. That almost didn't happen, but fortunately the whole team was there, ready to capitalize, even if the first bushwhack ends up missing from Respect. More dual damage, a tier 2 tower, and now less of the map for them to play with on the side of PuckChamp. Where on earth do they even find their net worth here, Fluke?
I don't know how they're supposed to kill Naga Siren. Like, this whole game I've been looking at the LC, the Doom, and the SF, but Naga's just come out with a heart and a butterfly. I don't think you have enough damage to get through her. Yeah.
And nobody wants to build MKB either, right? The best you can do is maybe hope Laranov can find something interesting, but there we go. Song combo into the Axe Requiem. They've already been able to fear away the Visage and Sweet and Strong, almost killing them, but they reserve their primary ire for low skill. He's dead without buyback as he bought out for the heart. Duel onto Lays. They bring him down. Sweet and Strong dies to the Hunter's Boomerang. And I think we are at the tail end of the game here, Fluke. I do not see any counterplay options available for the side of PuckChamp. They get a kill Kidaro as well. He finds his untouchable broken, and he himself just dead. What are you supposed to do against this? This just feels impossible. Laranov will respawn, but he's like, team, where is everybody? Where do you all go?
Yeah. When you're this far behind, 25k, 29 minutes in, it is very hard for you to play the game. I think the lanes went okay. My one issue was low skill just wasn't able to get into the game. Whenever he was playing on the lane, he was always getting caught out, and they were able to constantly just kill out on the Phantom Lancer. And then because the Naga Siren was one that was getting involved, she got kills with her Orchid. He was on, had to fall back and try and go for this Mantis a lot faster, and then he just wasn't able to ever join. Supreme, I think he was gifted like what, 2 or 3 support kills just like randomly in his that he was able to kill Sweden stronger than Kadaro when he was just sitting around in his own troll. So Supreme had a very, very good game to start out with, and he beat. He now has travel 2. He's going to get a overwhelming blink, go into a refresher. It's not going to be as crazy as like Arcane Blink, where you blink Arcane, you pop Requiem, you refresh, you pop Requiem again, and you're basically like killing somebody from 100 to 0 with like 2,000 damage and perma fuse. But it's still going to be pretty strong, I think, from the Shadow Fiend. Him having BKB and overwhelming blink means you just go into the backlines. Everyone's going to follow up with you as well from Into the Breach, because they've been able to do that so far with all of their engagements, and he's just going to be able to do a lot of damage. So I like this build, this game from Supreme. I don't think this is going to be something we're seeing a lot of from these Shadow Fiends. I think he had an exceptionally good game this time around. So maybe Shadow Fiend's much more right-click focused as we go into it. But, I like the way that they've been playing. And for PuckChamp, I mean, how do you win a fight? I really don't know how you're supposed to win a fight here.
And I mean, they have the kind of draft that plays from ahead, right? And one of the themes we've seen throughout this day is that the team that has the better access to jump, once the mid-game hits, always has better prospects of success. And they have 2 Blink Daggers or 3 Blink Daggers across these heroes. They could get another one on Doom if they want to. They can start fights with Song, they can start fights with Duel, they can start fights with Blink Bushwhack. There's so many different ways to engage these fights. I mean, in the meantime, for PuckChamp, they have what? Laranov jumping in, but he doesn't have Blink BKB, so he can't actually do that. The Visage isn't tanky enough to run headlong into the fight. And heroes like this Bounty Hunter, not necessarily able to accomplish all that much when the enemy team is also prepared to play as this big ball. Kidaro, well, erstwhile tanky hero will probably die here. Oh, nice onto the high ground to escape. Okay. That was pretty cool. Kidaro creating space and time. That's all they need right now, right? As much time as humanly possible. Let's say they get their time. Is there any comeback potential with this draft, or is Dota Plus correct and 100% win probability for ITB is the correct way to think about this game?
I hate saying 100%, but it definitely feels like a 99 kind of game, because like how are they ever supposed to start a fight even if they get net worth? Like you see here as Katara goes down, like You talked about it just before, like who actually goes in and starts a fight for them? They have to walk into a fight, and if you're walking into a fight against 3 blink daggers, probably 4, like you're never going to get an initiation that you want. You're never going to be able to find the backlines. You're never going to be able to find the people who are waiting for the counter initiation, because you just have to walk headlong into them and hope that they're out of position, and it's just not going to happen. So I do feel like this is like a, you know, as long as they don't a mega throw, then Into the Breach should definitely be winning this game number 1. It's all about the time it takes them to finish it.
So life just got much more complicated as well for the PugChamp heroes, as they have just picked up a nullifier on Otaka. So that means Ghost Shroud sucks now. The forced off play, the one forced off you have on the team, that doesn't save anybody anymore. You're just in a much rougher slot. Well, PugChamp still only have to deal with 2 lanes of super creeps, not been mega just yet. Does massively curtail the farm available for them. Also, how often are we going to see this, Fluke? Radiant side, you're losing, but your carry is still going to be farming the well area. This is going to happen every game, no matter what. It's just too good farm. You got to try and get this net worth, man.
I think so, especially because neutral creeps scale with time, whereas lane creeps don't. Well, don't as much as they used to. Like melee creeps don't at all, but range creeps do. So your carry is going to want to be hitting neutral creeps over lane creeps, especially once the game gets like around about this mark. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot more carriers utilize these defenders gates to be able to go towards this bottom side. And if you're able to take ancients and kill the tormentor, then you're going to be able to do that as well. So this is going to be an interesting meta to watch these carry players and how they try and get the net worth back, and how teams deal with it as well. Like I think if this was a little bit later into the patch and this is something that we saw a lot of, you probably would just see a whole lot more wards in this bottom side here from Into the Breach to just be like, okay, that's where low skill is. Let's either get a gank going on the other side of the map or let's take him out.
Low skill did come across the Naga Siren and very promptly decided to TP his way to safety. Even if he was entertaining notions of getting a butterfly at some point, Naga Siren already itemizing against it as she's picked up the Bloodthorn. So she has ways to be able to deal with and kill you, and you really have no way to kill this Naga. Otaka should just never die for the rest of this game. That's really, really strong. 3.2k HP, 39 armor, are you kidding me? And that's before we even consider the heals from the Doom, the protection afforded to him by like press the attack and stuff. It's scary game to be playing into as PugChamp. And PL is still so far off the mark. He's still, there's no course he's ahead of in net worth. It's only this Doom who's a 4th corner off the side of ITB.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to play the game, and unfortunately he doesn't get to play the game any longer.
Okay. Let's see, do they find the right one this time around? Immersion, they go in the Shiva's God. He does have access to Manta as well as the Doppelganger, so that'll get him out for now. Nullifier back onto Lace. And they brought in the rest of the lineup. They don't have an Aegis to play with here, so they do have to be a little bit careful. Jump forward, though. Supreme with the Requiem plays, blows up the Visage. He now wants Sweet and Strong after the duel. They've gotten 2 for nothing. Kidaro trying to at least make them work for this one. Shiva's God should slow him up, and they've got the Boomerang out, so they have more than enough damage to be able to get the kill. So slowed up, killed off. They buy back on Ench, but whatever. You're ITB, do you really care about this? You just want the lane of Rex. You just want the full megas, and there's nothing that can stop you.
Yeah, I mean, PugChamp, you can tell that this game is super important for them. This series is super important for them because they're holding on to a game that is well and truly done. You know, it's 42k now, 35 minutes into the game. Laurenov, he's caught out, probably dead as well. Nope.
Barely
he's okay
survives
for now, but
the objective of this was to try and stop them pushing, right? And he can't do that. The Naga illusions are just too strong. They get the megas. Immersion fell very low. It didn't even die. And they're actually going to go out for this. I am not sure about this one, boys. Shibe and Immersion are waiting in the wings to try and come in for this fight. They will be able to find the Doom onto Laurenov of all targets, and they duel him as well. There is no more Necro. Song of the Siren will ensure that they can reset this fight. They catch 3 here. They want really low skill. He's the priority target. They're not sure where he's at just yet. He doppelgangers to the high ground. Supreme, though, will chase him. They get the Requiem out. This should bring him down. Immersion is credited with the kill, but it doesn't matter because PugChamp just call GG. They throw in the towel. They know that game 1 is done, and they know that their chances of staying in Division 2 have just been halved. ITB, whether it be a Sunday cruise or not, whether it be just a practice game or not, They are playing at maximum level, Fluke. Not going to give PogChamp any easy opportunities for a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this greedy draft from them worked out perfectly. The way they played their lanes, the way they played around their heroes was really, really good. And at the end of the day, you just get out-greeded. And if you don't win early and you don't win these fights early, the game gets really, really hard for you. And it was all off the back of the way that Immersion as well as Zibe played this bottom lane. I think Respect's rotations were really, really sick, but all props go to Supreme. I think that he had an immaculate game. I don't think he died the entire time. He was able to deal with some of the pressure that went towards his mid lane. He really shut down this Necrophos with his final pick, Shadow Fiend. So Supreme, to me, had an amazing game, number one. Definitely my MVP this time around. And into the Breach as a whole, I think the way they play was really, really sick. If they do win this series, I'm interested to hear some of their comments about, you know, what the mentality was going into a series like this, whether or not it was purely them trying to test some stuff out to see how greedy they can go with their position 4s, or whether or not it's more about, you know, we want to try and get the win here, so we tried something that we know is really, really good, and then, you know, obviously get a little bit more of this extra practice heading in towards 2 or 3.
I think in retrospect for PogChamp, they'll look at this draft and say, well, if we had amazing lanes that could play this massive anchor style, this death wall that you were talking about, and they can't break through us, that feels really good, but we literally do not have a game plan for if that goes south. Plan B was not available, and once Plan A was packed up, they didn't really have any further options. So ITB, really great performance. Supreme didn't even die this entire game. That's actually nuts. She's 27 KDA without a single death. Pretty decent. And it's like you were mentioning in the game as well, because of how he was playing pretty much as their main carry for the first like 20, 25, 30 minutes, by the time Otaka gets involved, they kind of don't even need him. He's just like a bonus, a sprinkle on top. But before that, this SF already having a phenomenal time, farmed up like a demon. Also, he did the most damage in this game, and it's not even close. The closest other person is like Shibe with 23k, did a nice 30k, nice even number. Feeling good about himself on Supreme. And this is a problem for PogChamp, because now what? Clearly this draft didn't work out. I really hope they have some extra ideas in the back pocket. Maybe they go back to the Sweden Strong, Monkey King. Overall though, Fluke, I'm not sure if you felt the same, but I could feel the lack of Eki in this team. Like they just didn't seem to have as much direction as when he plays with the squad in terms of their movements around the map.
Yeah, and I definitely, I think that can be kind of compounded by the fact that they didn't have a hero that could stun or start a fight for them, right? They did have a hero that could stun in the Bounty Hunter, but if you're going behind Bounty Hunters, he's not really a hero that starts a fight for you. You need to have somebody who's able to abuse the vision that he gives you, and you just didn't have that. And I think that kind of just, for PogChamp, you open with this Enchantress PL, and then you pick 3 other heroes that just don't start a fight for you, and it's like, how is your PL ever supposed to have a team fight where he can, you know, go into it and come into the side and get rid of some of these supports? And maybe the Necrophos wasn't that good of a pick. I felt like it was kind of okay, but it got really super hard dealt with. But yeah, they just need to have somebody who can start a fight for them, make sure they're able to at least build some more of these auras as well. They did pretty good with the Visage, but just not having a way of starting a fight, especially when you get behind and get out-greeded, you're never going to be able to come back into a game like that.
Yep. I think it's very telling that if the enemy team can buy 3, potentially 4 Blink Daggers, and you would struggle to buy even 1, nobody wants to, we might have to relook at the draft. So right now, PogChamp back against the wall. If they lose game 2, they will have to re-qualify if they want to participate in 2 or 3 of Division 2. So they have to try and dig deep and show us the Super Saiyan power that we know they're capable of. And ITB, of course, more of the same from you, please. Why didn't you start the tour like this? We can ask them after they get this W, if they get this W, of course, and we'll find out which of these teams will get this win in game 2. So with that, don't go anywhere, a small break, and we return for some more Dota action. So we'll see you soon. welcome one and all to the third series of our Sunday triple header as we witness ITB Into the Breach taking on PUGChamp, a tale of very two different teams. ITB, of course, came down into Div 2 from Division 1, having been demolished by some of the best teams in the world. And they're trying to prove themselves, and I'm probably sure they would have wanted to be in one of the teams going back into Div 1. Didn't happen for them this time around, so they're trying to solidify themselves. Erstwhile PUGChamp, or in the meantime, PUGChamp, having made the move into Western Europe from Eastern Europe, hasn't been going that well for them. A couple of wins under their belt. Right now, they need this one more if they want to force tiebreakers to stay in the division. The odds are not in their favor. The game was not in their favor. Master Fluke, what do they need to do in order to make sure that game number 2 goes in a different direction?
Pick some more initiation, pick some more stuns, make it so that you can have some things to do on the map, because from what we've seen so far with the patch and the way that these teams are leaning towards it, teams that are able to do stuff on the map and make these rotations, be able to make these ganks work out, they're the ones that are able to get that advantage, because team fighting early on and getting kills early on is very, very important. It gets you a lot of experience, gets you a lot of gold, and it means that you're able to take some of these objectives. It is a little slower to get some of the towers taken, so if you're able to have like a carrier that's able to sit back and farm a little bit while you have some of these heroes that go out on the map and get kills and get the ball rolling for you, then that's when you're in a much better position. But yeah, PUGChamp, they weren't able to build that. Maybe they expected their lanes to go a little bit better. Their top lane went pretty well in their off lane. Like Lays had a pretty good job, but was able to play the lane pretty well, but it just never worked out for them once it got towards the mid games. I just want to see them pick some more stuns, be able to have something able to have a little bit more lockdown, a little bit more team fight. They should look pretty good. I mean, Into the Breach, they played really.
They did play really, really well. They had a very solid game. The game plan, after a while, started to come together perfectly for them. Several ways to start team fights. They had a good way of dealing with the Phantom Lancer. Kind of loved what they did in game 1, honestly. And especially Supreme's performance from the mid lane. Of course, going into game 2, we'll see if they're also going to be drafting a lineup as greedy as the one that they deployed in game number 1. One thing I also really hope to see is that PUGChamp, like you say, some initiation, some way to be able to fight. But also, please do not put Sweden Strong on a hero where he's just going to feel the sad. The Bouncy Hunter got information, but give him his monkey or something, man. Let him have fun for what might be his last game here in Div 2 of the DPC. And with that, we get into the draft. Game 2, potentially the final one for the side of PUGChamp in Div 2, at least for some time, if they can't make it through the qualifiers, is now underway. They have Radiant side, ITB have a Dire with the second pick. It was ITB that chose to have Dire side, or chose to have second pick, and PUGChamp chose Radiant. So it seems teams are really not scared of having the Dire second pick advantage being OP anymore. And right now, the same ban that we saw in the game 1, we saw Mirana being removed, but they switch it up right now and they remove Doom. They're like, yeah, good job, Immersion, but never again.
Never again. Never, ever, ever again. So we'll see what Into the Breach want to ban here. They banned Muerta last time. Oh boy, I hope they let it through. I want to see this hero. This hero is so fun to watch really good players play it, because it has been one of those heroes that I think has a really high skill ceiling and really shows that if you're able to play around it really, really well, farm really fast, she can do so much damage in these fights. And currently also her Gunslinger is bugged in regards to BKB, that the second shot from Gunslinger doesn't get blocked by magic resist. So if you're able to get into these fights, yes! Oh, I'm so excited. If you're able to get into a team fight where she's able to get the Gunslinger proc on the same hero, then she does like a boatload of damage. Like she does so much damage and tears through so many of these tanky heroes. And Into the Breach, they knew this was a risk, giving letting the Muerta in the pool. They probably wanted it for themselves, and they forced PUGChamp to pick it. So now they're able to have these 1-2 counters, and there is a few heroes that float around that can deal with her, but she is such a big counter to things like Timbersaw, these tanky heroes like Underlord, like all these heroes that try and be tanky early on and try and fight through their HP pools. Muerta tears them to shreds.
She absolutely can. She's one of these heroes that with BKB and Pierce the Veil, heroes can go very quickly from 100 to 0. So PUGChamp already given themselves a real fighting chance. Even if you don't get as much initiation, I would still back Muerta to be more capable of fighting in a rough game than the PL could. What's the response going to be from ITB? They're really taking their time with this opening pick. And it's going to be the... Oh, gosh.
Oh, yes. This is another hero that is goated right now. This hero is nuts.
The Ags is crazy.
This hero is so good.
The Ags is really, really crazy. So they get techies. Well, the hero is more like a normal hero these days, not as busted as he used to be. Still very annoying to play against for the side of PugChamp. What do they pair this with, though? They could go for like dual support opener or go... They could do what they did game 1, get like a flexible hero in second, but they just get Clockwork. All right. We need some reach, need some way to start the fights for free, a way to be able to reach Muerta as well in the back end of the fight. Clockwork can do that for you magnificently, and all around, just a really, really solid hero.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly as you said, right? Like you're able to lock the Muerta in positions that you want her to be in, force her to try and get out of the cogs, because her positioning is super, super important for that hero. Like if you pop Pierce the Veil and they put you in a bad spot and you're not able to right click for the first couple of seconds, then it feels really bad, because it's only like 7 or 8 seconds long, right? So it's not like you're able to stand there and have this transformation like a Dragon Knight where, you know, it's like 60 seconds duration where you pop it and, you know, you're feeling good with running around the map. You need to get a lot of value out of it straight away because it does so much damage. And the Clockwork and the techies even is able to deal with her early on with the Taser. So, yeah, I like this opener here from Into the Breach. Techies is one of that hero that I think a lot of these Pos 4 players are really going to be playing. A lot of the fact that Blast Off stuns now without getting Shard is broken. I don't know why IceFrog did that. That's crazy to me. To think that they gave Techies an AoE stun that he's able to throw from literally across the map and then deal all this magic damage on top of that. Kind of crazy. Yep. But the way that this hero works now is very, very strong. He's got a good laning phase. He's able to transition. And he's also greedy, which is something that we saw from Into the Breach. So they like having these greedier heroes, but they've also got good ways of starting fights. So I like their opener at PugChamp. They just want to go for a hero that can get away from the techies, can get away from the clock as well.
Yep. I love this Embers pick. When you know what the enemy support heroes are going to be, and you know that they don't have instant disables, they don't have silences, they don't have easy ways to shut you down as the Ember Spirit, you just pick Ember. You know, one of these games where opening as the dual core, when you see the opponent has gone dual support, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think this could be a very good game for this hero. It also gives them something that starts fights, right? We spoke about this at length, about how last game they were just very rigid. This time around, there's some additional dynamism that can come from this Ember Spirit. So they can start fights with him. Muerta can mop up these fights with the damage. And they're banning out heroes like Viper. They've seen what the matchup can look like against Ember Spirit in general, but they might be also angling towards getting a DK or something later on in the draft. And then if that's out, you definitely do not want Viper in the enemy team.
Also can do pretty well with Muerta, just dealing the magic damage to her through Pierce the Veil. And also if you break Gunslinger, she loses a lot of her damage in these fights. So is hard hero to deal with. I would like to see Into the Breach just ban out a lot of these initiators for them. There are a few of the supports you can try and deal with. Snapfire is a really, really good one. Just get rid of these heroes to just make it easier for Into the Breach to team fight you and play around like the Ember Spirit and then Muerta, right? Because Muerta's going to have to farm for the first couple of minutes of the game, and if Ember Spirit's able to run around with the 2 supports and get stuff done, then that just gives a lot more space for low skill to be able to sit back and farm. So I would like to see Into the Breach just get rid of some of these offlaners that are able to just kind of like build a blink, get a little tanky, start a fight for them. Things like maybe like Underlord, Dragon Knight are a few things that you're really thinking of here for Into the Breach.
Yep. ITB. DK would also be quite good for them. So would like to see that as a potential option. They're probably just going to reveal their offlaner first. And one of the offlaners that we have seen utilized quite a lot in the current meta, even into like Ember Spirits and the like, has been this Beastmaster hero. Haven't seen him all that much in this series just yet. It's been banned out most of the games. But there's a potential option for him. Have some BKB, Pierce, and Disable. I definitely want them to have some kind of way of genuinely locking down Ember and or Muerta and getting them from 100 to 0 reliably. So far, they don't necessarily have that for themselves. So they need to try and change that up. Also, in the previous series, you were asking about like between Yuma and Lil Pleb, how many Muerta games they've played. I just took a quick look, and our boy here in low skill has played in his pubs 12 games of Muerta with a 41.6% win rate. So not the highest in the world, but he has played it. It's something that he has busted out on his own time. So he's certainly ready for this particular matchup.
Yeah, okay. As long as they've had a few reps on it, I think the win rate when it's that low is a little doesn't really matter all too much because, especially with a hero like Muerta, she can be quite volatile with how she does play. But in a competitive environment, I think she's done really, really well over the past. So we'll see if they're able to enable her or even disable her for Into the Breach. Interested to see if they want to pick... I know this hero is kind of bad for Into the Breach, but like if they want to pick like a Mars, because again, Muerta relies so heavily on Pierce the Veil to do her damage, and the arena can kind of just force her to either stay inside or outside. And if you just kind of lock her off during that Pierce the Veil, then it's hard for PuckChamp to have that extra damage that they're abusing with the Muerta.
My God. Fluke, haven't you won already, dude? You got a Sven win. It's fine. You can't give me Sven and Mars in the same day. Come on, fam. You know, one or the other.
Yeah,
and if the techies here, it'll be too much. It'll be too much.
I think the only reason why I would go for a Mars is it's a really good combination with the techies, but also it is a pretty bad hero right now. I don't think that hero has really found his feet just yet. After a decent time in the sun, so I think it'll be a few more buffs until we see a bit more Mars floating around.
Right now, though, she didn't get nerfed whatsoever, so Death Prophet, in some senses, was buffed. She gets drawn into the mix. This is huge because this means that Supreme, if nothing changes, has yet another phenomenal matchup in the mid lane against this Ember Spirit. So they are in a good spot right now for ITB. That's a 1v1 that you 100% win, and you make the Ember Spirit just hate life. For PuckChamp, they pick up the Keeper of the Light. For the most part that I see this hero, he feels like a much more off-laney. I don't think he suits the role of mid or support anymore. From the off-lane, though, he can certainly make a lot of work happen. In this game, it feels like an okay game for this Keeper of the Lights. You have some blast back on these waves. They don't have that much push potential on ITB outside of the DP. So you just keep them always having to respond to wave push. Their supports are terrible at clearing out waves in that fashion. Techies is like all right, but not amazing at that. And the itemization that can come from him, if he goes for the aura build, feels good in this game. If he goes for like this more catch-orientated style, like the blink, hexes, orchids, or whatever, that could also be decent enough against DP. I also like that they pair this with Disruptor as well. I like this. I'm still a little bit concerned about this Death Prophet because I don't like their damage output outside of the Muerta. Their damage can take a little bit of time, so DP will be able to siphon herself up to health all the time, but for the most part, I do think PuckChamp's draft is way better than the first one. They can do a lot more with these heroes.
Yeah, they actually have some catch and some ways of pushing out the waves and dealing with any of the aggression that's coming in from RTB. I'm not sure if I'm too settled on Coddle being a hero anymore with the change to... or was it Solarbind to be able to change? Yeah, so they switched that around with the Blinding Light, which I think really means that this hero has to rely like a lot on spirit form. So I'm not sure if I really see the value of this hero just yet, but I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong here from PuckChamp. Could definitely be in a core role, could still be in a support role. Don't really know what it's going to look like right now. But Into the Breach, they understand that the damage is quite heavily magical right now. So they've just got a nice little pipe builder in the Underlord. I did say earlier that Muerta can really tear through an Underlord, and she can. But she also hates these heroes that kind of put stuff on the ground that she has to walk around and deal with because their positioning is so important. So this Pit of Malice can be very hard for her to deal with, especially pre-BKB. So I'm interested to see the item build that he's going to go for to try and get his positioning a little bit better.
Okay, Yuna's going to sell you a little bit more on this Coddle right now. Coddle builds Spirit Vessel. They have Death Prophet Underlord. They're going to get like tons of sustain through the DP spells. One of them will buy Greaves. They can decide on who builds it. I would actually prefer if DP buys the Greaves and then Underlord can go like Pipe Crimson Guard, something like that. But Keep to the Light, one of the heroes that can build this Spirit Vessel. And now that the Spirit Vessel got buffed, you always at least have one charge no matter what. This feels pretty good to have in a game like this. Although I am worried about... Like you mentioned, they have this thing they can drop on the ground that Underlord is like, well, surpass this area, I've blocked it off entirely. So I'm a bit worried about their jump to the edge of the fight. Only Ember Spirit can do it. The rest of the team can't really follow him once he gets there. So they need to try and find some answers. That being said, I think ideally for them, they win the lanes hard enough that they never have to deal with that. And they're just constantly glimpsing back individual heroes, forcing them into awkward situations, picking them off one by one, and then progressing from there. Let's see, though. Right now, ITB, they do not buy that we have a Coddle occupying the offlane role. They think it's a support Coddle. So they're banning out offlaners right now. If that is the case, which offlaners do you think could fit the bill here for PogChamp? What's missing from the draft and what can fix it?
They need some sort of aura to be able to play around, because like if you're going into like an Underlord plus DP and you don't have auras of yourself, like the Morta, she deals a lot of damage, but she's also a glass cannon, so you need to make sure that you try and keep her alive with as much of these auras as you possibly can. I mean, there's still Tide Hunter that goes around. I don't know if I really like that into like techies. I'm just trying to think of like some of the offlaners that are coming out, like maybe Legion Commander. Like you don't get to abuse overwhelming odds, but you get good dual targets. You have good ways of pushing the wave. It can scale a little bit. Gives you pick off with like an Ember Spirit, so you can try and pull apart this into the breach ball. So they just need something that it gives them a way of starting a fight, because they still don't have a good way of starting a fight. They can glimpse somebody, but the glimpse sometimes might not work out of them being repositioned into you.
Let's see what the option's going to be for them. PogChamp, they go for the LC.
Yeah,
All right,
Legion.
so you called out for the LC. They'll put Coddle in the 4 role, and Disruptor will probably play 5. You can still build the Vessel on the Coddle. You get the Coddle Ember Spirit matchup still, or the duo rather. And like you mentioned, LC gives you that hard disable. It also gives them this press the attack. This feels like a phenomenal game for it. Like Death Prophet Silence, getting out of it is so huge for Ember Spirit if he doesn't have to commit items to make it happen. So provided LC is positioned nicely, you press the attack, Silence does nothing from DP. Okay, I like this. ITB, what are you going to pick now? Because I doubt you want to pick up some Illusion Hero, even though PogChamp did ban out the PL.
Do you get Monkey?
So Monkey feels good.
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker. Safe lane Dawnbreaker. All right. Haven't seen this in a while. It's not like the last game where Supreme was playing like SF from the mid lane, right? And he has this phenomenal hero that can sort of draw the entire team around him, and he can still play sort of as a carry, but from the mid lane. Death Prophet's a different style of hero to doing that. This Dawnbreaker, we did see there was a brief moment where Dawnbreakers were being played every other game in the safe lane, and that particular era ended. This game, I don't know if I'm feeling it completely. I guess the lane matchup is pretty good, and you have a way, if you get glimpsed back, you can use the Selly Hammer to escape the kinetic field before it closes you in. I'm still not a massive fan of this. Talk me into the Fluke. What do you make of this Dawnbreaker at the end of the draw for ITB?
It's their counter to duel, so you're always going to have Solar Guardian to be able to counteract the duel and try and keep this Death Prophet alive. They've got a lot of ways of keeping DP alive. Really needs to have a Spirit Vessel on the side of PogChamp. I don't know how it goes in the carry-to-carry matchup versus Muerta, though. That's my one issue, is I think Muerta can, once you've already like Starbreakered on top of her, she can kind of like pike you back and then deal with you from there, because she really does shred through a lot of these strength carries. I would have liked to have seen them go for a little bit more of the illusion-based carries, maybe something along the lines of like a CK could have been nice for them, but they wanted to have a response to the duel coming in. So, I mean, I don't hate it. I think they need to play extremely fast for Into the Breach. I think they need to be able to win their lane off of Supreme. Immersion's able to do a whole lot of stuff with the techies. They come together as this 5-man ball. They can just put Otika on one side of the lane. As soon as the duel comes in, he Celestial Guardians in, and that's going to be it. So they have to play extremely fast, because I'm pretty sure they get outscaled here up against PogChamp, because Muerta is one of those heroes that when she gets like 5-6 items, she's really hard to beat.
Not only do I want tiebreakers, well, I want 3 things. Firstly, I want a game 3, because we've been denied one so far in our series. So I want a game 3. I want tiebreakers, so I'm kind of favoring PogChamp. But crucially, any team that picks techies deserves to lose the series. So down with ITB. I don't want to see them get this W. And when do we see? Look at this.
It's the gate
some
time,
twin
baby.
gate shenanigans. PogChamp don't have any wards there this time around, though. And they haven't taken over their Watcher like they did in Game 1. Probably going to be taken away from them as a result. All right, cool. Nice move from ITB.
Yep, they walk in, they get the Watcher. So it means now that Zube as well as Immersion have a little bit more to play around with in their lane. So it's going to be pretty decent lane, I would say.
Way.
What are they looking for?
Okay, I thought for a second that Techies was gonna go and steal a bounty. If that happened, I'd be like, that's way too much value. Like, you can't come bottom, steal a Watcher, and steal a bounty just before the laning phase starts. Calm down. It'll be too much.
It'll be huge. But these lanes are going to be interesting for me to watch, right? Because into the bridge, they've got a really good lane in the mid lane. Supreme made a pretty nice meal of the kills he was able to be given in that previous game. Whereas bottom.
They're tri-laning. We saw this before. Oh, low skill misses the ricochet coming back off the dead shot. They might still have enough damage. The blowback with the blinding light pushes Shibe into damage range. And low skill should be able to claim the kill. Getting the first blood as well for the Muerta. Very nicely done. Now the dead shot didn't go as expected, but we start to see the influence of having blinding lights a little bit earlier. Being able to get the knockback. And I think level 1, level 2, the knockback is superior to the slow. Given what you're able to accomplish afterwards.
Yeah, 100%. That was a big relocation of the Underlord, and getting their first couple of kills is very important for them to be able to win out this lane a little bit more than what they had in the previous one. So now that they start off the Muerta with an early couple of levels, an early couple of kills, she's going to be... She does have some really good spells. Like, the Calling as well as Deadshot are insane spells early on. And you can farm really fast with Gunslinger, so if they get low skill off to a good start, he can be a scary hero to deal with.
Low skill. So far, so good in this earlier portion of the game, getting some okay amounts of CS. We don't anticipate things being too scary, or too crazy, rather. I think they maybe have one more kill into Immersion, if he's ever out of position. But for now, it's just going to be a bit of a farm fest. Shibe, once he gets to the Ring of Health as well, that's all he really wants, and then he can be more or less left alone. He'll have time to keep himself alive. Down bottom, they might kill Kidaro. Immersion had Thunderstrike on him, and I'm kind of surprised Kidaro turned away. They could have gotten the glimpse into a kill here. And Immersion finds himself playing up amongst these Calling Remnants. They just want the glimpse. They got him. He's dead. Kidaro will take the kill. And another good start here in the laning phase. This time around, it's not ITB that are getting these early kills, but it's PuckChamp instead.
Yeah. They're starting out really well here with the aggressive lane with the Disruptor and the Muerta. Just being able to pull them back into the Calling. Deals the damage, does enough for them in the slow as well to be able to get the kills. So nice start here from PuckChamp. They need to continue this for the remainder of the game to be able to pull us to a game number 3. I definitely feel like they've got what it takes to be able to go to a game number 3. I do like both of the drafts from both these two teams. There aren't too many glaring issues. I think Into the Breach are going to struggle to take some towers outside of Exorcism. You know, the Muerta is a really good tower taker with Gunslinger. You know, outside of natural right clickers, so she can definitely take the towers. They can both kind of take Roshan. But yeah, I think this is really going to be about the pickoffs and the team fights for the middle stages of the game.
Also, check this out middle. Lorinov versus Supreme. Observer. You know, for the first time ever, I'm drawing attention middle. Most of the time, it's been boring as hell. But this time, Lorinov is winning this lane. This should not be happening. Okay. This is one of those situations that's just... This should just not be happening. I wish I was watching this more, actually, because this surprises me deeply. Not just winning, but about a full wave ahead of his compatriot, or his counterpart, rather, on the Death Prophet.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that he's been able to do so well, and he's just gone, you know, Slider Fist and Flame Guard build. He hasn't gone for, like, any weird shenanigans with, like, holding her away with the Searing Chains. So, yeah. He's doing a really, really good job. And this means that they're going to have a little bit more... agency in this game, because they're going to be able to play around their Ember Spirit at some point and not have to deal with this scary mid laner.
Phenomenal job being done by Lorinov. Making up for how the game went on the Necrophos. Was active enough, did get a couple of big Reaper Scythe kills, but only a couple. Wasn't like the game changer that we're hoping it would be. One of the heroes that did also help change game number 1 was the Legion Commander. This time around, she's sitting on the top lane, but before we talk about her, we have to talk about Shibe, who might die down bottom, dragged back into the Calling, and will die. Immersion came in to try and save him, but will just be giving up his own life. More gold into the low skill pockets, 2 heroes down. That's 4 deaths that they've suffered in the bottom lane. ITB not finding the success that they found in game 1 on that side of the map.
Yeah, Muerta's off to a rip-roar of a start. The fact that she's level 4 now as well. got an item coming out, like you can go like the Mask Commander's build. Supreme, oh, almost got a solo kill onto Lorinov in the middle lane, but you're starting off so well with Muerta that the fact that, you know, Underlord is just level 3 here. There's level 3 on Kadaro or Immersion. You hate to see it. He just
Glimpse back home,
man. Yeah, you got Glimpse all the way back home.
Feels bad. Game is hard. And Kidaro has raindrops, so he won't even die to the Firestorm and Revenge. Game is hard. Well, the one bright spot for ITB is that the CS leader on the map is Oteka on this Dawnbreaker, who's trying to aggress into Lays right now. Finds the Starbreaker, but it's not going to be good enough to get a kill. Sweet and Strong getting a blast through, and here's Respect with the Battery Assault. They know there's no more Blinding Light, so they can actually get the full duration of the spell. And they should find Lays, but Lays able to juke through the trees here. Otaka forced to use the Selly Hammer to chase him down, but that'll be good enough to find the kill.
Yeah, I thought the blood grenades were going to be able to turn that around. Oh, Immersion, he missed the blast off in the middle lane. But they deal enough damage already. If that blast off hit, he dies 100%. Because they blast off, sticky bomb him, and get the right clicks from Supreme. So a little unfortunate there from Immersion that he did miss. So they're really they're starting to pull this game back a little bit here, but you know, the way that PuckChamp have started out this game have put themselves in a really good spot. They just need to transition that into a mid game, right? Like that's the one issue that I've got so far is seeing their transition in towards the mid game, seeing their transition in towards some of these objectives.
Bottom lane. Do you see that they might try to make another jump onto one of these heroes if they reveal themselves? But they're now playing a lot more carefully on the side of ITB. See how close they're playing to these tree lines. Only just trying to disjoint vision from Kidaro. He's actually the carrier of this lane. They don't care about Muerta. They're like, where's Kidaro at? And what do we want to see build-wise from this Dawnbreaker? We used to see like Echo Saber into Deso, BKB, as like the primary build-up in carry Dawnbreaker. Have things changed, or that's still going to be the way things go here?
Yeah, I definitely feel like you want to get like Deso, Echo Saber. The fact that she has Harpoon available to her now is a pretty big up for this hero as a carry, because you really want Echo Saber, and the one issue is, you know, Echo Saber was kind of just a dismantle tool to go in towards BKB, but now you can build it in towards Harpoon, where you can Celestial Hammer towards people and then still pull them closer to you.
I'm gonna just try and get the quick kill. Well, this will help with the pickup of these items if we have the additional gold. Sticky Bomb will do some damage. They're keeping him in place with the Battery Assault, and they will be able to find the kill. The question is, do they get out as well? Respect, definitely not going to be the case for you, my friend. And Lorinov considering keeping the chase going with Sweet and Strong also being in the cut. But they decide not to. If it was Kidaro, they definitely glimpse back Immersion. But they'll take it, I guess. Not great to lose your Legion Commander, but he did buy out all his items before he died, so he doesn't lose out all that much for himself.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try and turn with like the Solar Guardian, just put the Solar Guardian on top of Respect and hopefully he stays alive, but they just sent Otaka back towards the base, and now he just gets to make the nice little walk through the mines, the mighty mines, and make his way back towards the lane, whereas we see a fight middle.
Yeah, they really want to stop them pushing on this tower. Here comes the Ember Spirit. You could actually find 2 kills here. Gonna be able to pick up the one on Respect at the very least. In the meantime, they bring in Otaka with the Solar Guardian to ensure that they can kill Lays. So 1-for-1, offlaner for support, just as what happened in the top lane. But Kidaro has glimpse. They bring back Supreme. There's no more Exorcism, but there is still an additional charge on the Spirit Siphon. They utilize it to keep Supreme alive. They just do not have the damage on the 2 supports. And nor does Lorinov. So DP just does DP things. God, watching this hero can be so annoying sometimes, but nonetheless, it allows ITB to keep this game instead. Although PuckChamp did make sure that the Exorcism didn't do too much damage on the tower.
Yeah, they defended their tier 1 tower really, really well, and now they're going to try and get a kill here on a Zibe bottom. Oh, nice.
Oh, he's dead.
Shot.
He's so dead. He's so dead, dude. He's so dead. The glimpses here from Kidaro doesn't actually have enough damage with the Thunder Strike until the very last tick, but it still gets the kill. Kidaro does die to Immersion jumping in with the blast off, but they don't really care. They got the kill onto this Underlord. They're about to finish off the Maelstrom for low skill. So Mans is getting really, really farmed on this Muerta. And there it goes. Maelstrom on the way. Low skill just getting bigger and bigger on the map.
Yeah, he's hitting his nice little spike here. But again, this is one of those heroes that can be quite volatile. I feel like that she does require a decent amount of items to be scary. especially when it comes to her positioning as well.
Speaking of positioning,
Maroons.
two heroes got caught by the Searing Chains. Laranov with the Flame Guard, able to bring down Respect. Supreme this time around doesn't actually have charges on the Spirit Siphon. They're only replenishing in about 5 seconds, so you could actually die here. No! Laranov, wrong way! Go for the fight, my friend! Oh no. Laranov lost his nerve at the very last moment. He gets jumped on right now. They do not connect with the blast off. Sticky Bomb did do some damage though. Immersion will get hit by a blast from Sweet and Strong, which will bring him down after being held in place by the Searing Chains. They came so close to killing this DP, but they didn't know exactly how many charges she had left. We have the tooltip information. They don't necessarily have this bird's eye view, so playing safe when you're in your back against the wall, do or die situation probably makes sense for PuckChamp.
Yeah, 100%. Especially because Laranov knows that he's the one that has started out really well on this map, as well as his Muerta. So if they're able to stay alive and win these fights, especially with an Ember Spirit against a Death Prophet, then they're going to be in a good spot to be able to play the mid game and play it well. So Landing Phase has basically dissolved at this point. People are just going to be sitting back and farming whatever creeps they can find.
Yep.
And we're just looking at Zibe here, who's done a really, really good job at keeping himself in this lane to constantly pressure out the Muerta and force her towards bottom as well.
Up top, they might get a first dual kill of the game. The duel a little bit premature here, and there's the Solar Guardian. You mentioned it in the draft on how it's an anti-dual tech. They utilize it and should be able to maybe get a counter kill onto Lays, but Otaka doesn't want to keep that full chase going. Laranov in the meantime will have a Sleight of Fist in 2 seconds. Should be more than enough to kill Respect. And indeed it is. Killing spree for this Ember Spirit. And Otaka will have Echo Saber fairly shortly. Yet again, we have a draft where neither lineup outside of this Death Prophet really has an easy time pushing towers. So when Exorcism is used, that does mean that there's no real place for these towers to get sieged on. Like, look at this, dude. Look at, actually, the lowest tower is the mid one at like less than half HP. Every other tier 1 tower in the game is hella healthy right now.
Yeah, nobody's really been able to pressure it, because I don't think anybody's really had that much of an advantage in the lane either. Like, bottom side, Zibe's able to just push it out with Firestorm. Low skill has Deadshot, and as well as his Gunslinger, so like he's going to be able to push waves fast. Laranov is able to Sleight of Fist and Flame Guard away a lot of these creep waves. You've got overwhelming odds for Lays in the top lane, then you've got Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker in the top lane for Otaka as well. So a lot of these different heroes have good ways of dealing with creep waves and dealing with them fast. So it's going to be hard for a lot of these people to be able to push into these towers early on until we start seeing a few more of these items and a few more of these team fights starting to be won.
I feel really bad for Otaka because the Aghanim shot on Dawnbreaker is actually insanely good. But given how Aghanim shots drop right now from the Tormentors, you're not going to get one anytime soon. Might have to spend your own gold. Feels bad. Feels bad.
I think it definitely is good enough to be able to buy it. It is a little worse into the Disruptor because Glimpse can still, like, the duration of Glimpse is generally pretty long. So you using the Starbreaker, you can't just like freely break the Glimpse, right? Like, you need to actually time it properly, which is going to be annoying for the Dawnbreaker to try and play with.
Question I have, actually.
See.
Since the Starbreaker on the Dawnbreaker shard gives you 50% magic resist, if you pop it during BKB, do you get 100% magic resist or do you get 75%?
Oh, that is a question I'm not smart enough to answer. I have no idea. I don't know how magic resist from multiple different debuff immunities stack, or whether if they do or not. So potentially, but it could also potentially give you 0.
There's a reason I ask it in that fashion. As bottom, we see Respect getting killed. They dropped like a portal here from the Underlord. Oh no, they didn't. Just a sound effect. Or the effect of the Twin Gate. The reason I ask is because, according to the patch notes, right, several like sources of magic resistance now stack additively rather than multiplicatively. So in the previous iteration of this game, it was guaranteed going to just be 75% as metal. They get a quick kill onto Respect. It's not going to be a dual kill, of course, because we have Solar Guardian to protect Respect. The question is, can they take the subsequent fight? As they have no more mana left on the LC, she's soon about to have no more life. Hookshot as well, going onto Kidaro. They jump onto him with the Clockwork. Respect, making sure that they turn the gank onto him into a very big outplay from the side of ITB as they brought in several reinforcements. They really wanted Respect Slide, but they're not going to find it. Rod of Atos now revealed in by this Death Prophet, thrown in onto Sweden Strong, and they get the kill. They're actually buying 2 Rod of Atoses, as we have one being built up by Shibe as well. We see a big play by Laranov to steal away the regen rune. Doesn't get silenced on the way out, so he's going to be perfectly safe to make that play.
Yep. Big rotation there from into the breach. They're really able to turn that gank around and hold on to their own tower and hold on to their heroes' lives. And this is what I talked about with the Solar Guardian. It's so hard for you to get these kills until you have like burst damage to be able to take them down, because Solar Guardian, with the levels that Otaka gets just from farming, it's just so hard for you to heal through, 70 HPS at level 2. Like it's kind of crazy the amount of healing that it can do. And if you're able to keep them alive, then it means that Laze isn't able to get back into the game with some of these kills, and then he falls further and further behind. And then Celestial Guardian, Solar Guardian feels a whole lot better every single time that you do use it. So now that it's on cooldown, this is a good time for PuckChamp to try and get a fight going. But again, they just haven't been able to find the members just yet. Brought Supreme bottom as well, and you touched on the fact that there's double Rod of Atos. That was one issue they had, was some of their lockdown was a bit hard to use.
They actually get the glimpse back onto Supreme, into the status dome, and he pop goes. Whoa, that was so much damage. He jumped into the calling. Absolutely no chance to play there. Laze, he wants a dual kill. This would pretty much give him the gold he needs to pick up a young Blink Dagger. Kidaro, can he find a kinetic field? Not just yet. Searing Chains will hold the techies in position, and they glimpse back Shibe. There should be 2 kills being picked up here, one of them being a dual kill. Laze picks up Shibe's life. Immersion will get dropped by a low skill. And now it's PuckChamp's turn to play very well as a team. Catching ITB in the slight window before they had access to the Solar Guardian again. It just came back as that fight finished, but very good timing from PuckChamp to find the window and open it up.
Yeah, I don't even know if Solar Guardian would have helped Supreme there. Like, he got blown to pieces. He got pulled into the Static Storm, pulled into the Pierce the Veil, and you can just see the amount of magic damage that Muerta can able to put out when their ultimate is available. So, low skill is in a good spot to be able to carry this game. It's all about the rest of this mid game though. What happens when Zibe's got a lot more of his tank items online? What happens when Supreme's got BKB? What happens when this mid game starts to become much more about the 5v5 team fights rather than these, 1-2 ganks that go your way?
Well, they're thinking about that part of the game. Almost have the Spirit Vessel for Sweden Strong. And there's some slight posturing mid as if they want to try something. Instead, they go bottom. Oh no, Immersion. Dude, poor Immersion. Laranov is not going to give him any quarter this game. There will be a Pit of Malice and a Solar Guardian coming in. Rod of Atos. Oh no, it was a trap! Every time! Oh no, mega kill streak ended. It's Otaka that gets the gold as well. Worst case scenario here, Fluke. The one hero you don't want getting extra gold is now halfway towards having the second Myth Hammer for the Desolator.
Exactly. He also died to a Dawnbreaker that's T-posing, dude. That's the worst feel about that. Is now more transition with the Fiend's Gate.
Yeah, but they come into a calling and into a Static Storm. Maybe this is not where they want to be. They go in with the Pierce the Veil, loads of damage coming in from the Muerta, and they will be able to kill every single person that showed up to this mid lane. Oh no. Oh no, that's not what they wanted. And to make matters even worse, not Kidaro does. He's like, hey, sweet, a Fiend's Gate, thanks. I'm just gonna take this to the bottom lane.
Yeah, them initiating onto a Muerta with not the required magic damage is rough. Is very, very rough. You just saw how easy it was for low skill. He just pops Pierce the Veil and he basically becomes immune to damage and pretty much is able to just blow them to pieces. You can see with the Fiend's Gate here, they thought it was a good fight, but they all walk directly into the calling. They all get silenced and they all get caught by the Static Storm as well. And they just get blown to pieces. There's just not enough damage in the world to be able to get through that if you don't have any of the magical damage. It is all just physical damage, and just being caught by the silencers is not what you want here for Into the Breach. So being a little overzealous and being punished by PuckChamp.
We also got to see the interaction
as well.
Yeah, they are. Roshan won't take that. Will take a while to fall, but not that long. We also saw the interaction you were talking about of Disrupt her into the Starbreaker, where she Starbreak away from the Glimpse, but Glimpse outlasts how long Starbreaker lost the cost. So the match community, even though she did pick up the Aghanim Shard, doesn't protect her. Well, well, well. Aegis now in the hands of PuckChamp. We've been clamoring for this Muerta hero. Finally get to see what it's like in a professional environment. We've seen a couple of the games. Not all of them have gone in the Muerta's favor, but then you have scenarios like this where you're like, yeah, hero's kind of busted. She has BKB, D-Lance, Maelstrom, and an Aegis now. Rolling into the Eye of Skadi, which will help immensely versus the mass regen they have on the side of ITB. And Sweden Strong already has access to a Young Spirit Vessel. They can't glimpse like Shibe that far. And they're really careful about taking this fight. We saw the other day, I forget which team it was, that took a fight up top. And they dove way too far and they got dramatically punished. They probably were watching that replay and they're like, yeah, let's not do that, boys.
Yeah, that was the series we did yesterday, right?
Yeah, day before. Yeah, on Friday.
Oh, day before. Yeah, day before. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. They actually lost that game too as well, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
That was the D2 Hustler series.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Tier 2 gone. ITB now playing a little bit more on the back foot. Respect might... Is he dead? No, he didn't get changed, so he's fine. So what's the game plan here on the side of ITB? What do we do next? Are we just waiting for BKBs on Supreme and potentially on Otaka before we try and make something happen on the map?
Yeah, I think you kind of have to. Just means that mitigates a little bit of the damage that the Muerta does. It means you're able to deal with Static Storm. Means you'll be able to deal with the Portal as well. But they can really be part of the low amount of presence they're going to hear until these BKBs are ready. Just because they've got the blink days, so readily available. They're going to try and fight the Tormentor, it seems.
They might just lose their lives with this one. Need to be careful about their positioning.
Supreme Tormentor stole it.
Doesn't have BKB. Nice hook shot onto Sweden Strong with the Solar Guardian following up. Can they get a quick kill here? And they do on Kodo. What's the follow-up as Muerta goes in? BKB after the death shot and the Pierce the Veil. My god, 3 heroes dead. Duel going out onto the techies as well as Emergent loses his life. Shibe, he dark drifted in. Not where he wants to be though. And Kidaro, fortunately for Shibe, he does not have access to the glimpse. But they have enough damage to take down the Tormentor. So Joey's Tormentor is dead. They get the free shot and they're porting back to their side of the map. So they can get the other shot too if they need it. Oh my goodness. Low skill on this Muerta. My god.
He's going to try and kill Zibe here as well.
Nah, Zibe should be fine.
Oh, he missed the dead shot.
Yeah. The dead shot just hits the edge of the cliff face instead of actually hitting the hero first. Feels a little bit bad. Might have wanted to maybe try angle it the other way so it bounces back into the Underlord, but it doesn't. It is what it is. Okay.
He's still able to hold on to the Aegis here, but man, the amount of damage that low skill did, just standing there and delivering, and this is the reason why that people, a lot of the players when they were talking about this Muerta hero, that she needed to have some changes going into captain's mode. She does a lot of damage if she's just able to just stand there and deliver, right? We talked about Drows being untouched in fights. We talked about snipers. Muerta just has burst damage. That's the scary part, is it just like you stand in front of her and she just pops Pierce the Veil and is able to just unleash on people. She just tears them to shreds, and it takes you, 1 to 2 seconds to try and figure out where she is, trying to figure out what's going on. And by that time, she's done enough damage to be able to force you to have to rethink how you want to take the rest of this team fight, because you're about half HP. And if you're not getting like a hook shot into like another follow-up stud, she's going to have a free time then.
Oh god, they found the duel onto Supreme. Doesn't have BKB. He got Spirit Vessel out on top of him. They tried with the Rod of Atos, but it's not going to be good enough. They get the quick kill there. Otaka sitting in the trees, thought about popping Solar Guardian, but realized very quickly that if I go in there, I am 100% dead. So it's very different from the previous game we saw from Shibe. Lei seems to be quite unconcerned with actually getting duel damage. It's all about just making sure his team has the lockdown necessary for these kills.
Yeah, and that's really the one thing that they missed in game number 1, right, for PuckChamp, was the fact that they just didn't have somebody who was able to blink in and start a fight for them. Whether it was a good start or a bad start, it didn't really matter. They just didn't have anybody who could start at all. And now if you're able to have this body on the front line that can start a fight for you, Disruptor can find a good glimpse, your Muerta's able to figure out where her positioning needs to be. And also with your Ember Spirit, he's able to go in the back and cause chaos. And now it's hard for Into the Breach, who rely quite heavily on their clockwork and their techies to find fights for them. And especially because they went for this most Rod of Atos build, they just don't have their tanky heroes anymore. Like, their clocks had to get the pipe. Like, Zibe now, like, they have 2 pipes. Okay, they have 2 pipes.
Oh, do they have 2 pipes?
Yeah, they have 2 pipes.
I mean, you know, there's worse things in life than 2 pipes, I guess, but it's still a lot of gold being committed on the clockwork, especially. I mean, if the DP wasn't going to buy Greaves, why didn't the Underlord buy Greaves instead? Greaves Crimson Guard while the clockwork buys pipe. That would have been so nice. Mid lane though, they're jumping this Death Prophet. This time it is a dual victory for Lays, and they're also going to be going on to Immersion, bringing him down behind the tier 2 tower. Some dual damage. Death Prophet still doesn't have BKB. Has literally no other items outside of the bots and the Rod of Atos. So they actually don't feel any compunction to turn tail. Despite not having the Aegis here, Fluke, they feel strong enough to just heads up siege the tier 3 tower.
Yep. And how they're supposed to fight for Into the Breach? I mean, clock into like a Solar Guardian? Yeah, maybe, but as soon as they don't have BKBs, all it takes is Katara to just sit back and drop a Static Storm on wherever the Solar Guardian's going to come, and it's pretty easily, and it's pretty telegraphed as well. So, I mean, this is a very hard game for them to try and initiate onto the Muerto, especially because they initiate onto her, she pops BKB, she pops Pierce the Veil, and she does damage and kills everybody else.
They got Shebe. He's going to die, definitely. Got himself dueled up by Lays, and Laurenop will be here to finish him off. Lays the one on the killing spree. The Muerta did get left behind, and she's walking underneath an Observer Ward. Low Skill is actually relatively far from the squad. Unfortunately, Clockwork, the one hero to start this fight now, he's not yet in position. He does find the positioning now, but the allies are en route. They will get the stun out thanks to this young techies, but BKB gets popped with the Static Storm. They're just going to try and turn this fight. With Pierce the Veil, does she have enough damage? Not to save the life of Lays just yet, but the rest of the team will gladly allow Lays to sacrifice himself for them at the DP. She might get sacrificed now too, as they drop the Spirit Vessel on her, and Laurenop able to get the finish. Kidara will die for this, but you'll take it, as they had to buy back on Shebe to ensure that death. Sweet and Strong, not enabled to escape as he gets caught out by the Clockwork. With the Rod of Atos, the chase down from the Starbreaker, as well as the Blast Off. It is enough to clean up Sweet and Strong. But that was a buyback, that's a death on the Death Prophet. That was them jumping a supposedly alone low skill and still not finding the kill. However, given how things have been going these last 2 minutes, they will definitely take this fight.
Yeah, I feel like they got, I was going to say, I feel like they got a lot of gold out of that, and they did. So, basically a 3,000 gold swing now towards Into the Breach. Yes, they did have to use the buyback onto their Underlord, but he's an Underlord. He's going to be okay with just farming out for a little bit longer here. Would have loved to have been able to convert that kill onto the Muerta, but they just didn't have the damage, and you can see their issue is as soon as she pops BKB and Pierce the Veil, like, how do you deal with her? And that's the kind of question about this Muerta hero is, like, how do you deal with BKB Pierce the Veil? Yeah. Like, if you overcommit, and she turns around and does the damage to you. If she pops BKB Pierce the Veil, you've probably used something to be able to force her to do that. And then how do you disengage if she goes some of these, you know, more mobility items, right? And you're playing it like a disruptor. Like, it is a very hard conundrum to try and deal with, and I think a lot of these teams are just much more happy with banning her out for now, because not many people have that much. Like, she has been out for a month, but she hasn't been out for a month on this patch, and I think this patch really enables her to play a lot better, because BKB is only 50% magic resist. You know, her int gives her a lot of magic resist herself, so she's not susceptible to, like, magic burst. Like, there's a lot changed in 7.33, and this hero was, I still felt like, pretty volatile in the previous patch. And now with the extra stuff that's designed to make her better, she could just be, you know, one of those god tier carry heroes that not many people know how to play against.
She's doing very well right now, rounding the corner and getting a Daedalus. Laurenov also having a vastly improved performance. Mage Slayer, BKB Kaya, almost has the SNK and the Shivas. In fact, everybody on the side of PUCChamp has oodles more gold than they could have dreamt of having in Game 1. So now it's all about how do they respond to this on the side of ITB. We are getting at the point where we had some new neutral items as well. Let's see what they've got. They got a Elven Tunic, a Titan Sliver, and some Seri robes sitting on the side of ITB. They haven't popped the other two just yet. All right, that's okay. And Muerta has a Dandelion Amulet. Woo! That's nice. Defiant Shell on LC. Jeez. Between those two items plus the Pavise that was just brought up by this Raptor, that's a very significant amount of damage block that they have available to them.
Yeah, and we already touched on the fact that it's hard for them to deal the damage in the first place. And now they have to try and deal with all this damage block and all these barriers. So once these tier 4s do come up, if there's like a Martyr's plate, then it's going to be even harder for them to deal with that. No, they get caught out in the feeds gate, man.
They got gated into the wrong place. Duel onto the Clockwork. He's going to get brought down. They might have some damage onto Lava, but not nearly enough. Otaka on the outskirts of the fight, trying to escape here, getting right-clicked down by a low skill. Low skill is going to find the kill. Glimpse back onto Supreme as well. Caught inside the kinetic field. Kidaro's just been a menace this game. Here jumps in, lays. Low skill gets a triple kill though, with some gunslinger procs luckily coming at the right time. ITB lose 4. They went in with that Fiend's Gate. That gate took you places you did not want to go. It's actually a full team wipe. That's a buyback on immersion, and it's still not enough to save that fight.
Yeah, it was a little too hard, and unfortunately I think this little experiment from Into the Breach has failed. They try to have an idea of dealing with the Muerta here. They've got the Dawnbreaker to try and give that physical damage burst, try and catch her out, but their lanes just didn't go well enough. I don't think low skill is 11, 0, and 13 right now on the Muerta, so he's kind of untouchable. Barriers to be able to live in these fights as well, and Lauren a really good game. So Into the Breach, this game really didn't work out for maybe going into 3. They're looking to try and get rid of this once again.
Yep. I mean, they had a game in the bag. They're like, let's see if we can deal with it. That fight demonstrates that you cannot. Now, get a glimpse back onto immersion during the duel. Don't get the duel kill, but they should be able to kill the Techies hero. No buyback available for immersion. The lane of Rax top will be brought down in its entirety. They're going to come through middle and finish off the melee Rax here after the push that they started a couple minutes ago. In that last fight, we also saw what happens as the BKB duration goes down. Kinetic field just gets way better. They're going to need a BKB on Supreme right now. He's getting jumped on. They popped that BKB, but can they even get a turnaround off the back of this? They do kill Kidaro. Otaka has to make the full-throated jump though to make that happen. Did manage to hold on to the BKB in its entirety, so it still has access to it. But can they go for more though? Jumping in onto low skill, getting the Starbreaker off. Low skill still has Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. There's the duel coming in. Lays finds Otaka. They kill Otaka. Laurenov also able to make the back end jump. Well, now that he knows the BKB is down, goes for this kill onto Respect. They don't even need to get more buildings. ITP see the writing on the wall. They see the power of the Muerta, and they tap out. GG, well played is called. We are going to a game 3, Fluke. And the best part about this is that Goblin Techies lost. I'm so happy.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for the Techies, but I think this really shows how strong Muerta can be in both the laning phase and as you transition her in towards the mid game, if you're able to just fight constantly with her. And I don't think there really was that great of an answer coming in from Into the Breach. I don't think they had overwhelming magic damage to deal with her early through Pierce the Veil. I don't think they had a physical core that was able to deal with her once Pierce the Veil was down. So Into the Breach, the heroes they had, they didn't really have the same kind of scaling that they had in game number 1, and they got obviously outplayed a little bit here in the laning phase with the way that it just worked out. Laurenov had a very good performance on this Ember Spirit this time around, but hey, PuckChamp, when you get given these cards, it's not a guarantee that you're going to win. At the end of the day, you still have to play your cards right, and if you get outplayed, then you start to look a little silly. But PuckChamp, they proved themselves right now that they're able to hang with the best and be able to outplay Into the Breach, and they're able to do it off the back of a Muerta, and even, you know, the Disruptor coming back into the hands here of Kadaro definitely goes to show that this hero is very, very strong. But Into the Breach, I feel like this was a little bit of an experiment for them, and probably for next game, either going to try and get themselves first pick to get Muerta themselves, or just ban it out.
Yeah, just get rid of it. They wanted to see if they could deal with it, but it turns out they could not. Also, the rest of their draft was a little bit off kilter, right? There's Dawnbreaker in the safe lane, not necessarily the hero that we see nowadays when you are relying on somebody to dish out all the damage in the fight. You can compare and contrast her impact versus, say, low skill on the Muerta, just night and day. Like, even with other sort of like strength safe laners, a lot of them, like your CKs and the like, just do more than this Dawnbreaker is able to do nowadays. As a result, ITB don't have what it takes to take this game. I will say for PuckChamp, as well as low skill played, 14-0-15 is... Actually, that's nuts. Yo, that's nuts. But I have to give it to Kadaro.
He has to be MVP, dog. He has to be.
All right, fine. I'll allow it.
He has to be.
I'll allow it. I'll let it go.
Like,
he dealt 30k
it's
damage.
a new hero.
New hero. You know, they demolished the laning phase. He itemized decently. Every time they would jump him, he'd be very careful about holding the calling spell as well and knowing when to use it, I think is the key thing. Okay, I'll allow it. Yeah. MVP.
Yeah.
Good job.
I think the way that he played was really, really well. He understood that he could kind of stand really wherever he wanted as long as he had calling and pierce the veil, because there really wasn't that much damage through the ultimate. So the Muerta was kind of this very, very scary hero that could just stand and deliver. And it was a hard game for anybody to play up into a Muerta because she was so impossible to kill during that ultimate, and the fact that it's such a low cooldown as well just meant that they're able to just kind of walk around and do whatever they wanted and take all the objectives they needed. So PuckChamp, I mean, all they need is one more game, man. One more game and they're into the tiebreakers, and then we're starting to question this game number 2 of letting the Muerta through and not really having an answer for it. So they just need one more, man. One more win. That's all it is.
Let's put it this way, y'all. The way that they performed this time around from PuckChamp, even though there was a Death Prophet on the enemy team, that Death Prophet didn't even do 1,000 building damage. He did 885. So for context, right? So check this out. Here's how well I'll allow it even further for low skills Muerta. The enemy team, their highest damaging hero was 18k on Otaka. They had 12k on Shibe. If you combine the two, you get the 30 done by low skills Muerta, and you have to add up another 16,000 damage for all the building damage that Muerta did in this game, single-handedly doing almost 10 times as much as the team combined on ITB. So good stuff from PuckChamp. This is the kind of play we need to see from them, though, in Game 3 as well, if they want to have a hope of remaining in the division. It is anyone's game to play for. ITB having a Sunday afternoon testing session, PuckChamp playing for their lives, and they showed us that they have their lives in mind in Game 2. Let's see what happens in Game 3. Will ITB stop the experimentation? Will PuckChamp ride their wave of momentum? We find out after a very short break, so join us very soon for some more Dota action. We'll see you in a moment.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome one and all. It's game 3 time. It's a very important game 3 because PUGChamp one step away from still maintaining their hold in Division 2 at least for another 48 hours. But in the meantime though, we see ITB already safe in the division, but still playing for that extra $1,000 and the pride that comes with winning Dota games. We're going to see which one of these two teams has what it takes to round out the series with a W as we get our game 3. Master Fluke, it's been a fun series. Game 1, utter domination from ITB. Game 2, utter domination from PUGChamp. Are we going to be getting another dominant game 3, or do you expect a bit more even resolution to this particular series?
I feel like this definitely could be a lot more even game between both these two teams. I think Into the Breach wanted to see whether or not PUGChamp were going to take the water for themselves or whether or not they were going to give it up. So this time around, you see that Into the Breach, they get rid of the Muerta. There was a first pick coming in from PUGChamp. They feel like that this Coddle is a hero. I feel like it was good. I don't think it's amazing. I think that game definitely was off the back of them having some really, really good lanes off the back of an Ember Spirit. They had a Muerta who did really, really well, and they're able to kind of just play fast, and then it looks really good. I do like that they're just sticking to something that they felt like was strong. We'll see what the response is going to be in here from Into the Breach. There are a lot of heroes that are still kind of floating around right now. You can go for like an Enchantress for a lane dominator if you want to. I think the Clockwork was pretty good from Into the Breach, but they've got this 1-2 punch, so really want to try and see them have a good combo here for a lot of their lanes.
I would like to see them also go back to the Legion Commander. I think they looked very good on that hero, and it just gave them so much dynamism on the map with the instant initiation. Instead, they steal away the Ember Spirit from Lorinov. I think now that they've seen this Coddle and how well it worked with the Ember, that there was a very high likelihood they would go back for these particular two heroes together. So I like this from ITB. The question is, what do they pair it with? And how do you think PUGChamp respond? Because they can go Death Prophet, or they could go Storm Spirit to try and play together with the Coddle as well. So they also have Reach. I mean, I guess it depends on what the other support is that ITB grab for themselves. And that hero will be Rubik. All right, nice generic hero. Doesn't give away too much information for now, at least.
Yeah, strong opener from Into the Breach. I think the Ember Spirit was a big issue for them in game number 1. Maybe PUGChamp want the Death Prophet. They can try and go for like a Monkey King, which we've seen has had a bit of flexibility for them. Very, very good lane into the Ember Spirit. Also able to play it on Sweden strong if there is a transition from Into the Breach somewhere down the draft. So give themselves a few more options here in their own kind of draft. They had the Disruptor last time, which I felt worked pretty good for PUGChamp as well. One of those lane dominators for them. It's really kind of up to them if they want to force this kind of carry matchup into the Breach, or whether or not they want to just try and pick one of their own generic supports and then try and cover some stuff with the bands, but they just go for the Legion. A hero that gives a lot of these teams ways of initiation. Blink Duel is very, very strong. She's a strong laner. You get some early duels early on. You're able to get these fights to snowball in your favor, and I don't think she has too many bad matchups. She has some issues with some carries, but from what we've seen so far, Legion Commanders are doing pretty well.
Yep. I think Slock is the one that'll probably be banned every game against, like, when you pick Legion, you have to ban Slock because Depth Charge is a bit too good. But in general, I'm with you. She feels like she suits this meta. I'm glad we also have more options in the offlane. Not just Oro bots. You can actually buy Blink Dagger now. Good times. Also having this instant initiation into Ember. Now I'm extra loving them having Disruptor. If they can get Kidara's Disruptor again, in tandem with having this Legion Commander, then the duel starts the fight. Static Storm will almost always finish it. And if they, by some miracle, the heroes escape all of that, you can just glimpse them back. So that feels pretty decent for me. DK, I like this DK ban as well from ITB. This is one of the heroes that we have seen Lorinov play in the mid lane, and he's won a game with it as well. And it's one of the better matchups into the Ember Spirit. The other big matchups we've seen that beat Ember, it's been DK, DP, Storm. Somehow Lorinov beat the DP matchup last game. I have no idea how. DK banned here, and Storm is a potential option as well. Do you think ITB should ban it, or is the DK enough to cover this mid lane?
Yeah, I think it's all kind of depending on the second phase that they want to go for here for Into the Breach, right? Like, if they're going to go for heroes that don't have this, like, instant lockdown, and Storm's a good idea. Same thing with, like, Puck and all that kind of stuff. Like, if you have these slipperier kind of heroes, you want to make sure that you either have a massive amount of lockdown yourself, or if you're going to pick heroes that don't have that much lockdown, that you get rid of some of these harder to kill heroes. So I think these next bans are really going to kind of show us what they want to try and go for. I wouldn't hate to see like a disruptor ban for them as well, because we saw how good that lane was, and Zibe is one of those players that likes to have a little bit of an easier lane to be able to come in towards those auras in the mid game, be able to play his game. I think one of the issues that Into the Breach had is they went for double Rod of Athos on both of their heroes. So it meant that they had a lot more lockdown, but they also didn't have those tankier heroes, and they kind of got caught out in a lot of those fights, and it kind of snowballed pretty hard outside of their own control when they weren't able to, once they did get those auras online, that it still didn't really mean all too much because PuckChat was so far ahead. So wouldn't hate to see that.
Another hero would have actually loved to see, but they just banned it out, is this SF. We saw how powerful it can be being a pseudo carry from the mid lane while you're making space elsewhere. We also saw how good it can be with the Legion Commander. So them banning this out covers the mid, covers some of this mid game fighting, and of course ensures that Lorinov not going to just be going off yet again in game 3. So they're going to have the first pick on the side of ITB. Presumably we're going to get our other support here. Do you want this Rubik to be 5 or 4 this game? And whatever role he is, what else do they need in the draft that the other support should cover?
I think probably just a 4 here. They could probably snipe the Disruptor themselves, actually, if they really want to. Gives you a good way of dealing with the duel in certain scenarios. You can always glimpse Legion Commander back. She still will be in the duel, but you won't have that much damage that comes in onto your teammate. So you can try and play around with that as well. Also, you can catch Legion Commander with Static Storm, so she can't instantly be able to use the overwhelming odds if everyone gets close around her. You're also able to play your lane really good with the Ember Spirit, because Ember is one of those heroes that you kind of just come in, you get Sleight of Fist, Searing Shades, you glimpse people back in, but they're just going to go for the monkey themselves. This definitely could be a support monkey for Into the Breach, or even just a good laner into the Legion Commander.
That's what I was thinking as well, that this could be the one position to lane into the Legion. But they have the option to decide what they want to do. Oof, PuckChamp, oof, oof, all right. They were watching the games earlier, fam. They looked at that Mobe tech. They're like, hey, that seemed fun. Let's also get some grief going into the mid lane. Picking up a Viper into Ember Spirit. That is, well, enjoy life, Supreme. That's going to be fun for you, my friend. Not going to be the happiest time in the world, but what can you do? They still go back for the Disruptor as well. It feels good.
It's going to be a bit rough, but some really strong lane champ. Like the Disruptor +1 lane is going to be good. Legion Commander plus Keeper of the Light, and plus the Viper is going to be able to do stuff. I want to see that Into the Breach they get some hero that's able to gank with their position 4. Tiny's floating around. Tusk is something that we haven't seen that much of. Maybe some more of the range position 4s. Hoodwink could be not too bad as well. You've got the Sharpshooter to deal with Corrosive Skin. Maybe a position 5 as well if you want to have this Rubik as a 4. There still is, I was going to say there still is Marana, but she's not around. 5 hero that can deal with the Viper to a certain extent. Maybe Shadow Demon wouldn't be too bad. Viper's a naturally slow hero. And if you're able to ball people inside of duel, couldn't be not too bad. You can save from the glimpse, but they're going to show that this Monkey King is going to be a support here. So they're going to go for the Terrorblade, which is a pretty decent lane into the Legion Commander. You do have some issues, though, with the TB being caught out. Like, if you ever get dueled, you're just going to get Viper struck, and then you really can't do anything outside of the duel, even if you do survive it. Static Storm's going to be great against him as well. Yeah, Into the Breach, I think they're really hoping on the fact that they're going to have some good lanes to roll off the back of.
If they can get an Aura Builder in the off lane for Shibe, then given the damage output of PuckChamp, during duel, the big damage sources are the Blast from Keeper of the Light, the Viper Strike, and a couple right clicks from Viper. With a sufficient Aura Builder, you can delay this long enough that TB always gets off the BKB Sunder. But it's still not easy. You still have to make sure that this hero has a good start, that he has the necessary items to survive. But there's still some openings. I am actually okay with the Terrorblade pick here. Even though the hero lately has been very unsuccessful. He has just been hating life, getting dumpstered in game in, game out. This does also mean that they have to cover for this hero in the final round of bans. They've already banned out the Morphling, which is one of the better heroes, into the Terrorblade. PuckChamp did them the favor of removing both Ursa as well as Slock. So the one that's left that scares me right now, and PL is gone as well, but the one that left that terrifies me, I would not want to play into draw right now if I'm ITB. Like, they need to ban that hero out or have a plan for it. I suppose Ember and Monkey King can close the gap onto the Drow, but they still have heals from the Keeper of the Light, LC to reposition heroes, and just like lots of physical damage from the Drow itself if she comes out. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think Drow's a pretty good shout for Into the Breach to be able to get rid of it. It also means it opens up a few more of these offlaners for them to play, because Drow is very good into some of the offlaners that I think are floating around. I think Underlord again is good for Into the Breach. Good natural aura builder. They're able to set up with the Pit of Malice for the Monkey King. Boundless Shite sets up for that as well, and obviously Firestorm is good at dealing with these heroes like the Legion Commander and the Viper. And plus, if you get rid of the Drow, then you feel better about having that lane itself.
10 seconds remaining.
There's also slight potential for them going for like some Leshrac safe lane situation here. And then that's where the source of damage comes from. You keep the Viper mid to try and depress the Ember Spirit as much as possible. And then the Viper can be the one to itemize into a more right-clicky style of build. It's not that long ago that we used to see like some Deso Vipers. Not that long ago. It's a while ago, but not too long. But I doubt it. I think that they're going to go for like some more traditional range carry. How about Sniper? How do you feel about Sniper in this game for PUBG?
Playing into Ember and Monkey King feels pretty rough. And also playing into Rubik as well. Like if you ever do give away Shrapnel, they just go for the Alchemist.
Okay. This is your hero. You were asking for him.
Yeah.
Is this an Alchemist game?
It feels pretty good. Going into Ember and TB, you have some good matchups. You're a natural or quote-unquote natural Radiance builder. We've seen a lot of Radiance come out of Alchemist these days. Feels pretty good. They don't really have good burst damage at dealing with him. I think the Underlord probably makes this a little easier if you go into the Alchemist, but he's also one of those heroes that a lot of the time really doesn't care about these overly tanky heroes because he just kind of out-sustains everybody else. They do have a lot of physical damage with the Terrorblade. So if they're able to... I think the Underlord is probably good enough to be able to have a good lane into the Alchemist that you kind of shut him down a little bit. You're able to take over the map, get together as this 5-man ball and focus all your attention onto the Alki. What do they want to do? Maybe they want a bit more initiation, a bit more stuns.
Oh my... How is this possible? How does this keep happening? 24 Death Prophet. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's offlane DP. Well, they didn't ban out the Death Prophet because they were like, we don't want to be playing dogs here. What did they ban last on the side of PUBG? I didn't see their final ban. I have to go.
Lycan.
Lycan, yes, there we go. Well, they get Death Profited. It is going to be an offlane DP. Not going to be getting off to as hot a start as she can sometimes do in the mid lane. Obviously, in this game, it's not like the #1 freest DP game in the world. You have to worry about duel. There's Glimpse Static Storm, which we've just seen deal with the Death Prophet in its entirety. You've got this low skill hero for the Alchemist. Personally, I actually like the PUBG draft if I look at it. They have ways to fight. Their building push does seem a little bit sus, and they have to get like really good lanes if they want to have any ability of taking down objectives. But I do like it's a draft that forces them to play on the front foot. They have to be doing stuff on the map. I think maybe where they fell apart in game 1 is that draft it took them a bit too much time. They were too comfortable just hanging back and trying to farm up before they got online and on the map. This time around, they have to be playing with the aggressive front foot. Is it good enough though, Fluke? What do you think? Are we going to a potential tiebreaker day, or is ITB gonna make sure we have a much shorter 2-2 this time around?
I'm not sure. I'm not super sold on this Death Prophet. I think into Alchemist it's pretty bad because he outlives a lot of your damage. Early on you're really good into him, but once you get in towards the mid game, he really doesn't care about like Spirit Siphon and that stuff because it's not percent based anymore. So he's going to be able to have enough HP and be able to live through, multiple Spirit Siphons. So it's really on this Terrorblade, and I think for the side of PUBG, they need to have their Viper have a good game, because if they don't, then they can kind of fall into what you were saying in game #1, right, where they just kind of fell back and they just sat back and really didn't do all too much about it. So I think they really need their Viper and their Legion Commander to do a lot for them this game. So I'm not super sold on either draft, if I'm being perfectly honest. So we'll have to wait and see.
Respect. We'll cop a young grenade thrown at him. Does Sweet and Strong have the blinding lights? He does. Can he find the knockback? He cannot. He actually made a small pathing mistake. Had he got the right path, he would have caught up to the Rubik, but thought the Rubik might be juking elsewhere. They don't get the jump. They will know where to D-ward though, so that's going to be some free gold for one of their heroes. And they give that gold towards Kidara. Alright, I don't mind this. He's paying. He's like, low skill, bro. Free cash, free gold. It's like, okay, cool, I'll take it. And +3 Fluke. GG, well played. Extra gold already coming in.
Free money. Absolutely free money. He's able to build up his Groove of Greed stack, which is always nice.
And of course, they are playing with an alchemist, so they gotta contest these bounties. So now we are having it happen. The Terrorblade, Ember Spirit on the one side, with Death Prophet in the off lane. This alchemist. So far, 100% win rate today, right? We haven't seen an alchemist lose just yet.
Yeah.
It's just been dubs. I wonder. Look what they're doing bottom. They're doing what we spoke about in game 1. Setting up for a potential tri-lane kill. Keeping Sweet and Strong just hiding in the trees. But this time, it looks like ITB is wise to these tricks because they suffered 2 of these tricks beforehand. Now they also have 3 heroes ready and waiting to pounce.
It's going to be hard for either of these teams trying to get a kill here.
Immersion? That was a little bit aggressive from the Monkey King. He doesn't get glimpsed back by Kidaro though. They do instead opt to get the blinding light onto Shebe. Glimpse him back as well. It's not going to be good enough. We might just be playing a heads-up try versus try here because nobody seems to have any appetite to leave this side of the map just yet.
This is probably pretty good for Lace in the top lane. He does have to try and deal with meta level 1, but I mean, this tri lane is probably going to be pretty good for Legion Commander. So, especially if they don't get any kills here, like they can just really start to hinder their Death Prophet, who needs to make sure she has levels. Kadaro is in trouble.
Get the glimpse back on Immersion. We don't have the first blood just yet, but eventually, thanks to Respect throwing out the Fade Bolt, they get the first blood. And now with this bonus gold, he's going to just take the Twin Gates, go back top and assist the Terrorblade. Or maybe not. He's just going to destroy the Watcher first on the way out. And they're going to... He actually might be forced to stay. Yeah, Kidaro came back. I don't think he can leave. You have to keep this try if you try. And they might kill Shibe. Gets knocked back with the Blinding Light. Nice little body box from Sweet and Strong. The Primal Spring will come in to provide some slow. With the Boundless Strike, they will actually be able to bring down low skill. The Alchemist does die, but they get the Death Prophet first. Immersion could get Glimpse back, needs to watch himself. Respect now is the new target. He's the one that copped the Glimpse and some additional right clicks. He has a Telekinesis, but I don't think it protects him here, as he does die. Kidaro, 1-1-1. What a nice start to be a disruptor in a game like this.
Yeah, you can just see that both these two teams understand that this Alchemist is a very, very important of the wheel in the overall game, and if he has a Death Prophet, game can get for you. They're going to try and get the kill here on Azube once again.
Dude, will this aggression not stop? My goodness, yo. Farm some creeps. Hit creeps or something. Not each other. He has 4 CS on the Death Prophet right now because of how much he's been kept away from any of these creeps. Just forced to constantly be fighting. And then the thing about this is, yeah, sure, you're also not getting that much experience on Alchemist, but because of the change on the Grievous Greed, it doesn't actually bother you that much. You still get just as much farm. You just are a little bit slower on the mark in terms of killing heroes, and you can't leave the lane as quickly until you get the more points into the acid spray. But overall, you're still really happy playing this try situation with the changes, and like you mentioned earlier, Lays being free on the other side of the map to just get as much CS as he wants out of this Terrorblade lane.
Yep. The top lane's is going to be a little bit of a farm fest between both of those two players, and they'd really be on, I think Lays, once he gets a rotation, should be pretty good. Zibate. Oh man.
That's fine.
If they had more mana, they probably could have killed the Death Prophet there, but yeah, it's really interesting because usually when you see these tries, it's the enemy carry that's really been involved in it. You usually don't put this much emphasis into an offlaner's lane, and you just have your offlaners go for the 1v1, and they make these rotations. But it's actually working out pretty well here for PuckChat because their offlaner has the 1v1. They can then transition into something else.
Yep. They might be able to kill Sweet and Strong though, but low skill, looking for the unstable concoction. They throw it out onto Immersion. Immersion dies first. Sweet and Strong is still alive. Now Shibe in a lot of danger. Is gonna get blasted up by the Illuminate. And yeah, sure, you do get the kill onto the Coddle, but who the hell cares as they manage to bring down Shibe as well. Respect wise enough to back off before low skill can find him with the unstable concoction. But PuckChamp, this bottom drive lane is working out magnificently for them. They could not possibly want anything better, but that makes it even better, Fluke. That makes it even better. Because Laranov is bodying Supreme in this mid lane, doubling his CS, having more denies than his opponent has CS, they can't actually bring any supports to help him in a try-v-try situation.
Yeah. And this is why this Alchemist last pick is really, really good, because he's one of those heroes that just forces attention. Whether or not he's, doing well or doing bad, he kind of just forces a lot of people's attention, and that just means that you're able to utilize some of these other heroes to be able to bring him out on top. And that's why we saw the success earlier on from Ancient Tribe with this Viper and the Alchemist, right? It's a good combination because both of them like, having the attention put on them. Well, both of them force attention being put on them, but you can only put your attention in one place, not two.
Split attention certainly does not work out for you. Right now, the ITB, the only lane that's going decently is the top lane, where Ataka is finding a decent amount of farm. Everywhere else seems to be a disaster right now. Alchemist drastically outfarming this Death Prophet, and that would be true even before accounting for Grievel's Greed. With accounting for Grievel's Greed, Shibe is really far behind in the net worth department. The same is true in this mid lane, and it's not like things get any easier for these heroes. Although bottom will get easier for Shibe now that he has to play it to 2 heroes rather than the 3 for the first 5 minutes of this game. But I don't think they need the Trident anymore for the side of PogChamp. It's accomplished what it needed to. They got several kills down bottom. At this point, they're probably as happy as possible to have low skill play against fewer heroes rather than more. They're going to jump on top of him, but he's got... he's actually going to stun himself. He might die. Oh, no. Oh, no. Spirit Siphon. Crypt Swarm in 1 second, and they got him. They don't got him yet. He's still alive somehow. Low skill. Can he deny himself? No way. Immersion. Able to claim the kill. If he channeled that stun a little bit longer, he might have been able to do it. While this was happening, though, they were busy just finishing off the Ember Spirit in this mid lane. And now there's a DD Disruptor. Kidaru might actually just heads up kill Immersion. Immersion, one more right click will kill him. He dies. Not often you get right clicked down by a Disruptor, but it happens from time to time.
Yeah, sometimes, you just run into a DD rune and it's game over. Or I was going to laugh if that was an uphill miss there from Mr. Zibe. But he's able to secure the kill there. They did kill Supreme in the mid lane, as you did say just before. So Lorinov is starting to slowly pull away a little bit more. These Alchemist drafts, I think this is really what we're going to be seeing is a lot more of these Alchemists, and then one or two of these other cores really be able to abuse the space that he creates. Just naturally by existing. So maybe we'll see a combination of like Alch Viper, Razor Viper, some of these like insane lane dominators that require, some support rotations, but then you also have an Alchemist where it's like, if you're leaving the Alchemist B, then he's getting a lot of farm, but if you're also leaving like the Viper B, then he's getting a lot of farm as well.
Yep. Viper more than 1,000 gold in net worth ahead of his counterpart in Supreme. Having a phenomenal game for Laranov. Top lane, they're trying to get low skill more involved here. Oh, big plays! The telekinesis, for a second I thought it might keep Respect alive, but sadly, Kidaru is there with the glimpse, level 3, to drag Respect into the waiting arms of Laze, who also collects his first duel damage of the game. And if they can bring down this tier 1 tower, create more space. Look where low skill is farming. Farming on Dire side here. Oh, and he found some mud golems. Must be nice. In the meantime, though, Laranov gets himself caught out in the river. An expensive kill, though. They had to commit Ghost for this. Supreme had to drag in Immersion to make it happen. They do kill him, but he doesn't have buyback. So they might be able to pressure the tower in the few seconds he has left before he respawns.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to pressure the tower with the Coddle. Maybe that's the reason why that they really like this Coddle as well, is not only does it give you that little bit of gankability, but it also means that you're able to hold a lot of these towers against, some of these like Death Prophets and all that kind of stuff. And with teams playing around objectives a little bit more, Coddle may be coming back into favor. Maybe I was a little hasty to talk some smack about the Solar Binding Light swap.
For me personally, it actually feels kind of like a buff. Like a slight buff. It buffs the support Coddle like drastically. Over and above the core Coddle.
I think core Coddle is kind of in the bin right now.
I think you can still play it off lane. Like off lane still feels acceptable. Because you use the Blinding Light to just shove heroes away from you when they're regressing. And you level up so fast that you get to the Spirit form in decent time. But it's definitely a nerf to core Coddle and a massive buff to support Coddle. Out here doing his thing. Going for Vessel again, which is the right thing to do when you're playing against Death Prophet. And now it's even easier, right? There's only one target for the vessel. You don't have to worry about, well, there's Death Prophet, and there's this other hero I have to worry about. You just use it on DP, and you're happy.
Get the free kill onto her. I think Zube is probably going to be building towards the Guardian Greaves this time around.
Yep.
Being the offlaner. Hopefully he does build out. He's probably just going to get like Guardian Greaves BKB or something like that. Because they do need some auras.
Might see a small fight happening in this mid lane. Laranov, they're just going to get the free kill onto Immersion. Kidaro doesn't have level 6. If they did, they might have angled for a glimpse onto Supreme instead, but you take the free kill. Take over a Watcher while you're at it. Leave an Observer Ward behind. Life's feeling good. And the theme that still we saw in Game 2 is continuing into this one, Fluke. They just do not have building damage from ITB without these ghosts. And as a result, because this Terrorblade's also been ran deeper into the base, or into his side of the map rather, all these towers are uber healthy from the side of PUCCHAM. Outside of the tower in the mid lane, this bottom tower has lost what? 800 HP, is still more than half. Mid tower's only lost 100 HP. Top tower is literally at full health. So they're about to get a kill as well onto Shibe. This game, 4K net worth lead. And normally you say, well, there's an Alchemist in the game, so you can't necessarily trust that net worth lead. No, it's not just the Alchemist. Like, Viper's super far ahead. LC is ahead. Alchemist is also really far ahead. Even this Coddle. Coddle is catching up to net worth with the Ember Spirit, man. This game is just looking super difficult for ITB.
Yeah. It is slowly starting to pull away from them here. And unfortunately for Mr. Otaka, his career is not working. So hopefully it does work out. We've seen that at TI was when the career broke last time.
Low skill. I'm gonna try to get this kill. He doesn't have Concoction actually, and the silence that came in on the Static Storm not gonna be good enough to stop Shebe from walking out and just getting this spell off. Oh no, Courier's still broken. Oh no. Alright, let's hope it doesn't stay broken. Worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario, you look at Respect and say, fam, you're already playing past 5. You have to be my item monkey for the rest of the game. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
If I don't know
the procedure on that one, but he had his relic as well. I don't know how it got killed. Maybe it was him, but he lost his courier, so his relic for another minute and a half, and this potentially could be a fight where he loses his life. There is a TP coming in here from Lays, though, so the Legion Commander is making a way towards bottom, but they've brought in Respect, and they've also brought in Supreme. This is going to be our first, like, kind of big fight.
I think Low Skill's dead. The TP from LC, it's 5 seconds away from finishing the channel. There's no way he survives that long. Let's see, Low Skill. Can you outfight against the OP-ness that is Death Prophet? Turns out the answer is no. Just killed as soon as Supreme shows up. And Sweden Strong, just trying to channel his way to the other side of the map and actually gets there. I did not know that roots don't interrupt the channel. Nice, okay. Coddle will still probably end up dead. But this is hashtag worth. And Lays, dude, Lays is actually so smart. He cancelled his TP, making sure he stays top. Press the attack for some more HP regen. Unfortunately, they will not be able to get the full survival on the Coddle. Will still die on the next tick of Steering Chains. However, him dragging multiple heroes to the top lane means that they can't use this window with the Alchemist being dead to actually pressure the tower. So I think you're not happy with the fact that Alchemist died. But if he's going to die, you want the heroes that killed you to go do something elsewhere and not gain more map advantage out of your death.
Yeah, they probably could transition this into a tower kill in the top side of the map. Maybe try and put the pressure back onto Lays. Not really sure how hard it's going to be for them to take these towers until Otaka starts getting some of these items. These towers will melt once he comes online, but he just hasn't been able to get there just yet because he still is farming, still is sitting back. He's a Terrorblade, doesn't have Gravel's Grid, so he's not able to farm as fast. So we'll see how this transitions into this top lane, whether or not they're going to stay back top or whether or not they will take the gate back bottom. And take this tower as Otaka tries to figure out how to fix his courier. Seems to have been broken.
Alright.
It
Looks
says
like
it can
we've,
move.
They've agreed to sacrifice it.
There
Sweet
we
and
go.
strong.
He's fixed it.
It can. Oh, it can fix. Hey, there we go. I see. Awesome.
Sick.
Based. I was kind of hoping that they would agree on a place. They're like, all right, meet me in the mid lane. 12 minutes.
Let's have a Korea 1v1. Yeah, I feel like if that happened, you would have to, as a bit of sportsmanship from Puckchair, you would have
Bring
to
your own
like,
courier.
Yeah, you'd have to give a courier back to them.
Okay. That's fair. I like that.
You'd be like, our TV loses his courier for a minute and a half, your Viper loses the courier for a minute and a half.
But you see, they could argue that they anticipated this and they fed the courier on Alchemist in advance on purpose.
Yeah, that was a good-hearted trade, guys. Trust.
Tactical feed. Sadly, unnecessary for the way things are going right now. And
well,
they will try to go. Yeah, they will. But unfortunately, Kidaro is also going forward. If he catches vision onto Shebe, Shebe will die. Ward or no ward, scouting out this movement. Fortunately for Shebe, he realizes this, gets the hell out of dodge. And here's where we see the influence of the larger map. In a bygone era, literally a week ago, he's dead. Because there's not enough space to run away before Glimpse catches you. But now you have this whole other area towards the east you can run into. And that enables him to stay alive. Mid lane. We do see a quick stun onto Supreme with the unstable concoction, but I don't think Low Skill wants anything to do with this fight. He just wants to keep farming and finishing his rads. Pretty much has it now, though. With his courier respawn, it'll go pick up the Talisman of Evasion for him. And we should have a Rad's Alchemist online.
Oh, Zibe bottom.
How much danger is he in? He's inside Static Storm with the Exorcism going. He should still be fine. Otaka is here. Oh my god, Metamorphosis is going to rip through Laranov. They will kill Immersion, who died to the Viper Strike. Kidaro, let's see if you've got your J's on today, my friend. Kinetic Field up in 3 seconds. 2, 1. Oh, doesn't even get to use it. Fade Bolt will be there from the Rubik. And that will enable them to push onto the tower as they still have meta going for more than half its duration.
Yep. So this is what I talked about, right? Like as soon as Otsuka feels comfortable making rotation, these towers will fall, and they're able to get these tier 1 towers done. So they get the first one here in the offlane tower. They could probably take the twin gate back top if he wanted to here for Otsuka. He is gonna farm some creeps before he gets there, not really knowing where Laze is. So again, the first couple of rotations are starting to go the way here of into the breach. They have stabilized this game after a pretty rough landing phase. Getting the kill onto Laranov was pretty big there for Otsuka, because he needed to make sure that he kept getting these kills to be able to transition into a scary Terrorblade. Because not having a scary Terrorblade into an Alchemist feels pretty bad, because I don't think you really have the damage outside of him to deal with the Alchemist. But we even saw in the series that we covered just before, where Little Pleb just literally was unkillable, I think, for a lot of those games. And he was even skipping out on things like BKB, skipping out on things like actual armor items. He was just going raw HP. And it was very, very hard for people to deal with him. TB can deal with him eventually, though.
Operative word there being eventually. It just takes a while. I'm also intrigued by this build, the difference in the build from Low Skill. He's going Radiant spots. What we saw from Lil Pleb earlier in the day, it was Radiance into the phase boots, both games. Went for a much more brawly style of build. Then he went for Blink afterwards. Didn't even bother with BKB like you mentioned. He went for like Blink Hearts, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so Blink Heart a lot of the times. Or even like, I think game 2 he went like Blink Manta Heart.
Yeah, he did go Manta game 2.
Sweet and strong.
He's dead. Bye. So won't be able to channel a twin gate travel this time around, my friend. And that's also Supreme, slowly but surely catching up. He's still bottom of all the cores, but he's been involved in a couple of these frays now. And eventually, if he gets to this Maelstrom, Laranov is not building a Maelstrom. He went for the D-Lance, a much more fighting-oriented build. He will be able to outstrip this Viper. Laranov, unfortunately, has died both times that there have been like bigger fights on the map. The big one that happened in the river, the one that happened down on the bottom side of the map. And that's really affecting his net worth progression. Oh no! See, Immersion! Worst case scenario, he jumped off the tree just as the Disruptor was running into his face. He has Low Skill as well to find the stun onto Respect. They should have both of these heroes brought down. They even get a dual kill for good measure onto the Monkey King.
He got the double kill.
He did get the double. Nice,
yeah,
Low Skill. Bonus gold.
Yeah. A little too good there for low skill to be able to come in and get that kill. And now that he has the boots of travel available, as you said, a little bit of a deviation from the build from what we saw last time. He actually also went for a soul ring, which is something that Little Pleb didn't do last time. So he is now being able to play pretty hardcore on the map. This is the old Alchemist build that we saw previously with Manta Style Radiance a couple of patches ago. Not too much of a deviation, I wouldn't think here from low skill. I'd imagine this is going to be pretty straightforward. Yeah, he's just going to go into the AC afterwards, probably Blink Basher as well. Like, I mean, they're all really, really good items. I don't think the item have really changed for Kim. It's much more how you really kind of play the lane. And
Classics,
speaking of lanes, the fact that Supreme kind of got bodied means that he's a little bit far behind, but him getting involved in these kills is really, really important. They need to make sure that they're continuing to get more of this aggression going forward for Into the Breach, because they don't want to fall even further behind on the net worth.
Yep. ITB also needs to find a way to continue to involve Shibe, so he continues to scale throughout this game. They're thinking about twin gating to the other side of the map. Supreme is here. He does not know that there's a Blink Legion Commander available. And they actually smoke. They'll take the more circuitous route, hoping to catch somebody off guard as they come through the lane. Kidaro will come out first. He's actually trying to hope to trigger a trap. They see Supreme, but he's in a very awkward place to jump on. They don't know who else is behind him. Larnov, low on the mana. Dude, they're going all the way around for this one. But now they might have overextended themselves. Ooh, Supreme literally came right on top of the LC, and they are able to find a Searing Chains. He comes back into the fray. Static Storm dropped down by Kidaro. They need to get LC out of here. They've already lost Kidaro. Will LC be allowed to escape? Searing Chains holds her in position. She will die. There was Exorcism pop by Shibe. Been very carefree with the spell, but they might as well go into the Roche Pit. Big Man is still here for another 2 minutes. You just pop meta as well. Between that and the Ghost, you should be able to rip through even his bonus armor right now.
Yeah, that was a big fight there for Into the Breach. Supreme was able to dodge out the Static Storm, and then they just walk in. As soon as the Static Storm's down and nobody's really scared of being caught in it, Otaka just walks in, is able to connect onto the Disruptor. They get the kill as well on the Kidaro, and then it just means they transition the extra kill into Lays. So getting themselves a Roche early on means that Epic lanes in play. However, the Met just been ready here for Otaka. He's got one of the ulti, so he's getting scary. This is one issue that I have with PUCJamp, is they haven't been able to really convert early game stages into team fights in the mid game, which allows ball in this meta. AK ahead, a lot of that is the Alchemist as well here, Snare, so things are starting to look a little dicey. Into the Breach, I probably would say feel pretty happy with how the game's going right now.
The game, especially after before those couple of kills on the Aegis, might have been like, game's a bit hard boys, but now you feel amazing. We'll still lose their tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and their push is still really bad outside of the meta and the ghosts, but they don't need to be pushing right now. So farming Aegis for the most part should enable them to finish the full pipe on Shibe. And low skill though will also be much further ahead by the time that they clash again, building into this AC like you mentioned, and then the Blink Dagger. And even though this TB is doing well, there's something that you wanted to see in that first game of Ancient Tribe versus D2 Hustlers, playing into this massively high physical damage output. Then you just build all the armor in the world.
Yeah, this is something that's like old school Alchemists used to build, right? Because you don't have the natural armor with an Alchemist. He has 11 armor right now thanks to the Yasha, but as soon as you get the AC, you go all the way up to like the 30s, and you feel really strong with how you are as a hero. You get the extra attack speed as well, but at the end of the day, I don't think what Little Pleb did was wrong. I think the way that he played it was really strong. Maybe that might be something we transition to in this current patch, is going to be Alchemist with like Radiance going into like Blink, Heart, Overwhelming Blink, and just building raw HP. Because that is the one issue with this kind of build for Alchemist, is you just don't have that raw kind of HP to play around with.
Oh, top lane. They have just found out the Monkey King as well as this Rubik. Monkey King dead to right very, very quickly. Rubik has a stolen Static Storm that they deployed back onto Kidaro. Kidaro doesn't die from this though. Now has Glimpse in 7 seconds, so they could use the illusions to find vision. But he doesn't want to give chase, afraid that Supreme will just plunk him away with the W. So a nice pickup, that's more dual damage as well. And crucially, more distance for this tier 1 tower that is still on max HP right now. This is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? Is a lot of these tier 1 towers are still on their full HP, and now they're able to give their Disruptor a Aghanim Shard off the back of the Tormentor kill. So Obelisk is dead. And we're looking to see what into the Breach. Is their Tormentor still up? No. They were able to deal with it too. When does theirs... Oh, okay, Rubik got theirs. Respect got theirs.
Yeah. So
All right,
both
big
sides have taken out Joey's Tormentor. Yep. This was what we used to see, like when Disruptor... There was that 1 week where he was in every game, and then people started picking Rubik every game as well. Just to try and counter you with the drag back. And you steal his spells, which is so good.
So Ags is now up for the Viper. So Lorinov has his next item. Pipe is done for Zibe as well. So he has the Guardian Grids and the Pipe build up. So he's tanky, his team is tanky. And they also have the Skadi here for Otsuka. So they have good ways of fighting in these next couple of minutes while the Aegis is still available. It's about whether or not they want to try and fight into these heroes or not. AC is done now as well here for low skill.
Look at how many heroes are stacked up here. They have 3 heroes, both supports as well as Otaka. They just got joined by Supreme and Shibe. If they'd been able to get the jump onto low skill, that would have been very nice for them, but they do not find it. And the TB reveals himself in the lane. They are aware that there is a Monkey King presumably jumping around. Sweet and Strong make sure to both blast the wave and cover the potential Monkey King angle. They're still happy with their 5k gold lead, but as you said earlier, most of this lead is basically the difference between Alchemist and Terrorblade. Throughout the rest of the game, this Ember Spirit has fully caught up, so Supreme is actually allowed to play Dota, building into a Lincoln Sphere as well. I would maybe prefer BKB first to help him versus Static Storm, but Lincoln's also very, very good. He can't get jump dueled, he can't be jumped unstable concoctioned. Does feel like a very decent itemization from him.
I think he's kind of relying on Respect to be able to save him from Static Storm with the telekinesis. So if he's able to
at least block himself from getting glimpsed, block himself from being dueled, then he at least has ways of playing around it. But I do agree with you. I think BKB is super important in this game as well. So
he might get glimpsed and killed here. Oh, dude, Aegis just expired. Aegis just... Oh my god, what a dodge. But he still get dueled. Oh no! The duel is there. Do they have the follow-up stun? Yes, they do. Low skill finds him. The Aegis just expired and Immersion won't be allowed to escape either as he gets plonked to death inside his own Wukong's command. Another double kill for low skill. Dude, Kidaro. Alright, no matter what happens, Kidaro gets my MVP on this one. What a player.
That was sick from both the two teams, right? Like the fact that PogChamp initiated on him as the Aegis was dying, but Supreme was able to get the Sleight of Fist dodge on the Glimpse to be able to keep himself away from the Static Storm, but then they just get the response with the duel, and then I thought maybe there was going to be a big response coming in from Into the Breach, but they didn't get that. And now, another team fight is the Bruin. I wonder if they're going to try and fight as soon as Supreme is up.
They don't have a Remnant on this side, though. I don't know if he still had his Remnant up, but if he still had it, and he didn't have to start off this, then he can just get away from some of these spells. But Kidaro forces him to have to slide, which gives Lays the time. They get the tier 1 off the back of this, and top lane, low skill wins very far off by himself. I've seen this movie before here, Fluke. It didn't end well. It didn't end with the result that PogChamp wanted. They're gonna be able to throw back the stun onto Supreme. The stun gets stolen and put back onto him. Press the attack was the attempted, but it's not gonna be good enough. He dies. No buyback, of course, and now they're chasing for more. Lays has a Blade Mail, Blink Dagger, but nothing more to protect him. He'll get removed from play as well. That's 2 big cores killed. Respect also getting the catch onto Kidaro. Slight chain will be there from Supreme, and Boundless Strike will finish off Kidaro. That... Why does low skill... Why does this keep happening? Why does this keep happening, dude?
I don't know. It's... Sometimes you just get a little bit overzealous, and they watched him TP do a creep wave, and now they're looking to try to get the kill on the Lorinov too. Oh, no.
No BKB, no 4-stars, no nothing. Just a dead Viper. And they were hunting for the team wipe. Sweet and Strong at the very least juking towards the eastern side of the map. We'll keep him alive. This was not how this was supposed to go, Fluke. They get a massive kill bottom. They get a tier 1. And then they immediately throw away the entire advantage by going to take this top fight. Oh no.
Yeah, that's rough. To be fair, they didn't get punished out of it. The meta and the exorcism had worn out, so they didn't get like a free tier 2 tower. They do get a lot of gold out of it though. Now it's only a 1k net worth lead Less than 1k for PuckChamp. This is getting spicy. As soon as you start to fall behind as an Alchemist draft, like, you're in trouble. You're seriously in trouble, because you really need to make sure that your Alchemist is like an item or two ahead, because if he's not this kind of scary end-all be-all kind of hero, then he really isn't able to put his power into a team fight.
To make matters even worse, my friend, it's another hero that's not having a great game. Lays on this Legion Commander. Started off phenomenally in this game, but hasn't been allowed to keep that momentum going. Haven't been able to find the dual kills. He died just now in the top lane, so that's gonna mean his BKB is a little bit slower. ITB in this entire game have been very, very good at isolating the moment of weakness from PuckChamp and exploiting it to the maximum. They get a tier 2 tower bottom for their efforts now. Supreme the one to claim it. And he's going back for the BKB. So after the Lincoln Sphere, he also buys BKB. Once he has both, they're going to have a very difficult time dealing with him. Even with the Alchemist, until Alchemist has like our Basher, then Ember Spirit literally has 100% free team fights at that point.
Yeah, he feels pretty unkillable when that comes out. But as you said, Basher is a way of dealing with that, which he has up now. He's going to have Swift Blink plus Abyssal Blade. And this is a very different path than what we saw from Little Pleb getting the dubs earlier this morning. This is the old build that we used to see, whereas Little Pleb wanted to go for like the heart and the overwhelming blink and be this scary hero with the max attack speed coming in from the Moon Shard rather than the AC. So maybe he has shown me the way. Maybe he has shown me that maybe this AC is not really that great. It is only 30 attack speed, to be perfectly honest, instead of like, what, 140 from a Moon Shard?
From the Moon Shard, yeah.
So you miss out on like 110 attack speed for 10 armor. Maybe it's not that great.
I've been more and more, if I'm honest, and the more I think about how Little Pleb built it, I think that might be the future. He just felt also just much scarier, right? With this massive HP pool. Oh no, they find Supreme. Doesn't have his BKB just yet, so he's still susceptible to the full usage of the Static Storm. Emergent will try to drop down Wukong's command as they go with Exorcism. They want round number 2. Lace doesn't have duel anymore, as Supreme also returns to the fray. They're putting in all the right-click damage onto the LC, while they're trying to chase with this young Ember Spirit. Supreme can't find the kill just yet. Lace is hiding in the trees. Lace actually gonna live. Like, the rest of the team might not be so lucky though. The Boundless Strike stalls up Lorinov. He can't escape the situation. He does not have his BKB, doesn't have Manta, doesn't have Shiva, doesn't have anything. And Shibe on a dominating streak now. Somehow, someway, the Legion Commander still hiding in the trees. Lace caught the memo from HY. He is staying in the trees. He is not going anywhere. Well, he is going somewhere, going right back to the fountain. As he gets caught out, gets killed off. 3 heroes, a Roshan is going to get taken now as well. And PuckChamp, what is happening here, Fluke? It's all just gone to pieces.
Yeah, I think they felt like that was a really good fight, being able to kill Supreme, but he had buyback, man, and he just buys back in. They tried to walk high ground into a Terrorblade they knew was up the high ground near that twin gate, and they just walked directly into the Wukogs, walked into a TB who pops Meta has Skadi, pops his Manta style as well, and just starts clicking away. He didn't have to press BKB in that entire fight, so the fact that Otaka was able to just freely hit away meant that they're able to deal with those heroes, and as soon as Low Skill doesn't have his Chemical Rage, it's hard for him to stand and fight, especially into a Terrorblade. So
he's gonna try to pick off Immersion in this bottom lane.
Yeah,
I think he gets it. Immersion's dead. At the same time, though, they've also gotten a pick off onto Kidaro as he dies inside his own jungle. Drop down Static Storm on the way out. So that's 1-1 all across the map. But I guess it's important for PuckChamp that they get a kill into the hands of Low Skill, because he still needs a few more items to feel very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
They actually might kill Shibe. Look at this trap, dude. They're setting a trap for Shibe. They want him to show, then they're gonna jump him with Blink Duel. Oh no, they're leaving. No! Don't leave, boys. You can do it. I believe in you.
Don't want to try and overcommit near a T2 tower, it seems, for PuckChamp. Now that they're 4k behind, oh, they must really start to be feeling the squeeze. A lot of these heroes are really starting to fall behind. The supports are coming out on top for each of the Preach. The fact that Respect as well as Immersion have a decent amount of gold. They've almost got BKB on this Monkey King, man. Like, they're fat.
Lots of net worth. They're gonna take down. This is one of the first 2, right? So this is still a Joey's one.
It's the second one, yeah.
Yeah, that's still a Joey's Tormentor. It's taken out the Aghanim shot. Goes to the Ember. Oh my god. Alright. Seems good. Ember Spirit has this. Also, you know what else seems good, Fluke? Terrorblade has more HP than Alchemist.
Yeah, and this is why I think that the like the raw HP build from the Alch is maybe better, because he only has, like, at this point with the AC, I don't know if it's still bugged like it used to be, because I remember it used to like not give you one of the armors, and he only has 23 armor and he has 2600 HP. Like, whereas if we saw the strength build where you go like this overwhelming blink plus heart and like a moon shard, you have more attack speed, but you also have far more health. You have like 4,000 health. So it's like the extra mitigation that comes in from the armor, you're only at 57% right now. It gets offset by the fact that you have almost double the HP pool and also a lot more damage because you have a lot more strength. So yeah, maybe, you know, me hooting and hollering for an AC has kind of doomed low skill here to be able to fall back in the old ways of the Alchemist.
Oh no, low skill, you followed the Fluke build. It was a mistake. Shouldn't have done it.
It's what I said. There's a reason why that little pleb is there playing for promotion, and I'm sitting here talking about it.
Oh, they're gonna try and get a quick kill now onto Lays. He does not have any way out of this. We'll just end up dying. They did pop BKB from Immersion for this, but who the hell cares? When with Ghost going, I don't think they can reach the base with this. Or they will, but it's going to be only for a couple of seconds. Down bottom, they're also hunting Lauren off. Oh no, Supreme looks like he found him, but he gets back in the base. Ogre Seal Totem does the trick. And Alchemist, low skill, stuns himself at the same time as Supreme jumps in, so there's no counter stun. Low skill goes into the ultimate, but he's losing so much HP already. And the armor not necessarily paying the most dividends. Kidaro gonna look for a glimpse onto Supreme.
Oh, he dodged
Supreme
it.
though, he's played this game before. He knows what he's doing. Just dodges it again with the Slider Fist.
All right, there's no
But still, the
static
most
storm
important
now.
thing there's no Rex taken. I think that's the important thing. They managed to bounce them away, ITB.
There's only 50 seconds left on the Aegis as well, so Supreme's probably feeling like he doesn't want to push it too far, but you know, just being able to get that dodge feels pretty good for the Ember Spirit to be able to continue to play like that and play on the bleeding edge of his heroes. But as you said, no tier 3 towers have been taken just yet. They're starting to do a little bit of chip damage now with the conjure images, but there's not really any rush, I would say, for Into the Breach, because you're playing into like Alchemist, LC plus Viper. Like LC will scale, but at some point the Alchemist is going to run out of item slots, and he already kind of is. The fact that he's starting to give away a lot of these Aghanim Scepters, like he wants to give one towards the Disruptor. He did give one to... Who did he give one to before? Did he give it to the Viper?
No way he gave Viper.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
Dude, you mean he gave Viper over Disruptor?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
Oh my god. Well, that's the only thing that makes sense, because there's only one Aghanims in the... Why would you do that, though? Like, Nose, he was building his own Aghanims at the time. He almost had it, I think, Larnoff. He at least had enough gold for it. And, I mean, Nosedive is really good against Terrorblade, but stopping Terrorblade's BKB Satanic also sounds really, really good. I think he needs a second one. He needs a second one for this Disruptor ASAP. Kidaro doesn't like have a Philly Stone or anything. That one got sniped up by the Coddle, so getting there in time. Oh gosh, this is rough, man.
It is definitely rough, and I don't even think, you know, the Ags on the Disruptor is not going to be like the end all be all for them, because it is going to be hard for you to catch these heroes. I don't know what it has been, but the Disruptors haven't been able to get these massive static storms as of late. I don't know if it's like just because the map's bigger, that by the time that people go high ground, they're much more split around the map, but it really does feel like this Disruptor just hasn't been able to hit like... Now, you remember, like, at the start of the tour, Disruptor would get Ags and we'd be like, oh shit, this game is, like, done. Like, this game is, like, all on the Disruptor. Whereas now, I'm like, you give Disruptor Ags and I'm just like, yeah. Like, it feels like everybody's just, like, too tanky now. Or, like they don't care so much about their items. Like, I don't know, it's just got this, like, weird feeling where I'm just like, if you mute them, I'm not sure if it's, like, that much of a team fight winner.
They still definitely need to do a lot more. where the damage output is lacking quite a bit from the side of PugChamp. They're trying to make life difficult in terms of damage output for the Terrorblade as well. LC has purchased up a Heaven's Halberd. They still have the Radiance Burn for some mischance. And there's no Bloodfall, no MKB, no Revenant's Brooch, but look where they're gonna find. They're gonna find Low Skill. Can he get himself away here? Oh, missed Boundless Strike. That enables him to blink back to safety. Whew! Immersion, unfortunately, has not been super hot with his Boundless Strikes in this game. And he might end up missing that one in particular, as they now smoke back on the side of PugChamp, looking for a fight. They just lose Kidaro's Courier, but they can't close down these heroes. So I think they might actually be happy that they can't find this fight, Fluke. I'm not sure if they'd be successful if they did grab it. Laranov is also really far behind now. They're going to try fight without him. Oh, Boundless Strike. Not going to be at the ready.
They might have heard that.
I think they did. He primal sprung down. Yeah, they caught him. Do, kill, got him.
Damn.
And they're looking for more.
Looking for Supreme. Does
That
have
being
Lincoln
said-
still to be able to play around with? Have they gotten the Ags to the drop yet? No, they haven't.
They also
This is gonna
lost
be
the
a
fight
fight
in this
without it.
exact location last time. But they do also clock the fact that they are ghosts used by Shibe. So no Exorcism online. That's a pretty big win for them. If they can take a fight without Exorcism being on, it might actually work out in their favor.
Yeah, especially if they're able to kind of deal with Supreme in these fights. I think from what I've seen in these last couple of fights, also Otika's really kind of just had a free couple of team fights. So they're able to deal with one of these two cores. They might be able to get a good fight going for them. There was a TP that just got cancelled there by Supreme. I'm going to try and fight around the Lotus pool.
They're going to smoke up again. Duel is back online, so they want to try to utilize it. Supreme, obviously a horrendous target, but they would definitely settle for finding Shibe. And or Otaka, one of them would be really, really nice.
Oh, Jibe's going to have Hex, and they're not going to know it in this next fight. I believe his courier is running out to go get it now. They might fight before it gets to him.
Yeah. He might just try to go past the secret shop here to try and finish it off. And he can buy it now, but he chooses not to. Saving for buyback potentially in case he gets picked off first. They will come across Sweet and Strong and Kidaro. Both of them are in massive danger. I think they killed Disruptor before he even gets off any spells, and that is indeed the case. Him and Sweet and Strong dead with nary a whimper. 40 seconds until both of them respawn, which will be 10 seconds after this Roshan is back. And it's on Dire side here, so they have the advantage naturally for ITB to come and claim the big man once he comes back online.
Yeah, he's only going to stay in the top side for a minute. I wonder if they're going to hold off for that minute to try and get him to go towards bottom so they can get Ags instead of a refresher. Probably the refresher feels probably better on these heroes, actually, not going to lie. Like double Exo, like double Metamorphosis on your TB, refresh your Fire Remnant shards for the Ember Spirit. Speaking of...
Got duel on Ember. Do they actually have the damage to get this kill, though? He is dead. They got him. Nicely done.
He didn't his Remnant.
I think you're still gonna die. That's really good play on Lace. He has this Heaven's Halberd to proc the Lincoln Sphere. That way he can just immediately find the duel. Good shift queuing on him. And also good from Laranov not to preempt this by throwing down a premature Nether Toxin. That's decent damage on this LC, but still feels like that's step 1 out of 100. Maybe not 100, but still a long way to go before they feel comfortable in this game yet again on the side of PugChamp.
Yeah, especially with the TB copying in Aegis now for another 5 minutes. So look to try and get some more of these fights. They are able to get a decent amount of gold out of that Supreme kill, but the way it's going right now, they still need to continue to win these team fights because I don't think their Alchemist is as scary as they'd hoped he had been. He's now behind 3,000 gold from Otika, so it's a little rough. They have the Ags out on Disruptor though, so they will have the Ag Static Storm, so the Mute is here and ready.
They also have this Laranov trying to scale more into a right-clicker, building a Silver Edge for himself on this Viper. So when he gets a Silver Edge, I mean, Break is not the be-all, end-all in this game, but it's more about the just out-and-out damage you can dish out with this item. And they're going to push middle to get the tower down. So they're slowly but surely reclaiming some degree of map control. And we're starting to see more and more what happens in this modern iteration of Dota. Any kills you get just give you so much time to just reset the map. So even though they're behind in the net worth advantage, the creep's still fairly far away from their base, which is important when you're playing against TB and Death Prophet.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you're dealing with your lanes really well. And I mean, the Alchemist can do that. He has Boots Travel and the Manta Style, so he can quite easily deal with a lot of these waves. But if you get caught out here from Kadaro, it's a bit rough.
Is he dead? He's dead.
They double BKBs for that, though.
I was about to say, he didn't pop Static Storm and they do BKB, so you're not happy, but also you also have 0 experience, basically, so you just respawn so quickly, it doesn't feel that bad.
He's going to be up in 30 seconds. Like, I guess they can go... Oh, okay, I think they wanted the Tormentor.
Ah, I see. I think they need more heroes to kill it, though.
Wait.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody waits.
Will they be able to claim it? Who gets the shot from the situation? Dude, Otaka was actually so low to dying. So was Respect. So was Supreme. They have to leave. If they knew about this on the side of PugChamp, this would be a disaster.
I'm surprised he just didn't, like, Conjure Image. He did the first one, but he let it die. I don't know. It is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I don't think shards are really that matter all too much. They can just go back for their own.
Who still doesn't have one, actually? Monkey needs one. DP needs one, and Terrorblade needs one. Alright. And on Radiant side, they have 2 already. So, they're 3 actually. The Alchemist bought one, I think. Disruptor has one, and then LC also picked one up. Should be able to claim this one, and it goes towards Laranov. This is surprisingly good. Like, this is going to help them with their building damage, which they were really struggling with before on the Aghanim Shard Poison attack. But also, during the moment of duel, now it's even harder for heroes like Ember Spirit and Terrorblade to actually survive the duel if Laranov is nearby, because each hit can lower armor fairly significantly.
Yeah, I mean, especially couple that up with the acid spray, right? So, like, these heroes, even the Terrorblade with naturally high armor is going to start to struggle. So, it's a nice little nifty little pickup for them. So, praise Gaben that they got that one. But again, with this Aegis up on Otaka, they're just going to sit back and not really do all too much for PugChamp. They want to just try and get themselves to the next set of items. They're going to have the Swift Blink very, very soon here onto low skill, as well as having their buyback on him as well. So, a few items on the horizon. They've got almost a Silver Edge on Lays. What about for Laranov? What has he built? He has a Shadow Blade himself and boots too. I really like that everyone's building boots too. Like that's such a sick item. The fact that not many people know that it actually has the shorter channel time as well is really crazy.
It's honestly ridiculous how much better it is than regular boots. Like it feels like having cooldown or like cost point reduction, but just on your TP. It's super nice. They were smoked up on the side of ITB. They don't find anything on the map, as they would like to play aggressively with the waning moments of the Aegis. They also just got an Aghanim Scepter for TB, so earlier on you were outlining this Alchemist getting to full slot territory. Well, TB is there now. The only thing more he can potentially buy himself this game is like a Moonshot, but everything else is online. He has Axe Shard, full slots. He might even actually trade in for his boots at some point. But not that much more room to grow on this TB.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, maybe you get rid of boots for, like, a Swift Blink or something like that. Is usually, like, the carry transition is you get to this point and you just go, okay, I don't need boots anymore, I got Swift Blink. Man, I really wish they brought back Flutter on Butterfly. I was hoping for that. That was dope. Sometimes you can even just not go boots and you would just use Flutter and just run around the map. It was awesome, but it also made Agi heroes very, very strong. And it seems like this patch has made strength heroes very, very strong. So, take what we can get. Swift Blink now available for the ALC as well.
Last patch was the patch of all these int heroes, right? They got all the cool buffs. They got to be uber crazy strong. Some patches ago, it was all about those Agi heroes. But dude, Flood was actually too good. That's probably it got removed, I think, for similar reasons why Flicker is no longer in the game. It's just way too good.
Yeah, it's just a little too strong.
Almost
especially because it's like you look at it on paper and you just go, yeah, that sounds pretty good, but then like when carries abuse it, you're like, carries abusing stuff is not cool, you know, because it's like you're supposed to be the big scary hero on the map and you get to abuse something.
They find the Static Storm. Oh, Supreme, he jumped into it. Oh no, that's Axe Static Storm. It finally gets used. This time around, the initiation came from Supreme himself. Immersion on the high ground. Really wants to try and find a kill onto Kidaro. Pumps BKB to try and make sure it happens. They even pop Exorcism Ghost from Kidaro. Or from Eshibe to see if he can reach further into the fight. But they're just happy to back off. PogChamp, this Alchemist, he does not have BKB, but he can still just pop Manta, TP out. That is actually huge. Like, did Supreme forget that Kidaro had Axe? Because he saw the Disruptor. He knew that the Raptor was there.
Probably. I think it has been kind of long enough. There really hasn't been much that's happening for like the last 10, 20 minutes. So maybe he did just kind of brain fart a little bit and say, you know what, I didn't expect that. And now he's just like, oh shit, there is an Axe after all. There's another fight.
Fight indeed, as they get the dual kill onto Immersion.
Okay.
It's less of a fight, more of an assassination. We're up to 198 damage right now on this LC. Laranov also has the completed Silver Edge with Shivas. They did end up losing the tier 3 tower because they are being ratted a little bit by this Terrorblade, but they're still getting stuff on the map, and very crucially they managed to reclaim the net worth lead. It's a shallow reclaiming, but you'll take what you can get. You always want to be slightly on the front foot. Although, dude, look at LC's farm. Laze just does not have net worth relative to any other core in this game.
Yeah, he struggled really, really hard. He had a good start, but just hasn't been able to transition it. In a lot of these team fights, I think he's been going down. He only has 4 deaths, so it's kind of surprising, but when you have an Alchemist on your team, naturally some of these other heroes really do fall by the wayside. So he could just be suffering from that this time around. And obviously, when you look at Into the Breach, they're the ones that have been winning team fights for like the last 20 minutes, so you're expecting them to have more gold than anybody else.
I do want to see somebody on the ITB lineup. Somebody needs to build either a Revenant's Brooch or like a Bloodthorn. This evasion, I think, is going to start becoming really problematic for the TB. He's been lucky enough not to have to pop the BKB for the most part. But if it ever starts to tick down to that 6-second mark, I think it's become quite problematic for his damage output. If they at least have one of those items and they can choose a target and kill them no matter what. But this halberd, Laze hasn't had a chance to use it just yet for anything else except for breaking the Linkens. But it will come into effect. And it might come into effect sooner than we think, Fluke. A fight's going to break out shortly with smoke v smoke action.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5v5. This is pretty scary here for PogChamp. They lose out. Roche will spawn in 40 seconds, so he will go bottom. Actually, no, he will stay top.
He'll stay top, yeah. Laranov and Sweet and Strong, they're on together. They get the tree cut onto this Monkey King. Monkey King is going to get himself brought down. The Ignis is there as well. They found a lovely Static Storm. Supreme, he buys back into the fight. We've seen this tail before, but he might end up dying. Needs to watch where he is. Low skill, starting to beat down on him, but they don't have enough damage. As he ends up getting brought down. Laze was trying to escape away through the trees here, but he gets caught in an awkward position. He can't run himself out just yet. The heals from the Illuminate are doing what they can, but there's only a limit to what can happen here. They get this kill. Oh, Supreme, gotta watch yourself. Bashed up, kill. That's a dieback on the Ember Spirit. Laze buys back as well. 15 seconds until we have Duel online. Shibe, he's standing all alone in front of all these heroes. He ends up dead. He does have buyback, but doesn't want to have to use it. They also, did they steal their gem or did they reclaim it? They stole the gem on respect, but Sweet and Strong still has another one. Now here they go. The Roshan pit is open and clear because with TB TPing back, having used meta in the fight and a dieback on Supreme, this is the easiest Rosh of your life.
See you, Rosh. Yeah, that whole fight was off the back of Axe Static Storm, and I was talking beforehand, I was like, I haven't seen multiple hero Static Storms in a long time. I don't think it's that important. It was very important, the fact that they're able to catch Sweet and Strong, and not Sweet and Strong, Immersion. The fact that Sweet and Strong is able to drop the Ignis, right? And that's a big way of them catching the Monkey King is they drop the Ignis and it just instantly breaks the trees. Whether or not they catch him inside of the AoE is irrelevant, but they just drop the Ignis and then they're able to catch him, and then they just turn around with the Static Storm and it catches out Supreme, who has been called out by it twice now. Which is very, very scary. And him dying back meant that Roche was completely available for them, and his network is just swinging back in the way of PogChamp.
Oh, I love Dota 2, man. What a fun game this is. Also, I love the fact
way
that
this patch is now, man, is so crazy. Like the amount of like swings we've seen just from like 1 or 2 teamfight wins is kind of ridiculous.
I think we might have another big win here because they get the Ignis out. Otaka.
Oh, he dueled an illusion.
Long duel onto an illusion. They might still be able to get this kill though. They lift back, comes in from the Rubik. The clip's gonna be blocked off by the BKB. Static Storm finally gets dropped down, but Kidaro just finds himself sundered. Needs to run away, cannot do so because he's dead. Immersion though will die inside the Wukongs, but that's not the target they wanted. A rare miss from Laze. For the most part, his duels, even if they don't get the kill, have been on point, but not everybody's perfect. Can't get everything, so it ends up missing out. But they still do force a BKB charge out of the Terror Blade, so that still feels okay.
Yeah. He didn't pop meta though, which was good there for Otaka. He did just use the Terror Wave to be able to get the extra bit of damage. But this is where it starts getting scary because the carriers, they've kind of hit their peaks here. Like, they're really starting to run out of these item slots. TB doesn't have boots. He's going to get a Moon Shard now, and he's basically capped out.
Yep.
Like, he's eaten literally everything he can. Whereas the Alchemist is very much the same. He can trade out his boots to a certain bit and give some more of these Aghanims to be able to get a little bit of gold back in the pocket of his teammates. But yeah, it's really starting to get to the point now where the carries are limited on their item slots, and this is where the supports really start to come up. We're looking at some of the hexes. We're looking at, you know, things like Aeon Disc, Blink Daggers that are going to be very, very important as we get in towards the late game. So Kidaro, as well as Sweden Strong, I think they've just got that little bit of extra lockdown than what Into the Breach do, because Immersion's much more of like a melee hero that really wants to try and stand and fight and deal his own damage, whereas for the Rubik, he kind of has to sit back and play this saver with the Aghanim Shard on the telekinesis. So it is a little harder for them to just kind of like run up to people and like blink hex them before they get stuff done and then just get blown up in the late game.
Hexes do feel like the order of the day here for both of these teams. Only one available from Shibe so far, and he hasn't been able to utilize it to its full strength as he's been dying quite a bit since then. Like he's died twice, I think, since picking up this item. Not the best time to be alive for him. And there's a Bloodthorn, but it comes not in the team I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it on Dire side. It emerges on the Radiant side for Larinov. So his progression in this game has just absolutely skyrocketed. 42k net worth on our Viper. You don't see that every day. And now with the lower durations on these BKBs on the side of ITB, suddenly Bloodthorns are really scary. And also there's going to be a quick jump onto Shibe. The Death Prophet's dead. Oh no. Now the Static Storm dropped as well though, so Supreme feels safe going in on the second fight. Looking for the Viper, should be able to get on top of him with this BKB, but Larinov just standing his ground with this Aegis. They get a glimpse back onto Immersion. You do not have the cool plays that we've seen from the Ember Spirit. Larinov kills him without even looking at him, because cool guys do not look at explosions. They take their gem as well. And ITB, there was a moment where this game started to look very good for them. There was a moment they were beating on racks down in the bottom and mid lanes. But now it's all turned around. 20k net worth lead for PuckChamp. And they're not even letting ITB leave their base at the moment.
Yeah, it's really hard for them to try and walk up the high ground and get a fight if they don't initiate. And now this is starting to get hard for Into the Breach once again. We talked about this in Game 1 and Game number 2. How do you start a fight for both of these two teams? It's a little harder for Into the Breach. They kind of need their Ember Spirit or even their Rubik try and find people, whereas for PuckChamp, you've got Glimpse, you've got Blink Duel, you've got a lot of easy ways of being able to get in the face and be able to turn that into a full transition. So Larinov will just do his little corkscrew, get himself out of it. So the first lane of racks, or the first racks, has been claimed here by PuckChamp at 55 minutes into the game. Jesus, sometimes we have these really slow games. I was even watching some of the Dream League games and some of the games that were before us today as well. Like when it's either a mega stomp or it's like these super long drawn out games.
Yep.
And it's kind of crazy. So have a look back. See, this is what I mean. Like, it's very hard in these previous fights to be able to get these extra couple of kills, just because Larinov was sitting on the high ground and Immersion just gets immersioned. You know, you get pulled back on the Monkey King, and it's not really much that you can do. You didn't have the BKB, and you can see that the frustrations are starting to come up here for Into the Breach. Luckily for them, though, they are still in Division 2 and still will stay in Division 2.
Yep.
Whereas for PuckChamp, if they lose this game, they are out. They are done. There is no tiebreakers for them. But if they do happen to win, then they could potentially force tiebreakers up against Old G, who in, what, 2 days' time have to play up against Alliance for the final game of the tour.
Also, what's interesting about the game that needs to be played between Alliance and OG is the fact that OG will not be playing with Resolution, because Rezo is currently going to be standing in for BetBoom at the Major. So he won't be available for that game. Unless he's playing from the Major, which I kind of doubt. I don't know what their schedule is like at the Major, but from what I know, it's supposed to be him being stood in for yet again. And we saw that OG looked way different without Resolution in the squad. So if I'm PuckChamp, I know that winning this game literally changes everything. I win this game, I potentially play up against a weaker version of Old G, because Alliance should be able to win that series. I would have said Alliance wins that series anyway. Oh, top. Oof, Lays. Almost found the duel. So for PuckChamp, this could legitimately be the ticket to staying in the division.
Yep. And that's why they're fighting for their lives right now. Need to make sure they don't make any of these mistakes in the late game. Being at 57 minutes into the game, anything can happen. Anything goes.
Yep.
They did pop a Terror Wave here on the bottom side. I think that was just for a Alchemist Illusion.
Just gonna try and clear out some waves. They've already got one lane of melee mega creeps. Or super creeps rather. We don't have the megas just yet. Laranov. Happy to try and find a target. He's actually stupidly difficult to kill. Tricks the Cloak, Shivas, which gives him 44 armor, 3.4k HP, 80% magic resist. Good luck, boys.
Yeah, it's kind of gross, and especially as soon as he gets nosedive off, like it's good job. Yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to deal with a Viper when they disarm you for 4 seconds in an AoE.
Let's see how they go here. ITB. They know that Roshan is coming back soon, and that if they want any hope of still playing out this game, you can't give away an Aegis. You know, you're talking about the scalability of some of these supports. We might see some supports fighting now. Kidaro getting jumped on by Supreme. They drag back Immersion into the Static Storm, but they will be able to rinse down the Disruptor. Buying back very early on. The Ignis dropped down by the Cardinal. Sweden Strong. Oh no, going on to Attacker. They stunned him up. They get the duel as well onto TB. TB might die here. Dies without being able to get the damage. Does have buyback though, as does Lays, who also had to die for that fight. In the meantime, Exorcism Ghost going in for Shibe. They really want to try and find something. Rubik, stolen duel, goes back onto Laranov. They should be able to find the Viper kill. It's not going to give them damage, but it doesn't have to. They do end up losing their respect Rubik, but hashtag worth. 2 of these cores dead. Both of them do have buyback if needed, and they won't be able to chase down Lays. He just gets recalled by the Coddle, so he's A-okay. That was the side of PuckChamp starting that fight, but ITB very handedly finish it off.
Yeah, it was interesting that they decided to go onto the Monkey King straight away for Immersion. He just gets helped out by the Rubik, respect, being able to keep his buddy alive. And now they're potentially looking towards Roche, but Immersion is privy to this. We will have the buyback out of respect as well. Maybe they still think that they're inside of the pit, which they are not. So respect unfortunately clicked his buyback button for naught.
Worth. So let's see, buyback wise, 2 down on the side of Dire, but the crucial one is the fact that Terrorblade doesn't have it. They need this Aegis. Oteka absolutely has to have this item. It is going to be a refresher shot as well, which, as you were mentioning earlier, really good for the Dire lineup. Double Ghost, double Hex, double BKBs, double Pipes when the first one gets popped completely. They give the Aegis, of course, to this Terrorblade. And who do they give the refresher shot to?
Oh, I was going to say, don't leave it in the pit, please.
Okay, they give it to Immersion. I mean, Wukong's commands, when he's been allowed to use it, have been a distracting piece of play. Makes it much harder to kill, buys some time for additional Boundless Strikes. It's not the worst in the world. And also, I love the fact that Immersion, this Monkey King, is scaling into being a carry as well. Scotty, BKB, Mage Slayer, Diffusal, building a Basher now as well. Wants to make sure that low skill has more than just a Terrorblade to have to worry about in the middle of these fights.
Yeah, exactly. As we're getting towards the late game here with 60-minute items coming up. There is a Giant's Ring on low skill. He also got a shield rune as well. Like, look at him. He technically has like, what, 5, 6k plus health?
Yeah. definitely.
Yeah, like 6.3 KHP with the Giants ring. Yeah, that seems balanced. That seems very balanced. What else are we
Disruptor
getting here?
picked up Force Boots.
Okay.
Alright, Radiant side. On Dire side, we haven't seen anybody pick up anything just yet, have we?
Oh, Giants ring for the
Giants
TB.
ring for TB. It's okay. It's fine.
This is also really cool with the fact that the tier 5 tokens come up, because then you get to see the choices that these players make. It's not so much about RNG. It is a little bit of RNG, but it is also still about, you know, the ideas about what these players think are actually good in the game. So the Giants ring is good because it gives you unobstructed movement, and also for strength heroes gives you a lot of damage as well. It's very, very good. And it gives you like move speed as well attached to it. So
Viper got one as well, bro.
Oh my god.
This Viper hero is going to be very hard to kill.
Book of Shadows on respect. Okay. Supreme got the Stygian Desolator, so this is to cover them with duels and static storms and all that kind of stuff. There also is potential for Lays to get the block of cheese.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's true.
He has the 2 greater healing lotuses and the cheese. Put them on the... Why are they not combining? Does he need 3?
Isn't it 3 that you have to combine?
Yeah, I think it's 3.
Yeah, I think it's 3 in the cheese. Like, we'll see if he manages to get to it. Another big item pickup is that Supreme, in tandem with the Stygian Desolator, for the plus 60 damage and massive armor corruption. He has a Daedalus too. So this Ember Spirit actually building like a carry and wants to finish off his build with the Rapier. We're going all the way back, fam. This is some Shanghai Major, Eternal Envy, Ember Spirit type of stuff. I'm here for it. I'm ready.
Yeah, building Rapier like first item all the time. Yeah, the dream. Another Giants ring onto Immersion as well. That's a little less good on the Monkey King because people can tell that you're on the trees with the Giants ring because they get damaged when they're close to it. So it's a little more annoying, but the way this game is going right now is pretty spicy. That we've got all the tier 5 items. Everybody has exactly what they want. There are 2 Ninja Gears that are left here, but pardon me. But all the other ones are still more than happy with it.
Dude, they also got a full Daedalus on this Monkey King as well. So he's turning into a carry. He actually is a carry at this point.
Yeah.
Like he's inside Wukong's command. That's probably why they're leaving him with the refresher. They're like, if this guy stays alive and we can keep heroes inside this, it's an obscene amount of damage. But they're playing very carefully on the Radiant side for PuckChamp. Not allowing themselves to leave the base while this Aegis is online. They don't have much vision. So they're keeping the heroes that have buyback, they can make forays outside. The one hero that doesn't, you're staying in the base, fam. You're not allowed to go anywhere. You live here now.
Having so many people have Giants rings is hilarious. Everyone's just huge.
Ooh, okay. Remember on the day of the patch, I asked you, what do you think the maximum amount of the same neutral item in the game can be? And so far, we've had 4 multiple times. And oh no, Sweden's strong. Not Sweden's strong, Immersion rather. He's going to be in a dangerous position. Forced to go into the BKB early to dodge the Kidaru Static Storm. However, here comes the Alchemist. They want to try and find some targets here. They're going first onto Supreme. Supreme losing HP. Needs to get himself out of here. In the meantime, though, they managed to bring down Immersion. The Wukong's command does not provide nearly enough distraction. Low skill. Still rushing forward. There is going to be Laranov TPing right on top of his face. They go for the refresh onto Supreme so that he can BKB and get himself away. That's 2 supports dead, and neither of them have buyback, Fluke. Oh no. This is not what's supposed to happen. They still have an Aegis, but it's about to expire. And PuckChamp, they might as well just force in all these waves and see what happens.
Yeah, Immersion bought out, so he's 1,500 gold away from his buyback, whereas for respect, he still needs another 2 minutes until he is ready to buy back into this game. So this game is starting to get really, really spicy. There was really not much that was going on for the longest time, but now that we've got these tier 5 items, everybody has all the gold they could possibly want.
Yep.
They can kind of just play how these fights can go.
Also, Alchemist is maxed properly. Yeah, he bought all the ags for everybody. So he is well and truly maxed out in this game. They're jumping forward though, looking for a second lane of racks.
Oh my god.
Wow! That is some attack speed. That is some attack speed.
Towers.
We're gonna pop Ghost right now from Shibe. See if this is gonna be enough to dissuade them from the push. I doubt it, but he has to try. We jump in. Nice tear away from Otaka. Forces low skill deeper into the base. But they caught Supreme. Oh no, he's inside Static Storm again! How does this keep happening? He's dead. Does have buyback though. As Alchemist, this entire time was on the high ground, solo versus Terrorblade and Death Prophet, and is still at full HP, Fluke. Hasn't suffered even a little hint of damage throughout all of this.
Yeah, he's so tanky. Like, I don't think they have the damage left anymore on Otaka to be able to deal with him. He doesn't have MKB.
No, he doesn't
does
have
refresh.
MKB. Okay, they do not have BKB though on this DP. Jump in,
Goes in the back.
Gets the Terror Wave yet again. They want to try and find Lorinov maybe, but he's still under a lot of damage. There will be immersion, popping the Wukong's command with BKB, zoning these heroes out. But we also see the influence of these giant rings means people have free pathing. They will look for a kill onto immersion. Still alive for now. Look at low skill just jumping onto respect. Respect not dead just yet. At the same time, Otaka got himself dueled up on the far side of the fight, and he dies on the low ground. Low skill on the high ground by himself. He's still alive, 150 HP, but he just gets healed up. He solo zones the team while the rest of the squad is able to deal with the Terrorblade. And given the build that he's gone for and this Coddle being nearby, it won't take too long before he's back in a healthy amount of HP. Static Storm got dropped again. Lorinov going on to this Death Prophet. Shebe is about to have BKB again in about 12 seconds, but the question is, will he even survive that long? Kept alive for now. They jumped onto the high ground of Kadaro looking for a glimpse, but he ran out of mana. So they'll just claim the Megas. Their business here is concluded, and we'll see if they decide to leave, but they know that they're playing 4v5. This Monkey King still doesn't have buyback.
Yeah,
They're going to do as much damage as they can. Yeah, they jump now. They get directly onto Shebe. Shebe is saved by the Book of Shadows. Respect doing everything with this item, but Supreme, he gets dueled. They try to save him with the Thunder, but it's not enough. And that will also doom Otaka. He's forced into the base, otherwise he just dies. But it will not matter. They've done it. PogChamp, they keep the ticket alive for Div 2 Dota by winning Game 3. Upsetting ITB and having an absolutely massive performance off the back of the low-skill Alchemist. GG, well played is called. Woo! Their backs against the wall, Fluke. They dug deep, they went Super Saiyan, and they got the W when they needed it the most.
So, a big, I think game number 2, they were gifted a pretty free Muerta game. Then ITB, I think they're pretty much kicking themselves. It doesn't affect them all too much, but it does affect PogChamp to be able to stay alive for potential tiebreakers. And this Alchemist hero, baby, I'm telling you, this hero is going to be the hero of the major, and we just haven't seen it just yet, but it is a very, very strong hero. We've seen its landing prowess. We've seen how hard it is to try and deal with him even late game. Usually this is where the Alchemist falls off, but having these other heroes with the to be able to bring a lot of that chaos in the team fights means that TB is just having some issues. Usually when this game gets like uber late, TB is one of those heroes that just takes over the game, but he just hasn't been able to do that. Maybe that could be off the back of TB feeling a little weaker as a hero, but yeah, the Alchemist has looked like a very, very hot position 1 right now, and we are probably looking towards a hero that we're going to be seeing a decent amount of. But PogChamp, they played really, really well. They played nice and patiently, especially in that game number 3. Waited until they got themselves some tier 5 items and were able to hold on. And even though it was into an Aegis and like multiple cheeses, it didn't matter for PogChamp because they knew that they just weren't able to die. There were so many fights where low skill just didn't die, and they just didn't have the damage to kill him or even the Viper. And shout out to Kadara for being able to catch Supreme multiple times with the Ag Static Storm.
Yeah, multiple, especially when it was needed the most, right? Towards that latter portion of the game. We just saw a fight where Supreme, the first time he got caught, and after that it just felt like it kept happening to him reliably. They did, it felt like they were faltering a little bit because they lost 2 of their big cores, but it did require buybacks out of ITB even to make that happen. And one thing we didn't clock, at the very end of the game, Otaka had a Divine Rapier that he picked up, but just simply wasn't enough. The damage output wasn't good enough. And Low Skill also changed up his itemization. He backpacks the Radiance and the BKB so that he can carry around the Mjolnir and the Bloodthorn. So really smart itemization from the Alchemist, knowing exactly what to do, who to target in these fights. He built up to literally maxed out 9 slotted Alchemists. We got to see it here today. And for PogChamp, yes, Low Skill did very well. 16-4-15 is an incredible score. Yes, Sweet and Strong did his thing like our boss. Yes, Lorinov demolished the laning phase and somehow managed to keep up in form throughout the game on this Viper. But man, Kidaro played out of his freaking mind on this Disruptor. The amount of clutch glimpses in this game, the amount of static storms, and even the plays on Supreme before the Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor. Yes, he's not catching him because Supreme has to always do like the slight dodge, but he's forcing the slight dodge. And if you do the slight dodge, you can get dueled afterwards. And that we see Lays come in, get the Heaven's Halberd, get the duel off because Supreme is in a catch-22 situation. So Kidaro, really everything possible. And his influence in the early tri-lane really made a huge difference. ITB just could not deal with the Disruptor in this game. There were a couple of times where there was some somewhat sus static storms, but very few of them. For the most part, the ones he got were the ones on the correct target, enables them to get the kill, and just allows them to keep rolling this game.
Yeah, some of the clutch ones were really important to be able to take down Supreme and make sure that he wasn't feeling happy in this game with his Ember Spirit. And the fact that he has 91.9% kill participation in like a 62-plus minute game is kind of crazy. The fact that he was involved in so many of the kills for his team and be able to pull them together. So, yeah, props to Kadara coming back into this squad here for PogChamp after, you know, who knows, taking a break when Eki was able to come in. And now in the final series that they needed to win to stay in towards Division 2, he comes up with a nice play in game number 3, so props to him.
Props to Kidaro. I think to give further props to Kidaro, we should just ask him how he feels directly about this, as we have him on the line for an interview. Kidaro, good sir, congratulations on the victory.
Hello.
Y'all now are in contention to get tiebreakers. Talk to us about something, right? When Eki came in to stand in for you for a couple of games, things looked really, really good for PogChamp. They won some of those series. And then now you've come back for the do or die situation. Were you nervous? Did you have a special ritual to make sure you weren't going to make any mistakes in this series?
Oh, mic test 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Okay, it's good. Well, shout out to Eken. He was in time when we needed. We really needed that refreshment, and I was like feeling very burned out at the moment. So yeah, I mean, not much. I did not have that many. I just played with my instinct, I would say, in the series, because I know this ITB very well. I know how they play. I felt like in the first game we just make a couple of draft decisions that were really bad for us, and then we just adapt. I really like that they did not force us to play second pick. I was not prepared for that, to be honest.
Oh, first pick certainly worked out for y'all in this series. Speaking of first pick, in game 2, you guys went for this Muerta, right? Is the hero really that busted, or was that just a really good game for the Muerta?
It is insanely strong. Like, it is considered the strongest carry in the game right now, because the laning part is really strong and it scales very well. And you can see, like, no hero can actually duel it. Maybe Marcy can, but I'm not sure. Like, Marcy cannot hit through the hero ulti, so it's like uncontested by course. I think Slark could be a hero, but I was like, they're not gonna pick Slark 6-7, right? They just pick 2 supports and we get a really good Ember pick there. That's how it went. If they would have go for core into Muerta, like if they put, I think if they would have go for a offlane second pick, that would be good for them maybe. Like we would not pick a free Ember hero. We will consider another support in the game should we change, but you know, it's like how it goes. The game 3 though, it's so much emotions, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was
what are the emotions like right now?
Well, my team were very stressed, like, but I was chilling because I was not playing for a couple of days. Like the patch came out, I played like 30 pops for a few days, and I'm feeling super ready to play the Aura for more. If only the DPC would have just started right now, you know. I'm ready. Bring it in. I think the pauses are
what do
really
you have
nice,
for the man
though.
while we have him?
What?
Yeah.
Do you see my shark?
I have a few questions for you, Kadar. Obviously, as you said, you guys are super ready to be able to play stuff. You guys have potential tiebreakers. You're hoping that Old G lose their next series up against Alliance. So what's the kind of preparation for you guys, you know, trying to hold out for a potential tiebreaker, or are you guys just preparing for the next tour of DPC?
Well, we just go with the flow, I guess. Like, we just wait and see what's happening. I'm playing pops. Everyone is very hyped to play this new patch, so it's just the life brings us an opportunity to shine, and we go. But you know, you never shine forever. So if the life helps you to go, you go. That's how I say it.
All right. I mean, that's a good good mentality, especially if potentially that might not even happen for you guys.
Yeah.
You said that you guys are super hyped about it. You've played a lot of pubs so far. So what's been your favorite thing so far about the patch?
Well, the Roshan is like running around the thing. It's so fun. Like teams are preparing strats around it. Like, yo guys, it's gonna be bottom. Let's stay there. And like in the first game, we went top. And like, yo, Rosh is gonna be here. But Nuggets with the sleep comes in and SF ulti. Like, what the fuck, this combo? Sorry. But yeah, it's like it's so much objectives brings a lot of chaos, and I think like people will learn the game from the scratch again and adapt, and it's gonna take a lot of time to adapt for like everything, I guess. So we're just at the beginning of the game, I would say. Right now, it's very nice. Things has to be fixed though. There is some adjustments for now because a meta already developed very well. People are really good at adapting. Well, how was it to
Something
watch
that I
this
also
game,
want
though?
to. It was really crazy to watch this game.
I mean,
Watching this game was
nuts.
Yeah,
it was a lot was happening.
You can say it. That's how it felt to play as
I have
well.
a question
like,
as well for
those
you.
fights on top. you remember these fights on top? Like this, around this, how is it called? The Lotus Shrine. It's like so much
the Lotus
free
Hall.
space
Cool.
and
Yeah,
everyone
yeah,
is just throwing spells. It's like arena, you know? We just fight there.
You just get to throw spells. You just get to throw Static Storm and be like, "Ha! I caught you, boys." You know, y'all didn't know I had
Yeah,
Stat the
I
Aghanim
was
Scepter.
super
Well
excited.
done.
Thank shout out to Supreme to jumping all in my static storms. I was very happy for that. I was like, yeah, I'm useful.
Shout out
That's nice.
Supreme.
I was ready to play Silencer, but my teammate is like, I think Viper is good, and I'm like, yeah, we can do Viper disrupt, and he's like, yeah, that sounds amazing. Let's go. I'm like, yeah, let's go.
Well, it worked amazingly for y'all, obviously. I have a question actually for you as well. You've played in a couple of regions, right? You played in Eastern Europe before, and then you've been playing in Western Europe for the last couple of tours right now. What's the team environment like versus playing with a full team of Eastern Europeans versus playing with Western Europeans? Because you pretty much just went back and forth, right? On ITB last tour, mostly European team, and now you were back with the Eastern European team again on PUCChamp. Are there any differences in terms of how you communicate / see the game, or is it more about the individual personalities?
Well, it's like, you know, the show Office, the famous one. This is how it feels to play in the West Europe. Everyone has its own role, but everyone is like coming to the time and spending time together, that they're working together. While in the East Europe, people are like real life friends, I would say. They're just spending all the time together. They're sitting in Discord all the time together. So it's like more working environment in the West Europe. And for East Europe, it's more emotions. People can like break super easily. Like, you know, they're spending 20 hours per day together. And then like when things are not looking good, it can break, it can burn them out. Things like this. It's very popular in East Europe. So teams like Team Spirit, they're really good at adapting to this. They have this idea of like, we are all good friends, but the work comes first, like something like that. So it helps them to have this very well friend environment plus the working. But as every tier 1 professional saying, Dota is about friendship right now. It's about people getting to know each other better. It's about people like amplifying their strengths and helping to work the weaknesses. So it's everywhere the same, but West Europe is definitely just the strongest for this.
Well, I have one more last question for you. Given that you have been playing in the most competitive region right now, in what ways do you think PUCChamp has improved today versus how the team looked on day 1 when you first entered into Div 2?
I don't remember what it was in the first games though, but I will say we probably found a new objectives on map. We drafted the new heroes. We formulate the gameplay, I would say. Like we found out this, we did the same roller coaster. Actually, we did a circle, you know, like we started when we played open qualifier, we really had this idea of how we're supposed to play, how we play. And when we came to the DPC, it kind of didn't work. We kind of were over our own head. At some point, we had really big expectations, but now like the reality put ourselves in a position like this is your position, this is who you are, and you just work with that. So basically, like Yeah, we just worked with our current reality at the time. We realized
Okay.
our expectations
what-
were too high at the beginning of DPC.
Well, I don't think your expectations might have been high then, but right now you should at least be expecting to stay in the division, or at the very least some tiebreaker situation, you know?
True, but I mean, I hope Low Skill is gonna get some sleep for the memes. Where's the jokes? I mean, there's so many jokes. I'm like, whoa, this is insane. I think he's the most popular player in the second division when it comes to chat. It's like,
I mean, with all the memes in chat, yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
shout out to Low Skill. Let's hope he gets some sleep.
Yeah.
Kidaro, you should get some sleep as well, because you might have to play a tiebreaker series though. So thank you for your time tonight, and I'm glad that you are past the burnout and that the team is performing well again. So good luck, have fun for the rest of the
Thank you
series.
very much. Yeah, let me give you some heart.
Thanks, man.
See ya.
Hey, shout
Hey,
out
Kidaro.
Kidaro with the wonderful blue hair. A really pretty man, actually. Shout out to him. They got this dub here, Fluke. And they've potentially forced tiebreakers. It still is down to Alliance to take the W on their behalf against OG to force those tiebreakers. But that probably should be what we anticipate happening. Really heartbreaking for the OG lineup if they do end up being relegated. But, you know, if PuckChamp beats them, PuckChamp beats them. What that means for us, though, Fluke, 2 sets potentially of tiebreakers. I'm so hyped. I'm so excited.
Damn.
I'm so hyped.
I mean, that's going to be crazy for us if we have to cover both the relegation and promotion matches. And I mean, today, at the start of today, if you told me that we're looking at potential double tiebreakers, I would have been like, I don't know about that. But it was very close for a lot of these teams. I think Ivy in that game number 2, they really pushed Secret all the way to the edge. It was like 77 minutes or something like that. And I was like, oh no, Ivy going to be able to beat Secret here, and Secret don't lock in. And then we have like 3-way tiebreakers for the bottom and the top. But Secret able to clutch it up and get that one done. But in these next 2 series, big props to Ancient Tribe to be able to pull that one back against D2 Hustlers, who are on a bit of a hot streak. And then PuckChamp as well. We heard from Kadara that it seems like they're getting back to their normal ways, and the fact that he had the stand-in of Eki to be able to replace him while he had a little bit of burnout. It seems like he's very happy to be back here in the DPC and be able to play as well. So I hope for them that they at least get a shot at the tiebreakers to prove whether or not they deserve to stay in Division 2 once and for all.
Well, you obviously hope that, but any old G fans will be hoping and praying that old G play at maximum strength up against Alliance. Looking at the leaderboard right now, those are the only 2 teams that haven't fully finalized their destiny here. For Alliance, the best they can do is 4th. Guaranteed you will not be going into the major, into Div 1, excuse me. Of course, Ancient Tribe and D2 Hustlers have a tiebreaker for the 2nd slot into Division 1. And then if Old G loses, them and PuckChamp will have a tiebreaker to determine the 2nd team relegated from the division. Sadly, we've already said goodbye to Ivy, as no matter what they're gone. Shout out to Secret. We're saying goodbye to them, but in a positive way, as they head on up into Division 1. And we only have one final game here in the regular portion of the season. This game will be happening, well, in a calendar day tomorrow, but on Tuesday. And this is going to be a big one. Alliance and OG. Honestly, Fluke, I think OG, they need a miracle right now. I don't think they'll be playing with resolution, but even if they are, they seem very clearly off the pace the last few games we've seen from them. The hot start they had at the beginning of the tour very quickly gave way to teams just constantly getting the better of them game in, game out. So going into that series, what odds do you give OG to win this one out and guarantee their position in Div 2?
Man, it's like so hard because I know there's going to be like 10,000 OG fans in chat right now. They're going to roast me no matter what I say about their favorite team. So I think it's probably, if I'm going to put any faith in anything, it's going to be Topson to find something broken. I think that's the one scary thing for me going into this series, is whether or not they have Rezo or not, is that Topson's going to be able to find something and be able to abuse that in a game where he's, found that, Dagon does this or something does whatever, and he just has this crazy mid lane matchup where he just abuses it. But at the back of it, I think Alliance are in a lot better form than what OG are right now, and have played the rest of the DPC a lot better as well. And to them, the kind of question is about motivations, right? Is like, what motivation do they have to win that series in regards to OG, who really need to win the series to avoid the tiebreakers? So there are a few question marks. I would put, I want to say like a 65-35 to Alliance. I don't think it's like super Omega Alliance favored, but I think they have a lot better tools to be able to win that series. But at the end of the day, it's old G. I'm never going to count those guys out. They can find something broken. They can play really well. I mean, at the end of the day, we just have to wait and see.
They're also the only team that hasn't played on the new patch just yet here in the division.
True.
So they have literally all the information you could possibly watch. They've just watched Dream League. They've been watching these games. They've been playing pubs. So if Thompson cannot find something broken by then it's going to be very difficult to imagine that they not only succeed in that series, but also have what it takes to dispatch ParkChamp as well in the tiebreaker. That hasn't been confirmed just yet, but there's a high likelihood of it happening. Of course, I'm going to be backing my boy Ponlo. I think Alliance take this 99.99% 2-0. GG, well played. We don't even have to think about it. Guaranteed, my friend. We've got double
tiebreakers. There's going to be a snare hate Fred coming on Reddit now. They're going to be like, I can't believe he's slandering Seb like this. Does he know that he won TI twice?
You know, oh, maybe it'll be from Alliance fans being like, oh no, Snare's giving the casters curse. This is too much. We don't need this right now. You know, we need something else. Well, unfortunately, though, that does mean that this day of Dota is done. The 3 series that we've had have gone mostly the distance, only had 1-2-0, which is very thankful. That means also that we only have one more round of games, one set of normal games happening on Tuesday at 9 o'clock in CEST time. If it is indeed a victory for Alliance, we will have double tiebreakers, but we at least have one between Ancient Tribe and D2 Hustlers, a rematch of a game we just saw earlier today, and the one that is literally for all the marbles going into Division 1. Thank you so much, everyone at home, for joining us for this incredible day of Dota. Until Tuesday, which is the last day of the tour, and until the tiebreakers, myself, Snare, Professor Fluke, the PGL crew, and of course, those helping to hold it down earlier today in the form of John X Fire and Nomad. We say thank you for your time. We say good night. We remind you to hydrate. We remind you to show your love to the people in your life. Show some love towards yourself, because we know how much you love Dota, and this game is worth engaging. And come share all that love with us on Tuesday night for some more incredible DPC action. We'll see you then. We'll say good night. Take it easy. Bye-bye.